schematic. Together, they form part of a domain. Sometimes the word carries two determinatives representing both axes. Any arbitrary look at the determinative in the dictionary will reveal the kind of movement we are already familiar with, from the iconic to the metaphoric to the metonymic relations. The determinative may have an iconic relationship with the preceding word or may relate to it in metaphoric or metonymic ways, right? So let's go into an example. So here is a word, Henuit, and it's a word for maiden. And in it, if y'all can see my mouse, these hieroglyphs here are the phonograms that they're strictly there to represent the sounds of the that make up the word under observation. These two final glyphs are what we call the classifiers. They indicate the class for which the word belongs to. So, given that these are two human being glyphs, they're saying that this word here belongs to the human class, right? And not only is it the human class, because of the feminine T suffix, it is the female human class, which is why at the end of the word there is um, a seated woman glyph, right? Because this woman glyph coincides with the feminine T grammatical morpheme at the end of the word. And the image before this woman is that of a young boy. So if we have a word for maiden, why do we have an image of a young boy in front of the woman hieroglyph? That is because uh, it is telling us what kind of woman. So this hieroglyph here is what we're going to call the meronymic classifier, and the larger taxonomic categorical classifier is the seated woman glyph. So this is not to be taken literally as a young boy. So we're not saying that she's a boy woman. That doesn't make any sense. But the child is just supposed to represent youth, young. So it is, when you see this in the word, it is saying that the word Henut is a maiden, which is literally a young woman, a young girl or a young woman, right? And so this is exactly what we see. So this is how you correctly read this hieroglyph.
Do you really want to make your holiday special? Tanzania has got so much to offer. From the famous Serengeti National Park, Ngorongoro Crater.
And it would be the same for this word here. And this is the word irayet. And again, we have the feminine T here, and we have a seated woman at the end. But this is, of course, is a different word. And we don't see a child boy anymore. We see an adult man. But this, if it's not clear to you, is an old man. So, given what we saw in the previous slide here, if this is a young boy and now we have an old man here, what type of woman does this word represent without clearly giving you the definition? You know, even without knowing what the literal word means, we have an idea because we understand meronymic and taxonomic classifiers. And so this is an old woman. And that's exactly how it is defined in the dictionaries, right? And so this word here is pertaining to the human class, but more specifically, the female human class. And this here is dealing with age, you know, of the woman. So we read it as old woman. And that's literally what this word means, right? And I do apologize early for any noise that you hear in the background. So as I stated, in the 2023 text. For Egyptian words that contain multiple classifiers, there is an ordered sequence where a taxonomic classifier, usually the final classifier, is preceded by a meronymic classifier. A case in point is the word Hinut, which I just went over, so I won't go through that. So the A17 glyph is the meronymic classifier, and the superordinate sign is the woman classifier, also known as B1. So meronymy is from the Greek word meros, meaning part. And onoma is the word meaning name. So it is meronymy means part name, right? And is a semantic relation specific to the field of linguistics and is distinguished from the similar metonymy, which I define in a footnote. A meronym denotes an essential part of or a member of something. The meronymic equations are X is a meronym of Y if X's are parts of Y's. Or you can say X is a meronym of Y if X's are members of Y, right? Thus, in our example, the childhood glyph denotes an essential part of the category maiden, which is personified by the human female classifier. A maiden is a girl or a young woman, especially an unmarried one. Thus, in this instance, the A17 child glyph represents young or small. The combination of the the A17 and the B1 conveys the notion of a young woman, therefore a maiden. So y'all can pause this and come back if you don't have the text. But if you do have the text, of course, this is discussed in chapter 3, right? So now, how do you handle a word that has multiple um, you know, classifiers? In this case, this word here has 4 classifiers. And so the word is wahahi or wahahwa, meaning fisherman or fowler. And so we see here we have the G39, which we consider a meronymic because we're going to be reading it from left to right, which is a part whole relationship to the act of fouling. So this becomes the symbol for birds, right? And then the K1 is another meronymic classifier, but this is in relationship to fishing, right? And then we have the A24, since this is a verb here. I mean, excuse me, the root is a verb. So this denotes the action part of the verb dealing with hunting, but because we have this singular masculine suffix here, meaning a male, this is exactly what we see here with the seated man glyph, the A1 seated man glyph, right? So this is the larger taxonomic classifier, while all the rest of these are meronymic classifiers. So this belongs to the human class, and it's letting you know that this is a human being who hunts fish and birds. That's how you read that. Or you can read it backwards and say birds and fish are hunted by man, right? But it's logical, and all the hieroglyphs, this is standard in the hieroglyphs. This is how you read the hieroglyphs, right? So now we get into this issue with the seated man and the seated woman glyph that we see here in the Calhoun papyrus, right? And so this is a transcription of the Calhoun papyrus. This is a photograph of the actual Calhoun papyrus with the hymns of Sesostris III. And, it is written in hieratic, which is the kind of the cursive hieroglyphic form. And so for ease of reading, because this is, personal handwriting, Egyptologists will transcribe or transliterate it into the standard hieroglyphs or Sesame Netter. So that's what we're seeing here. And so we see the I6 Kim glyph, the feminine T with the seated man and woman, and the plural strokes. And what I have highlighted here in the blue is the feminine third person uh, suffix, meaning it's, and this will become important, and we'll come back to this a little later, right? But I will skip this for now. This is just telling you that, when toponyms become proper nouns, the meaning is lost in the word. And in this slide here, without reading everything, and y'all can come back later and pause and read it for yourself. The There are different conventions. There are standard conventions, and then there are individual conventions that certain scribes would have. So you'll see rare forms of a word that is just that is independent from the canon, that can only be traced back to like one scribe, right? And so this is the situation here with the word kemet.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to.
Uh, Here, because this is the only text where you can find this variation of the word kemet, right? So it's a unique case and it's causing a lot of controversy. But what I wanted to show you here is that, the standard uh, meronymic and taxonomic structure still holds even in the word for Kemet nation. So what I argue here is that these three strokes is just it has multiple functions in the script, the stroke signs. And one of its functions is to indicate the abstract or place. So this is usually always at the end of words, and so you can kind of get a sense of what the its function by the semantics of the word itself. So this is at the bottom, for example, at the of your screen, we have the Egyptian word reminyet, right? And it means domain or department. So a domain or department is a place, but it's not like a how should I say, a like a physical land feature, right? So it falls under the abstract, but it can represent, a location. So this is why this word here can be given with the papyrus roll for abstract, and then is re-emphasized here with the three strokes, or it can be written with the N23 land. Hold on one sec. Alrighty, sorry for the noise again. It can be written with the land hieroglyph, because the land hieroglyph can denote a location, as well as the abstract in certain cases, and we'll have to do another uh, lesson on that. But I put this here because, again, we can see over here in the far right of the corner is the word Kemet, Egypt, with the N23 classifier here for place. So just letting you know that this is a land glyph, and it's also indicating a place. And so this is what you see here. So we have the superordinate category right here, meaning the abstract or place, and then you have the male and female here as members of the place. So when Kemet, hold on one second. Again, I do apologize for the noise in the background. So when you see these, as we noted with what a meronym is, right? A X is a meronym of Y if X's are parts of Y's, or X is a meronym of Y if X's are members of Y. So we have a larger category of the place, right? And because this is now interpreted as the country, the nation, it is a populated place of humans. That's why you have the human noun class here, right? Because it's you read it like a sentence. It's it's the place made up of men and women, right? A populace, right? And I go into how you have proof of the abstractness of the words, because you see in some literature you'll see the Egyptologists determine these as quote unquote false plurals, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But let's just take this first example, the jet surf, right? This it is just giving you an example. So a serf is a kind of worker, or it's a kind of social status. It's a human social status. And because a human social status is not a tangible thing, is not anything you can strictly observe, it falls in the abstract category, which is why you see the three strokes here, because it's an abstract concept. So you have the jet surf, and then it gives you a visual of what kind of what does that mean in nominal terms, and that's why you had the seated man and the seated woman as in this case the meronymic classifiers. And so the larger tax taxonomy is abstraction, and then you get more specific with the kind of abstraction with the seated man and the seated woman, right? And so this is why I say none of these forms are plural or collective. They are all singular constructs, and the plural strokes in these instances may represent the T agent suffix. Just as the word the jet can represent a single serf and possess both the seated man and woman hieroglyphs, as well as the plural classifiers. Hold on one second. The form Kemet with the seated man and woman with the plural strokes can represent the country in a singular, with the people classifier simply representing the nation as a place. And so for context, you have the Kikongo word kuma, meaning a place, right? And so if the ancient Egyptians wanted to, for example, say the black land, they would have did it in this form right here that you see at the top of the screen. And if they wanted to say black people, you would see it in this form of the screen, because this is exactly how the hieroglyphs works. And we know that even though these are hypothetical examples that you see at the top here, it is based on reality that we can actually see in living text. So when they wanted to describe Osiris, or the god Men, as black, they wrote the word Kimi with the agent suffix here, the so-called Nisbi. And then you have the meronymic classifier, which is the hieroglyph, which is used to denote blackness or color in general. And then you have the seated man with the long beard, which normally indicates nobility and deity, right? So, so, so it's saying the black. It's literally saying the black god, right? Because that's what the word means here, and it's being reinforced here by the classifiers. But this symbol can also be a sign of mourning, right? Which is why at the bottom here in this word Erakibi, the mourner, it has the same sequence that we have here for the black one. So now it's the sign of mourning, and it's now in a divine male classifier, right? Or category, I should say. And I put this example here because this is the determinative for mourning and sorrow and lamentation and the like, right? So now, y'all have that recap. I'll skip this for now. That's not important to our conversation. So I just want to go into uh, part two. And I see King so says Asar in the mosque. No, I'm in a space, and sometimes they allow people with special needs to, to help clean up the facility and the like. So, the noises that you were hearing is a young man with special needs. So that's exactly what it is. So I'm not at a Muslim mosque. Yeah, funny, right? So, uh, so the instance of Kemet with the seated man and seated woman and the plural strokes can be found in the hymns to Sesostris III from Dynasty 12 and in what we call the Kahun papyrus, right? And so here's a transliteration of the text, and here is where you can find the text. So remember, if we go all the way back, we're just talking about this text here. So what we're reading were the two instances of Kemet with the seated man and woman glyphs is right here in the text. So this is the primary source, right? So now we're transliterating, and then now we're going to translate that section of the text. So it says it was after he had ruled Kemet. So this is the word heka here for rule. This is a little past tense suffix, and then the third person masculine suffix here. So ruled he. So it was after he ruled Kemet, and after he had put Desheret in his company that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands and after he had pacified the two banks, which is the word Idibwi right here. So this is Tawi, the two lands, and Idibwi, the two banks. So these the word Ta and Idib have the dual suffix we after it. So that's why we say the two lands and the two banks. That he came to us. It was after he had caused Kemet, so to live. So caused to live he Kemet. And after he
does it make sense to cause black people to live? You see, this is the argument now. So this is my conversation I would have with Smash on an intellectual level. It was after he had ruled black people and after he had put the desert in his company that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands and after he had pacified the two banks that he came to us. It was after he had caused black people to live and after he had removed its need that he came to us. I don't know, man. If y'all could make an argument that makes sense to black people, I don't see it.
So the needs is right here. This word shnewu, a shanawawa. And then this suffix here, s, is the feminine suffix because it's going back to the word Kemet right here, and it's the word Kemet here because it has the feminine t is the reason why this suffix here is feminine, right? So now, the way that this passage is worded lets us know that it is talking about the state as a political entity and not the Nisbi adjective form Kemetiyu, those of Kemet. This is supported by the fact that Kemet is used in the same manner as all of the other political locations in the text. The names Desheret, Tawi, and Idibwi in the original text does not employ personal determinatives. Furthermore, after the second sentence containing the word Kemet, it refers back to the word Kemet by means of a third person singular feminine suffix pronoun s, it. If it spoke about the people, we would expect sin there, they, them, not its. So if if they were talking about people, right, like you could interpret it as the Egyptians, it would have said there, they, but that's not the case. It said its, right? So it's talking about the entity, Kemet as an entity, Kemet as a nation, Kemet as a country, right? And
All right. Anybody want to add on to that? Let me put the link in the chat. If you disagree, come make your argument against Asar Motep. That makes sense. You see, what happened is none of the guys on either side could say, hey, the either side is wrong, is right. And that's the problem. That good guy supports Smash, and whoever else supports Smash, welcome to watch the show. But it don't make sense. Philologist, as a philologist, it don't make sense, in my opinion. It don't make sense. Everybody who we talk to, Jonathan Winterman, said it don't make sense. And he is the top guy who Smash brought on. He don't agree with what Smash is saying. When will the Egyptomania end? Boy, I tell you, boy, I wish I could, bro. I wish I could. Yeah, check out this video right here. This is a question, people asking Ujao a question, could it be a demonym? I want y'all to check out the responses by Ujao throughout this video. I'm going to skip the video here and there, but check it out. This was Ujao from last night.
Black Lion said, from Black Lion Supreme, how do you know Kemet is not a demonym, Ujao? An example of a demonym is French for a person from France. And then he also said, I will wait to see how we know Kemet is not a demonym.
Okay, so here's where we invoke the Seshu got a vid for that. So Black Line Supreme, I've done a video on that and really explained it, and I've done it more than once in our archives. So I would definitely advise you check it out. And Imicat, if you can provide the link for one of those videos where I discussed demon M's, not only in the video, but we also in our essay book. Me, Asar Imhotep, and Sanjeti, we did our essay book in 2019 where I break it down. Okay, but I'm not going to leave you hanging. I'm going to quickly summarize it for you right now. The reason why we know that the toponym or the place name Kemet is not a demonym, because one, notice how I said that. It's a toponym, but the way that the writing system works, there are what's called toponymic classifiers as glyphs. There are glyphs that are toponymic classifiers, aka determinatives. A lot more people are more familiar with that term, determinatives. There are toponymic determinatives, meaning that there are determinatives that convey the meaning that it is a place. And I list them in the book, and I'm see if I have a slide real quick that I could share right now on the screen, because like I said, I don't want to leave anybody hanging if I bring something up. And of course, if time will permit. But you all give me 1 second, I will share it. So give me a second. I will share it. And Imicat, if you find the link, let me know if you do find the link.
Okay, the link for the toponym video, I put it in the chat back, put it in the back chat as well.
Okay. Okay, so I have a list of them, examples. Let's see, where do I need to go with this? Bear with me. All right, here we go, right here. All right, so I'm just going to reshare my screen and make this big, put it on a jumbo screen. All right. So who was that again? Black Line Supreme. So Black Line Supreme. This is from a video that presentation I did in 2018. Okay, so it's 6 years ago. I've been sharing this. So here are examples of glyphs that are toponymic determinatives. So we have glyph, and I give the Gardner code and then what Gardner described them as. So we have the N36, which is a canal, N39, which is a pool of water, N31, which is a road, N21, which is a tongue of land, N23, irrigation canal, N25, which is triple hills, O49 is a town, and N35A, which is water itself. Okay, these glyphs right here find themselves at the end of words to indicate that these have something to do with places. All right, so that's how we know. And so when we look at Kemet, for example, here we see two variation spellings of the place name Kemet. We have two variation spellings of the place name Desheret as well. So we have Kemet, you see O49 as its final glyph classifier. Then we have N23 as a final glyph classifier. These are indicating. Now, the reason why they call them determinatives, for those who don't know, is as a nickname, scholars have said that these glyphs help determine the meaning of the words, hence the word determinative. Okay, but the more updated name for these glyphs are classifiers, because there's been enough work now to understand how these glyphs function. There's more information on how they function. So the more preferred term to call these glyphs is classifiers, because it puts them in a class. And then you have taxonomic meaning, and then meronymic meaning. So you have layers, almost like a file cabinet system. All right, so hopefully that answered the question. So I'm gonna keep on going down. I see Sat 12 had another question. Okay, Black Line Supreme, real quick. He said, but we can see that the people of Kemet did recognize skin color. See, everybody has eyes. Everybody recognizes colors who are not colorblind. Any human that's not colorblind recognizes color. And the surface of things have color. So yes, the Egyptians recognized colors. But the issue, the separation is they did not use that for identity. That's the issue. People are that's what, and see, this is what I said earlier. People are melting together, blending together, totally different conversations. And Black Line Supreme, I'm gonna tell you this. The argument that the argument that Blackologists are having is really a self-defeating argument. They are really sabotaging their own arguments and don't even know it. Because if we say Egyptians recognize color and just leave it at that, the Egyptians depicted their southern neighbors, who are foreigners to them and not them, as darker than themselves. So the Egyptians artistically are telling you that the people south of them are black. And that supports the early Egyptological scholarship, where they call and translate Nahisi, Nahisiu, and Ta-Nehisi as the place. They call the place Ta-Nehisi, they call that black land, the black land. They literally say Negro land in the scholarly works, but the word Negro is the word black. So they're literally saying Ta-Nehisi means black land. And then the HCU, which are the people, they say Negroes, which is to say blacks. So based on what the scholars said, and then what people were saying that, okay, the Egyptians recognize color and stuff, the Egyptians artistically represented their southern neighbors as black. So the Egyptians are in agreement with the scholars, or vice versa. All right, let's keep going down. Okay, hold up. Let me get to this one first. Black alchemy. I thought that Kim means black and Kemet means Egypt. I might be wrong. Well, I'm not sure if you wrote this before I address your other thing. There are many words of Kim. See, and I got to catch up first, so I'm gonna try to go down fast, a little faster, because I don't want to repeat myself over and over again. So let me keep on going down. Let's see, get down here a little faster. Ramza says, okay, big facts. I made the mistake half my life. My relationship. Oh. He's talking about looking on looks. Hey, listen. See, that's an immature. See, everybody does that when you're young. When you're young, you want to, with girls, in grade school, high school, wherever. It's like I want somebody with good hair. The girl should say, "Oh, I want somebody with good hair," or "I want somebody with this. I want somebody with that." Like, you get very selective, and what you are looking for is very shallow, very shallow. A girl wants somebody. Oh, he got to dress good. Oh, he got to have good hair. And the fellas, oh yeah, boy, she got to have that Coca-Cola body, or that bob. Back in the day, I'm probably telling my age. I remember it was the bob and the bamboo earrings, that salt and pepper. Back in the day, MC Light, salt and pepper, those bamboo earrings. See, I'm from DC. It was all about a Coach bag, a bob hairstyle.
Hey, we got 100 people in the chat watching. Just share the show to 5 to 10 of your friends, just to let them know. I didn't even share on Facebook or in the back chat, but just let people know that we're live and we're here. All right.
They call it the bob, if y'all don't know. Bamboo earrings. And it really didn't want about clothes, like certain clothes. It was about that Coach bag for women, for girls, I should say. Nails done, bamboo earrings, and a bob hairstyle. And I used to cut hair. I used to be a barber. I was never actually, I never actually got my full barber's license. I was actually an apprentice under someone to get a license. But I used to cut hair. I cut hair for 10 years, but I didn't. I made more money cutting hair for 10 years on my own than working in a shop, trying to rent out a chair or whatever. But I was going to get my whole license. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I used to cut hair. And back then I used to cut girls' hair in the bob. I used to tighten them up. I used to have that bob hairstyle, one side longer than the other, the back shaved, faded and all this and that. So I know. But that's what people look for. All that stuff is shallow. But the whole point is, I'm saying, is that that's when you're young. As you mature, man, that's different. So that's what I'm saying. This conversation is a very immature conversation about colorisms, color, Egyptians, black and stuff like that. The Egyptians did not describe themselves as a race of people, as a black race of people. They just didn't do it. And the crazy thing is, as much as people hold these dictionaries up so high, there is no Egyptian dictionary that defines the kingdom of Egypt as black people. I'm going to repeat that because for some reason, I don't think people actually paid attention to that. There is no dictionary that translates Kemet in terms of the name of the kingdom, the other name of Egypt. No dictionary translates that as black people. Zero, zilch. But yet people are talking as if the dictionaries have it in there and it's been there. Do y'all understand that? Something is being forced on you. And what's crazy is that people are using these dictionaries, but they're ignoring that fact. People try to TLA y'all to death. Life in Life says, can you reference some of the books that help you understand linguistics?
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? All right, so let me get to the video with Jabari and Ankh. As a matter of fact, before I do that, let me get some people on here, man. Come on, nobody want to talk to Golfy today? What's popping? Nobody want to talk to me today? Let's get that Jabari video all up in here, man. We're gonna do some commentary on this video here. We're gonna do some commentary. I was on the panel, but I said, you know what? Maybe I don't want to spoil the show and attack Jabari or say something that he might think I'm trying to attack him. So I said, you know what? Let me just back off for a little bit. Sometimes you ain't gonna be in everybody's business. And the Hebrew Israelites, are y'all chasing ghosts? King James is black. All this craziness, man. I think the Hebrew Israelites and a lot of people who hold to these Abrahamic faith are chasing ghosts. Yeah, I love my people. Big up Alex Torres. Big up on yourself. I say that the Hebrew Israelites are chasing ghosts. It's not personal. I think the King James's black stuff is just ludicrous and needs to be checked. And we need to do what we need to do with that as far as that is concerned. All right. There's a lot of things being taught in the community. I think it's just fake information is more appealing. And I think that's what's wrong. Everybody wants to be right. Today I was on Clubhouse. As a matter of fact, I'm still in the group right now. They're arguing about the same blackness. This guy said he watched the videos on my channel. I'm bringing on European scholars. This guy's arguing the three strokes, saying that it means black people, and he's arguing me. So I said, bro, why don't you go to the translation? I read the translation. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. Why is it 99% of the people look reddish brown? I'm going to show y'all a post by the great Ujao. Ujao makes people look stupid all the time, man. He just has a habit of making people look stupid. And Shaka, the guy that hides under his bed. I want y'all to take a look at what happened with him and the great Ujao. Sesh. Let me see if I could find that group. Sesh. He has to join the conversation now because I'm telling you, it's a real flim-flam. You have to claim blackness. You have to. If you don't claim that they're black, you're ruining it for us. You're ruining it. You're ruining it for everybody. So that's what I was going to come on the panel and say. Because you have to say they're black. Because if you don't say they're black, then you're not a part of the flim-flam sham. Remember in my first sit down with Jabari at his house for the debate, the pre-debate, I said it's a sham. All of them is a sham. They have to preach this because it's a money maker. That's what it is. Now here is the post with I think Shaka Amos. Here it goes right here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, Shaka Amos. He now wants to be in the mix. Hold on, let me see what's showing on my screen. He now wants to be a part of it. That good guy. What do you mean by y'all are done though? What do you mean? Are you on a team? What are you getting from this? Are you getting a paycheck? Is your rent being paid? What is going on? Y'all are done. Why? Because you want to pick a side? You want to be black? You want to make the Andaman Islands people black, the Australians black, the people in India black, everybody black? And we just trying to be more scientific and say, listen, call these people what they call themselves. Even the term black. Who called us black? I'm trying to figure it out. Who called us black? Did we get up one day and say, hey, I am black? Come on. When did we call ourselves black? It's always the outsiders. Even with the Moor stuff, who is calling us Moors from the outsiders? All these names that we're so attached to. Boy, I tell you, all we're doing is picking sides, yo. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. You see, I showed Peter James, whatever his name is. The Egyptologist said, yo, if he was going to write black people, that's possibly a way that we could write it. And I got the video, and I'm going to show it probably next week or the week after. We don't hide stuff. We don't edit videos. We don't do none of that. We give it to y'all as much as we get it, we give it to y'all. Now, look at this right here. Left image from the tomb, Rekmaya, showing woodworks by ancient Egyptian workmen who are depicted in the National Artistic Canon, Dishur, red. A foreman presents a Ka statue depicted in Kem, black. Right example of a Kem black Ka statue belonging to King Tut. It's the plethora of ancient Egyptian imagery and artistic canon that betrays the notions or claims that the ancient Egyptians somehow had today's modern social construct of race in their psyche and identified as race. People due to the color of their skin, so much so that they even named their kingdom after the color of their skin. That position is untenable. Look who jumps into the conversation with his chest up. Shaka Amos. Why? Can't read the glyph. Don't know nothing. What's untenable, Senev, is your deducing such a piss poor conclusion from a relief that presumably contains no usage of the term Dishur red. You certainly did not include it here if it indeed does. If the juxtaposition you erroneously expose articulated some notable chromatic value distinction between the two color shades or the lack thereof held by Kemetiu, surely they would have articulated it in the relief itself. However, presumably they did not. Easy way to substantiate your premise. If it is in fact true, provide the text in this relief where the workmen depicted are referred to as Dishur red. Should you fail to identify such for us, at least in this stance, this is an argument that must be summarily rejected. Look at Ujao's response. Then he's like, bring it on, bring it on. Reading comprehension is the ability to process written text, understanding its meanings, and to integrate with what the reader already knows. As a matter of fact, Ujao actually talked about this on the video. You know what? Let me let him break it down instead of me trying to defend Ujao without the proper pronunciation of words and all that stuff. So let me get back to Ujao a second. 142. Let me get to this. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go.
If you're on Facebook, join our Facebook group because we have, a laundry list of posts and topics and things like that, old and recent. Like, we're active again in the Facebook group. So Shaka Ahmos comes in the Facebook group, and matter of fact, let me show that first. Let me see if I can. Where's my Facebook? Yeah, I need to show you all this. All right. And I'm, I don't know. Shaka Ahmos just came out of clear blue sky and just came and y'all gonna see what I say because I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, give me a second. Can I share this? Yeah, I gotta make it big. So I want you all to. Okay. So can y'all see that? Now I'm gonna make it big. Get over here. Can I close that side window? No, I guess not. All right, I'll just make it big. Okay. Trying to close the side window, but all right. So I made a post. This is 3 days ago. See, I see this post right here. Let me click on more. This is the post that I made. Now, how does it look on the screen? Is it big enough, Emicat? Can y'all read that? I think it's the best I could do, y'all.
Okay. Yeah, we can work with it, I guess. If you
I
hit
thought there was- I
command
thought there
plus,
was a
it
way.
can. If you hit command
No,
plus on the keyboard, it will.
no, I
Can
already,
you-
I already
It-
increased it. It's just going those three
Oh.
columns. I'm trying to collapse the column altogether.
Oh, okay. Minus this.
All right, but listen, y'all. Hopefully, y'all can see it well enough, right? Anyway, this is a post I did 3 days ago, right? And so this is what I'm saying. I'm just gonna read it. I said on the left, I have two images here. If y'all can see that, two images are right there. And I put on the left is an image from the tomb of Rekhmi Ra, showing woodworks by ancient Egyptian workmen who are depicted in the National Artistic Canon, Desher Red, and it's right here. A foreman, which is this guy right here, presents a Ka statue depicted in Kim, black. Okay, so that's what I'm simply saying. For the left picture, on the right picture is an example of a Kim, which is a black Ka statue belonging to King Tut Ankh Amen. This is King Tut's Ka statue, painted Kim or black. No different than the one on the left hand side, where we see the Egyptians are creating a statue and painting it Kim black, but it's not the color of their skin. The paint that they chose to color their skin is Desher red. That's all I'm simply saying. So I'm gonna read the paragraph. It says, "It is the plethora of ancient Egyptian imagery and artistic canon that portrays the notion or claims that the ancient Egyptians somehow had today's modern social construct of race in their psyche and identified as a race of Kim people or black people due to the color of their skin. So much so that they even named their kingdom after the color of their skin. That position is untenable." That's my post. It's pretty straightforward. Like, it's the straightforward as you can get. Now I'm gonna go to the comments and I want y'all to see. Hold up, did that show up? Yeah, that's bigger. All right. I want you all to see. Now Shezmu came in and he thought the word where I said artistic, he thought it said Asiatic, and boy, he came in left field, but he realized it. So all right, so here is Shaka Afmos comment. And this was from a day ago. So my post been sitting up there for 3 days. He came yesterday, which is still today, really. But anyway, he says, Wujao, he says, what's untenable, send me brother, is your deducing such a piss poor conclusion from a relief that presumably contains no usage of the term Desher red, and in parentheses, you certainly did not include it here if it indeed does. If the juxtaposition you erroneously espoused articulated some notable chromatic value distinction between the two colors shades, or the lack thereof, held by the committee, surely they would have articulated it in the relief itself. However, presumably they did not. Easy way to substantiate your premise, if it is in fact true, is to provide the text in this relief where the workmen depicted are referred to as Desher red. Should you fail to identify such for us, at least in this instance, this is an argument that must be summarily rejected. And then he has the meme, bring it on. Now, all kinds of things are wrong with his statement, his comment. One, he came out the clear blue. As a Johnny come lately, he jumped out the airplane without a parachute. Because at no time did I ever claim that there's any text in the picture at all. And I made it crystal clear in my post the purpose of me putting the pictures in the first place. There's a clear contrast. Now, I'm not sure if Shaka Atmos is colorblind or not. I've never asked him that, and I don't know. But I would assume he's not, because that's something that's not common. But you can clearly see distinct colors here between these two figures right here. All right. No matter what color you call, no matter what word you apply, we definitely see two distinct colors. And the point I'm making here is, no matter what you call these two colors, one color is not the same as the other. And the color and the statue on the right of this guy and the statue in the right image, everybody and their mother will say this is black, which in Egyptian would be Kim. Therefore, these Egyptian men right here are not that color. No matter what color you call this, the men, we know that it's not Kim, because it's not the same color. All right. So him requiring the image to say that these men are desher, red, is just crazy. It's actually a ghost argument that he created on the spot. It's a straw man argument that he created right on the spot. So here's my response to him. So I simply say, I don't even address what he said or try to answer anything he said. I just tell him, reading comprehension is the ability to process written text, understanding its meaning, and to integrate with what the reader already knows. Reading comprehension relies on two abilities that are connected to each other: word reading and language comprehension. Comprehension specifically is a creative, multifaceted process that is dependent upon four language skills: phonology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. Then I go on to say some of the fundamental skills required in efficient reading comprehension are, and then I list them out. Then at the end, I say, after considering the above reminder, rereading my post should help. So that was my message to him. I was basically telling him to reread my post, but do a better job at comprehending the post. So then he comes back in the conflict community fashion. First of all, his initial comment was typical conflict community behavior, to create a ghost argument and then be combative, like to come in an adversarial way instead of just asking me. See, it would have been better if Shaka Atmos came on this post and said, Wujao, how did you come to the conclusion that the Egyptians here would be the color that they are would be expressed as desher? He could have said something like that. See, that's what I would expect from a mature person who is actually in the work of studying and investigating and how you communicate with others. But Shaka Atmos is heavily influenced with the conflict community, so I understand why he came with this bring it on and stuff like that. So anyway, he comes back and says, well, Jao, yeah, that's pretty much what I thought. You have no attendant text substantiating anything you said about this relief. What I do, however, fail to grasp is why it took you a meaningless word salad of megalithic proportions just to cover up that fact. See, this is childish to me. And I would expect better from people, that's at least my age. I know Shaka Atmos has to definitely be around my age. All right. So I didn't even get, I think I responded one more time. Yeah, here. So now check out my response to that, right? I say, in typical conflict community fashion, we have Johnny come latelys enter the conversation, jumping out the plane with no parachute, lacking comprehension skills, committing logical fallacies, and taking an adversarial position when it's not necessary or productive to do so. It may help you to know what this post and its image is a part of a continuation of a larger conversation. Unless blind, we all can see that the image has no text to accompany it. Your comment is a ghost argument against something never claimed. Your illogical ghost argument is the same as saying, and then I give the following. The man and woman in the following image are not really painted in different colors because it doesn't explicitly say so in the image. The man and woman in the following image are not really wearing clothing because it doesn't explicitly say so in the image. The man and woman in the following image are not really wearing arm and wrist bracelets because it doesn't say so explicitly in the image. And I'm going to click on the image so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Can y'all see that? Yeah, y'all can see that. So based on Shaka Ahmos logic, he is saying that the image must explicitly say that this man has hair, this man is wearing a garment, this man is wearing bracelets, this woman is wearing a collar, the man is wearing a collar, she's wearing arm bracelets and wrist bracelets. So although we can see it, Shaka Ahmos is saying that that's not true because the text doesn't explicitly say it. You see how ridiculous that is? So he's asking of something that is totally not necessary. Hence this whole straw man stuff. And this is what people in the conflict community do. All right. That is what he's asking, which is retarded. So anyway, I just wanted to share that about the color stuff. So let me get back to where I was. So now back to this, right? Okay, so let me get my cursor over here to explain this again to everyone. Here is a lesson for everybody. These are, in this image, this is from the tomb of Nefertari, okay? This is a scene from one of the walls. You can see the adjacent wall over here and the other wall over here. So this is a full wall. It has 7 cows and 1 bull. Now, what's of interest is this particular cow. Actually, these 2 cows are alike artistically. They are artistically alike, meaning that the artist painted these 2 cows with the same color pigment. Even this cow over here, the red part of the cow is the same red of this cow and the same red of this cow. They didn't have a different swatch container and dip their paintbrush into a different swatch of color. This, and this match. Okay. Now, this particular cow is identified by physical characteristics. So this cow is called the greatly beloved one, Oret Merit, or Oret Meret, which is the greatly beloved one. And then it goes on to say red-haired, or red of hair, or whose hair is red. You have the word desher here, right here. Okay? That which is red, desheret. And so, and this word is shinu or shin, which is the word for hair. And as I explained before, in today's time, we usually don't say cows have hair. We say they have fur or hide. Regardless of the word you choose, it's the color red. That's the Egyptian word for red, desher. So now we have a reference point from the Egyptians themselves on what red looks like artistically. Okay, at least all in this particular tomb, because we have to remember that each swatch of paint was prepared for a specific job. In other words, the first dynasty artists didn't make a batch of red paint that lasted the whole 3,000 years. So every group of scribes that are working on a job, they had to prepare their colors. Okay, so now they tried to match them as close as possible throughout Egypt's history, but they're not going to be perfectly the same. All right, so I want to make sure everybody is aware of that. Now, so we know from the Egyptian perspective what they're calling red or dashir artistically. So if you go from here and you look at a picture like this here, we can see that this is an Egyptian man who's tending a herd of cow. The top group of cows, and I say group because you see two horns here, even though you see one body. On the bottom, you see two horns here, although you see one body. The top ones are black, Kim. The bottom ones are dashir, red. The same paint color artistically is the same paint that the artist used to paint the Egyptian. So the Egyptian is painted dashir because we can deduce that because we know that the cow is dashir. And if the cow equals dashir and the Egyptian's color equals the cow, then guess what? Now you have a three-way equation. Dashir equals cow, which equals the Egyptian in terms of artistic representation. Red, red. That's black. His hair matches the top cow. His eyes match the top cow, but his skin matches the bottom cow. Easy enough, right? Here's another example. We have a real red cow, dashir cow, and we see that this color is prominent through 90%, over 90% of all artwork in ancient Egypt for adult men is the color red. And if it makes people feel better, it's also said as brownish red or reddish brown. But the Egyptians called it dashir. All right. So that is plain as day that you could see. Now, here's something interesting is that the ancient Egyptians called Ra the red one, the sun. At a certain point in the day is called Desherti, which is the red one. Okay? And everyone may not know this, but the ancient Egyptians have maintained that they come from, or they are the emanations of Ra through Ra's tears. Ra cried, and then the Egyptians pop on the scene as the Remech. The word for cry is Remi, or tears is Remit, and it's a play on the word Remit is where you get this Remech. There's a word play going on there. From the Remit or tears comes the Remech. And Ra, one of his epithets is the red one. Okay. And so if you look at images, you'll notice that whenever you see the sun disk painted, let me get my arrow right here. Whenever you see the sun disk painted, the color paint that the artist used to paint that sun disk, you can see it right here. You can see it right here above the word Sa-Ra, and you can see the word Ra inside the Shinu. If y'all can see my cursor, I mean this arrow right here. That same paint pigment, if you were an artist and you were dipping your paintbrush, that same paint pigment is the same one that they use to paint the skin. This is undeniable. And so this is part of the larger conversation I was telling Shaka Atmos, who came to the conversation late and just jumped out the window with it. And he and I can have a better conversation if he lose the immature conflict community shenanigans when he comes. Like, I'm telling him this is not the group, our Facebook group is not built like that. So if I would have read more, whatever the case, the comments he was making, it's just real childish. And I would just expect better from people who are older, especially who spend time studying this information. But anyway, nobody can deny that. You can see with your eyes that this red is the same color red that they painted, that this painted. Now, this is just a crop picture, but I could show you many, many, many more. All right. Even so-called Ankh Pepe Kim that people found when they were searching the TLA for the word black and just stumbled across all these Kim stuff and then going through spending the last 2 years doing this, the tomb of Ankh Pepe Kim, even though they try to say that the Kim on his name is because he's black, guess what? Ankh Pepe Kim in his own tomb is not painted black anywhere, ever. He is painted red. So if the stress and emphasis was to say that he's black, which, by the way, is a dagger in people's own arguments. Think about this. If the Egyptians are black and they're so focused on their blackness that they named their country after their skin color, because the word black is Kim, and they took that black to name the country Kemet, which is the land, according to them, the land of black people, then why in the world would it be necessary to single out one Egyptian and say he's black if everybody's black? That's retarded. And then on top of that, that's just the surface retarded aspect of it. Then on top of that, they don't paint the guy black. If they're going to name him black because he is black, then why didn't they paint him black? That means they're not trying to, they're not focused on that. The only people who are focused on that are modern day pseudo blackologists who play researcher on YouTube. That's it. Here's some more images from Ankh Pepe Kim's tomb. Ankh Pepe Kim, right here, you can see his name, Ankh Pepe Kim. That's a statue of him. His hair is black. Again, I repeat, his hair is black. His body's not painted black. So they were not trying to convey to you that this guy was black in skin color. Because we know what the Egyptians called this color that we are seeing. The dominant color that we are seeing, the Egyptians called it Dasher. Now, Wujao, here's a question that somebody asked me, inbox me. They were like, well, maybe that's just the artistic canon, and they couldn't paint them black. They just did that. And I'm like, well, no. So I had to send them the famous Malhepri picture where they're definitely conveying that this guy is black. So if they wanted to, they could, and they did. But when they did it, it's rare. So we have my hair Peri, my hair Peri, but everybody, we say it Malhepri. This person is painted the same color as the black cow and the black bull. These three colors are matching. I don't think anybody will argue with me on that. My man right here is matching his hair. He's matching that. So artistically, they're conveying that this guy is black, is dark, very dark. So if they wanted to do it, they could do it. And they didn't. His name has Kim in it, but he's not. So that is not the meaning of Kim in his name to convey that his skin, that he's black. All right, so I hope everybody got that. And I could show tons of pictures, a whole lot of pictures to emphasize what I'm saying. I'll show y'all one. I'll show y'all another one. Where is this one? Let me put this at the end of, that's Neon Peppy Kim. Let me put it after this one. Let me show y'all another one. So here's one. I don't know if it's small or big. Look at that right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see the cows are red. The Egyptians are matching the red cows. They're not matching the black ones. There's no black cows in this image, and they're not matching them even if it was. They're white and red cows. And the skin color is the red cow. Their white outfit is matching the white cow. This is very basic art. I'll show y'all another one. Boy, these are just some random stuff. Let's see. What's another good one? All right, here's another one. And people send me these pictures, by the way. Look at that right there. Look at that. Come here. Look at that. So we see a black and red cow. We see a black and white cow. Let me put my arrow right here. Black cow, red cow. Black cow, white cow. White cow, black cow, red cow, white cow. How now, brown cow? But what paint, regardless of what you call this, let's erase all the color terms, right? Let's just go with the artistic visualization. If you were an artist, don't you think that you dipped your paintbrush, the same color that you dipped your paintbrush in to paint this cow is the same dip and color that you used to paint these men, these two men? There's no getting around that. This color happens to be called by the Egyptians desher. How do we know? Because on every single papyrus or papyri that has this scene of the 7 cows and the bull, it names one of the cows the greatly beloved, the red-haired one. Just like it does right here. Right here it says Desheret. Right there. Where Muret. Where the Muret. The greatly beloved one. Red-haired. It's right there. Same exact thing as in this one. And by the way, this is from one of the utterances of the Book of the Dead. That's in the tomb and on the papyrus. That's this Book of the Dead is in the my Papyrus papyrus is so-called Book of the Dead. So there's no getting around that at all. I mean, I could do this all day. Let me get another one. Oh,
I think I would say Chris put a good point. There are also individuals with hedge on their names, and I believe there's also a desher in it with the names and stuff like that. So that just tells you
who's that? Chris Withers?
Yeah,
see if he can come on the panel and share it and show that, or give you something to share.
Yes, and Chris, can you come on the panel? The link is pinned above the chat.
Or if he could share the link to examples.
Yo, hold up. Why everybody's foot don't look black or red in the pictures above? Who's the pictures above? Who them people? I'm curious now. Where would Jawa? I need to hit up with Jawa, man. Who them people above them with them white looking, yellowish looking? Who them people? Are they Egyptians too? Because Egyptians can only come in one color. That's black. Ken. But how is it Y'all got a challenge with y'all when it's 99%. Because if it's true, bro, y'all ain't got no argument, yo. If they're into color, like what you guys are pretending, why don't they draw themselves black like how they draw the Nubians? Or draw everybody black. They draw everybody red, reddish brown. Why? That don't make no sense. This is why the color argument is so stupid. It's stupid. What are you really trying to prove? Oh, they call themselves black people. Why would they call themselves black people at the 12th dynasty? Why didn't they call themselves black people from the 1st to the 11th dynasty? Say, yo, we black people. Why they got to wait until the 12th dynasty? Why? Y'all are crazy out here, yo. Y'all are nuts.
Examples, because, you know, I don't think it's hard enough to convince people, even if you have examples. I'm showing pictures, and I could do this all night. And there are going to be people who just don't see what's right in front of them. Here's another example of a spotty red cow and a spotty black cow. But guess what? The Egyptians' red skin or skin color paint is the same paint that was used to paint the red spotty cow, not the black one. And I hope y'all get the point here. It's consistent. You all can do this yourself. Find any picture where Egyptians and cows are in the same scene, and you're going to see that the Egyptians are going to match the red cows or the red in the image, even if the cow is spotted like the one that you're looking at right now. One more. I'm gonna show one more, and then I'm gonna see what y'all saying in the chat. Because while I'm sharing this, I can't see the chat, and y'all probably having a whole conversation. All right, that picture is too small. Let me go to this one. All right, here's another one. I'll blow it up so everybody can see it. You see the Egyptian. The Egyptian in front is bald. The Egyptian right here has hair. You got part of Egyptians up here in the left. But at all times, these Egyptian men are painted the same color as the red cows. Red cow right here, red Egyptian right there. Black hair matches the black cow, matches the black cow. This is basic first grade, let's go paint, guys, type of information right here. This is very, very basic. And people are going to try to make this complicated and just make up stuff and try to give all kinds of excuses of how this is not the case. And if any of you all fall for it, then hey, God bless you, and I wish you the best. All right. So let me stop sharing that. So where we at in boy, I'm real far behind now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do it fast. and I did send you. I don't know if you remember what
portion. Okay, this part right here, it says this is Diop, y'all. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all, this is coming from the UNESCO General History of Africa, Volume 2, and this is the portion for Diop's information. All right, it's under the subtitle of this portion is called "The Egyptians as They Saw Themselves." And this part right here, he says
Just about to play your video. I was gonna start it with the part when you play the John Henry Clark video the first time. Is that a good spot?
The whole video is a good damn spot. You know what? If you went back, if you went a little bit in the front, I showed you how official pseudo killer is actually participating in science.
Okay.
Yep, I show all the credentials, right? I show them lined up with they're trying to get people interested in STEM, and so Dr. Mayar is right there. Academy of Science. Yep, Academy of
I
Science.
wanted to catch you when
Good.
the pseudo monster came on. All
Yeah,
right.
it would have been a good conversation. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me get this right here. So the show is about if the Egyptians are black, what difference would it make? Black, if the Egyptians are black, how does that empower the African American community? Jabari.
Correct. Never got an answer. It said, yeah, he said to make us feel good. That was the answer.
Let me get it right.
Person on the panel, everybody is. Everybody carry the same weight. So let me let Amir on. What's going on, brother?
What's up, my bro? How you doing?
I'm here, bro.
Yeah. This is a powerful topic. How y'all doing? Peace to the panel.
Good, bro.
Man, what up? Hi, Mayor.
Hey, Jabari, how y'all doing? Alhamdulillah.
I'm a Raw Squad original. What's up, yo?
Squad up. 2.0.
Yeah.
What's good?
2.0.
2.0.
I was just gonna say, what you said makes sense. We live in a new time, man. It's 2024. Most things will be laughed at in today's time. The achievements that African Americans has done in this country within the last 400 years since we've been here, in the inception of America, this portion of America that we know, Black Americans have did more things than what an ancient Egyptian can do. So ancient Egypt really don't matter at this time. But to get on the topic of Black, when you were described as Black by other people, it meant nothing in the sense of, like, for example, when Arabs came in 641 AD or 640 AD, it was obvious that the people in Sudan looked distinct from the people in Misr or Egypt. So they called them Black. When the Portuguese came in the mid 1500s, right? After 1492, in the mid 1500s, they classified or labeled those people Negro, which was a descriptive term they already had in that portion of the world to describe what's Black. But when you got taken out of those portions of West and Central Africa and brought in the New World, and you were a minority, and they looked at you as being Negro, nigger, Black. Nigger, Negro, Black means the same thing. It's all the same, right? But because you were demonized for what you look like, opposed to the majority that was non-Black, which is white, and we had to turn a negative to a positive, as we did in the 70s and in the late 60s. We created the Black Power movement. We made what was classified as negative against the obvious that was opposite of us. We made it something different. So the African American, the idea of Black is something different than the idea of Black to people on the continent. In Nigeria and Senegal or whatever, those people are obviously Black. So it really don't mean shit and hold no weight until they get outside of those countries. When they go to the UK, it means something. And then you can see a few of them saying, I'm Black. Or people in the Caribbean, when they go to the UK, they say they're Black when they're opposed to other people that's non-Black. But when they're in those countries, that shit don't mean nothing. Like when you Wolof, you Wolof. When you Fulani,
May I
you
respond
Fulani.
to that?
Let me just say what I'm saying. When you Mandinka, you Mandinka. They're obviously what they are. Now, if we go back to ancient Egypt, none of that shit meant shit because it wasn't important. When the Egyptians seen a Nubian, they described or drew what they seen. But in the sense, they wasn't demonized for what they look like when other people came in. You know what I'm saying? But the question is, that should be asked to even a lot of the Egyptologists or people that's into the field, are the modern populations or the people that live in those regions, do you feel that they are connected to the ancient populations? That's what that means, because that's what's blurring it out. Because when the Arabs came in 641 AD, the Egyptians they obviously didn't look like the people in Sudan. That's just a fact. So for them to label this portion of people south of Egypt, Bilal el Sudan, and classify Egypt as Misr, based off what they seen, it had to be a difference in phenotype for them to say that. You get what I'm trying to say? So the question should be to people. We don't even have to create the confusion, because on Smash side, they think that Brother Ankh is saying something totally different, and they don't really understand. No. Like when you guys show Papua New Guinea people and the Adamese people, they're described as Black based off other people, right? They don't call themselves that. But because they look a certain way opposed to other people, yes, they're branded as Black. because they look a certain way. It's obvious. When you look at the Adamese nigga and you look at the Taiwanese nigga, all in Asia, it's obvious that the Negrito looks different than the Taiwanese person or the Austronesian groups that came down from other people. So they, because they look different than the surrounding population, they're going to classify those people as Negrito or Negrito, little black people or dark people, even though they're genetically distinct by far than populations in West and Central Africa. But because they look a certain way, that's something totally different than the people that's surrounded around them that obviously don't look that way. So when it comes to Egypt, when those people came in, plenty of times, they look distinct from the people in Sudan, right? Or Bilal el Sudan. This is why it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And even if it's like what Brother Ankh said, regardless of what they look like, we know that ancient Egypt is an African civilization. It's part of classical African civilization. You don't have to be quote unquote black in morphology or phenotype to be an African or non-African. That's not important. You know what I'm saying? We just know that the people were Africans. You guys on the other side is fighting over what they look like. That shit don't mean nothing.
Nope. Yeah. Don't put me in that though.
I'm just saying. I mean, what's your argument then, bro? Are you arguing because that we?
I mean, y'all invited Egyptologists on your panel.
But Zoo, let me
hold on. Damn, can I?
No, actually, he was still talking. Zoo,
I was still talking.
Oh,
let Amir finish.
You just cut me off. Zoo.
Y'all had an Egyptologist come here
listen.
and say the phenotypic change
just
occurred
talk
in
over
North
him.
Zoo, listen. You're
So,
arguing.
I
I'm gonna ask you a
don't
question.
care.
Zoo, I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you arguing that the people in that portion of the world, in that portion of Africa, look obviously was classified as black? Is that your argument? Is that what you're saying? Because I mean, that's what I'm asking. This was the whole argument is about. Did they look a certain way, right?
Yes, for the most part. Yes, for the most part. But they did live.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Kara, right? But I don't think people understand that just because your phenotype change, that don't stop you from being African or an Egyptian. I just wanted to put that in there.
You know,
because that's what she said too. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why people need to go back and watch the interview Friday, how the philologist broke down the blackness and whatnot.
Man.
Because boy, oh boy, I got to give you a book too, man, that deals with the Black Athena conversation, word point by point. I think it's a book that we all overlooked in this community because of the title. But it covers every point he makes in Black Athena. I think what I'm going to do possibly at the beginning of the year or next year is just do one video per day per point so that people could get an idea of the Black Athena argument, the pros and the cons, where he was right and where he was wrong. Because that we are infected by Black Athena. That book, we're infected by what the guy named, I know you don't like to hear that, but Wiener.
Nah, that ain't true though.
Wiener from Harvard. We're infected by him. I'm not even going to put it on the elders. I'm going to put it on their sources. You know, Ivan Van Sertima had some sources that he thought was genuine. Thought they were right on point. So those sources now, you start believing those sources. The other elders around say, hey, I love his research. You know, so I'm going to rock with this and I'm going to repeat what he says. You know, so I mean, a lot of that went on. So we're going to have to deal with it.
No, you say, I'm saying most people ain't read the books though, yo. If they ain't read Dr. Ben's book, then don't know.
Time on 1 second, bro.
If they ain't read that.
Hold on 1 second. Nejaneb, I don't know if this is you. Everybody's saying it's you trolling. Bro, I don't know what Nejaneb channel looks like. I don't play his videos. I did see the conversation with Asar and Nejaneb. I don't care, bro. I don't hold on to this shit like a religion. I don't care about the back and forth. I just love the information. And I'm saying right now, the Egyptians never call themselves as a kingdom black. There's no reason for me to believe that. I haven't seen any reason yet. Bring me a reason and I'll rock with that conversation. I don't care about whatever you and Asar and Motep debated. I don't care. I don't care about none of that, bro. Keep me out of that. I don't care about none of that. As a matter of fact, if you want to come on the panel, the link is pinned. You could do like everybody else. You have the freedom to come on and discuss whatever you want to discuss. If you got power, if you got slides, that's even better. So you could show and prove. That's it. Otherwise, the people in the chat going to troll you and they're going to block you and they're going to do this, they're going to do that. But they know it's you. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, the Net? Big up to him. my point is nobody actually read the books, yo. The title is "Fake You Out," the Black Athena. Man, find out in the book where he used the word black, yo. He don't even do that. He just talk. If you read it, it say the Asiatic roots to Egypt. Don't it? Ain't that what it say, yo? Or am I tripping?
You're 100% correct. And you know what made me realize that
Jesus
is
Christ.
when Chaka made the video and I had to respond to him.
Mhm.
I'm like, yo, he got that from Black Athena, man. That Sesostris stuff. When Sesostris went up to the Baltic region, I'm like, yo, the Egyptians didn't even write that. They write where they beat up everybody. Why they didn't want to write this story? I said, Herodotus made that shit up, yo. That's what I said. And that's how I still feel today. But you're right. He's careful with how he words because he says, this is my hypothesis.
Yeah.
He clearly says it. And then we read it and we acting like the dude is talking like this is straight up fact. You know what I'm saying? Lord Abba, what up, Lord Abba?
Peace, what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Not much. When you joining the Dagger Squad, man?
Definitely.
That nigga
After you
said
got off,
go
ahead. after you got off yesterday, the conversation with me and Reggie and Jabari and what's the guy, Asar Kim, and the other dude that was spewing.
Bonafide pseudo, yo. Good, my God.
Yeah. What did I call it? Played out black liberation theology from the 70s. The Chris MVP, the Chris MVP dude. Like if you go back and analyze, the conversation, and then you look at what Rick or Wujow, I know him from a while back. What Wujow was saying in his presentation, all of the arguments match up, and they don't have an argument. They really don't. That's why when I asked the simple question, why, which is a question that I asked years ago, why didn't the Egyptians paint themselves with the same color scheme that they painted the people from Kush? If they saw themselves as black, if Kemet means the land of the black people, which was the argument that was being made, and they couldn't answer the question. Reggie kept showing images of the same people painted in the reddish brown skin tone that I was talking about. Then they finally showed some people from Egypt that was painted in that super dark brown, because from my analysis of it, it's not a black paint or when they're dealing with the people. That's only when they're dealing with gods, etc. But either way, the point that I made was dynasty after dynasty, the typical color used by the Egyptians to depict themselves was that reddish brown paint, sort of like how many of us look today, especially against the backdrop of papyri and the walls. Kind of make it pop a little bit, to use a today's street term. And they all failed on the question. They couldn't answer. They kept dancing and dancing and dancing. And I'm just glad that this conversation is coming to the forefront right now. And this has nothing to do with my Moorish background, etc., because I started to look at this before I even got into the Moorish movement. In fact, this is one of the things that led me closer to the Moorish movement, for those that know my story, right? And it's like, why do I call myself a black person? I asked this question before I ever joined the Moorish movement, and I've said that in interviews.
Yeah, but that's always the issue. And I knew you probably was gonna go that direction when you came on after me, and it kind of puts me in a weird position, because ask me that question why I call myself black, yo. You should ask me that question.
Why you call yourself?
Why do you call yourself black?
Because we got colonized and enslaved, right? And that's the name that was put on us. And they said that dark skin made you subhuman, and they degraded our skin color, and they marginalized us. They put us with the one drop rule, the whole complete foolery. But despite all the foolery based around the name black, right? Despite the fact that we don't even know what tribe we actually came from, we accepted it and we embraced the name, and we turned it on them. Like in wrestling, when the person think they got you, you flipping on them. So African Americans flipped it on them. We rejected the word Negro, although it means black. We rejected the word color, although it's talking about the color of your skin. We rejected all that, and we settled on African American, which is synonymous with black Americans. It's synonymous. So I'm accepting that, right, as a political statement to let you know that my ancestors was enslaved and the slavery was so horrific that they wiped our shit away. We don't know where the fuck we came from. We know the area. We don't know the tribe. We'll never find out the clan. So we turned it on them. But that right there is just an African-American experience, yo. Ain't got nothing to do with ancient people that wasn't colonized, that wasn't enslaved, and never even seen white people. Two separate ideas. So we as a people are self-defining, and we have decided to call ourselves African Americans and black people. So you already know I'm black and I'm proud. That's the answer to the question, bro.
And that's the proper answer, right? Regardless of anybody's ideological take, that is the proper answer to the question. That it starts off with subjugation, with our people from the coast, with the doctrine of Ilias Qui Romanus Pontificus. What's the other one? There's several papal bulls that these Europeans issue.
Yeah, Doctor
To say doctrine of discovery, right? To say that these people were inferior based on their biblical text, Genesis 9:25 through 27. Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brother. How do we know that this is a part of why they did what they did? When you look at Alexander Stevens, who was the vice president of the Confederacy, when he's talking about equal status in this country, in his secession speech from South Carolina, he's letting it be known the Negro, due to their status as servants, as from Genesis, he cites as Canaanites from Genesis 9:20. Y'all look this up.
What time period was that?
So this is the South Carolina secession speech.
Oh, okay. Because I think let me add on to something you just said that's important. You are 100% correct of them using that passage. But what happened is the Muslims changed the whole conversation and made everybody dark skin and brown Cushites. They actually changed the narrative to saying that the Canaanites had sons and their sons was Cush, which is not biblical. That's what changed. That's what the Portuguese saw when they came 1441. They said, look at what the Muslims wrote, and they started quoting all these Muslims who call them Cushites, saying that they should be cursed. They're justifying in enslaving them because the Muslims were doing the same thing. They justified it. So when they justified the slave trade by the quote unquote blackness or the curse, that's what happened. It even goes back further than the Muslims. It goes back to the Eastern Church with the Cave of Treasures, the writing from the Eastern Church that aligned blackness with slavery. So that's where it comes from. So the root is it comes from the church to the Muslims back to the church, and the church continued to do it. And that's where they started talking about race and started using race. You have black people, you have white people, Negroid people, and all that different stuff in the 18th and 19th century. And here we are today using these terminologies that we never came up with. I think that's the root of what Lord Abba is probably coming from. Ultimately, that these
let me.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna step away for a second. Go ahead. Hey, Wujao, peace and love to you, bro. Peace. If you need me to share that, Wujao, I'll share your screen.
Peace to brother Wujao. Let me just real quick. I want to add a little context to what Garfield is saying based on my studies, and I'm a little rusty. Y'all know I'm knee deep into politics right now. But I'm a little bit rusty, but my memory is still okay, right? So when you look at, and some of what Garfield was saying is actually correct. When you look at the rise of Islam, when it becomes start to lighten up, right? What we see in the scholarship is converts from Judaism who have converted into Islam. And they have taken the curse of Canaan and now superimposed it into Islamic exegesis. And so when you look at Islamic scholars like Ibn Khaldun, he is the first one to say the curse of Ham based on my research. Based on my research, and like I said, I'm a little rusty. So now what we know is the Hermetic hypothesis and the curse of Ham, replacing what's said in the original biblical text, meaning the curse of Canaan, comes from many of these people who were Jewish converts into the religion. We know that certain mosques in Africa, they would not let our people in, particularly those that knew themselves as Moabites. I've chronicled this in my own research, citing the fact that the Bible said that the Moabites and the Ammonites shall not join the congregation of the Lord, etc., etc. You had Muslims actually practicing this in places like Algiers and certain other places that I can't think of offhand. So there's definitely a religious element and tilt to this whole thing, and I don't believe that Kush is a term that's made up by these
No, Kush not
Jews.
made up. No, Kush not made
Yeah,
up.
I think that's what Garfield said. Yeah,
No,
so
I don't think.
I
I don't
just kind
think
of wanted
nobody
to
say
add
that.
that. Hmm.
I'm not sure. I don't think nobody say that. Yeah, I don't think though. Nubia, the Nubian term is made up.
Yeah, I broke that down some years ago. Right, they didn't like that. I cited from the sources of the people of the land. I believe that was Cordofan, if I'm saying that correctly. They rejected the term Nub or Nuba or Nubia because it denoted slave, under the premise that Arabs, when they saw the walls of Egypt and they saw the Cushites presenting the Egyptian kings with gold, they saw that place as the land of gold. And this it's man, you could really get deep. You go into Sudan and you look up the Arabic word "sud," and you'll see that "sud" basically means to blacken, to denigrate. Then you break down the word denigrate. And in that word, denigrate, that NIGR part, that goes back to the word Negro and the word nigger, which is a term that I can't stand. Right? Like this thing has layers, and I've been teaching on this for years, so I'm glad that this conversation is finally coming to a head.
Hey,
Yeah, but
peace,
John
peace.
B. Clark been told that. How you doing, Booja? Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, just peace. Everybody, Garfield,
Please,
whatever.
please.
Yeah. So I've been tuned in. I came in late, but I've been tuned in, and I had just want to make a couple of comments. So I start from here going backwards. But I want to say, Lord Abba, yeah, what you're saying is 100% correct. As far as your arguments that you say you were making on the other channel and everything, and they're not going to have any comeback because somebody even sent me a timestamp to where you were making your argument. I think you asked the question plain as day, why didn't they paint themselves black or whatever, and Reggie danced all around your question, never
He
answered it.
danced, boy. He danced.
Never answered it. And then and see what I want to make a comment about. We have to stop enabling these people to do that, because people are being dumbed down and bamboozled by these pseudo blackologists that have been doing this for the past 2 years and even more. But I say 2 years because I took a hiatus for about 2 years. I come back and it's still this mess going on. And I'm saying that it's just common sense. And I showed it last night that if the ancient Egyptians were so stuck on colorism and stuck on their skin being black, so much so that they named their country after their skin color, then the question is, why didn't they represent to the world in their artwork that's visually presented to the world? Why didn't they paint themselves black when they could have? They didn't, and nobody could get around that. And then on top of that, here's what I don't understand, why people are not making these pseudo blackologists eat their words. If the ancient Egyptians were were focused on his skin color, and that skin color being black, the word Kim, because everybody's on this word Kim. If their skin color was Kim, then why would it be a need to point out any single Egyptian as being Kim? Because that's the joke. Because I saw the comment when y'all were mentioning Ned or Ned. Like, see, people got to stop enabling these pseudo blackologists. Ned or Ned did nothing and proved nothing at all. Talking about he put the Kim glyph with the hair determinative. Everybody knows that there's a word black in the Egyptian language. That's Kim. That's an adjective. Pointing out a single man as being black or whatever daggers the larger argument. Why would you point out that a man is a man if he's in a group of men? That's dumb. That's retarded. So why would you point out somebody being black if they're among a group of blacks?
Hold on, Wu Zhao. Did you see the Asar Kim dude bring up the images of the dark-skinned Egyptians, or the dark brown-skinned Egyptians is what I'm going to call them, alongside of the people that were painted in the way that you described in the reddish-brown hue? Did you see that part?
No, I didn't even see that part.
So it's the same argument that you're making right now. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, but I'm saying all of this is crazy. And see, they always move the goalposts. Because I'm telling you, this whole argument, we've been arguing this for years and years, and certain people jumped in the argument thinking that they have an opposing view when they don't. They have no standing, but see, they don't understand all that stuff. So we entertain, make it teaching moments, entertain, and try to educate people on this. But it's gone too far now. People are enabling this stupidity to continue, and so now they're moving the goalposts. Now they're finding in Egyptian texts where Egyptians are being compared to the Nahisiu, which are the people in modern day Sudan, as being black. So check this out. So the Egyptians are calling the people in today's Sudan, but to them it was Ta-Nehisi, which is south of Egypt. The Egyptians called them black, Kim. And then they're comparing an Egyptian to them as being black. So that right there daggers their whole conversation. It shows that the Egyptians saw their southern neighbors as black, and that supports the early Egyptological works when, like Budge and his peers during that time, when they translated the word Nahisi as Negroes, which is the word blacks, and then their land, Ta-Nehisi, as Negro land, which is to say black land. So when people want to talk about Kemet means the black land, nah, it's Sudan is the black land. Even the word Sudan is shortened form of Bilad el Sudan, which was all of sub-Saharan Africa at one point. Then it got shrunk to the single country name, and now it's divided North Sudan and South Sudan today. But it all lines up, it all matches up. And I think even Ngozi pointed this out, that even when the Arabs called it that, they separated that from Misr for Egypt. So everything is lining up. So these pseudo blackologists don't even understand that they are in alignment with the early Egyptologists' view. But yet out their mouth, they say they're against the early Egyptologists, but all their behavior and actions and what their pseudo-isms is supporting them. And that's what's crazy. And so all this stuff has gone too far. It has to end. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me share this real quickly with the family.
Oh, Garfield, I just want to answer your question. That's why I had this picture up, just real quick. That because I heard you you asked about the top figures on this picture. So I just wanted to quickly let you know that those are women.
Okay.
I
just want to know if they're white women. I'm into white women, so I want to know if they're white women.
No, they're women, but to your point, and to my point I was making, that the women are painted yellow, or they call it pale yellow or yellow, and the men are painted red. That's it. That's what the Egyptians say. The Egyptians,
they're Chinese. You know, Chinese yellow.
They're Chinese, man. They're Chinese.
So could the Orientals make that argument, huh? That because the women were painted yellow, I'll just say it. It's okay. Oh, y'all did already. That is hilarious.
Check this out, though. This is the This is according to Jews, a study of race and environment. This is in our modern day times. So now this is what the Sephardi types look like, right? And they would call them swarthy and all that stuff, right? Now look at what the Negroid type looks like. This is the Negroid type. So you see, when we use these terms, people don't realize what you're doing when you adapt to these terminologies that they're using. So this is in like 1900s. Galatian Jews, the Negro types. Does this look like us if we're going based off lookership right here? Of phenotypes or whatever? These are Jews, but they're considered the Negroid type. So when my Hebrew Israelite brothers see this, they say, oh, they call the Jews black. And it becomes one big bangarang. Yeah, this is all because of Hitler, by the way, too. He's one of them that pushes foolishness. Well, anyway, back to you guys. Shesmo, let me just get you out the way fast. What's your question?
Let me make this point real quick.
Yeah.
Real fast. I want to come after what Wuja said. He basically said that these people are howling, screaming as if they're fighting against the Egyptologists. When in actuality, they're promoting the same racism that the early Egyptologists promoted. And I think the thing that is most diabolical, and it only can be explained through the scam. I mean, they're absolutely scamming. They absolutely scam. There's no other way to explain that. For you to show us a picture of one person or two people or 10 names in a 4,500 year period is complete foolery at levels unexplained, but through the scam. There is no other way to say this. So as you hear the words of the great John Henry Clark, and he explains the situation in detail with confidence, with elegance, with grace, with scholarship, through the eyes of how a nation is supposed to see themselves, through science, the social construct, the ridiculous rule, one drop rule, as he explains all these things, and he makes a declaration that there is no black land. Where would you find that at? That there are people that can be considered non-African that have just as dark skin. All this is scientific data. So when they do that and go against that and make it seem like that you're not actually representing black, it is the most complete scam I've ever seen in the community. And Smash Scamwell leads the damn way for that foolery, yo. And I gotta say it, and I'm gonna keep saying it till he wake the hell up.
Yeah, this is just to add on to what brother Lord Abba talked about earlier. Let me just read this for the brother. It's from a book called Black and Slavery by David M. Goldenberg. Beyond implications, an explicit link between blacks and slavery in the context of the Noah story first appears in a Syria-Christian work known as the Cave of Treasures, dating in its present form to the 6th or 7th century, but originally goes back to the 4th or 3rd century. Expanding on the biblical story, the work quotes the biblical text, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers," and explains why Noah cursed Canaan with slavery, although Ham sinned. The reason offered is that Canaan had invented musical instruments by means of which sin had multiplied in the world. But this is the part that I want you to see. The Arabic version of that work, it says Canaan's descendants, it expands it to all black people. This is why I put the Muslim part in. Noah was angry with Ham and said, "Let Canaan be cursed and let him be a slave to his brothers." Noah increased in his curse of Canaan, therefore his sons became slaves. They are the Copts, the Cushites, the Indians, the Muslim, and all the other blacks are called Sudan. So in that, they are the Egyptians, the Kubawians, the Indians, the Ethiopians, and all those whose skin color is black. So it included, this is what the Muslims did. This is not, nobody else did this. This is what the Muslims did. And if you look in the sources, the Muslim sources, you see Ibn Sa'id, Tabari, Masudi, Kuzwani, Rabami, Ibn Khaldun, and Makrari refer to Cush as the son of Canaan, which is not biblical. So they made up their own tradition to justify whatever they were doing. And let me just go to the part where they actually, when it reached to the west, and you see Zahara and the Blackmores and all this foolishness, Zarara, and how they started quoting those people and using, and the Canaan was the slave of slaves, and they quoting all of that. So it's really the Muslims back to the to the Catholics in just put it on all of us. So pretty much
Well, the Jews. Let me say, Garfield, real quick. This whole thing starts with those. Somebody don't want me to say Jews. I heard somebody clear their throat.
You can say Jews.
Oh, okay. Because I'm one of them people. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of that. What happened?
You know, I'm feeling like.
All right. Well, I'm gonna just say this. All of that has its origin. This is from my research. I urge people to go back and look at the videos I did years ago because I break all of this stuff down. And this starts with the Jews. There's also a time when the Jews intermingle with the Hellenistic rulers, right? And when we say Hellenistic rulers, history calls them Greeks, a name that they never knew themselves by. And we start to get the Septuagint out of this mixing up of these two groups. This is why when you're looking up the word more in the etymological dictionary, and you can go to the online etymological dictionary right now, it says probably from the people's name in reverse, right? Because it says more, Berber, and then it says dark or black. But it's and related to Negroes, but this was probably from the people's name in reverse. And when you do the breakdown to it, it says more does not become cognate with the word black until post-classical antiquity. The coin speakers, or what they dub the Alexandrian tongue. So more is not defined as black until these people, whom also at the same time are intermingling with these people that we call Jews today, or the propagators of what we could call Judaic texts today. Like this thing has some layers to it. If we're trying to unravel all of these different layers to get to the bottom of it, but it doesn't start with Catholicism. They borrow this into their doctrine of conquest and wanting to conquer Guinea. The Chronicles of Azarora, right, talking about when they captured a Moor. But what Moor did they capture? Because when you look at it, it says that the Moor told them, no, y'all are looking for the Moors with the curly or the kinky hair, not me. Meaning a fairer skinned Moor, or one that was of Islam, Islamic or Muslim, excuse me, one who was a Muslim. He told them, and this is in the records, and I've touched on all of this stuff. This is in the records. Look up the Chronicles of Azarara. It's right there. All this stuff goes back to the Jews, man. I'm telling you, it's right there.
How does it go back to the Jews? I don't get that.
You got to think it's their text.
I'm telling you, yes, it's
no.
But listen, Abba, I'm not even gonna argue. We could end it right now. We don't have to go no further. All I am saying is this: I don't care whether it's the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews are involved. It's their text, but it's a misconstruing of their text. It's not them. Listen, if you look at the Christians, right? This is why I brought this up right here. When I brought up the whole thing about the Syriac Christian text, Cave of Treasures, that's not the Jews. That's a Christian text. They're the ones that assign blackness to slavery. That's not the Jews. Now, why did the Arabs, hold on, Lord Abba, why would the Arabs now in their edition don't make it about just the Canaanites or the Cushites? They say all black people is cursed. That's the Muslims. That ain't got nothing to do with no Jews. It's their text. But this perspective is an Arabic perspective. It ain't got nothing to do with no Jews. If you want to say that the Portuguese Jews were the ones that read the text and then let the Roman government know because they had to rent out West Africa to have permission to go down there, that's a different argument. But I wouldn't put the Jews in this conversation at all, because I usually used to blame them about the Talmud until I met a Talmudic scholar a couple weeks ago, and I say, yo, what's up with this? But then I come to find out that certain editions of the Talmud is putting a modern day context on the writings of old to make it look like it's a black and white issue. So now we blame the Talmud, but we shouldn't be blaming the Talmud. We need to blame those Arabic scholars that translated the Cave of Treasures and included all black people. We can't make that up. That is fact. All right.
All right.
Let
So
me
how?
jump in.
I don't. I don't want to. I don't. Let me say this. Just just to for edification, right? Because I'm not trying to argue with you about the topic. We're having a good discussion right now, and we're approaching this from two different perspectives based on our specific research. So yes, when you look at the Jewish text, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
No, man.
I mean, it gets no basic than that. No, chill. It gets no basic than that.
I
Let me
agree.
jump
No,
in.
hold
Let,
on. Wait. Let me finish. I'm going to wrap it up real quickly. When you get to the Babylonian Talmud, right, and you get to the direct translations of the Babylonian Talmud, it tells the story of when the Greeks, if as they call them, the Hellenes, are in control of ancient Egypt. And whether the story is true or not, it's still in their text. And they go to Alexandria of Macedonia, whom the Europeans call the Great, and these are the Africans. And they say the land of Canaan belongs to us. This is the story that's in their Babylonian Talmud. And so Alexandria, according to their Talmud, say, prove it. And he says, well, I will use their scriptures. The land of Canaan, such and such, such and such, such and such. So then Alexandria, according to their text, turns to the Jews and asks them, what have you to say in response? They said, in response, according to their text, this is in the Babylonian Talmud, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants, shall he be unto his brethren. Now, who does the estate of the slave belong to but his master?
you
And
said
in
you
their
was
text,
gonna do it
hold on,
quick.
chill. In their text, the Babylonian Talmud, it says that Alexandria gave them 3 days to respond, and they could not because they came from that specific text. So what I'm saying is, I can point to a source of why this becomes this worldwide thing where we are looked at as a people to be subjugated. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm
Wow,
gonna
that
do
was a
this.
lot.
Again.
Garfield, let me dive in real quick. I'll go too
Hold
far,
on one
yo.
second. Let me do this
Come on,
one
man. He
last
hold up
time.
1 second, and you hold up one second, and
One
y'all
last
all
time
off
I'm gonna do
the
this.
damn.
Let me do this. Let me do this one last time.
Ah, man,
I
can I
am
make
not.
one statement and get it out of
Oh,
here?
go ahead.
One
Go ahead. My
statement.
bad, bro. Go ahead, bro.
It's one statement. The Bible wasn't talking about us. The fathers, they went in the read the damn text with a daggone map, man. That's all we ever got to do. Sit down and look at a map. They ain't with no farther than Parameses. That's in the Delta, man. They wasn't even including the whole. No, man, one little piece. So the curse be to Canaan wasn't talking about the majority of people in Africa at all. They ain't went no farther than that. You can't go no farther than the map say you went. Read the text.
Yeah.
We apply that shit to us, which is wild to me. And then Abba got a complex argument based off of not just looking at a simple map. No goddamn way am I going down that road.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, bro. Hey, and that's a very important point because it goes back to what I just said. Listen to it. Let me walk everybody through it a second. When I was growing up and studying, I used to blame the Jewish Talmud for the interpretation of black men, quote unquote black men. They said we were cursed because we have big lips, thick noses, right? And we had long donkey private parts, right? So in my studying of the Talmud, I blame the Jews for people looking at us in the for being black and being cursed. So I blame the Talmud, which wasn't printed until like around the 6th century AD. But watch this. Remember, look at what I'm reading. And Zoo, pay attention. You said beyond implications, an explicit link. That's the key word. An explicit link between blacks and slavery in the context, keyword context of the Noah story first appear in a Syriac Christian work. So this is a Syriac Christian work known as the Cave of Treasures. This ain't got nothing to do with the Talmud. This is the 3rd century. This ain't got nothing to do with no Talmud. This is the Eastern Christian Church. We need to get that straight in our heads. Now, they expanded on the biblical story, but the problem started. Now, look at this now. Let me go back to the text again. The problem started The Arabic and the Ethiopic versions of the work expand Canaan's descendants to include all blacks, not the Talmud. Garfield is not wrong, bro. This is right in front of your face. Are you saying this is the source is wrong? You don't know the history.
What I'm saying is you're taking.
Let me finish, Abba.
Well, you asked me a question.
Hold on. What we're doing is I'm not connected to the Jews. I'm not connected to Christians, and I definitely don't believe in Islam. I'm not connected. I've cut that off. So I have no obligation to pacify a lie. I have no motives. I am blank in this. And
bro, I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Map up real quick, Garfield.
Let me finish my point.
I want you to finish, and I need 20 seconds. That's all I need.
People need to realize
you don't need 1 second. You don't want 1 second.
I'm gonna say it again.
Yo, be quiet.
Hold on, family. The Syria Christian work, Cave of Treasures, is what associated blackness with slavery. This is before the Talmud was written. This is before the Talmud. Talmud ain't got nothing to do with this. The Arabic versions and the Ethiopic versions claim that it was for all black people. That's the problem now. Because where did they get it that you're black and you're cursed and expanded this misunderstanding or misconstrued the biblical text for it to even have this meaning based off of what Brother Ankh just said? So when you look at the Cave of Treasures, they're talking about dark-skinned people, black people, all this different stuff. But what did the Arab version do? The Arab version changed the game. It changed the game now. So when it changed the game, so you are Cushites. So you're Cushites, that means you are black. Bilal al-Sunan. Then what happened now? The curse of Ham migrates to the west. In his Chronicle of Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, Zoraro recounted the Portuguese expedition to the African coast in 1441 when some Moors were captured and brought back to Portugal. We are given an indication of the ethnicity of these African Moors when Zoraro tells us that their language was Azanagoai of Sahara. But anyway, besides all of that, what happened when the Portuguese started reading about these people who are Cushites? What happened? They started getting translations of the same verse, Genesis 9:25. And guess what? They started having an illustration of it. And then the introduction of black skin into the retelling of Noah's curse of slavery grew out of two early traditions. And I already said them already. If we want to argue about if it's the Talmud, I'm not even putting the Talmud in it. I'm going before the Talmud and breaking it down. Well, go ahead.
Put the Old Testament map there. While Lord Abbott talking, go find an Old Testament.
Yeah, find an Old Testament map because it's going to be irrelevant. It's going to be irrelevant to what I was saying. So please pull up the Old Testament. So I've now adopted the term conflict community. Thank you, brother Wujao, because all I was trying to do was add some context to the argument of how we get stuck with this black label and how it translates into today's times and why we're so gung-ho on keeping up the pushing of the black label. You gave a perspective and I gave a perspective. Garfield just likes to argue with me. I came on a couple weeks ago and just cited something.
Now you broke that Bible. You ain't gonna argue with that.
No. Just arguing with me. Then read something, and I'm like, why are you reading that? You reading the source that I read. We was talking about Ethiopia meaning sundered in twain. Just having the argument, just the argument.
Come on, Abba. Come on, move on.
But that's okay. So I'm gonna end with this. The point is, there was no reason for this argument. You just want to blame Islam and blame or hate Arabs or anybody is anything that our people are into, and you stand on nothing. You just want to argue. Let's stick to the topic of the conversation. There was no need for us to even go here at all. None. Zero.
Okay, I got you. All right. Before we move on, let me just read one last part of this book, and this is just going to tie everything together. All right. As opposed to the Canaan-based stories, the Ham-based expansions of the biblical narrative were not known through a direct encounter with the Bible, but were transmitted through independent Muslim traditions. Let me say that again. It was not known through a direct encounter with the Bible, but were transmitted through independent Muslim traditions. The dual form of the curse of Ham, in which black skin is part of the curse, was a direct result of the increasing importation of black slaves to Arab lands and the consequent degradation of their status. This was an important development in the Curse of Ham saga, for the dual curse more profoundly tied blackness to servitude. Dark-skinned people were no longer seen merely as those who were affected by Noah's curse of slavery. Now, part of the curse itself, black skin, became the intentional marker of servitude. All right. Let me get to what's his name? Let me get to Ankh real quick. Oh, let me get Sean P. Say what you got to say, because I know you're not gonna stay long anyway. Go ahead, Sean P. Say what you got to say. Then we're gonna get to where's Shesmu? He jumped off. Then I'm gonna get back to Ankh.
Nah, let Ankh go, bro. I can wait.
No, because I'm gonna play John Henry Clark. We're gonna go into the video. We're gonna change topic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey,
So,
oh.
go on.
No, this
I
is.
know
this
you
is-
got to Ujao. I know you got to address homeboy. Let Sean.
No,
do what he gotta do.
I'm not. Nope. I just put it on the screen. It speaks for itself. No, but Garfield, I was going to ask you what you were just showing. Was that part of a presentation that you did?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have? Did you do it already?
I'm gonna do it over. I'm gonna do it. I've done it. I've done it weekly, so I could show it, improve, and everything. Yeah.
No, because I'm interested in that in what you were saying. So if you've done it already, just give me the link to the video, or if you're gonna do it again, that's even better. But I just want to let you know I'm interested in that. So point me to it wherever you did that.
Yeah. And by the way, too, I do agree with Lord Abba that the story originated with the Bible. That's how I used to argue years ago. Like the Bible story originate, but people misconstruing it and saying it's for all black people. That's a problem. That's a problem. I'm gonna, before I play this video, I'm going to your video from yesterday. Sean P, you want to say something, bro, regarding what we talking about?
I want you to put the map up there. You could have been.
Which one of the maps you want to put, bro?
Just the Old Testament map for people to look at so they can see.
No, not you. I'm talking Sean. Sean, what you want to do?
Nah, because I'm gonna divert. I don't want to divert from where y'all at.
What you wanted to talk about, though? I want to get you out the way, though.
Okay. I just had a question for Abba. I just needed to know
for Lord
if he was
Abba.
a Meccan.
You got a question for Abba?
Yeah.
Abba, you got a question?
I needed to know if he was a Meccan or if he was a Muslim.
Lord Abba, go answer that. Yo, you're a troublemaker.
So
No. A Meccan. You know the Muslims. You know his people who he claimed. They fought the Meccans. The Meccans wasn't fucking with Islam.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question. You don't understand the question.
Who am I speaking with?
Identify yourself more. Shout out to
conflict with itself.
Who am I speaking with?
It's Brother Sean, man. Go ahead, brother.
The one you said Islam came in peace. The one who wrote against you saying that you said that Islam came in peace and had blood on it from the beginning.
So we having a debate with Lord Abba right now?
No, we ain't debating.
That's a simple question.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay. The question is irrelevant. I have no answer.
Hey, you know, it's a balance in that. In some places it came in peace, in some places it came, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to really, I mean, it ain't, you know, like Christianity, everybody ain't chopping your head off. They finesse you and shit like lightning and smash scramble.
I'm trying not to go there because it's going to take the conversation way off. So I'm not. I'm not. I would like to get back to debunking the pseudology of blackness. Thank you.
No, I need to know if you're a Meccan or a Muslim.
You don't need to know anything. Drop down or add to the conversation.
Okay, I don't know anything, right? I don't know anything, right?
I'm making. Hold on, what you saying, Sean?
Mecca, the Meccans.
Oh, Meccans, Meccans. Oh, Mecca, yeah. Meccans. Okay, that's what he asked you. That's what he asked you. I don't even think he's practicing.
It's silliness.
So you're a convert. You're a convert, right? I just want to establish that. I know. He was a practicing Muslim at one point because he was a Moor.
Yeah. And I don't think he practiced Islam. You practice Islam, Abba?
Yeah, what is this? All the shit, you know?
Well, y'all want to have a conversation with Lord Abba, book Lord Abba
Oh
to
my
come
God!
on and
I'm
we
not
can have
calling
this
you no
build.
more Abba. I'm not calling you no. Your name is Abba.
Oh,
Y'all crazy.
would you say
Man.
book Lord Abba? That shit funny as hell. I'm sorry, you saying you want to have a conversation.
Book, that's right, book Lord Abba.
Y'all crazy.
At book, at book, at
Yo,
book
I
Lord
like
Abba.
that one right there.
Yeah, that's
I like
wild. That's
that.
We're trolling as hell right now, yo.
That's hilarious.
All right, let me get Ankh out the way. Let me get Ankh out the way right now. Here you go, Ankh. Here you go. You on the floor. Go ahead. You gotta make your point.
What map you got right there?
I got the Old Testament map. Come on, let's go.
Alright, so I can't even see the shit you put up on the half big. Alright, so what's down there? Punt. What's our way down there at the? Let me see.
You got Kush, you got Saber, you got Havila.
You got Punt. Yep, you got Punt.
I don't think Punt is on here.
It's gotta be.
Not
Where
in the
they
Bible.
put Punt at?
Not in the Bible. Not in the Bible, brother. Not in the Bible.
Punt not in the Bible?
No, sir. Putt.
You mean they just put? Is it in English?
Putt is in the Bible. Foot. Putt. But not punt.
Yeah. You tread, right? They really trying to say you tread. Am I correct?
No, that's not in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're talking about.
I know you tread is not in there, but I know punt is you tread.
The punt is not there. Putt is there, not punt. Putt.
Oh, so where that's at? That's up there.
That's Libya. That's Libya. That's Libya.
Oh shit. So then why they showing that much of the map then, yo? You get it? Why would they show that much? I don't know
because they got words that connection. Pathrusim, Kush, Deba, Havila, Ophir.
So what they don't they put Kush beside punt?
In other words, there was no need to bring up this damn map. So let's move on, please. Thank you.
No. Whoa. In reality, that's the world, though. That's the world they talking about right there, yo.
Yeah, that's the world. That's the reality.
And when you see the names of the shit, that's all they knew about. That's the whole world, yo. Right there. That's their world right there, yo. And my point is, yo, you missing 85% of Africa and another 90% of the rest of the planet, and people sitting around acting like that particular deity, you know what I'm saying, it saved the damn world or gave rise to the world. Yeah, to that world right there, yo. And that's it. You can't prove nothing past that.
I think y'all missed what I said earlier. I got you. I think y'all missed.
Can't hear you, Ab.
Yeah, I think y'all missed what I said earlier. I was just going to the origins and how it sprouted into Christianity, which became the tool to dominate or subjugate our people, etc., etc. I don't know where the rest of this whole argument even came from.
No. Because I tried to stop you. You went deep. I wasn't even trying to let you go. You went deep. Yeah, you went like 5 minutes deep. I was just trying to say.
Well, I was just kind of responding to Garfield in a way, just to kind of add on to what was being said from my perspective, to give the audience something else to look at and research. That's all.
So if you say curse be to Canaan, right? All right. And it ain't even talking about niggas in Central, West Africa, South Africa, none of that, which we predominantly come from, West and Central Africa. Then they wasn't talking about us. Later on, I think you make the point that later on somebody applied it, and then Garfield backed you up and told you specifically who applied it. So I thought we was all on the same rope. I don't know how this shit got disconnected.
Me neither.
You get it?
I don't really get it, but I see what you're saying.
I'm saying that they only talking about one piece of Africa.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying.
You say the curse of Canaan, right? And why I say you say the Bible is clear. They say they cursing Canaan, and then Garfield say, yeah, but that was applied by these particular people here. So the Bible people couldn't have applied it to West and Central Africa because they didn't know about that world at all to apply any damn thing, right?
Yeah, but that's a different argument.
Huh?
Yeah, but that's a different argument, right?
Time out 1 second. Hey, brother Law, how long you know Garfield? Hold on 1 second, my brother. Brother Law, How long do you know Brother Garfield? I'm talking to Brother Law in the chat. He said, where is the Arabic source though? You think this is just made up, that Garfield just here to talk on the internet? How long do you guys know me? I've been in the community for over 10 years. There's nothing I say that I don't have a source for. You gotta recognize who the people who are scholarly are. Now watch this. This is the main issue here, right? Look at this right here. As it turns out, however, there are early contra-biblical traditions that do consider Canaan to be the ancestor of Black Africans and others of dark skin. Somebody got to mute up. Such a genealogy linking Canaan and blacks. Look at this now. Such a genealogy linking Canaan and blacks, independent of any connection to the story of Noah and contrary to the Bible's genealogy, is found commonly in Islamic literature, attributed to authorities from Yo, come on.
No, I'm asking, did it say commonly? I'm not trying to cut you off, bro. Did it say commonly? Because I'm not, okay, that's all. I'm not trying to cut you off. Okay.
We on a roll right now. Commonly in Islam. You see, when we talk about Islam around Muslim,
I'm not making no Islamic argument.
Take emotions out, man. Come on, man. Let me finish. Is found commonly in Islamic literature attributed to authorities from the early 7th century onward. Thus, Ibn Sa'id, 845, Tabari, 923, Mas'udi, 10th century, Kazwini, 1283, Ragsbudi, whatever his name is, 13th, 14th centuries, Ibn Khaldun, and Makrizi refer to Cush as the son of Canaan. Others reverse the order and have Canaan as the son of Cush, like such and such and such and such, and they have all the quote. So this is what you do, Brother Law.
I got you.
Screenshot this screen, and then you'll find the sources. And in the book, of course, when he puts the numbers beside them, he gives the direct sources in the book. So if you want the book, I could give you the book. The Muslim tradition that Nimrod, a black flat-nosed boy, was the son of Canaan is also related to the Canaanite Cushite association. In the Bible, Genesis 10:8, Nimrod is the son of Cush, not Canaan. Several Muslim authors extend Canaan's descendants to include other dark-skinned African peoples, and they name them and all that stuff. The sources is all there, man. It's all
so
there.
Just to add on, Garfield, because before you read that source, and I'm praying that the people that actually listen. I said that in Islam we start to get the curse of Ham through people who are largely Jewish converts into the religion. I named Ibn Khaldun, and like this, I'm making an argument just to argue, man. I don't want to talk about this. No, I'm not going to talk about it. Y'all have at it.
Lord Time out, everybody. Time out. Lord Abba, you're being disingenuous right now. I'm going to tell you.
I don't know. Well, hold on. Don't tell me I'm being
disingenuous.
Don't tell me I'm being disingenuous. Don't do that, bro.
Why are you being disingenuous?
No, I'll never be disingenuous.
No, he might not.
I'm never disingenuous. I'm never disingenuous. Don't do that.
Everybody hold on.
So long, we lost his point, bro.
Everybody stop.
No, I'm saying we went so long. Let him reiterate on his point, because we lost it. He went so long.
Didn't I just read that all of this comes from right here? It comes from the Cave of Treasures, and that the Arabic and the Ethiopian versions expanded Canaan descendants to include. Who is the Arabic versions? Who is that? Who is that? You talking about Ibn Khaldun, who is writing later on, around in the 12th or the 13th century. He's writing.
Muslim. That's a Muslim, right?
Yeah, but that is not even the oh man, I can't believe he did that.
But he's just saying, no. I'm saying he went so long, we missed it. So if he's attributing it to the Muslims and you're attributing it to the Muslims, just a different time period, it still falls back on the Muslims, yo. That's what I'm saying. He went so fucking long that we couldn't get you. Y'all was arguing over the time period of the Muslim. You feel me?
Let me get to
I wasn't arguing over that at all. I just made a reference. I said people like Ibn Khaldun. I don't know. Garfield just wants to argue. I'm never disingenuous. I don't ever get up on anybody.
Why would you use Khaldun though? Why would you use Khaldun,
man? God, these people don't listen. Conflict community. Shit is ridiculous, man.
I asked you, why did you use Khaldun? That's not a conflict.
It was the top of his head, yo. He just mentioned the mother.
Nah, so let me answer the question. Let me
Hey,
answer this
Sean, he went
question.
too long. He lost himself.
Here's the answer to that question. The reason why I use Caldoon is because somebody's mic is open and I can't even hear myself. So the reason why I use Caldoun is because it is he who popularizes the Hamitic hypothesis, the curse of Ham, where when it goes into the Muslim exegesis, they don't say that it's Canaan that was cursed. They say that it was Ham that was cursed. The European scholarship borrowed borrowed from Caldoun's take. That's why I said those Muslim scholars, many of whom were converts, like Ibn Khaldun, and please go back and listen. I mean,
Yeah,
like I said,
Canaan was
I
cursed.
came
You're
up
right.
there with
Cursed be the
specific.
Canaan. You're right.
Let's move on.
I came up there with specific.
Let's move on.
It's-
All right. Point taken.
Okay, what source was popularized by Caldoun? Hold on, y'all. Let me, please. What source did people use that said that he popularized it? What source?
You guys subscribe to Lord Abba, talk to LordAbba.com, yo.
Nah, bro, I ain't doing none of that. I want to know, was it the Macadema?
You should.
What source?
You should. You will learn
I'm straight.
something. I'm
No,
done. I'm done with the conversation. Don't
I
worry
want to
about
know
it.
what source
Go
was
watch my video.
popularized by Caldoun. Can you give me the source that you said that was popularized?
All right.
All right.
Let's move on to
don't got one.
I'm gonna have your video here. I'm gonna play the John Henry Clark part.
Go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
we'll move on.
I don't fall over that, Garfield. I politely asked for a source.
He not
I
gonna give
wasn't
it to
rude
you.
or disingenuous.
He not gonna give it to you.
So my source is kick rocks. That's my source. Kick rocks.
So that's twice. That's twice removed. That's twice removed. You can answer the question I asked you. Appreciate you.
Hey, I see I got Saya Ghana in the back. You want patch that up,
You'll
man?
see.
Y'all peace out?
We peaced out. Until I cuss him out when they come on here. But we in peace right now.
I'm
Until he
not
say something
putting him
stupid.
on. I don't want his energy in here. I don't want his energy. We already dealing with
Yeah,
one.
he all right sometimes. He all right. He ain't on the hate list. He all right.
Nah. I don't want. Nah. You could send me Jeremiah Judah. I'll bring Jeremiah Judah up. I ain't bringing up this dude. This dude is a weirdo. He's a weirdo. Saya, yo, I'm sure you're a good man, but nah, bro. Your energy doesn't ain't right.
Yeah, Ghana can hold his breath sometime and calm down. Yeah, I mean, if you keeping that back too long, he gonna start writing.
Yo, stupid, yo. All right, so family, let's look at this right here now. So we have this video right here, John Henry Clark. We're gonna play this video and listen to the great John Henry Clark right now.
First promoted by Wuja in 2024.
He want to come on ABBA. I can't do that. I ain't let nobody on to come on ABBA. No, my brother.
What ABBA say? What ABBA say?
He want to come on ABBA. I'm like, nah, man, leave ABBA alone.
Nah, leave ABBA alone. I don't even know if ABBA practices Islam no more. Who the hell knows? We done all grown.
All right, let me play this video real quick. Let's get this out the way.
Abba is into politics right now.
Yeah, into politics, not religion. Y'all heard the man.
And I'm here to tell you, they did not.
You can't tell me that, Gozi. You can't tell me that.
They did not, though. It's just what it is.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Difficult to say Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American.
And Jabari know, yo, he all part of this thing.
This an event right here. I get a chance to have a sincere conversation with Jabari, man. That's an event right there.
I was in the building.
Let me play this clip and then we can let Jabari go in. We play this clip. This is an important clip right here. Play this clip. This is an important clip. Wujao played on his thing. I want to show you the thing in the context. Watch that.
A condition. And a people is not a condition. A people must have a name that relates them to land, history, and culture. And so therefore, the name of a people, if it's going to be authentic, cannot be black. That can refer to how the people look. The name of the people have to relate to the land of origin. No one is having any difficulty saying Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. The black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about with black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called black, from which we emulate, black land, black area, black borough, then I'm afraid that the word black is rather limited.
Right. Like to thank you very much. You've certainly.
Glad Lord Ab ain't had that clip coming up, boy. Okay. Y'all heard that.
I played those, clip, right? Wait, I played those back in the days.
Did you? I'm glad I ain't see you.
I played all of them. Look, I played them clips. Nobody was listening to me, man. Nobody was listening. I played all of that stuff.
No, you ain't do that right.
Hold on. Do you want me to play it out until Jabari came in and then we talk, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, go ahead. But that was a devastating clip right there. Yeah, that shit make everybody start looking around. Sarnetta called him ignorant. I don't think he meant it that way, yo. He was like,
hold up. You know, the important takeaway. The important takeaway, though. But here's the important takeaway with that is that all these people in the conflict community, they start name dropping these elder scholars. They'll say Diop, they'll say Dr. John Henry Clark, George G. Jackson, and they'll just start naming these scholars, but not really be familiar with what these scholars are actually saying. And so when you play video clips like this, now it's like it stabs them in the back, because John Henry Clark, if they were a true student of Dr. Clark, then they would be on the same page as Dr. Clark. And so Dr. Clark is saying that he wishes that the bathing in black would be done with, and we can get on to more important things. And look, this is from 1973, y'all. So if he's saying it back then, why are we in 2024 still having these ignorant, backwards, retarded conversations? That's what I'm saying. We got to stop enabling these people. We have to stop enabling these people to do that. Everybody's being bamboozled, and it's just hindering growth. That's why I'm telling people. I'm telling these are retarded teachers. The word retarded means to slow down. Retard is to slow, and I don't mean it in a negative way, calling somebody retarded. But that's what's happening. People are being stifled and slowed down, and we're becoming the laughing stock of the world stage of scholarship. Don't nobody care about the conflict community and what people are saying on the conflict community. Half the scholars that people are able to get on their show, and I know Garfield and Ankh, y'all experienced it firsthand. When they agree to come on the show, they agree for one reason, and then somebody else is going to weaponize what they say, and then the scholars get turned off. And now they're going to make the block hot, as we say. They're going to make the block hot, and now nobody can get any scholars on their program. You see, that's the sabotage. That's what these pseudo blackologists are doing. And it's got to stop. It's got to end.
And by the way, when that interview with Cara Cooney, that's I don't know if they have shown it over that channel over there with Reggie. Reggie, let me tell you something, brother. You owe that lady an apology, bro.
Yeah.
Because she's quote unquote white. You went there and attacked her, and you have never talked to a quote unquote black scholar like that. You've never talked to Dr. Rashidi and pseudo as he was. You never went in on none of them. And you went in on this lady like she was a part of the slave trade or something. And this is the problem. This is the problem.
When Reggie do that though? When Reggie don't normally do that.
Reggie, I'm gonna call him on the phone and tell him exactly what happened, because at the end of the day, people looking stupid out here, yo. We are looked at as the dumbest community in the world right now, based on what
facts.
Based on what Reggie did, I can't even repeat what Reggie did and what they said about Reggie.
That's why the academia rejects like certain arguments that we have valid arguments against. They reject it.
What?
Hey, you know,
They're making the block hot. Like I said, they're making the block hot.
Yeah, the block. Oh man, oh man. Hey, let me tell y'all something, man. I got so much scholars lined up for the next 20 weeks. Y'all gonna enjoy every Friday. I don't care who watches. We just gonna put the information out,
boy.
and we put the work in. We got Greek philologists, we got Egyptologists, we got everybody coming on here. We got rabbinical scholars, Hebrew scholars. We got everybody on here, so it don't matter. I'm not emotional towards the conversation. But Reggie, let me tell y'all this: what Reggie did, he set us back like 50 years. What he did, and I'm not even exaggerating.
Wait. You empower Reggie. Reggie ain't that important, yo. He ain't that important.
Hold on,
Black bull guy's not that important, bro.
Hold on, Reggie was my man, 20 grand. But bro, what he did. Tell them to play that interview. I want them to play the interview.
Let me say this. So it's kind of hard to offend Karakuni, yo, because she with the goddamn smoke all the way with y'all. So I don't actually think he offended her in that way. I think she just vehemently disagreed with him, and he did the Reggie thing. And you know how Reggie get his man. We'd be like, come on, yo, you know it don't mean that. I think it was that type of thing. I ain't never seen him be disrespectful like that. I've seen him just push his point and dumbfound. You be like, come on, yo, ain't nowhere in the world you don't know what the hell that's saying right there. Well, ain't nowhere in the world. So I think it might have been that. Because Cooney with the smoke. Huh?
You know, you killed the whole foolishness yesterday. You actually ended the conversation yesterday. You know that?
Sure did.
You said, if the Egyptians are black, how does that empower the African American community? I thought Truth Story named that topic. But that's what they've been saying the whole time. How does it empower you? We fight on each other names, friendship, and we find bruh.
Hey, God, you want to hear something funny?
All that anger. Hold on, brother. He took all that anger out on Karakuni to the point where she got frustrated in an interview, as per her conversation, and she said that he tried to make the people of Kemet the black cattle. She said that's one of the dumb.
I told you.
No, but that's not.
Hold on.
That's not.
Well, let's be honest and transparent. Don't you think the honorable thing would be to speak to that man?
No. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing the honor. The honor been without the door. No,
we read his argument.
Hold on. Pause. Come on. So I did a show the other day, and Reggie jumped on the panel and was talking shit. I'm sure. I don't know if you watched it, but did you say was it honorable for him to come and talk to me?
Nah,
He went there and jumped on the bandwagon and started talking shit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have emails from scholars, but what happened is these black scholars, I'm not going to show them because they know Reggie and they know Jabari. So I know the minute I show them, they're going to be like, hey, did you email Garfield? I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm not going to fall for that. So all these black, I email every black scholar you could think of that has to do with Kemet.
Yeah.
Every single one of them responded to me. And guess what? Some said they'll come on later, but guess what? Some don't want to F with this community at all.
Yeah,
because on another channel.
Well, I don't know about that. I tell you, let me make this point. I think this is clear. So for me, it's hard to see Reggie disrespect.
Show my picture real quick, please. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Finish, yo. Why the fuck would you diving? Oh, what's up, Sean?
He just said to show your picture.
Change your voice up. Okay, so it's hard to see him actually disrespecting anybody that way, right? He came a little closer and us battling back and forth, but it's hard. But it's easy to see how
your signal bad, bro.
my signal is bad. Is it bad
Is
now?
it me or is it bad?
No, it's probably my signal.
Hey,
It's not you, because you sound clear to me. Sounding
no,
clear.
no,
Is you?
you're chipped
Can you hear
out.
me
You
now? Or
chipped
is it
out.
gone?
Yo, I hear you now, my brother.
You can hear me now? So
Yeah.
I just, the point I was making was, I'm Cooney with the smoke. I don't think she was actually felt like she was disrespected, like as a woman or as a white woman. I think she felt disrespected as nobody really pays attention to what the scholars are actually saying. And I think, everybody does that. I know I don't do that because I use the scholars, but there's a lot of people guilty of claiming the scholars didn't do this work and didn't do that work. And at a certain point, it becomes totally ridiculous because obviously something had to be done to reach these conclusions. Nobody just allowing you, no matter what color you are, to push some shit forward and not be right. And Wuja on here and Sean on here, and so I know we all disagree on that point there. So I just say it's just the blatant thinking you didn't went past the academia thing is wild to me, when we all got the ability. If you want to challenge academia, you can only challenge by being in academia, and I think that's where a lot of people just fall short, yo. And that ain't throwing no shade. They just keep that shit a buck, yo.
I want to make a point to everybody. And Brother Law, I hope you don't think I was coming at you with my response, by the way.
No.
Reggie,
My main purpose of reasoning to jumping on, as I wrote to you in the back chat, was for that Islamic source.
Oh, this book right here. Let me show it to you right now. Hold on one second.
That's my main purpose.
How you doing, Brother Lau? How you doing, brother?
Alhamdulillah, I can't complain, brother.
Brother Law, this is the book right here. This is the cover on the screen. So look on the screen. That's it right there. If you want it, you could just text me, or I don't know if you have my number, but you could just email me. axbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and I'll send it to you.
That's all I need. I just wanted to screenshot. I'll purchase it. Thank you for being able to screenshot.
Hey, brother Lau, real quick.
Yes, sir.
In Islam, how was black people treated? Is it like the precursor to the disrespect of black skin color? Could you say that, or am I tripping? What you think, based off what you read in the Quran and stuff?
Well, I was looking at the chat, and first and foremost, the way they was definitively defining Islam in a word in Arabic is completely wrong.
Okay, go ahead, help us.
What is it? What is it? Arabic? What do you mean? What word? What are you talking about, bro?
Black.
And Sean, you
black
can jump in.
Arabic is aswad.
Aswad, yeah, aswad. Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, were blacks looked down upon? In some cases,
because of the color of your skin.
That's what you're asking me?
Yeah. Was it slavery or the color of your skin? What was the issue? Was you enslaved because of the color of your skin? You get the point I'm making, right? Europeans did it because of the color of skin.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you specifically what are you speaking in regards to.
So did they enslave Africans because of the color of their skin?
Well, most folks look upon Bilal as being the number one slave, which was perceived as, or it was, the slave to the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay.
Peace be upon him.
Okay.
All right, cool. All right. Hey, brother Law, thank you, bro.
He said Muhammad had slaves?
They all had slaves, bro. What are you talking about? You know this.
Bilal was the slave, bro.
You mean the prophet? God didn't tell him not to enslave humans? Oh, hell no. Let me mute out. I didn't know he was going to tell me that.
Og knows that that's not what it is. Come on, Og, stop with the chat, man. Go back to the. Let's let Wu Jiao give his break.
Allah didn't send down he didn't send down nothing to stop them from treating us the way that they did.
Oh, wow.
So
that's right. Here's the thing, not a God.
Yo, if y'all want to have this debate, hold on. Let me say this. If y'all really want to have this debate, we can set it up.
Oh, no.
We can set it up.
Let's set that up.
Let's set it up. Because I've been kicking Onk's ass on this topic for years.
Don't say no, Garfield. Don't say no.
Hold on. Uncle Abba, hold on. We on John Henry Clark, yo. Have some reverence, man. Come on, man. We on John Henry Clark. We ain't on no Islam. We know what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
John Henry Clark beat up Islam too.
I know, brother. Law just came on and asked about the name of the book. That's it.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
We
I just
finished
want
with
to clarify.
Islamic talk. Let's go to Ujao. You were saying something. Somebody in the chat don't want to come on the panel. Who's that?
Oh yeah, I've given
Let me
too
say
much
this to this
attention
guy
to
right
this
here.
person. But wait, let me just say, okay.
Hold on, let me say this guy.
Okay.
Ankh is my dude. We on the phone 20 times a day. If you and him got beef, I'm not gonna bring you on a panel with Ankh until he says to me, y'all good. But on the other hand, your energy is just not right, in my opinion. It's nothing, I don't know you like that. But every time you come on, if we say something that we differ, it blows up and it spoils the whole show. So I don't know if you're a great guy. You're probably the greatest father in the world. You're probably the greatest husband in the world. But bro, when you come on my panel, there's always an issue. So I can't allow you on my panel. Ankh, are you and him good?
Yeah, we're good until we're not.
I don't even like.
But I don't dislike him. Nah. I don't put him in the category with a bitch ass Chief X.
Okay, all right.
And a bitch ass Chris. Hold on. And a bitch ass Chris, fake MVP, never take his hat off, nigga. Yeah, he's a wild nigga. I ain't said that in a while. Chris, you're a wild coon from the moon that came to earth too soon. Just for the record, yo, since we Uncle Tom and Blackface and all that, because
he's
you
not talking
can't
to
read and write.
He's talking to who you talking to? Chris Harris and
Chris Harris. Since Chris Harris can't read and write and decipher the English language, right? You know what I'm saying? Bro, you faking it and you scamming now. And he the first person to go ahead and put one of our scholars, the Chinese sister that came amongst us to help us out, and put in a fucking microwave, yo. Yeah, and Smash put Uncle Ruckus in the same video with a damn scholar. Yeah, they do it on purpose because they don't want the scholars' voices to be heard, bro. Because they think they better than the scholars, yo. That's why they do it. They make the block hot so that the police come out, you know what I'm saying, and we can't do what we do. I would love to hear Wuja have a conversation with them.
I was about to say,
it's foolish, bro.
Remember, Kara Cooney is the head of the Egyptology department, bro. She's not a small wig. She's not a small time fry. And Jonathan Winneman works under her. She could have blocked that interview with Smash if she wanted to.
Right.
She could have said, "You go over there." He could have said, "I'm not rocking with you, Garfield." She could have said that. She could have said, she could have put the word out. Don't fuck with them dudes. She could have said that.
Tell the truth. Hey, Garfield, tell the truth. Tell the truth, Garfield. He was like, "Nah, they're good." See, that don't know. They go back.
Is breaking up.
You're on the water, bro.
Hey, I just want to say a comment to what brother La. Yeah, Garfield is. I mean, your microphone. Sound like he's under the ocean. So just real quick, I just want to make a comment to what brother La was saying. But he's gone. I was going to ask him a question because I kind of heard and didn't hear. But when he said Aswad, I just want to let everyone know that the word Aswad is also the same word as Sudan. It's from the same root. And I don't know if that was an issue at all, but when they say Bilad el Sudan, when they labeled all of sub-Saharan Africa by that term, it's all connected to the word Aswad, meaning dark black.
And what I was saying earlier, just to add on, is when you look up the Arabic for the word Sud, you're going to see in English one of the definitions mean to denigrate, which goes along with to dirty, to sully, etc. So the name Sudan is a pejorative. It is not a name that's just given to the people because, these great blacks live there. And when you look up the word denigrate, in it is embedded the word nigger and Negro. And that's a fact, and anybody can look that up right now. So I just wanted to add, but that's all I was saying earlier, just in case somebody didn't understand, because there'd be a lot of misunderstanding.
I'm not responding to that. I know there's some pseudoness in that somewhere, somehow, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
Of course, you're gonna find some. You won't find it, but you're gonna try. You're gonna try.
Sheffrin.
Yo.
What up? What's on your mind?
Oh no, they what's going on, Garfield? It was
good,
brother Law answer that it's stifled y'all. Ain't nobody know how to respond to it.
As far as what?
When y'all, what was the question? Uncle asked him.
Brother Lot said something about Aswad or something. What happened?
Yeah, and then he said y'all asked him about black being slaves in Islam, and he said something about Bilal.
Yeah, Bilal was a slave. Yeah.
Yeah, but how was that a answer to that? Was crazy. Go ahead.
So you're saying that brother-in-law? Hold on. Before we put brother-in-law back in anything, right? Let me mute up everybody because I don't know what the feedback all about. Wujao, you had something to say the whole time, and ain't nobody trying to make you say. There's a brother in the chat that's posting. Hey, what's up, Thunder? There's a brother in the chat that's posting constantly and doesn't want to come on the chat. So y'all know what I do, right? I just time people out until they come on the panel. You see, you could have the chatty patties in the as Ung calls them in the chat, but they're not willing to have a conversation. As you hear, the conversation is clean. Nobody's arguing. We get everybody the chance to speak, and we do what we got to do. We keep it.
Yeah, I was just,
Yeah,
this is all the attention that I was giving to that brother. He's a cheerleader, and that's it. So that's all, because he's not on the panel and he's just cheerleading, and that was it. So I'm done with that. But I was just I had a question. Brother La was back on here, but yeah, you all went to the Islam thing and everything. Only thing I was saying on that was that Aswad and Sudan are from the same root, black, and it did become.
Hold on one second.
You said no. Oh no.
No, I said nom. Yes, nom.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one second. Shout out to Thunder. Hold on 1 second, guys. Time out. Shout out to Thunder for buying my daughter's book, Poems to My Younger Self. Shanika Cuthbert, I want to say thank you for that, and I'm sure she thanks you too, brother. Good job. Appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't even know you were saying the Arabic word nam, which is yes. I thought he said no. Okay, but yeah. So that was all. I was just I guess adding on to what was being said. But to Lord Abba's point as well, that it had a pejorative sense added to it, because even as he's correct that the word denigrate, which is to defame somebody or put somebody down, it does have the root for black, which is nigger, in there and everything. So it was used pejoratively, and that's what people got to understand. And that's, it's in tune with the whole thing. I mean, we know that we were labeled black, and they connected it with the pseudoscientific information at that time to link how you look. So it gave a broad paintbrush to these colonizers and Europeans to treat a certain group of people and mistreat a certain group of people over the whole planet by connecting how you look, which we now call phenotype and morphology, how you look to these particular words and this hierarchical class system. Black is at the bottom, and they made black to look a certain way. So therefore, anybody who is seen on site, you know how people on the street say on site. Well, on site, now they can treat you or mistreat you a certain way and enslave. And so that's where the whole thing comes in. And that is not to be proud of. That is not to be proud of. You don't want to be that. And that's the whole thing Dr. John Henry Clark is saying. Like, we understand the self-pride aspect of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. But that's not really the meaning of that. It was really be proud of being who you are. But because we were being called black, then by default, it was like, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. But really, it's say it loud, be who you are, and be proud.
Upright. Yeah, by the way, you're referring to an offshoot of Stokely Carmichael, who one of the first persons to talk about blackness and greatness. Because when you talk about black power, you got to think about the time period that we're living in, segregation and all that stuff.
Yes.
And saying black power is like to uplift us, just like Elijah Muhammad.
Self-esteem. It was a self-esteem.
The white man is the devil, uplifting the black superiority complex. J.A. Rogers and all from Superman to Man and different writings. Hold on 1 second. And then you had we call it Stokely Carmichael. Then you had Dr. Ben. Black folks that look like us built Egypt. So that's where a lot of the confusion comes from.
But that was supposed to be for a limited time, as Dr. Clark eloquently said. We were supposed to do that to build up our self-esteem, and then it's supposed to be over with and then move on. But we got stuck. To this very day, that's where everybody got stuck. Everybody is stuck there. And that's the thing. That was only supposed to be temporary.
What do you mean
by
And to add on to that, James Brown was forced, right? If you think about it, because the Black Panthers was calling him a coon during the whole thing with Martin Luther King Jr. So he created, if my memory serves me correctly, he created the song "I'm Black and I'm Proud" after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. But it was largely to satisfy the Black Panthers, who were calling, they felt like he was cooning because he was just entertaining, etc., etc. Afterwards, one of the things that and I want everybody to look up what I'm saying. One of the things that James Brown, he felt regret behind making that song. And he said what he's doing transcends these racial labels. And he started to move with terms like soul and soul power. If you got soul, right, you start to hear this difference. He's not necessarily promoting the whole "say it black and I'm proud" thing. When you look at hold on, let me talk. Like I said, you can look it up. I'm not going to argue with you. Just look it up. So when you look at in the 70s, I think it was 1971. I can't remember the whole name of the act, but it was out of the Civil Rights Acts, and it was like a community and investment act. And one of the cities that they came up with was Soul City. And this was the reason why they named Soul City, North Carolina. Look it up right now. Soul City was based on the influence of what James Brown was promoting at that time as soul power. This is just all facts. Just take the time and look it up instead of being so reactive, conflict, community-ish. God.
All right. So James Brown was born and raised in Augusta, Georgia, along with myself. That's where I'm from. Born and raised Augusta, GA. I'm Black and I'm Proud was actually recorded on my birthday, August the 7th.
You sound like you from Fox Den.
I sound like I'm from where?
Saya, why you interrupting though? Let him rock, man.
It was.
I'm from the bottoms, man. I'm from.
But just let him rock out, man.
Hey, listen. It was an inside joke. It was an inside joke.
Let him rock out, man.
It was an inside joke to the brother. If he heard
me, interrupt Lord Abba.
No. It was an inside joke to that brother. I said he sound like he's from Fox Den. If he's from where he just said, he knows what I meant. It was.
I know where you at. I know where you at. But I'm born and raised in the bottoms, by May Park. Down there. I know what you're talking about though. Okay. You good? So I'm Black and I'm Proud. That was according to my. Now it wasn't written. It wasn't written for Martin Luther King. I don't know that it was written like 5 or 6 years after he would. When did Martin Luther King get assassinated? 64, 63,
68.
68. Come on, brother.
68.
Come on, man.
Was it 68? Okay, yeah, good. So it actually was recorded in 6. When was he killed?
Killed 68.
I know. What was it, August? No, November?
I don't remember.
Anyway, yeah, it was recorded in 68. So you may be correct. But either way,
March
I'm gonna say
1969 was I Say It Loud, I'm Black and Proud. That's when that was released. March 6, 1969.
It was released in August of 68, my brother.
Yeah, it was August 68 when it was created. I don't know. Like if it was officially released then.
That's a song, but the saying was way before the song.
Yeah, but I'm talking about James. I'm talking about James Brown. I'm not talking about the slogan.
Either way, with soul power, right? When you got soul power and all those sort of things that he was coming out with, I haven't heard the coon stuff other than when he came out with the riots after, I think it was JFK was assassinated, right?
No, it was MLK in Boston.
MLK in Boston, right? You're right. It was MLK in Boston, and he came out with that, and he told everybody to stop looting and don't riot and stuff like that. So that may be where you get the coon stuff from. And you may be right. I'll look into it a little more, but you may be right.
That's called The Night James Brown Saved Boston.
Right, that's correct.
Google it.
Yeah, he did the concert.
That's right.
Matter of fact,
That's right.
it was like on the streets.
At the bar.
Yeah, it was on the street. It wasn't even in the arena. I don't think it was on the street.
Thunder, my father told me the story that while he's in Jamaica, he's telling me the story that while the people were rioting, they would put James Brown on the TV so that people would go home to watch him.
That was the same period. That's the same
that's
period.
what
That's the same night. That's the same night. It was a national concert that he put on to quell the riots after MLK was murdered that same week.
Hold on, let me.
And when you look into it, you're gonna see that the Black Panthers didn't like that. Just research it, fam. Just research it. Then come back and then say, yeah, Lord Albert made it up. He was wrong. You come back
I'm not arguing with you, Lord Albert. Don't make an argument where it ain't one, my brother. It ain't no argument. All right, we good. You good, man.
But saying we're black and we're proud predated the record.
Yeah. But it did.
It did, but you need some sort of propaganda within the movement, bro. And that was the one, in my opinion. That's what. It's just like the Black Lives Matter. You needed your boy Kendrick. We gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? You needed that to kind of go along with it. You need that anthem. And I think that I'm Black and I'm Proud was the anthem for that whole thing.
I think we're getting off the point, though. I think the point, a little bit out there. The point is that that entire movement, no matter what words were used, was to reinstill self-pride and self-esteem and pride. And so it was like, say it loud, because we were being called black people, black, colored, Negro, and all that stuff. So it was like, all right, be proud of who you are. And so the way it came out as an anthem was say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, be it from James Brown or prior to that as just a term that people adopted. So I think that's the point. And I'm saying that Dr. John Henry Clarke is saying that's an acknowledgement. He's saying we should that needed to happen. We bathed.
Oh, now you want to listen to John Henry Clarke. Oh,
I don't know where that came from.
Now you want to.
I don't know where that came from, because
you know where it came from, and you know I'm gonna get you too. You know where it came from.
Listen, Thunder, you're not gonna win that.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, my boy.
My point is that Dr. John Henry Clarke eloquently explains it, that we needed it, we bathed in it. He said that's all great, lovely, but he said he wished the bath was over and we move on to better things. That's the part people are missing it.
He never said that, though.
He did say that.
Okay, the video that you watched was from 1973. The video was from 1973. He has a quote that's very popular. Black people, you have no friends. Do you know that quote? You know the brother's quote?
Wait. No, let's go with your accusation.
Before you go, hold on. Yeah. Before you go, there's a brother. There's a brother in the audience that asks a question.
This is easy.
So where do soul power emanate from? I don't know if it's Kemet.
James Brown.
Can you explain that?
James Brown.
Who, me?
No, to Wujao. I'm talking to Wujao.
Oh, to Wujao. Okay.
Oh no, I never brought up soul power. So
it's just spiritual power. That's it. It's soul.
That's not a
that's why
my brother brought it up. I wanted to answer.
Well, let me answer the question, because I know the answer from James. Thank you. Right, it does come from James Brown. That's a fact. But one of the things that he was trying to relay was that his music transcended color in these social constructs, and that's just a fact. And again, everybody can look it up.
Soul music predated the song Soul Power, so that sounds crazy that you guys saying that.
Bro, I don't know why you keep making soul music.
Well,
we're not talking about no music, man.
If you're talking about soul and you're thinking James Brown made it up, even though
do you think that soul power was in reference to Aretha Franklin and Ray Charles? No, man.
It is it's in reference to the soul music. Yeah, it's in reference to soul music. Soul power
it's about
is
black music.
You know, it's like a hip hop parade for soul music. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think if you maybe okay. So let's do this. Before we move forward, I'm Black and I'm Proud. This is in the song. Brown addresses racism against Black Americans and the need for Black empowerment. That's what Wujao was saying. He proclaims that, quote, we demand a chance to do things for ourselves and that we are tired of beating our head against the wall and working for someone else. That is the background behind
But
Say It
no,
Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, right?
no,
So
brother, no, that's the record. You're confusing the record. His record comes after the
All
statement
right,
and the
listen,
movement.
listen. We're
Yo,
still.
I
get
don't
this.
know what is
This
he talking
brother
about.
doesn't understand. Yeah, can y'all,
He don't know what we're
Garfield, get
talking
him off
about.
the stage, bro. He
Everybody
Yeah,
doesn't.
I'm
He's
not.
not following the conversation,
Hey,
man.
hey, we messing up the whole show. So let me get back to this video right here. All right, let me get back to John Henry Clark. And then we're going to listen to the discussion a little bit. And then we chat.
Hop in. There goes the link. Yeah,
Yeah, I
everybody
don't
is
know what a
welcome.
special invite is, man, but I'd like to ask Jabari some genuine questions.
I know we trying to. Jabari can get in here, man. Come on, man. Jabari know, he all part of this thing. Come
This an
You
event
know.
right here. I get a chance to have a sincere conversation with Jabari, man. That's an event right there.
So y'all gotta let me know.
Wujawa's in the building. Peace.
Let me play this
Wujawa.
clip and then we can let Jabari go in. Let me play this clip. This is
You
an
mean
important clip
Wujawa?
right here. Play this clip. This was an important clip. Wujao played on his thing. I want to show you the thing in the context. Watch this.
A condition, and a people is not a condition. A people must have a name that relates them to land, history, and culture. And so therefore, the name of a people, if it's going to be authentic, cannot be black, that can refer to how the people look. The name of the people have to relate to the land of origin. Now, no one is having any difficulty saying Italian American.
Hold on, pause that.
I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American,
Hold on.
as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. The black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about with black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called black, from which we emulate, or black land, or black area, or black borough, then I'm afraid that the word black is rather limited.
I'd like to thank you very much. You've certainly.
There's another video too, just real
Okay.
briefly of
Y'all
Dr.
heard that?
Clark
I want to
breaking
speak
this
on that
down.
clip, right? We got a special guest, Wujao, on the panel. And I want you to go ahead and speak to it. And then we got a first-time guest, Brother Jabari. So, Jabari, you are a guest, and you will be treated as such. You're just not going to be allowed to talk us to death, though. But you definitely going to be afforded, the opportunity as all guests. We'll go get your water for you out the refrigerator. We'll go get you something to eat if you want it. And we'll keep it respectful because you are.
Man, I'll be trolling.
What's up with you, man? Good to have you on, man. Always appreciate you. And going forward, this conversation gotta be high level now. Can't be playing. You ain't cussing nobody out. You got special guests in here. Use your words.
Hey, peace to the panel. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their Memorial Day weekend. Don't eat too much and all that good stuff. Be safe. Yeah, I'm glad you played that clip because I've been playing that clip for the past 2 years now, trying to get it saturated and advocate what Dr. Clark advocates, which is now you didn't play the whole thing, but he further along he goes on to say that people identifying as black may have been necessary so that we could saturate ourselves in black, but he said that he hopes bathe ourselves in black, but he said he hopes the bath be over with and people can move on to more important things. And if you listen to the context of everything he was saying, it's on point. So that particular clip is a reminder I think everybody should have that identity is a complex thing. And I think people, by having this conversation about blackness, has forgotten that and narrowing it down and making it into something very, very simple and too shallow. That's what Dr. Clark was just saying. It's too limited. It's too shallow. And this whole thing about making everybody black, the ancient Egyptians black, on top of what Dr. Clark is saying, it's anachronistic from the start, which is a fallacy. I mean, you cannot retrofit a modern social construct backwards in history. You know, the modern social construct of race emerged after the 16th century or wherever the case is of this racial class system. And people can't forget that it's a class system. It is not an identity. What makes a people is not their skin color, and it's not their genetics either. So bringing up genetics in the conversation dealing with identity is also limiting, and people have to be careful of that as well. So I maintain, and I've been advocating for a very long time, that the entire conversation about whether the Egyptians are black or white or purple or brown is retarded due to all of the above that I just said. And I could say a whole lot more, but I don't want to hog the mic. So to me, I think this is an entire waste of time, moving forward. And we could get into much more important things, as Dr. Clark said, even in the study of ancient Egypt. People are so focused on the skin color, they're not even getting into the genius of the minds of the ancient Egyptians or what they did and the culture itself. Everybody's worried about what they called themselves or what we would call them today, as if it applies. And so a lot of things are being missed. People are stunting the growth of knowledge when it comes to ancient civilizations, and especially ancient Egypt. So I'll just stop right there.
Okay, what's up, Ken? How you doing, brother? What's on your mind,
What
man?
up?
Boy, Pseudo Killer Fisher.
Hey,
What's good?
What up, Kent?
What's happening, man? Yeah, I like that title, man, because we was asking what does the Egyptians being black or being being black do to empower Africans, and it don't do nothing. It doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? And I'm surprised at the people that's trying to make it something and like using this to scam the people, yo. Like, why would they do that? You know what I mean? If we trying to build a better, I don't know, like we trying to build a better future for our children, right? And we trying to work together as a people and have a better future just overall. Like, what does the Egyptians being black have to do with anything? Like, why do we have to lie about that?
It's a good point. Okay, Jabari, how you doing, brother, man? Welcome on Community Skeptics,
good,
man.
brother.
Appreciate
good.
you coming through, brother. First time on here, man. Appreciate you, bro. We get out back and forth, but yeah, you definitely a guest. What's on your mind, brother? Talk to us, man.
Well, first of all, let me just clarify. I wasn't saying I needed a special invitation. What I was saying is that my goal wasn't to jump on here and interrupt the conversation. I was listening and typing like everybody else. That's what I was saying.
Oh, you good.
So I don't need a special invitation. What I needed is for someone like yourself saying, it's okay if he wants to get on, he can. And then I would come in. That's what I was saying.
I said it. I did that.
Yeah. You did, and that's why I came in, and I appreciate it. So that's what was happening.
Jabari got to get a special
I want to say that I think that the way that we've distilled the conversation around blackness is not the way that people who are disagreeing with you and others are phrasing this. I think that what we've seen here is that some folks have tried to oversimplify the argument to make what other people who are disagreeing with you sound ridiculous. For an extremely long period of time, for decades, for centuries, people of European descent have said that the descendants of Africa and Africans themselves have contributed nothing to history, are not human, and are therefore the children of human civilization, and therefore they are able to be treated as such. That's
Anybody want to comment on that so far? Or what Wujawu said and what Jabari just said? Because what Jabari said is just ridiculous. I don't think people realize how ridiculous. You're talking 1900s, 1905, people saying black folks didn't have anything to do. Yo, do y'all know that black people was reading the Meganetta in the 1800s? This is crazy. He's talking about black folks didn't. We know originally systematic white supremacy, what they taught. We know that. This is 2024. This is 2024. A matter of fact, over 50 years now, it's been the consensus that it wasn't a black or white society.
That's not a consensus from who?
From academia.
And do they make up? Is that majority
He
white?
Garfield.
Is that majority white?
Hold on, Saya, pause for 1 second. What are you saying, Sean? Or what y'all saying?
Yeah.
No,
it was me. Oh, go.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I forgot who was on the panel, but somebody on the panel said that Dr. Clark didn't say what I said he said, and then somebody repeated that in the chat, and so I have the audio queued up because if somebody make an accusation,
man, you can't gotta defend yourself all the time, man. Come on, what's
you can't interrupt. You gotta make him finish, bro. You're gonna mess the show up, man. This ain't your show Monday, man. You could do that tomorrow. Can't do that today.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying I'm not trying to sway where we are now, but I'm just letting everybody know that I have it queued up because there are people who don't believe that Dr. Clark said what I said he said, and I'm you just got to just deal with reality. So people just may not be aware of it, and that's what I'm advocating. I keep playing it for the past 2 years so that people will know that he said these things. So when somebody said he didn't say it, that's a trigger for me because I'm like, he did. That's why I'm playing it. That's why I've been playing it. So I don't know who was out on the chat on the channel. I mean on the panel. Whoever you are, if you're still here,
it was Thunder inside.
Okay, so yeah, though you two.
That was not me. I don't care about that. I told
Thunder, it was you.
I just told it. I just said it wasn't. What I said with Dr. Clark was he was now he want to take Dr. Clark what he say and it's the gospel. That's what I said about Dr.
You
Clark.
said that, and you said that too.
Well, let me say what I gotta say. Yeah, I didn't say. I don't know what you're confusing me of saying. I don't know what it is, man. Please elaborate.
Oh, I'm not saying I don't listen real quick. I don't know who said it, but they're saying
it was Thunder.
I said that Dr. Clark is pro-black.
I know what Thunder said.
He is a pro-black.
I just told you it wasn't me.
Was you, Thunder?
Wait.
Why do you keep saying it was me?
Stop. We messing up the show, man.
Yeah.
No, listen. Let me ask y'all this question.
This is very simple.
Zoo put this in. This is what I don't understand with Zoo. He puts in the chat. I got 2001 source saying they weren't to be considered truly African. So what does that have to do with the academic consensus? You're gonna have people that there's no monolithic culture within academia where everybody agrees. You got a guy saying the Sumerians were black Africans. The Sumerians were from Kush. They were from Ethiopia. They migrated there. And you got people in the field saying crazy shit.
Science says that. Science says that. Science said the first people moved out of Africa went right into where you just said, Samaria, southern Iraq. That's what it says. You don't look at the map when you see the haplogroup map?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, you just said that people make that claim. That black people from Kush went from Africa and went into Samaria and became a Samaria.
Time for your crazy shit today, bro. I can't do it. I can't. I don't have no patience for that. The point I'm making is academia. This is why Ankh always come on the panel and say, yo, we have won. They are saying that the black-white stuff should be done away with. It's a social construct. The people there were Africans. What more do you want? So when he says that, academia is saying that, black people didn't do that, so we have to. He's trying to build up a story about what white folks did. But the truth of the matter is, since 1974, family, there's not the academic consensus. Remember, they threw out all the white folks that was talking about how they were white. You remember, there's people saying that they're white, although Diop is saying that they're black. They threw both of them out and said, we ain't listening to that foolishness from both of them. At that point, we actually won the argument. We've won for 50 years. What are we arguing about? This is what I don't understand this community. What are we arguing about? You want white people to come and kiss your foot like what they do with Tazariak and the Hebrew Israelites? What is the argument? They are Africans. What is the argument? I don't see it. I'm trying to see the argument for 2 years. I don't see the argument. We know they're Africans. Academia says they're Africans. They said some of them come out of the Green Sahara. Some of them come from the South. Some of them, whatever. Those are what the Egyptians are made of. What is the argument? They are Africans.
Garfield.
What is the argument?
Garfield, that's been said back in 2016 or 17 that it was an amalgamation. And even when we rehashed the argument of the symposium, even on the SESU channel, I think that the symposium was rehashed there and other places. That same point was reiterated, but some kind of way we gotta pro-black this thing out.
I don't know. Let's go back to the video.
That's where this conversation begins. And so in that sense, they weren't really talking about blackness in that sense. Blackness in that sense was commingled with the concept of the African. That's really what was happening. So I'm not saying that the term black is better than African or the term African is better than black. I think that the term black does have some shortcomings. I do believe that, as I said yesterday on Sonnetter. I prefer to be called an African, but I understand when people call themselves black. And so that's part of what we're doing here. So the general question that I heard when I came in, just to make it short, was what is the benefit of saying that the ancient Kemetic people, the ancient Egyptian people were black? And first of all, I want to say we're not creating them as black. They were black. So this is not we're not going through history with a marker and coloring over people. What is the importance of clarifying who they were? Because we are pushing back against the narrative that people like us have meant nothing to human history, and by extension, mean nothing to human history, have no place in human civilization currently. In actuality, if we are able to determine that it is Africans that gave civilization largely to the world, what we're actually saying is that those people who have been the most benighted, those people who have been the most mistreated in recent history are actually those people who are capable of wielding the implements of state, capable of having deep thought and intellectual discourse. That's what we're actually saying. And so this is a really important point, I believe. We have to be able to see ourselves to understand what we're capable of. I remember being a young child, a young student, and some of you have had this experience as well. When I excelled in school, my black peers said that I was acting white because they could not understand that someone could excel and be like them. This conversation is important. And I think that by us now deciding that it's irrelevant to describe what Africans did and what black people have done, I think that in some ways what we are doing is we, without even realizing it, are doing the work of our enemies. We're very comfortable saying, even in this time, Ankh, we're in a situation where a president is saying that white people are being very badly treated. I mean, this is naked racism that we're facing. No longer are we dealing in subtleties and code words. This is a war. And I think that we need to understand that we're in a war, understand who our allies should be, and hopefully organize around those principles. When you yell Black African power, that's what you're trying to do. I agree with you when you do that. I'm not sure how we got so muddled and confused that we're arguing over things we ought not argue about. So that's where I am, and I'll close there.
Please let me get in.
Well, Jao, do me a quick favor. Can you respond to Heru has Sheikh anti-Diop position from the symposium been overturned by academia? Hold on, by the way, too. Diop position, who said it had to be turned over or not? What position? Because I know he had his argument. I don't know if people understand what happened at the symposium. I don't think, but go ahead, Mujar, respond to that, or Sean. One of you guys respond to that.
Oh yeah, real quick. Well, it depends on what position you're talking about, because Diop had a few positions that were in alignment to each other, but they say they're different. Now, if you're talking about the Kemet, meaning black people and all that other kind of stuff, the answer is yes. All right. So
anybody want to respond to the video?
The short answer is yes.
Response? Yeah.
But Garfield, I put it in the private chat in here. I put the link to John Henry Clark's full video, and I'll give you the 2 timestamps if you want to play it, the exact spot, so you ain't got to play a lot of it or nothing like that.
Okay.
Two timestamps where people could hear Dr. Clark say what he says, and hopefully people will listen.
Man, listen, bro, you right, man. John Henry Clark said exactly. Goodness gracious, man.
Nobody want to hear you say it. I think people would need to hear John Henry Clark say it.
Okay. Anybody want to respond to what Jabari just said?
I think Jabari is the GOAT. I think not he ain't the GOAT. I think he right behind Brother Polite and the GOAT.
Come on,
his Sean. Nobody's you trolling right now, Sean. And you were definitely trolling Miss Tiffany the other day. You need to stop, bro.
No, don't divert the conversation, and ain't nobody thinking about it. Stick to the topic.
I think that if you quit butting in, I can finish. I think that Jabari was right. I think that the Egyptians were black, and I think y'all just trying to stop the awakening, man. I think y'all just trying to you're trying to hide the information that we need for us to be the real people that we are, bro. And I think it's a shame, Garfield, that you and so many of you conscious community guys are trying. I think it's quite unfortunate that you, Garfield, and all of your henchmen are trying to keep us away from this knowledge, my brother. And hopefully, at some point, you all will realize that the Egyptians were black, and you face the facts, man. It's okay to be wrong sometimes, and I think in this case, anybody that says the Egyptians were 100% black people walking around in North Africa, y'all are just lying to yourself, man. That's it.
Okay, so you disagree with Jabari then?
I don't disagree with Jabari.
You disagree with Jabari. Garfield, hold on, real quick. Right, Thunder just told us what he thinks, and nothing about what he knows. And this is the problem in this discussion. We have a lot of opinion-based people, and not a lot of fact-based people. Right? So in articulating what was just told, what was said by Jabari was the whole smoking mirrors to play on people's emotions. He does this with the best of them. This hence the reason Thunder says Polite and then Jabari. Because they know how to play on your ignorance. So he said all of that to say nothing. Because at the end of the day, right? We know, emphatically we know, who the Remich were. Us using modern social constructs on these people does not make up for who they are. Because if you go back in the history of time and you look from the top, from lower to upper Kemet, you're going to see different shades of the diversity in Africa, period. It's almost like it mirrors the entire continent. So therefore, Jabari was just trying to say sweet nothings to people, and that's not something that I think. That is something that I know.
I think you just said a bunch of sour nothing. He's saying sweet nothing. You saying sour nothing. Don't you
let me
dare.
jump in real quick.
Don't you, hold on, Lord Albert. Don't you dare speak out against Jabari in that manner, my man. What's wrong with you? I think that he is correct. And if you want to challenge him, I dare you, Sean, to challenge that man to a debate.
It must be Man Crush Monday, and Thunder's having it.
I think that
everybody knows he's crushing on Jabari right now.
Number one, the day is Sunday, right? So you got to come up with another one, man. You all wrong. This is how wrong you are, right? You don't even know what day it is. This is how we.
I said it must be. You gotta listen, Thunder. I told you, you gotta listen. Joe did a whole show the other day about listening and reading comprehension. You gotta listen better, and you gotta read better.
You said it's Man Crush, Man Crush, but
Man Crush Monday. I said it must be because you on Jabari live on this show.
Number one, you need to drop Boost Mobile and get you at least AT&T, my brother. Now, back to this. I think that you are trying to, y'all need to stop hating on Jabari, bro. This hate has got to stop. The man was correct when he said the Egyptians were black. When he said that you don't believe that he has sources and the elders on his side. Everybody that's hating on Jabari, I guarantee you won't get in that ring with that argument that the Egyptians were black. I guarantee you, everybody on this panel won't get in the ring with Jabari Osaze.
You can't read Meta man.
And the title, and let the title be, and let the title be, were the Egyptians black? Let the title be, were the Egyptians black? Garfield do the pay-per-view. Y'all, let's see. I guarantee you ain't getting around with Jabari Osaze.
I'm confused. You said that a while ago. Anybody saying that they're 100% black is crazy, right?
Hey man, I changed my view. Jabari convinced me.
All right. No. You just said it right after Jabari spoke.
Yeah, he said it after. I want to add something like serious to the conversation.
Let me allow that before a second.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Jabari and I were having a discussion yesterday on Sunday, and at the least, Jabari is at least reasonable in the discussion. So whereas Brother Reggie is emotional about the discussion, you guys start adding in all of the Moorish and all of the Islamic stuff. That's not germane to the topic at all, right? And one of the things that Jabari said, and before I say that, I want to say this: nobody is black. So it's not that the Egyptians were black or that we're black. Nobody is black. This is a term that Europeans gave us to denigrate us, and that is a historical fact. But one of the things that he said was that maybe one day we could have a conference, so whereas we all got together, and because it's not going to happen on YouTube and in these YouTube back and forths, where we sat down and we come up with a way to identify ourselves. And I brought up there were conferences in the 60s and the 70s that our people held. I believe one of them was in Gary, Indiana in the early 70s. And in that conference, our thought leaders got together and they determined that Negro and Black were derogatory terms and that they were going to move with the term Afro-American or African-American. Now, there's a whole political thing, when we get into that, when you start looking into the Office of Management and Budgets, Federal Directive 15, and then in 1997, they add African American into the Black category, thus racializing it. And then anybody could be an African American coming over from wherever they come over from, right? And I agree with that. At some point, we have to get to the solution. And I think if we could get to the solution, we could properly identify the Egyptians in the same way that we could properly identify ourselves in today's day and time. Garfield is a Jamaican American. Am I wrong about that, Garfield?
No, sir, you're correct.
Racially, right, using today's racial categorizations, you are a black Jamaican American. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this,
Jamaican American.
huh?
I don't know about the black part, but I'm Jamaican American.
Well, but you know what I said, using today's racial, you know, I'm not a fan of using the term either, but using today's terms, I'm a black person as well, right? Using today's racial classification system. And I think that is on us to get together. For those of you who do follow my work, you know, we broke down the last Supreme Court case with affirmative action, and Justice Neil Gorsuch was actually speaking to these racial classification systems being something that was created by bureaucrats, that was supposed to be created so that it could track and monitor hiring practices, et cetera, and not be used as an actual barrier for admission or exclusion from federal programs, et cetera. And then one of the things that this white conservative justice turned around and said, but it was used exactly for that purpose. The conversation is elevating, and I'm just trying to put another piece of elevation into the conversation so that we can get to the point to whereas we could finally have some consensus and stop having all of these different back and forths about this European racial construct.
I'm seeing a dangerous pattern.
Thunder.
Hold on, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No. Let me say something. Let me talk to Lord Abba a second. Lord Abba, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you ever hear the conversation that me and Shaka Amos had about slavery in Egypt?
No.
The white slaves.
He said that we are the original enslavers and we should be proud. White folks are copying us. That's pretty much what he said bluntly. I'm not even
That's
so me and Sean, a matter of fact, Sean helped me with my presentation, a couple of things of it. And we were saying, we put all the list of questions at the end of the presentation. Was there Jim Crow in Egypt? If people go back to those questions,
Excellent question.
Because that would just eliminate this whole black talk. Because what black folks are doing, they're trying to say that we are the Egyptians and they are black and they are us. So, okay, put yourself in the same situation that you're in America. You're black under Jim Crow. Were the black people in Egypt under Jim Crow? Was that type of society existing at that time? I mean, come on, it's crazy.
And it's just real briefly, it's the same way we're taking blackness and superimposing it on ancient civilizations. We do the same thing with slavery, right? We battle white supremacists all the time in the political space. And one of the arguments is, slavery existed all over the world. What makes you people so special? And then we have to remind them that the form of chattel slavery that we had in the United States of America was unlike anything that the world had ever seen. And we go back to Rome, for instance. So when Rome freed its enslaved people, they created a patronage system. And when I say enslaved people, it wasn't confined to people of brown skin or what we may call Africans, etc., right? Or Moors or black people. No, it was anybody that was a slave. When we hear the term slave, our minds automatically go to the experience of the people in this country whom we call the freedmen today because they were freed from that condition of bondage, right? And we superimpose our understanding of today onto each and every time period. So that's an excellent question that you ask. Was there redlining? Was there racial covenants? Was there Jim Crow-ism? Was there economic exclusion? Was there the creation of credit scores to specifically designed to keep people out? Was there racism by zip code? By zip codes. It's like, they can't never answer these questions, and nobody that makes the claim that Shaka Atmos made will be able to answer that question either. It's a silly argument, man, and we have to start to mature. And I'm glad to hear our conversation maturing.
It doesn't mean prejudice or preference did not exist. That's actually dumb. Now show me
Exactly.
2221. Jump on the panel and show me the racial prejudice that existed.
It wasn't no racial prejudice because all of them were black. That's what I said.
So why do you? It's the point. Where is this racial prejudice? It don't exist.
That's what he's saying.
Why are we saying that the Egyptians are black like how we say black in the West then? It don't make sense.
I disagree with what he said.
You guys are not.
We're superimposing.
But for the record, we have Lord Alba. We have, number one, we had Wu Ja. And now we have Lord Alba saying that they're not black. I don't know what's happening with you all at this point, but it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous, and that's why we Jabariites have got to. We got to stay on task, y'all. Because we got Wu Ja saying he not black. We got Lord Albert saying he ain't black.
Not black. Not we. I said that the ancient Egyptians were.
They said. Yeah, but they're saying that they're not black. So the reason why y'all are saying that the Egyptians weren't black is because you saying that you not black. So this is dangerous.
That's what I'm saying.
We gotta stay on task, y'all.
Just to be clear, that's exactly what I'm saying about me.
I just said it. I ain't lying on you.
Hold on.
Before y'all interrupt, listen. If y'all want me to kick Thunder off the stage, y'all know what y'all gotta do. Hit the cash app, he's out of here. Y'all know what y'all gotta do.
Garfield and Thunder. All right. So the Egyptians were not black because in America, black denotes of African descent, right? West Central Africa specifically, right? If y'all are using this whole definition of how you're looking at yourself in the mirror every day, were the Egyptians that?
Yes.
Prove it.
The walls prove it.
No, prove it.
You
can't even read the walls. You can't even read the walls.
No, I don't need to read the wall. I can look at them though.
Hey, so I'm gonna get a chance. Am I gonna get a chance? Am I gonna get a chance, Garfield?
So again, like I said, the way that you see black in America
do you want me to show you on these walls?
Yes or no?
Sean, do you want me to show you the walls where they're black?
No, I want you to show. I want you to show me the primary source. I want your primary source.
Hey, let me show him.
Primary.
You can be an elbow.
Just cut your
primary. I'm talking about primaries on the wall. Do you want to see primaries on the wall or black people on that?
Let me kick everybody off except with Jao. Let me kick everybody else off except with Jao. That's all. I'm gonna keep with Jao on, because y'all talking over each other and y'all doing everything possible to mess the whole show up. That's what y'all doing. Y'all messing up the whole show. All right. Let me bring my bro. Y'all gotta be easy, man. Y'all gotta be easy peasy. Let me play some more of the video. Let's hear the response from the people on the panel that the show was on. Hold on. If the Egyptians are black, here we go.
A few words. A few words.
Hold on.
Ankh is the host, y'all.
Hold on, man. Y'all chomping at the bench for no reason. Watch this. So actually, I use Black African power for political reasons. When I'm talking about anthropology and digging up the history of indigenous African people, I do not use the racialized terms because I feel like it muddies the waters and it confuses everything. So those indigenous people never refer to themselves as black. Matter of fact, black meant something totally different to them. The colors was different to them. So I think that's more important because if we're actually digging up the truth, then let's get the data, let's get the variables, and let's put it in proper perspective. So you made a mistake there. John Henry Clark told you that there's no one way to be African. They range in skin color. So black, right, or light skin, you know what I'm saying? He said there's a range, and then you put yourself in another situation. So I clearly heard what he was saying. So at no point am I saying they're not indigenous Africans. What I'm basically saying is, and you can understand this,
that the struggle to get colonialism out of our mind is real. And I'm saying as long as we keep putting the title that was given to us by colonialism on an ancient people, that's even wilder. I'm saying we're a self-defining people. We have a right to choose the color black, right, for who we are in America. And I think we do that well. But to place that on indigenous people to lie and say that they called themselves black, that they had fists up and all that, I think that to be very ridiculous, and it causes misunderstanding of those indigenous people that would have not known the yoke of colonialism. You want to say something, Elijah, and then Ken?
But first of all, it's actually good to have a conversation with you, Jabari. I kind of been looking forward to this for a minute. I'm happy that it has finally came to an opportunity, right? So, like, I actually appreciate, right, some of your vigor, right, as far as your enthusiasm to try to create a better environment for African Americans here in America. I think that's actually really important. But I know when you look up the word activist, right, you get a person who campaigns to bring about political or social change, right? So when you call yourself an activist, I think it becomes a very fair question for me to ask you, what kind of social change would you be looking for by making the ancient Egyptians black, right? Now quickly table that. We'll come back to it. I do want you to answer that question. But I think that we are in an environment today, right, because of actually our history as African Americans, where we are fighting a battle on a much different front, right? And I'm gonna quickly just say these two things so you can be able to answer my question. So we actually just experienced in Louisiana, where I'm from, right? A friend of mine who's a lot more socially, not as socially, but more politically aware than I am, where you have a community that actually call themselves seceding from the black community in Baton Rouge, right? I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but that the implications of that have very strong ties to some economic disparity versus how much tax dollars one community will be able to get and spread among their community, their education, and another, right? So basically now you created this huge disparity as far as where the resources will actually go between this new city of St. George where they actually created, right? And they basically made it predominantly white. I think it's, some crazy number like over 90%. Whereas, and then they separate themselves from the black people where they're going to be over 90%, low income people, high crime area. They decided to take their tax dollars and create another city. So we're talking about, I would in some ways agree that there's still a fight going on. I wouldn't necessarily call it a war, because when you're talking about a war, I would think you're talking about more of a military struggle, and we're not in any type of position to fight back militarily. But I think that fight is actually happening on a different front. And the second thing I wanted to say, right, is so when you can pull up articles, right, you actually mentioned that there was a fight in academia, right, that to try to make an attempt to say that Africans had no contribution to society, to civilization, that they weren't able to govern themselves and be able to make these great things happen, right? And then so once academia begin to agree that this is an African civilization, they are now having to acknowledge that Africans are able to make this contribution for themselves, right? But academia has done that. Black African scholars or Afrocentrists haven't done that. Academia is the one who is now coming into the fold of admitting that no, these are indigenous African people who are able to make this great civilization. So when you fight that fight in that way, right? And when you claim that this is a part of your activism, right? If this is a part of you being able to make social change by you now trying to maybe skew or change what academia is saying and be even more specific by saying, oh no, these people were actually black, rather than just being able to be, I guess, relieved that they're now acknowledging that Africans are able to govern themselves and make these great civilizations. I think that you are moving the mark, right? that will never allow us to be able to bridge the gap of solving our modern social issues, such as learning the implications of one large money community seceding, in their own words, from another impoverished community, which is mainly Black. See, that is a fight that we need to fight, right?
All
If
right,
there
freeze
is
right
such
there,
a
freeze right there,
war to
freeze
be able
right
to be
there,
going on.
freeze right there. Yeah, because if if Jabari come back, you know Jabari and
He
Wu
about to
Jai,
drag a book.
they got a lot.
Somebody's gotta have an internal clock. You want to debate
I don't forget. Hey,
Jabari?
look, I
God.
don't forgot. I don't forgot my
Yeah.
question.
You want to debate Jabari? That's what
I don't. Hey, look, I don't forgot my question.
Can I just say this really quickly before
Yeah,
the
watch
next
your
It's
back,
my turn,
Jabari.
Tip.
Watch your
It's my
back.
turn, Tip.
let me just say this really quickly.
It's
So
his turn, and then it's Sosa, and
when
then
you're
back to Wu
giving
Jai and Jabari.
right, when you're giving feedback, please have an internal clock, right? Because it's other people who want to speak, and when we go on too long, it gets a bit monotonous. So let's be mindful of our internal clock.
Yeah.
Thank
I,
you.
I,
Unless
I
you Wu
apologize
Jai
for
and
that.
Jabari, they know how to
So
go
I was
long.
making the Egyptians Black, helping us
He
do all that.
been waiting on this. He been waiting on this his whole life.
We
man.
didn't
We
forgot
gotta
what the
go.
question was. It started off good. It was a good one. I got
Yeah.
lost.
How is the Bitterman and making the Egyptians Black helping our social, helping your activism? How does that make a contribution to it?
Can I respond? Or?
Hey, look. Hold on. Mine gonna be short, so you can probably get both of ours in at the same time, yo. I just want to say this right here, right? We very clearly heard Henrik Clark say that race started with racism, and I think we've been talking about that at the same time too. And so if racism started way after the Egyptian civilization, how then are the Egyptians calling themselves Black? And I yield the floor.
Oh, you asked the question. All right.
Can I respond?
Yeah, and then Sosa dive in, and then
I'll try to be brief. I want to read a quick quote from my book en route to answering the question. This is from Nanakwa David Whitaker. He's actually a chief that I work with in Ghana. This is his quote. He says, "What you do for yourself depends on what you think of yourself. What you think of yourself depends on what you know of yourself. And what you know of yourself depends on what you have been told." I think that quote hopefully gives the context for understanding how the history of African people, the history of Black people, connects to the way we view ourselves in the present. And that's really, while saying that it is important for us to recognize the ancient Kemetic people as Black, I'm not saying that doing that, if all of us understood that, and in fact, if there was a society that agreed with it, that all of a sudden all of our challenges would be ended. I'm not saying that at all. And I have been an activist in my community. I have been struggling in my community for decades. And the chief mechanism of my struggle has not been to tell people that the ancient Kemetic people were Black. It isn't. So I don't want us to oversimplify that. But it is important for us to recognize that when people think of themselves and recognize that they actually come from lineages that are much broader and have given much more to the world, that in fact excellence in mathematics and science and medicine and all of the deeper thoughts are not things that are beyond people of African descent, then they feel motivated to do something else. If you look in the mirror to find your heroes and you can't see yourself, it affects the way that you behave in the current day. By the way, let's also recognize something. Billions of dollars are made every year for people who want to go see history. So let's even be tangible for a second. Do you know that the Asian market in modern day Egypt is the largest tourism market? Did you know that? Do you know how many billions of dollars are transmitted between people because of their quote unquote claim on ancient Egyptian society? There are many different levels to this that we must understand. And before I end, I'm going to end here, I want to just read, you mentioned academia. As someone who has spent a considerable amount of time in academia, I still hear people say that Africa has done little or nothing. And I certainly heard it as a young student. Here goes one of the most recognized. In fact, many people would believe he is one of the founders of the entire field of European philosophy. William Hegel, George Wilhelm Hegel. This is what he says. He says, at this point, we leave Africa not to mention it again, for it is no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit. Historical movements in it, that is, in its northern part, belong to the Asiatic or European world. You know what he's saying here. You know what he's saying here. Carthage displayed there an important transitionary phase of civilization, but as a Phoenician colony, it belonged.
So a guy that lived, does people know that this guy died? He lived in 1770 and died in 1831. Why would you bring him up? He says that scholars today, what scholars today? Point them out. That's who you should be challenging. You shouldn't be challenging Ankh and Garfield or anybody here. Go challenge him. Put him on blast. He makes these allegations that I don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. Because why are you bringing this guy up? Oh, what's the purpose? He's born 1770, died 1831. Let's listen to some more, Jabari.
Belongs to Asia. Egypt will be considered in reference to the passage of the human mind from its eastern to western phase, but it does not belong to the African spirit. What we properly understand by Africa is the unhistorical, undeveloped spirit still involved in the conditions of mere nature. In other words, he's saying closer to the animal world, and which had to be presented here only on the threshold of the world's history. I want us to be clear that the argument around who the ancient Kemetic, perhaps one of the most influential nations in the world, is not one that is just a dally, something that is irrelevant. If it were irrelevant, then why have Europeans spent so much time telling us something that isn't true? Because they recognize if they posit themselves as the leaders of all of human civilization, then it makes sense that they control all of humanity in the current day. We have work to do. We can no longer believe this kind of propaganda, that in actuality, the people of color, quote unquote, of the world are children, are half devil, half savage. Those are the terms that are used. We have to now get to the point where we recognize that we have been critically important to human civilization. And by recognizing that, we are then able to do something a little different. Our understanding of who we are and what we've done is not unimportant. And maybe all of you have gotten to the point where you recognize that folks like us can do things, but the masses of people around the world have not. We still have work to do. And that is what I am doing. I'm not just sitting here debating this on YouTube channels. I'm involved in doing things around the world, as some of you are as well. That was not meant to be a knock on the people on this panel. But I truly believe that we have to understand African civilizations to be able to do that.
So Jabari, real quick, and then the soldiers, did you get a chance to speak yet?
Yeah,
No,
ahead,
not yet.
I'm
yet.
Go ahead. I'm gonna just ask another. I'm gonna ask him a question. I'm gonna let him get it in since you get
So
it.
I want to know what is the issue with and Jabari, you're supposed to be tight with the situation as I am, brother. You know they would not say it out their mouth that the Egyptians was indigenous Africans, so let alone African. I'm saying, what's the issue now that they have admitted through anthropology, which is the scientific study of culture, when they admit through archaeological digs, through DNA, through culture and connecting cultures to Africa, to Egypt and all of that, and they look at all these things and they see the kingships and the right, like I'll give you an example. They talk about Mesopotamia and how it took them 7,000 years to come to kingship, but in Africa it took them maybe in the Nile Valley maybe 800 years. Basically speaking, in Africa it was the elimination of kings. We know that in African cultures abroad, right, that there are a lot of kings all over Africa, right? Too many daggone kings to be exact. So we understand the Nile Valley, specifically Egypt and Nubia, as being an African civilization, just the way they do their thing. Like everybody's a king in Africa, right? So once they admit that they are indigenous Africans, why do we need to put the pseudoscientific racial construct on the indigenous people to make our point? I think the point has been made. And then we let John go.
1 second. Can you look at your text? I just need him to see that. Then you guys can continue.
What happened?
I just needed Ankh to check his text.
Oh,
really quickly. Go ahead.
I actually believe that as academia is now saying that ancient Kemet is an indigenous African society, that is in many ways scholarly victory. The problem is that some of us don't even understand what that means. And I think that Ankh, respectfully, I think that your conversations about whether they're black or not, but they're indigenous Africans, that confuses people. It confuses people. When they say indigenous African, they mean black.
Who? The
people who are saying it.
No,
the scholars who are saying it.
Oh,
that's what they're saying. And so I am.
I need a source for that. That's a groundbreaking idea.
I believe
right there.
I've shown sources on this all day long. But
you do it for us so we can have it on record.
I want to say that what we're doing here is we're oversimplifying things so that we make arguments sound ridiculous. When scholars say that Kemet is an indigenous African society, in other words, it didn't come from elsewhere, they're saying what we're saying in a scholarly way. And in fact, when I write it, that's how I say it. But I want to be clear that we're saying that those people who created the world's most influential, arguably the world's most influential civilization, were people that looked like the people that we call black today. That is what we're saying. And I do agree that the word black has weaknesses. I do agree with that. You've heard me say it before.
Real quick. Go ahead, Wujai. You want to add something?
And let me just say this. I use it politically.
Let me, because you kind of asked.
I use it politically as you do.
Okay.
I don't think that the word black is as good as saying African, for example. But all of these words are conceptions. And if I'm able to speak to people and say that the ancient Kemetic people were African or were black, I'm hoping that they understand what I'm actually saying. So I think that we're not trying to, none of these social terms are perfect. None of them. None of them.
Black is synonymous with African.
Because I'm kind of on that same thing. Because you asked a question I was really kind of going to ask. I think what he just explained kind of draws a line where we fundamentally disagree. Is that you think that African is synonymous with black when we say that, whereas we don't view them as meaning it that way, right? Especially when you look at it coming from the old understanding, right? When they talk about black Africa, quote unquote, back then, or no, black Africa is now what they call sub-Saharan Africa, right? That used to be labeled black Africa, right? So when they say African, we are under this understanding and we think that they just mean African. They're not saying, they don't mean black. They just mean African. So I think that's the rift between us right there.
I need some clarity in your use of pronouns.
When the scholars say that Egypt is an indigenous African civilization, right? Because when you read how they describe them, they say that they say that the Egyptians are neither black nor white.
Where have you seen that?
I'll pull that up. Pull it up. We can pull it up.
2023. You want me to pull this up?
Yeah, so we haven't seen that. We can pull that up. We can see where
I want to be clear. I'm talking about the scholars that are now.
That's when I came on the panel. I'm like, I would have just destroyed him right away. But Ankh already pulled the source out. And because if you're not hip to the argument, right? I want y'all to look at this real quickly right here. And this is how you know some people are just arguing for the sake of arguing. They're not making no sense. Black Egyptian hypothesis. All you got to do is click on the Wikipedia page, and the first argument that you see is this right here. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. You could go to Black Athena Revisited. You could go to Encyclopedia of the Archaeology of Ancient Egypt. You could go to Afrocentrism, Mythical Path, and Imagined Homes. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egypt hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Ah, boy. I don't know. I don't know. This is just... So when you argue and you don't even have the current information, and this is old. This is not even new. This is old. That's old.
Clarifying that Kemet is an indigenous society.
What are we talking about? This is current.
Those scholars that say that Kemet is an indigenous society are not usually, well, they're neither black nor white. That's not the same language. Those are people who try to say Kemet is a multicultural society. Like
Uncle pull up, so we pull up the source.
And Jabari,
Hold on, Logic.
Go ahead.
Can't jump.
Go ahead.
And first of all, let me shout out Joel, man, for that donation, man. Y'all hit that Cash App, yo. We're having a powerful conversation, man. You might not, next week you might find all of us fighting and cussing each other out. So right now, while y'all got the moment, man, enjoy this moment, man. It's gonna be respectful, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it, yo, for sure.
Yeah, this is a beautiful moment, actually.
Yeah, this is a good moment for us.
Exactly.
We're supposed to always have these
black or
conversations.
white, so we can get some straight.
Mm-hmm.
Let go.
So hey,
can I? Is my turn?
Go ahead. Your turn. Go ahead.
All right. I listen to a lot, and I actually appreciate Logic's, even though he was lengthy, but what he was saying has substance to it. So I think that people just got to be patient, right? So what I wanted to address, though, because a lot was said, I want to address there's two different things going on, and I think that we can hear it in the context of what's being said. One is that early Egyptology, and even beyond Egyptology as a specific discipline, there was definitely racism in academia, period. You have Hegel, and I used to call people Hegelites, people who believe as he believed. You have him and his peers that felt the same way that he felt. Then you have early Egyptologists within the discipline that were very reluctant and denying the Africanness of the ancient Egyptians, trying to place them in the Middle East, even in Europe. So that's a given. But so the pushback to that, I feel that the pushback has been it's more hyperbole. It's been over exaggerated to push back on those positions, and it was done so incorrectly. Because Egypt at all times is on the continent of Africa, and the people were Africans. And scholarship, as you all have said, is definitely admitting that now in 2024, even before. That's there. Now there's another discussion about the blackness of everything, and I said before that we all should know by now that the racial constructs of today are an emergence of a modern society. It's a modern social construct, and beyond the Egyptians being African and an indigenous African civilization, the overextension is to now make them black by bringing them into our modern social construct and the mess that is there. So ancient Egyptians are not African Americans. And what it boils down to is that people are, when they say that they're black, they're not explicitly saying this, but they're trying to make the ancient Egyptians African Americans or like African Americans. And I know, Jabari, you're shaking your head. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying in my experience, I've been doing this for a long time, just like as yourself. And I've talked to many people that are equating Egyptians as African. Not saying that they are, but they're saying that, okay, for example, people say ancient Egyptians are our ancestors. And when you ask them you try to tease that out and ask them to qualify that, they really can't do that. And so it's a pride thing of as Jabari, as you were saying, that there's an issue of even your slide that you showed up or that you read. I'm sorry, the quote that you read from, as a people think of themselves, so on and so forth. So there's a push to be proud of who you are. And at the time in the 60s and 70s, James Brown said loud, "I'm black and I'm proud." Black is what people were called. So the issue was, instead of looking down or taking on the pejorative nature of black and Negro and nigger and all this other stuff that is in our recent history, the whole movement was, hey, just be proud of who you are, have that self-esteem. And because we were calling black, it became synonymous with say it loud, "I'm black and I'm proud." But it's really be who you are and be proud. And so what we did, we flipped the negative aspects of black and flipped it and made it a term of endearment. Same way as modern times, as a lot of women out here now have flipped the word bitch and hoe and stuff like that. We all know those are pejorative or negative terms, but now it's terms of endearment, and people seek to be recognized as such. So to identify as a flipped negative now to a positive when it doesn't have to be this way is one thing. Then to retroactively fit it into an ancient civilization creates a even bigger mess with everything. So I think that people should just be satisfied that ancient Egyptians and ancient Egypt are on the continent of Africa, and it's an African civilization. Move on from that and dig into the genius of the ancient Egyptians and what they've contributed to the world to this very day. And we can learn from it, mine from it, and see if there's anything that can apply and be utilized today to help our situation, whoever we define as the hour, and apply that and toss the rest.
Yeah, I want to hear you, Jabari. I want to add something right after whoever gets done talking. Just real quick.
Can I say something?
I would let me ask a question for thought and then not go into a large conversation. You said that we should just focus on the excellence of the Kemetic society. Why not just focus on the excellence of Greece and Rome? Why not just do that? If the ethnic background, the racial background of these civilizations does not matter, then let's just focus on Greece and Rome. Done. Let's not spend time doing this.
You ever caught an airplane before?
Let's just do that right now.
We still haven't dealt with.
No, wait, hold on. Let me address that. Wait, let me address that. See, that's a kind of I don't even know what you call that.
That's the ad absurdum argument is what it's called.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Right. And I know I'm using it. I just want to use it.
Okay. I'm glad you acknowledge that you're doing
it. It is.
Okay.
It's ad absurdum. It is.
Okay. So, but here's the thing. A people don't have to be black in order to require us to study them. Okay, because that's the flip side of what you're saying. It's like, okay, if race is not important to that, why not study Greece? Why not study whatever? That's not what it's about. Egypt on its own merit was the light of the ancient world, and it was the beacon. It was like basically the all that in a bag of chips of the ancient world among its contemporaries, and we haven't seen a civilization since or even before. Like, I think a lot of people agree with that. So that on that merit alone, it's worth studying. And so it's not because they're black it should be studied. It's studied. It should be studied on the merits alone. And that's, I mean, they formed the whole discipline out of it, Egyptology. So we can study it without it having to be black to speak to your point, which was, kind of like a fallacy, but that's just to speak on that.
So I like to believe that only one of us could do a lecture on a class on ancient Rome. So, and that's me, by the way, because I've done a class on ancient Rome. So if that is what you believe, then why haven't you focused on ancient Rome?
Because if you're asking me, I'm focused. I've been focused on Egypt. When I have time,
it's getting good, boy. It's getting good. Hold on, let's take a break. Hold on.
For the reason.
No. Hold on, Woo. Take a commercial break. It's about to get good. We got Woo Ja. We got Jabari. I ain't never heard them conversate before. Y'all heard me and Jabari go back and forth.
Before, but I think it's mostly on Facebook.
We taking a break though. Hey, look, man, hit the Cash App, man. Hit the Cash App. Keep that point so whatever.
Go ahead.
You can definitely ask the question.
Go ahead.
Here we go, man. Little DQ for y'all, man. Show some love, man. Y'all know what it is, man. We doing our thing. Money. Y'all know what it is. Was it that you know? You was about to say something, Jabari.
Yeah.
So you don't want to
past.
I want to. I'll be really brief.
Let me just say this real quick because we jumped past that at one point. We jumped past modern academia in terms of when they said they're African, they said they're no either black nor white. They're African. We got that. This is modern scholars. We got Samakiyata saying the exact same thing, making the exact same statement. They're neither black nor white. They're African, and this is modern academia. I don't know.
Pause for 1 second. Ujao, do you want to interject anything right here? Are you good? All right. So what I'm gonna say is, by him asking, "Why don't you study Rome?" It was a shot at Ujao. It was.
I'm gonna say something. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, Wujah got that work.
Boy,
chill out.
Man, it's like I keep bumping into cheerleaders but anyway, I did say something to him in this video, and because there was so many people on the panel, you know, every time we spoke, it was real short, so I didn't get a chance to really elaborate on that. But what I did manage to tell him was, one, he was committing the logical fallacy, which he admitted to. You know, he did it purposely, and two was that a thing doesn't have to be black in order for us to study it. And I was saying that if that was the case, then the whole world would be completely different, because that means certain people will only study that people's things. So if I call myself black and I limit myself to only studying other things that I feel are black, then I'm going to limit my knowledge and views of the world. And I was saying that that's just a very backwards position to have. But specifically, I was saying that he asked me why I study Egypt if it's not black. And I told him that it doesn't have to be black. And my reason for studying Egypt, because I study Rome and Greece. As a matter of fact, I did a little bit, not to the extent that I study Egypt, but I did. And I'm fascinated about Roman culture and literature and Greek culture and literature. So that's what I didn't get a chance to tell him all that good stuff. But it's really neither here nor there, because he admitted that was definitely a fallacy. So I don't know if people caught that.
Wujah, hey.
Yes, Thunder.
Can you speak Greek?
Nope.
Why not?
I haven't learned Greek. What you mean?
Why not?
Why not?
Nigga, why not?
Why haven't I studied Greek language?
Why don't you know Greek?
Why is that a requirement?
Yeah, I'm saying the question is
okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you know hieroglyph? Do you know the Egyptian languages?
Yep.
Why?
Because when a person studies a culture, they must study that culture through that culture's language. Because
why you study that culture?
Because
so
I'm not currently studying Greek culture, I have not taken the time.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you studying?
I'm answering your question.
Why are you studying Egyptian culture?
Why you interrupted?
Nah, stop, Garfield. Why are you? Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Why are you studying Egyptian culture?
Because I find ancient Egyptian culture very fascinating, and I'm studying the Egyptian culture. And in studying the culture, I studied the language, because that's the only way that I can have an intimate relationship with the culture. And I find that the ancient Egyptians, what they did and what they accomplished is fascinating. And plus, it's a representation of a community of people, a civilization under their own agency, being successful for over 3,000 years that we have never seen on the planet Earth ever before. Next question.
All right. So when you look at the Romans, or the Greeks. I say combined, they're probably around 3,000, somewhere in that range. Combined. So why? I think is it a logical? Yeah, fine, but it's still a valid, in my opinion, a valid argument. And the fact that you have studied, according to you, you studied Roman culture, you studied Greek, but you don't know their language, but you do know. I don't know. It's some inconsistencies there, and I'm sure they're reigning supreme at this time to the audience.
No,
And
it's absolutely not. If you don't twist my words, what I said was that when it comes to Rome and Greek, I said I am fascinated about their culture as well. And I have looked at their culture in a very limited capacity, nowhere near as what I've done with ancient Egypt, which is why I haven't taken the time to study Latin or Greek. Now, whatever I study, I go in on it. When I studied the Bible and everything like that, and the Quran, I was learning Arabic and Hebrew to understand from that culture's perspective what the text and everything was saying. So I'm not Islam, I'm not a Muslim, and I'm not a Christian or a Jew, but yet I did study the Bible. Matter of fact, I used to be a ordained minister and go to prisons and speak to prisoners about all this stuff. So, but at the same time, I wasn't one of those things at all. So my point, though, that you're missing is that you don't have to be something to study something. Because if that's the case, check the logic. We're not fish, but yet we study fish. We study all the things.
All right, let's get back to
listen. No, because logic is something that people seem to miss. And
you trying to get this off the hot seat.
Definitely, you are listen, you can flame the seat up.
You own the seat.
Matters to me. None of that stuff matters to me. I will eat your fire. Here's the point. Here's the point. Your logic, the logic is just illogical because the implication is that we have to be something in order to study it. That's the whole logic flow. That's illogical because we don't do that. We don't do that at all. I don't have to be Greek to study Greece. I don't have to be Roman to study Roman. I don't have to be Egyptian to study Egyptian, presently or anciently. Do you understand that?
No one is making that assertion, and it's a red herring, and it's a horrible red herring. We asking you.
It is not. You don't even know what a red herring is.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
I could tell you misusing it.
No problem. Now, and I think that's a self-defense mechanism in which you're using. We're going ad hominem. That's fine. You can do all that. I'm cool with all where you at. But we're gonna stay on this hot seat, nigga. So, my brother, when you saying you studied ancient Egypt, you know all this stuff. You can teach. You can do all this other stuff. Just because the culture was a great culture for an extended period of time, do
you deny that?
No, I don't deny that. That's a fact. What I do deny is your reasoning, your rationale, nigga. That's what I deny. And if you're going to use that as your rationale, that don't hold water, bro. Because like you say, if you're telling me you studied, and he brought up a good point, which it was a fact, but it's a good point. Well, if you juxtapose Egyptian culture, of course, it wouldn't last as long as Sumerian or the Mesopotamia and all the, or even like your boy Sabio, he's studying the Ottoman Turks, right? So it's a lot of cultures that we can study, but it's usually when you have such a huge amount of people, Black people in particular, studying Egyptian culture, is usually going to be rooted and grounded in those of some Black people, and not just Africans as we know they were. You're gonna say that those were our people, and that's that's how great we were, and that's attributed to us. Blah blah blah. This is not something I'm making up.
We who?
But I'm saying
we as in
Thunder.
Africans.
Here's the thing, Thunder. You have to understand. I don't like. I know you know this. You and I, we don't know each other. We have no history. We have no history other than on this platform. Okay.
Yes.
So you have to be careful lumping me, who you don't know, with what you're saying, because I don't fit that. I'm not the black.
Let's just say you are the exception to the rule, right? Do you submit that is a rule, usually a rule? Let's say you're the exception, right? We can skip past all that stuff. Okay. Let's just say you're the exception. Is there a rule that usually consists of that?
If Garfield were to continue to play that video, you would hear me say just that in that video to Jabari. I said that. I said that people a lot. I said I understand why Jabari is saying what he's saying. Good. Because there are people who study Egypt because they believe that the Egyptians are their ancestors and they're black and so on and so forth. I actually said that.
I need Woodrow for 1 second. Go ahead.
That doesn't apply. But I just want to be clear to Thunder. That does not apply to me at all.
No problem.
All right.
That's fair.
Hey, Woodrow, look at the comment on the screen. You can't dismiss that the ancient Egyptians described themselves as Kem equal black, dark. So if you use black, it is appropriate. No different if I use the word friend for amigo.
Yeah, he's just parroting. That comment is just parroting all the other arguments that have been just refuted. So I can't keep repeating myself over and over again. The ancient Egyptians did not describe, when he said the ancient Egyptians, people gotta understand the ancient Egyptians was an entire population of people. The ancient Egyptians collectively never identified themselves as a race of black people. Never. I saw people visually represented themselves as Deshir. Over 90% of all Egyptian artwork for the adult males is in they use a color pigment that they themselves call Deshir. And here's the thing.
All right, let me play some more of this video. Let me play your response.
Okay, that video you talking about from the Ankh show?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So Thunder can hear me.
You got colored sides now. You want Shamaka Kiata? You want Shamaka Kiata saying that? Please give him Shamaka Kiata.
Oh, Wikipedia. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, we like Kiata.
Sure. Oh.
I ain't gonna give him story. I'm gonna give him. He can't get past this first. He gotta get. Look, let's get here first. First, you got to get past Wikipedia. Even move on to the high level thing.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't get. Yeah, I got to do Wikipedia for you. You can't get past this. Get past this. It says since the second half of the 20th century, topological and hierarchical models of race have increasingly been rejected by scientists, and most scholars have held that applying modern notions of race to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. Of course, you know what that means. That means it's out of time and space. And they got 1, 2, 3 sources here. It say the current position, talking about now, of modern scholarship is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development. See population history of Egypt. Great read. All these sources right here, right? It say at UNESCO Symposium 1974 that most black ologists lie about because they won't tell you the truth because they never read it. Several participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was an indigenous to the Nile Valley and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara, who were differentiated by their color. That's it. All right. So there you go.
But wait, that's not meeting the standard that we're looking for here.
Hey Jabari,
you should have given Kiata. That would have just
listen. Hold on, listen.
Simone, you want?
Let's have a high level conversation going.
Listen,
this is what we're saying. I said I'd like for you to show me a source of someone who is arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous civilization and also making the argument that they're neither black nor white. That's what I want to see a source.
I got you. Hey, Juju, we at Juju.
Wikipedia is a really good start.
Break out somebody out of blackness joint. All right, you know what I'm talking about, right? Go get
Wikipedia.
that.
Hold on, folks. I'm speaking. Hold, I'm almost done. I'm not gonna.
Hey,
I'm
Jabari,
sorry.
tripping, y'all, yo.
Sorry to break
You
your
ain't
bill,
tricking
Jabari.
who?
The disrespect.
This is not long. I just want to be clear.
Now you good. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But other people are like chatting. One of the things that I think we have to do is we have to be able to make sure that we're making those two arguments together. Because I have been watching the arguments on ancient Kemet since the 80s, right? And they've come in waves. This new argument that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society that is now more popular. Still not everyone's not saying it, by the way. Everyone's not saying it. Because I actually confront the ones that aren't, right? David P. Silverman, holla at me. Anyway, I want you to recognize that there are a lot of people who are not saying that. But what I want us to do is recognize that for most people who are arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society, they are also saying we're talking about those Africans that have been there since the beginning of time. And I'm looking for you to show me a source of someone who is acknowledging that it's an indigenous society and then saying it's neither black nor white. Because those are what happens there was another stage in this argument that happened in the early 90s where some scholars were saying it was a multicultural civilization. And in that sense, they were the ones making the argument it was neither black nor white. So when I hear you put those two together, what you're saying is you're merging two different groups of people who do not agree.
Hold on, freeze right there.
I'm using my voice to raise my hand.
Hold on,
when I get a
Logic.
chance to
Hold
talk.
on, Logic. Wuja got a source up there. All right. Definitely talks about that from Cambridge Press.
Where's the source?
Right there on this thing on, you can see it. Race and
y'all using covers of books as sources again?
Nah, we good. Come on, bro.
Come on now.
No. Let me wait. Let me speak. Because I don't.
You know you in the crosshairs though, yo. Come on, you know you about to get knocked out. I'm gonna let
you.
He getting nervous. He getting nervous.
Let me clarify. My picture is not put up to be a source. My picture is put up just simply as suggested reading because we're talking about these things. So as you all are talking and I'm patiently muted, I'm just showing these book covers as to get people familiar with these titles.
I got you, brother. That's good.
Yeah, that's it. Just to clarify.
Because usually what happens is when people say they're indigenous Africans, then the next thing they do is they begin to connect. And you've seen this on because you've been mentioning some of it. I just don't know how your argument got so convoluted.
No, that's not what we're doing. Listen. When I say they multicultural, they are different cultures in Africa, bro. I don't mean like a whole. You tripping with that? Like
you're not the one making the argument.
Let me finish. When they say multicultural, right? They preface it with indigenous. So you already know they're talking about multiple culture. Hold on, let me finish, Jabari. I mean, it's already come on, yo. We at the level right now, at least in what we're doing in the conscious community. You're supposed to understand that when the daggone museums, right, and the sources we about to provide, they're talking about indigenous cultures in Africa. They don't frame it as if it's one big androgynous culture in Africa. That's ridiculous. That's complete foolery, right? So indigenous African culture, we're talking about different groups coming together to form Nile Valley culture, right? Multi-African cultures, yeah, I'm saying, having different ideas, culminating on the Nile Valley. That's what they're talking about, Jabari. So,
I agree with you, but that's
what they mean.
But that's not. I'm not saying you.
No, that's just
the link is in the Discord.
I said there were waves in the conversation in academia. I wasn't including you in that conversation.
Yeah, but the wave is not there no more, though. The wave is clear what they mean.
Brother, that is not true. There are
I got you. I got you.
There are people who are still making this argument that ancient Kemet is not an indigenous African civilization.
You're right. Guess what? You're right, Jabari.
Civilization. And these are people with PhDs, people with chairs.
You're right.
I confront some of them.
You're right. Jabari. So why? Hold on. Don't nobody say. Don't nobody jump in. Hey, Jabari. I'm saying you're absolutely right. But sorry to tell you, that's not how science works.
But let me
finish.
But we're not disagreeing.
Let me finish. I'm gonna say this again. That's not how science works. There's a consensus on the topic, and the consensus is that The Nile Valley civilization is indigenous to Africa.
That is not the consensus.
Well, you made that up.
That is a
It is not
You made that up. All right, but go ahead.
Play the
It's
source
not the
of the
consensus.
videos in the Discord, huh?
It's not the consensus. There are a lot of people who are saying other, and you're defining multiculturalism. By the way you defined it, I would agree with you. I'm saying that's not what they are saying. When they use the word multicultural, they're trying to say,
What they trying to say?
listen, I'm going to look for a quote. But Bob Ryer is one of the people that says that. One of the folks that was popular mostly in the 90s, who is still active today. And when he uses the term multicultural, he then actually connects this. He says, "Why don't my black students in my class look at Nubia? That's a society that they can see themselves in. Ancient Kemet is a multicultural society." That's the argument that he's making. And I swear, if we weren't in the middle of a conversation, I would actually find him saying it.
That is the consensus.
Verbally. No, I'm not saying that's the consensus. I'm not saying that there's
consensus.
I'm not sure.
What is the consensus?
Now listen, I'm not sure if I would argue that there is a consensus.
It's crazy.
What I am saying is that there's a battle between one group of scholars that were mostly popular in the early to late 90s and another group of scholars who are now really, really advancing a very different argument, one that is based in the best science.
Which scholars is arguing that point by Jabari? Thunder, you taking up for Jabari. Which scholars is arguing that? Yeah, which scholars is arguing that?
I don't know exactly which one he's talking about, but I guarantee you got his number, and we can get some clarity on which one.
Listen, even when they had the Mary Lefkowitz arguing, she was arguing the same argument Ankh is making today. This exact same argument.
Yeah.
He's arguing Martin Bernal stuff. That's what he's doing.
Hey, Garfield.
What's up, King?
Hey, Garfield, pull the thing up, yo. It's gonna tell you what the consensus is, yo. Pull up Egyptian race argument on Wikipedia. The consensus was formed at the Cairo Symposium in 1974. So in 1974, yo, the consensus was that the Nile Valley was inhabited by indigenous Africans that started Egyptian civilization, and the indigenous. Yeah, could you hear me? Did the phone go out?
Yeah, which one? This one right here?
Yeah, you should go with the scholarship. It's going to look at the tab for modern scholarship. Well, you know what modern scholarship says. So that's an up-to-date article right there. It's going to tell you what the modern scholarship is. So in science, just because some academics or scientists don't go with the consensus, that's part of science. So you're going to have people that lean towards the Middle East and all that. That's fine. That's part of the work. But at the end of the day, the consensus is that they're indigenous Africans. That's why you can start to find it popping up in museums now. Particularly the Brooklyn Museum, the Boston Museum. And if you have a place, you see it, modern scholarship. Let me see the tab. Pull the tabs and I can tell you exactly which one to go to. No, upper left-hand corner. Upper left-hand corner. See that lines right there, 3 lines gonna pull it. Okay, what you got there? That says what? I can't barely see it. What's up? Read them to me. I'm gonna tell you which ones.
Position on modern scholarship. Scholarly view.
Click that. Position on modern scholarship. Scroll down some. Can you see it? You should be able to see it right there. It's gonna tell you. Matter of fact, I'll do it like this. I'll do it even easy for you. Because it's right there, man. I think Sean said it best. He doesn't understand what he ain't read the Cairo Symposium. Yeah, I don't think he. see it? Yeah, because I'm driving. It's kind of. What that say? What's that next tab? Oh, the position of mounted. Pull the tab down again. Yo, read them. All right, go. What's the next one? Not there.
Scholarly views on bias in the historical and modern interpretation in the race controversy.
It say what? Say it again.
Scholarly views on bias in historical and modern interpretations in the race controversy.
Scholarly. What's underneath that tab? And you know, if I was on my shit,
present day controversies.
Yeah, present day controversy. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Give me a second. I'll get to it. But it's right there though, yo. It ain't. Yeah, yo, motherfucker just lying.
Yeah, it's right here. The current position of modern scholarship is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development.
Yeah. All right, what else? Keep going. What else to say?
At the UNESCO Symposium in 1974, several participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous to the Nile Valley and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara who were differentiated by their color.
Now stop. It's say from north and what, yo?
And south of the Sahara.
Just say it one more time, yo.
North and south of the Sahara who were differentiated by the color.
Do we know what the map is? Do we know what north and south of the Sahara is, yo? Oh, do we know? So if they saying that in 1974, what the fuck is they arguing for, yo? And then push the tab to see what the source is, yo.
The source is Ancient Civilization of Africa in 1990 and the 1974.
Cairo Symposium. Am I correct? The Cairo Symposium. This Cairo Symposium was a scientific conference, and they reached a consensus there. Now, here's where Jabari and everybody trying to trick y'all at. Just because they reached a consensus doesn't mean, or so if the symposium ended on Sunday, it doesn't mean they're gonna change out all the plaques on motherfucking Monday, yo. It's crazy. That's not how it actually happens. So science is slow to move, right? So over the years, slowly but surely, right, as you get new fresh blood into the field, right, and more toward, they start moving that direction. Now we can safely say, Garfield, you and I both know, we sat right there, and that expert said, and we ain't even played that expert yet. The expert, they always bring up who? Who do they bring up to us, Garfield? Who do them experts mention?
Dia.
And who else? Who else?
Solange Ashby.
No, shut up. They don't know that. Theophile Banger, yo, you tripping. So Afrocentricity. So they actually, so now when you get your degree in Egyptology, yo, now they make them study Shigant Diabs and Theophile Banger. So all the scamming got to stop, yo. They're very well versed. And we had a couple scholars say, well, man, he said, we thought that to be ridiculous what they used to say in Egyptology. That's laughable now. We don't say that today. Today, indigenous Africans. He said, why you blame me for, I wasn't there. Why you blame me for something? I wasn't even born yet when they was making them wild ass racist tropes. Just like that. And they laughed at me. So I'm saying, so they actually got us in a 1950 argument, yo. Nobody argues this shit they fighting over. And now I understand why they do it. And that is the scam. The fact that they got us arguing like a Japanese soldier after they dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and the emperor signed the daggone we quit, right? You still got them fighting. The war's over, bro. Japan and rebuilt everything, and they function in the world, yo. The shit is over with, yo. So it's no argument anymore. There's no debate on this subject, man. The only debate is when people trying to get your money and get you sucked up in something, and they really doing it so they can take trips, right? When all they got to do is say, yo, I want to go to Africa anyway, bro. You don't got to trick me with the shit. I want to go anyway with you. I don't mind you making money off me. Make sure we safe. Make sure we see the monuments that we like. That's cool. But they do all that to make it more. Hey, yo, black, we right here. No, you're the indigenous Africans, yo. African Americans are not indigenous Africans. We're African Americans. Simple as that. Whoa, man. Simple as that. So,
all right, cool.
yeah.
Let me go back to this video real quick. Play some more of this conversation with you and Jabari. Very, very important conversation, I must add. Very important conversation.
And so that other group of scholars is losing that battle. But to call it a consensus, I think would be hard, because some of the old scholars from the 90s, they're the ones that have the chairs. They're the ones that are in charge of whole museum collections. They're the ones that have dozens of things that are, and they're still active. So, and they're disagreeing with each other.
Jabari, what I'm trying to tell you is that around here on this channel, you in trouble. I'm trying to tell you that we clearly understand that science is slow to move. Anthropology, all that. And I'm saying with the incoming generation of young scholars in their 50s and 40s, I'm saying Egypt is an indigenous, multicultural civilization talking about cultures in Africa. And you don't have to leave out the Levant, right? With those people that migrated in, you don't have to leave that out. That's fine. It's what populations do. They range at borders. There's no border. There's none of these things. So when we say it, we're talking about with the available science is saying we don't need everybody to say it. That's not the conversation. You might can get that off somewhere else, but for here, brother, we're saying that the field is moving towards the indigenous African civilization because now they got more archaeological research. I'm gonna bring it up. I got you on that. I'm just thinking also
can I say something?
Hold on, logic. There very well may be people that say what you're saying. We're not disagreeing with that. So I got a 2024 text. I'm gonna bring that up, and I got you. Go ahead. Somebody,
you're making it sound like what you just said is an
Amir, I'm gonna be real quick.
Wait. Let me just say, you have to be clear. You made it sound like what you just said is in opposition to what I've said. You're making things that we agree on.
You gotta freeze that right there, Garfield. You got to freeze that, yo. You gotta freeze that,
cadre. I just said there's a new cadre of scholars.
Hey, Garfield, you gotta freeze that. That's the con right there, yo. See that? See how you do that?
Yeah.
Wait, you act like we disagree. See that?
Yep.
Why the hell did we argue like this, yo? What? See, that's the game. See? There you have it. Go ahead, yo. It's crazy, yo, why you do that.
Yep.
And we had a great conversation yesterday.
That are coming
telling
in
people that then.
and
So why did I become the Uncle Tom? And then why did I become against anti-blackness when you know that's what they're saying? Ain't nobody coming to bed putting in the museums.
Videos in the Discord, General Public Chat. You can just, it's simple. 4 minutes long. Mark the yard.
That was a lot of words. I didn't understand what anyone just said.
Jabari, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Amir.
I'm sorry. So indigenous, if you understand science, the Africans are genetically diverse in genetics and in morphology. So when you say that the indigenous, which is obviously black, in some cases the population in Northeast Africa can look fairly distinct from populations in Southwest and Central Africa.
Sure.
So when you say, listen. So when you say indigenous, the population in North Africa could be indigenous, but look drastically and phenotypically distinct from populations in Congo or even Sudan. So, for example, I'll give you something in craniometrics. If you study C-long breasts, race clusters and clines, he says in the morphology, that's the source, the population morphologically fits in line with groups from Southern Europe, Southwest Asia, and Northeast Africa morphologically. So what's being said is when you say they're obviously black, you don't have to look like what's obviously black or what's identified as black based off description of what we see on the surface to be indigenous to so-called Africa, or even dark skin to be indigenous to so-called Africa. If you want, it's a great article that you should check out. Light skin and dark skin both evolved in Africa. So Africa has a lot of phenotypes. It has a lot of genetic distinction from one another. Some people have further drift than others. Some people went through bottlenecks. Some people went through changes. You have very ancient back migrations. And it's like we deny all that just to say, oh, they're black. But in reality, they're not.
What have you said that is in opposition to what I have said just now?
Because what you said, Brother Jabari, initially you said indigenous, which means black. That's what you said. You did say that. And
Listen. I understand the ad absurdum argument. Possibly you don't. The reality is that when scholars are talking about indigenous Africans, they are generally meaning what we call black. But who would say, you and I both travel on the continent. You think you have to talk to me about the different phenotypes that are present on the continent?
Hey, Jabari.
What we're saying, wait a minute. Let's be clear.
I'm being clear.
No, wait, let me finish my statement. Let me finish. You were talking and I let you finish. Let me
respond after you finish.
No, I didn't say you couldn't respond after.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying I let you finish and now I'm trying to respond.
Go ahead.
Nothing you said I disagree with.
Okay.
You all are posing things that I agree with as their rebuttals of what I've said.
Okay, but Jabari,
what I'm saying to you is, for an extensive period of time, I showed you a source on the screen from William Hegel, from George Wilhelm Hegel. For an extended period of time,
stop that right there, Garfield.
Scholars, notice my air quotes, have been attempting to say,
hey, yo, you know how old that Hegel source is, yo?
I read it to them earlier. It's 1770 to 1831.
I mean, why, man? Come on, yo. That's not even right, yo. Like, why would you do
crazy,
that,
yo? That shit is
crazy.
I mean,
why would somebody do that, though, yo?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, yo. I believe Wu-John brought up the conversation. What's the game, yo? And then every time I'm agreeing with y'all saying, well, no, y'all not. Else we would not be arguing this. If he actually agreed, why am I anti-black? Why did he say out of his mouth that I'm anti-black? I'm going against my people. My ancestors be mad at me. How? And then you bring up a 1700 source before Charles Darwin. I mean, is it just me or something? Come on, yo. Really? Go ahead, bro. It's just, hey, man, come on, yo. It ain't even fair, yo.
That shit is crazy.
That ancient Kemet was in the province of people who were not typical to the continent of Africa. I'm not saying that, and I know that's a really, really sloppy statement. It's not my statement, it's their statement. Because they would say to you that an African is someone that has the tightest curled hair, the widest possible nose, and the darkest possible skin. Anyone who has studied Africa or even visited Africa knows that there's great phenotypic. If you go to Central Africa and you look at, for example, someone like the Khoisan people, and you compare them with the people of Kenya, I mean, you're looking at someone who's routinely under 5 feet and someone who usually can easily get over 6.5 feet. I mean, very clearly, we're not saying that that there's great phenotypic variation on the continent of Africa. That's not what we're saying.
So Jabari,
that's not what they're saying. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with them.
Jabari.
They're the ones that said that the ancient Kemetic people were not black. They were Asian. They were European. And I think that's a lot of what you are doing is confusing.
So
now, when people mention indigenous African society today, the next thing they do is they say that there are lots of connections between Kemet and Nubia. They say that they talk about the Green Sahara, talking about Africans who traveled all the way across from east to west and west to east, that they're actually saying those people that we consider Africans today are the same type of people that populated that created and populated the world's greatest society. That is what they're saying. The other scholars are not in their camp. And for you to make it sound like everyone is saying it, by the way, there's someone in the chat named Pure Black. Please go back and talk to your mother because she's embarrassed right now.
Whoa. Jabari, don't do that. Don't do that.
Stay out the chat, Jabari. Stay out the chat.
I'm going to say something about the chat because your mods aren't. That's why.
I mean, hold on.
Your mods
Jabari, so are you saying that?
No. I gotta moderate. I do want to say though, brother Jabari, we been getting ripped to shreds over on that other station. So
and you respond
over on that goofy channel.
And you respond just like I'm responding. But I'm not using profanity and insult.
Hey, Jabari. So
no, it's Amir needs to respond. I
just
gotta
want to
moderate. Y'all gotta let Amir respond.
Make it brief. People on the panel, y'all got it.
And it's time to break out the sources on Jabari.
Yes, I'm gonna be quick. So 2020.
Now it's time to end the charade.
So
go ahead.
So when you say there's proof based off 2018 studies studying ancient North Africans, an ancient Near Eastern population has been there for a very long time. When you look at certain toolage after the Haflin culture, you see pre-Neolithic Levantine signatures in that portion of Egypt or Africa for a very long time before the inception of what we know as dynastic period Egypt. So you do have a multicultural population that did create a foundation in that portion of the world. No one can get past the genetic signatures that has been found, and no one can get past certain animals that we see and certain tools that we see that's in certain portions of the world that's not that bridges right there. So what I'm saying is that it's indigenous, but it does have some non-African populations that did back migrate. It's there, but it happened right there. It formed right there. It shaped
Show us
right
your
there.
source. Show us your source.
2018 study. 2018 study.
Show us your source. Show us the source.
2018 studies of North Africa, Ibero-Maroons, and Sepharad.
That's not a no. You can't just say this. Show us the source. Show us the source.
Okay.
I've read the scholarship on that.
Okay. So
read the article and see if it says what you just said it said.
Okay. I'm going to get my source, and then I'm going to let them play this.
Okay.
I got you.
You're not going to come back with that source, y'all.
Yes, I am. It's I mean, anybody can look it up.
What he just said it said.
Well, okay, I got you. Stay right here.
Okay.
Don't leave the panel.
No, I'm not going nowhere.
It'll be hard for you to get back on. Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, it's time.
Can I speak to this? This was shown on the screen.
Yeah, good. All right, so we dropping. So anybody having a conversation from this point forward, you can have a scholar making a point. We cool. You need some paperwork. This is what we doing moving forward. Because this is in the game. Now the rebel about to meet the road. Go ahead, Wuja. I see your source. Let's go get it.
Okay. Earlier on my screen, I was showing the book covers of books that I advocate and recommend to people to read to help out with this larger conversation that's been going on for quite a while. And so one of the books that I showed, I'm actually showing you pages within this is the book, The Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs by Erosh Maddock. And we did a book club when it first came out in 2020. This is a 2020 publication, and we did a book club, and we walked, everybody that participated, we walked through the entire book and had some good discussions. And I definitely recommend everyone that's concerned about this issue to get it and read it. It's very cheap. It's available on Kindle. But anyway, to the point, there's a chapter 2 called From Race to Culture and People, Egyptology of the 19th and early 20th century. In this first section, he starts off by talking about Egyptology and scientific racism. And so I just quickly, on the spot, want to point out a few things here that's pointed out. And here in this section here, in number 2, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, but over here on the right-hand column, number 2, I'm just going to read this because this is interesting. I mean, the whole thing's interesting, but I'm not doing a service. It's too many people on the panel for me to slow things down and hog the mic. But I just want to point out a few things. So here it says, 2, it says, there's no biological validity for the racial construct. And then this book is well sourced, by the way. So you see all the clickable sources and things. For example, M. Hefney, an Egyptian immigrant to the U.S., considered himself to be black. Considered himself to be black. According to the rules of the United States government on race and ethnicity from 1997, all people originating in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa are classified as white. Hefney filed a lawsuit to change his official classification from white to black. Ancient Egyptians did not have the concept of race, as their attitudes towards people were based on cultural status and not color. And here's another source. Therefore, the concept of race, although paramount for Egyptology of the 19th and early 20th century, has no scientific credibility in modern scholarship. Section 2 of this particular book, it deals with the problem of race and scientific racism in Egyptology because, although not based on modern anthropology, these concepts continue to exist in one form or another, even in some recent works. So this book is pretty thorough on that. Like I said, I don't want to hog, but let me just see if I can find another spot that was interesting while you were talking. I found it.
You got it, because I got a source. I'm ready. I'm cooking with hot grease. Come on.
Okay, just real quick here. It says from race. That's what I just read, wasn't it? Book of Gays for Species. Scientific racism. Yeah, I don't like I said, I don't want to, so it talks about the Hamitic question. It talks about Glidden, which if you read this, you'll find that these were definitely racist scholars and people in their peers in their time. They were all in agreement with a lot of racist ideology. And so this particular book points all that stuff out and just shows how it's not even tenable today at all. Like it's just totally rejected at this point. So I don't want, like I said, I don't want to hog the mic, but
all right, you get back to a finding. I got you. We got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, so you could stop sharing. But again, let me just show the cover of this book. I definitely recommend everybody to get it. If I can even get to the first page. But the cover of the book is this one. Ethnic Identities in the Land of Pharaoh, Hiroshima. And that, matter of fact, we were going to actually interview him, but this is just a side note. And he agreed at first, but then he changed his mind because of the behavior that he saw in associated YouTube channels with this particular topic. And I just want to side note that, point that out, that, collectively, I think that people need to do better on this conversation when they're on YouTube, because it's not looking good when people are fussing and bickering and you got all the drama in, because these scholars, they want to participate, but they're not gonna do it if they feel like it's messy, and I feel the same way. So I just want to point that out.
I agree. Where you at, Juju? Let's go. Let's get it cracking, since you can't find the black one with Samantha Kiyata with the genetics of African.
I dropped the video in a private chat. I dropped in the Discord.
No, yeah, we got no. We're gonna play the video next. We got you. We're gonna roll it.
That wasn't it in the back chat. Like I put both of them back there. You didn't look at it?
No, we good. I want you to read it. It's your turn to read. Here we go. You see it.
Yeah.
And we'll disclose the source. Do I need to make that bigger?
No.
You got it?
So is Egypt black? Most of the people asking the question today are Africans and African Americans who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves and other members of their own race. However, this question assumes two premises that are patently false. The first is that there exist, or there once existed, biologically distinct and pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined. Second, the questioners generally believe that there is a link between what they regard as race and cultural achievement. Science has shown that both premises are incorrect. Continue.
That is a racist article. That is mad racist. Now all of a sudden we are the ones that have created this race controversy.
Why are you doing this in the middle of reading a source show?
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Didn't Wuja just tell you them people don't want to come? People like you act like that.
I'm sorry.
I can see you the one that's keeping your styles off of YouTube.
I won't shut up.
But I'm on my best behavior today, and you bring it out.
You are, Bobby. There you are.
I knew it. See, on something that is you got the mic. They be like, yeah, and then the bomb would go off at that point.
For real, I read that. When I read that paragraph, I was upset.
I know, but you should at least
not at the reader, at what was written. That's what I got upset.
Wait a minute, Jabari. It's our turn. We literally have Shamarka, Kiara.
Don't acquiesce to a faulty premise. Keep reading.
All right. Modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variation in skin color and physical characteristics. we can expect the same to have been true in the past. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile's sources in the south. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians looked more Middle Eastern and others looked more like the Sudanese or Ethiopians of today. And some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan Black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history.
Element.
It was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. What did I say? That does not mean that Egyptians were Black in the way that African Americans identified themselves today. It also doesn't mean that Egyptians were white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors in Hollywood films. The modern Black-white distinction is a construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. The best we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties linking it to other African cultures, to its south and west, and to the Mediterranean and Near Eastern cultures to its north.
I like that part where you said element.
Can I?
Element.
Are you reading more or
element?
There you go, right there.
Can I respond?
No, let me say something about this. This is where modern academia is. This is a great book. I want to show you exactly the source we was using, so maybe you could add it to your library, Jabari. I don't want you out here lacking in these streets, right? I want you up on.
You're going to show another source. Can't I respond to that one?
Yes, you can. You will get a chance to.
Okay,
I got you. I'm not going to do that.
By the way,
and it talks about the article also talks about Diop's and the great job he did and all that. I just didn't want to get into all that.
Could you also tell me where that last source was from? Because you just started reading.
Look, here you go. 4th edition.
Okay.
Ancient Near Eastern History and Culture. There you go.
Right. Okay.
All right. That's it. That's a great.
That same book is coming in the mail. Wow.
Yeah, get that. That's a great. You got that coming in the mail?
Yeah, because I have a relationship with Routledge, so they send me the books for free now that I'm a professor. So
that's right.
Coming in the mail.
Well, you're a professor. You act like it. Act like you understood what you.
Oh, stop!
If you're a professor, you know the damn well what they were saying.
Ankh, I need to respond to that.
Hey, Jabari, I'm going to give you a list of books that I need since you're getting them for free. So give me the hookup.
Right.
Seriously, if there were some books you wanted access to, depending on the publisher, I might be able to help you do that.
Y'all heard it here.
Sometimes I'm able to get multiple copies because I use them for class.
Hey, Ankh, you got that? Hey, Ankh, you got what I sent you in your text, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good looking.
I got you. And we got this video we want to strike. Hold on. I don't want to mess this up. All right.
Do we respond to y'all?
Yes, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, let me say that article was extremely racist. Extremely racist. And if you're not able to see it, let me explain. Let me
explain how it's racist when they gave you.
Have tried to dispel. Hold on, listen. They tried to dispel the conversation and all of the discourse around race and stick it on African Americans. Like it's African Americans that created this crazy bit. And then what they did, wait a minute. Then what they did is later they tried to say, well, most of the people that were that are depicting the Egyptians are white. But this is really African Americans. That's ridiculous. This debate over Africans and people who are darker skinned contributing nothing to civilization is their artifice. The artifice of academia, European descended academia, to try to make it sound like it's African Americans that don't understand is offensive. And in addition to that, I think that we have to recite what we're citing here, because now y'all showing sources, but do you not understand what sources we're supposed to show? The contention I made, which you were supposed to show sources for, which that article, the last two articles does not do, by the way, strike, was that the people who are making the argument now, these nascent Egyptologists.
No, Jabari, I showed you. Jabari, hold on. Whoa.
Wait,
Jabari.
let me finish.
The way the source addressed black and white.
No, that's not what I asked you to do.
Yeah, you said show a source.
That's not what I asked you to do. That is not what I asked you to do.
What'd you ask me to do?
What I asked you all to do. What I asked you all to do is I asked for you to show me the scholars that are now arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society and then saying it was not black or white. That is what I asked you to do.
That's a fact.
Read that though.
That's a fact.
Just play the video, Bobby.
Wait, hold on. We're not gonna play crazy now. Nah, hold on. Hey, Jabari.
That's a tactic that Jabari do, bro.
Jabari, that's what you do. Go ahead and talk, Jabari. We're gonna read it again, Juju.
That
article
simply says. It simply says. Listen, literacy is important, and I'm beginning to question it here.
Wow.
Oh,
because
hell no.
Does not say what we're doing. Neither of them do.
Oh, okay, Jabari. Then what I would ask you to do at this point, Jabari, is hold on. We're gonna come back to the space.
Okay.
All right, and then give us an apology, because I don't want to cuss you out. I want to keep everything right here. Because you start talking about some literacy shit like we ain't just see what we just read, bro. You the one acting illiterate. You're acting illiterate right now, yo. We seen it.
Listen, if you're offended by that comment, I retracted and I apologize.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because we see here. Now hold on, let the sister read.
Ad hominems on the panel.
No ad hominems, Jabari. Ain't nobody illiterate. I don't think you be illiterate.
Trust me,
that was not an ad hominem attack.
But who illiterate then?
That
who
was not an
No, you got Jabari, you got Wujai, you got Amir, you got Sosa, you got Gullah, you got everybody that read, yo. So who is illiterate?
I'm saying that I didn't say anyone was illiterate. What I am
well, let's read this.
What I am saying is that article.
You want to play the video first, Bobby?
Both of the articles that were displayed don't actually address what we're supposed to be addressing in terms of sources.
The damn video says it all. Like, why would I just go?
No, he made that up, by the way.
Bobby just.
Yo, Ankh, you see, that's why I came off the panel, man, because I knew what I was about to bring up, and I said, I'm gonna cuss this nigga out. Let me jump off this panel. I ain't got time for this today. Hey, you call me like, yo, I ain't want to cuss him out. You see, this is the problem. The dude is lying. Look at all these people. The dude is lying like a mother. Only Egyptian know this. Oh, what did Jabari do? They can't see Jabari doing no wrong. She read the article. The article is about black and white, saying that they're not looked on as black and white, and saying that they're indigenous to the area.
Right, yo. That's the hell. Didn't he say?
That is crazy. He said it's a racist article.
Yeah, it's a racist article, yo. How is being indigenous to Africa racist? How is it saying that you're not the African American? How's that racist, yo? The Egyptians aren't the African Americans, yo. They not. But I tell you what, though, when you look at the Egyptians, they got a mix like the African Americans do. So Egyptians got an indigenous mix and a mix that come up from the Levant and the Mediterranean. Same shit with African Americans, but y'all, come on, yo. And not to mention, Egyptians range. Darker to the south, that population in the south, up in Egypt, right, coalesce with Lower Nubia. The population in the north, Lower Egypt, I'm saying, as you get closer to the Delta and the Levant, it starts to coalesce with the Mediterranean. Right? We knew this 15 years ago when we talked about baboons and how when baboons cross these other range, they mix. So we know populations mix. It's one of the most natural things to do. So that's never not changing. And oh, by the way, how long do you need to be in Africa to be indigenous? You know, that population been back migrating damn near 20,000 years ago, yo. You know what I'm saying? We just got the tools to separate the molecules. So all you doing is talking about molecules when you talking about haplogroups. Look it up. Look up what a haplogroup is. That's it. So come on, man. How's that a racist article, yo? It's not a racist article. It's a scientific article, and it's on the side, you know what I'm saying, of where we supposed to be at, the indigenous Africa. What more does he want? Hey, Garfield, pull that book up though, yo. Pull the book up. Because you know you sent the book to me. That's a fire book. Go read the Diop's part, what it said, because I think that's important. See, everybody act like Egyptology, not studying Diop. See, once Diop's get entered into the Met, yo, and talking about the origin of civilization, yo, y'all got to go there. Yeah, y'all back, y'all tripping.
And
They got that man in the Met. Yeah, it's on page, I remember it now, yo, 160. I'll never forget that page again. 161. Read the part when it's talking about Diop's. And make sure everybody get that book, yo. We're not sitting here playing. We're not going back to the 1700s, yo. What's that, a 20 what? 2024, 2023? What is it? Look on the page itself.
2023. It came out July 2023.
Yeah, yeah. Last year. Why here in the 1700s? Look, find a page, yo. I don't see it. That ain't the page.
It's page 160, bro.
Yeah, but look on the page. I don't see the gray area, so I know you ain't on the page. You probably looking at the dot. Yeah. Keep going. That ain't it. What? 163.
I'm looking for the part about Diop. I'm looking for
Diop. Yeah, go to Diop. Yeah, we gotta talk about this. Since everybody act like we the only people talking about Diops. Come on, bro. We don't gotta. This is a crazy argument. Friendships breaking up, hating each other, yo. I know why I'm mad, because I'm saying, man, come on, yo. Man, we never could get articles like this 15 years ago, yo.
It's at the top. It is against such explicitly racist views that figures like Sheikh Anta Diop in the 90s introduced that Egypt is essentially a black African civilization.
Stop, yo. Just stop for a minute. Where you at? Where you at? Go.
Let me back up a little bit.
Back up. Hold on. That racist article just said what? What did that racist article just say? Just the article Jabari said was racist. Let me see what the racist article just said. Let me see.
Oh,
go ahead, Garfield. Read that racist article to us again.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the article in the book that he called racist. We read one piece out of it, and he called it racist.
Debating the evidence, race, and ethnicity of ancient Egypt. Since the 18th and 19th century, there has been much popular interest in the racial identity of the ancient Egyptians. European scholars raised the issue by proposing theories that Egyptian civilization was produced by the immigration or invasion of a dynastic race. L.A. Waddell, Zion Lex used them in this book. The invaded race were Caucasian newcomers from the Near East or even Aryan Sumerians. See, L.A. Waddell right here. Time and again, early Egyptologists insisted that Egyptian civilization was the product of Near Eastern, red, white immigrants who brought them tools and intelligence to kickstart Egypt's rise. Statements such as the civilizations of Africa or the civilization of the Hamites. The incoming Hamites were pastoral Europeans, arriving wave after wave, better armed as well as quicker witted than the dark agricultural Negroes. All right? Typify anthropological and Egyptological attitudes of the period. Today, archaeological evidence for the gradual development of Egyptian civilization from prehistoric periods onward has caused the idea of the influx of a dynastic race in early Egypt to be completely, what? Abandoned. See that?
Hold on. What? Wait. You saying that racist article is saying what?
Today, archaeological evidence for the gradual development of Egyptian civilization from
what day? What day?
Periods.
What day? What day they talking about? 1700s? What day? What day, Garfield? We just silly at this point. What day? Seriously, yo. Nah. We gotta treat them like 1-year-olds. What day, bro? When?
2023.
Okay. Are we sure that's it? Or all the words turning around and mixing up, and some white man is sitting on the page tricking us right now?
They're tricking us, man.
Tricking us, huh? This is the racist argument talking about racism, how wild it was in the field of Egyptology, talking about
Nah, you wild. You wilding right now. You know what I'm saying? Now that article was racist. I agree with Jabari. And nigga, you wilding.
Thunder, let me finish, bro. Relax. It is now watch this now. Now they're telling you why it is against such explicitly racist views that figures like who? Sheikh Anta Diop in the 1960s introduced the idea that Egypt is essentially a black African civilization. His idea started a movement called Afrocentrism to counteract the Eurocentrism of Europe and American scholars. Afrocentrism argues that ancient Egypt was a black African culture and that the ancient Egypt is the origin for many of the hallmarks of later Greco-Roman culture and therefore Western civilization. This view was popularized by who?
Garfield,
Uncle about to drive to your house. Uncle about to drive to your house, Thunder. What's up, Uncle?
Hey, Thunder is so motherfucking ignorant, yo. It's unbelievable, yo. Now, either you doing it on purpose or you ignorant as a motherfucker, Thunder. Which one is it, bro? You tell everybody you playing, yo, right now, yo. Say you playing. So just be honest, yo, seriously, yo. No. You're a highly intelligent person, yo. I met you in real life, installing Computer Pro and all the top-notch shit. So are you serious, right? Say you just being a contrarian, yo, being funny to make the show, yo. Do that for me, bro. So I don't think I've lost my mind, yo.
All right, number one, I'm not gonna bow to your will. This is what I would say. I would say, as a loyal Jabariite, nigga, I think that.
Let me kick him out. Yo.
I think that.
I'll see you tomorrow, yo. I'll see you tomorrow. You can't make this shit up, yo. That's a loyal Jabariite.
Nigga, I'm not gonna bow to your will. I'm telling you, nigga, as a loyal Jabariite, I think the article, I agree with Jabari. I think it was racist, and that's it. Okay. You're not gonna scare me in the.
You run. I tried to scare you. I tried to scare him, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you tried to scare me. No, nigga. Not gonna bow to your will. Succumb to your request. I don't have to do that.
Let me finish reading this paragraph.
Yeah.
The view was popularized by Mark Bernal in his hugely popular work, Black Athena. In 3 volumes, Bernal chronicled how Greek civilization derived many of its salient features from Egypt and the Levant. Most of Bernal's claims have been refuted by historians, classicists, and archaeologists. Nevertheless, Bernal's works have caused scholars to pay more attention to the ways in which the ancient Near East did influence Greece. Bernal's writings also have virtually put an end to the notion that Western civilization had its roots only in Greece and Rome. The question of whether Egypt was black or not is hard to tackle. It is not uncommon to see comments and articles on the internet and in popular forums that assert that this or that pharaoh had African Negro features, or that Cleopatra was the black queen. Egyptologists generally dismiss these claims out of hand, instead referencing the distinctions Egyptians made between black-colored Nubians from modern Sudan and the lighter-skinned images of Egyptian pharaohs and officials in their art. They also point out that physical differences were not as important to the ancient Egyptians as to modern Westerners. The main criteria Egyptians used to define themselves relative to others were cultural in nature, not racial. Anyone who was born in Egypt, spoke the Egyptian language, and shared the Egyptian culture was an Egyptian, a true person. In the ancient Egyptian language, the same word meant Egyptian and person. Outsiders were all thought to be somewhat inferior, but that was because of their cultures, not their skin colors. It is true that Egyptologists have been slow to acknowledge what? The African elements of Egyptian civilization. In many academics' works. What up? In many academic works.
No, you're right. No.
Egypt is presented as in Africa, but not of Africa. Egypt is thus thought of as a Near Eastern society isolated from the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. This book, too, is guilty of this because it discusses Egypt in its Near Eastern context. When one looks more closely, excuse me, when one looks more closely, the African nature of early Egypt becomes evident. New research, especially in Nubia, argues that Egyptian civilization and Nubian civilization developed from the same roots and continue to influence each other in manifold ways. For one thing, Sahara Desert did not form a formidable barrier from the south and west until its full desiccation at the end of the 3rd millennium BC. Second, Egypt maintained close economic and political ties with Nubia and other communities in Africa throughout its history. In this view, Egypt is essential an African culture that developed many ties to the Mediterranean and the rest of the Near East over the course of history. It follows that ancient Egyptians are the same original population group as Nubians and other Saharan populations, with some genetic input from Arabian, Levantine, North African, Indo-European groups who are known to have settled in Egypt during its long history. This is born out of studies of cranial measurements to determine biological relationships between populations. One such recent study concluded that pre-dynastic Egyptians are most closely aligned with Nubian populations rather than with samples from the Levant. On the other hand, genetic studies of modern North African populations generally suggest a big influx of Near Eastern populations during the Neolithic period or earlier. All right, I think we good right there. I think we good. I think we good.
Well, shit, you might as well finish that shit off, yo. Why you fucking at it? Reading the racist ass article.
I want to play more Jabari, man. I want to hear the great Jabari.
Yeah, but I'm saying so who got the comprehension problem though? See what I'm saying? Like, what's the joke here?
Well,
come on, bro. How's that a racist argument? It tell you the whole piece. It tell you how science is slow. It show you how even this book talking about Near Eastern studies, including it, and then it says evident of its African indigenous, and then explain all the components to you. Couldn't have did no better. Like, what more do you want? You want to put Michael Jordan, you know what I'm saying, and some Jordans in Egypt, and then you be convinced? Come on, yo. No way, bro. No way, yo. Tell them to find me an academic source like that. They talk about Egypt being a black, whatever the hell. Go find. They ain't found that yet. 4 years.
What's up, bro? What's up, brother? It's Daryl. Check this out.
Hold on, Daryl. Hold on one second.
Oh man.
Hold on.
Oh, I like Daryl. He coming in and swing. I like him. Yeah, let's do it.
Let me get beat up if he come in swinging.
He ain't
gonna get past that source.
If you got a white person born in Africa and now they African,
that's a wild ass conversation.
No, listen what I'm saying. If you got a white person,
Daryl, you ain't making no sense, Daryl.
We don't agree.
All right, here's the video. Let's play the clip since everybody want me to play the clip.
Go ahead.
Then I want to go back to the article.
That's
It
fine.
expressed they range in skin color and they not to be called black and white. All the things that was in there, but since we act like that ain't what it said. But here you go. Me clipping is 4 minutes. Let's go.
Need to play Deborah Heard's clip too again.
And folks, let me say, I'm supposed to be leaving here at 4:45.
What time we got?
So I have about
15.
I would like to say something real quickly to him.
You got like 10 minutes left. You get it
before you leave. I want to be able to say something to him.
Yeah, I got you. All right, I got the thing
Goodness
going.
gracious.
Yeah, I cannot believe the illiteracy of the panel these days. How? Reading everything you read, yo. I got access to everything you got access to, Jabari. Everybody got access. We members, yo. Card carrying members of the Journal of Nature and Science, Academia. Come on, yo. Got doctors in the family. Got access to all that. So here we go. Let's play this clip right here. This is important. Here we go.
In terms of human history, deep human biological history, Africa has a special role as a place of the emergence of modern humans, whether from a single population that has crossed the threshold and diversified, or whether from multiple populations that have intermixed to create the fundamental basis of modern humanity. Ancient Nubia and ancient Egypt share roots, common cultural roots in Northeast Africa, in the Sahara, and along the Nile Valley. The ancient Egyptians and the ancient Nubians can both be described, especially in the earlier periods, as being descendants of Northeast African indigenous populations. As one writer said, all of these people are Africans, and I define Africans as people whose biological histories have emerged and their identities have emerged in Africa, and where any mixing that took place on African soil. The Egyptians did not come from any place else other than the Nile Valley. Their identities and any other ancestry that they may have had were all forged together in that space. One becomes better known, and one's writing becomes
I don't hear the video anymore.
It would still be a mystery as well. We have not recovered something similar for, later period Nubia. I don't think in terms of race in general. I don't, and when I say this, I think about it in two different ways. Darwin essentially suggested that in order to say that a species was subdivided into subspecies, which would be the equivalent of races, that the populations involved would have to be almost incipient species. Okay, so a high degree of substructuring. I can tell you that you cannot use the idea of any difference or being able to tell a difference either at the molecular level or physical level as indicative of or requiring the use of the term race. So I say there are populations, but no races. And I'm not the first person to say that. All of these people are connected to each other, and dividing them in a way that implies a level of discreteness that the term race implies is inappropriate. Were there people with darker skin, lighter skin, curlier hair, less curly hair? Yes, there were. There's no evidence that the ancient Egyptians who did medicine, who made observations, and sometimes detailed artwork about the environment around them, animals, plants, there's no evidence that they had a theory of human variation that would be commensurate or similar to notions of race as they were developed in Europe. There's a deep shared ancestry in the Sahara of these societies. The fact that they were sometimes in conflict, we should not impose our reasons, our ways of thinking onto why this conflict may have occurred. The conflicts were political, social, probably over the same issues. Let's not read ideological ideas about the reason of this conflict back into the past. We have to avoid stereotypes. We have to avoid the old ways of thinking, but just put into new data sets or new types of data, which I do believe that we can see in literature sometimes today, and I think that a lot of times, if you look very carefully at the scientific literature, you'll see that sometimes the old ways of thinking are lurking beneath the surface there. And this is something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, so there you go. You heard it straight from Samantha Kiata's mouth. and this is the way we explain it. And that's the only way it makes sense to explain that way.
Would y'all would like the link
What
to
were we
that
supposed to
video?
find sources for again?
Hold on just a
It
moment,
must have
Jabari,
skipped.
please.
It must have skipped.
Would
That's
y'all
not the
would
one
like
we skipped.
would y'all would like the link to
Just
the
so you
video?
know,
Everybody freeze. What
That
did
couldn't
you
have been the
say?
right room.
What'd you
Amir
say,
is back.
Social?
Amir is back with his source, just so y'all know. I know he wants to show that before
Yeah,
I
Jabari.
know. What did you say? What
That's
did you
not
say?
the part where he says that Egypt is an indigenous African culture, is not black or white.
Clip it,
That's
Sosa.
Clip it,
Nah,
Sosa,
it
so we
wasn't.
know. What
Right.
timestamp? I played the whole
And
video.
Wujawal would like you to provide a link for that video in the chat if possible.
It's in the
I'm putting
private
it there
chat.
right
It's in the
now.
private chat. The link is in the private chat.
I'm afraid
Got
that
it.
the sources that you've showed so far don't do what we said we were trying to do.
Okay, what was we? I thought you were trying to say that they're not black or white and range of skin color. I could have sworn that's what it was. That's not what it was?
They're
Soy
doing
Kita
exactly
just
what they're
said,
supposed to do.
Soy Kita just said that he doesn't like the term black or white because it lacks specificity, that there are people on the continent that look a wide variety of ways. That's what Soy Kita just said.
Well, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I know that's what you're saying, but
Okay,
that's
so
not
how am I wrong? How is he wrong?
That's not what we're disagreeing on.
Well, what are we disagreeing
I have
on,
already said to you. Wait, listen
But
to
we're
me.
not agreeing with what
Hold on, let him go. I want to hear this.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to say to you, I agree to you that the term black has problems. I've already said that to you. I've said it like 8 times on this show.
When?
But what I did say is you're not going to find scholars who say that the ancient Kemetic society is indigenous and at the same time say that ancient Kemetic society
That's
is
facts.
neither black nor
He done
white.
said that at
That
least
is
3 or
not
4
what
times
Soy Kita
already.
just said. Soy Kita said the term black doesn't give us the proper specificity. This is a topic that we agree on.
All right, because you have
So why you
horrible
calling him
listening
black?
skills.
The
Hold on.
sources that you're using,
Jabari, you got bad listening skills. The source
sources
the
that
sister
you're-
just read said exactly just that. Now
So
we're not
then
gonna play
show me-
around with
then
this.
show me.
Yeah,
Here,
but
go,
he
look, it's
tried
right
to
here.
disqualify it by saying it was racist because it
It's right here.
included-
Come on, just get right to it. It's right here. Look, read it again. It said, look, you start right here.
It says
right?
modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variation in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile's sources in the south. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians looked more Middle Eastern and others looked more like the Sudanese or Ethiopia of today. And some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed during you moved it so fast. Often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan Black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. That does not mean that Egyptians were Black in the way that.
Hold on, let me take a look over there real quick. Hold on, family. Who's beefing in Asar's chat? Got 40 people talking.
What you say, Garfield?
Hold on 1 second. Let me check something real quick.
And what did Thunder say out of his mouth? Thunder just said something slick. What'd you say, Thunder?
I said, yeah, he is correct when he said this about the 3rd or 4th time that you all were not addressing what he was saying.
All right, what was he saying so we can make sure we address it? See,
You want me to say it for the 5th? I'm
yeah,
not going to do this. Nah, I'm good.
I'm threatening you. I'm threatening
Nah.
Because I'm definitely threatening you.
Because you heard what he said. Nah, we good.
I seen him add it on. So I know what he said. This is what he said. You're not going to find a
Smashing
scholar.
You got to jump on. He can't be in the chat. Let's jump on.
You're not finna mock Jabari,
No. This is
bro.
what you say.
You finna mock him.
Here you go. Listen. At the end, he started piling shit on. He put all kind of shit together. So let me give it to you. Hold on. I'm going to give it to you. I want everybody to listen, yo, and we're going to end this shit. Jabari, at the end of the day, by the time he figured out everything he want to pile together, you're not going to find nobody say that they range in skin color and they are a multicultural and indigenous civilization. Is that not what he asks for at the end? Can we ride with that?
Yeah, but he has said it before that too, though.
Okay.
Exactly. And they provided it 3 times. Three times.
Can I finally say something?
No, you can't.
You know what?
Check this out.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Check this out. If you're a white person and you're born in Africa now and you consider an African, if you move to America, do they consider that person an African American?
Yes, I do.
His children.
No. If he's born in Africa, if a white man is born in Africa and he moves to America,
you're right. I'm a Jamaican American.
Right. He's an African American, right?
Yes,
sir. So you're right. So how does that help this conversation, though?
So listen. So that right there will take the place of us royal blacks being African Americans, and that could go back to everything that we saying when we trying to use African and black and all this and that. If a white person could be born in Africa and be called an African to move to America, he's going to be considered an African American. And where do that put us at?
No,
where do that put us at?
No, I don't know where it put us at, but how does that help the conversation we've been having for the last 4 hours? In the last 3 years.
Check this out. Hold on, brother Unc. This is what brother Unc. Listen.
Hey, let's move on back. Let me play the rest of the video.
Hey, he's still European. He's still of European descent.
Sean got J, so he's a specialist. He got J, so he's an expert.
You said indigenous Africans. We ain't say nothing about what he think he's talking about.
Right, I know it totally. So I don't know why he tried to make that whole African American argument.
You can't say he's He
is a descendant of Europe. His ancestors, right, colonized the continent in certain areas and inhabited those lands when they colonized it.
How long did they colonize them
for? A few hundred years. They ain't been there thousands of years. A few hundred years.
Since the 1600s, man.
What is a few hundred years, Thunder? God dang.
How long you got to be at a place before you consider that place?
Let me give you an example.
Sean, are we Americans? Are you American, Sean?
No.
Sean, you American?
No.
Okay, good. All right. No problem. You see, now you got Wujau say he not black. You got Lord Albert say he ain't black, and you got Sean saying he's not American.
You don't even allow people to qualify. You don't even allow people to qualify their answer to you because you can't comprehend.
Okay, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
What is it to be an American? A white Protestant Anglo-Saxon.
You know what? See, this is the danger of nigger knowledge. This is why nigger knowledge is so dangerous. This is why.
Stupid, yo.
This is wild, man. Why would you say something like that, Sean?
Play the video and get this over with, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
That is what it means to be an American, is to be a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
You know who you need to bring on to get rid of Thunder? This guy right here. Indigenous black man. That's it. That's his favorite man.
He'll definitely get him.
He get him good.
Man, this dude said something about my head and eating vagina or something, right? And I'm like, how you even think of something like that?
He got he said Thunder got the type of head that be between a woman's legs or some crap.
And make them bow-legged. Yeah. He said make them bow-legged because my head's so big. I'm like, dog, how you even imagine something like that about me in particular?
That's your kryptonite. I'm gonna bring him on though. Come on in, indigenous
Hey,
IBM.
Garfield.
Come on, IBM. Come get him.
Hey, Garfield, right here. Let me hang up.
All right, cool. I got you. All right, so good. I'm up anyway, so I'm gonna hold on. Where Uncle? Okay, let me kick it. Okay, I'm gonna kick it off.
I'm right here. You see it, right?
I don't need to kick it off. All right, the other one.
Hey, hold on. So you, hey Thunder, what's that source Jabari keep wanting? What do you want? What do you want?
He want indigenous Egyptians, and he want
multicultural.
Yeah, multicultural, indigenous.
That's easy, bro. You see that
Here
all?
you go. I got it right here. Hey,
That's in the same article they're reading.
Y'all see it? No, y'all see it right here. Y'all see it? What that say, Garfield? Read that. What that say?
Other physical features vary
No,
along
we
the
got to change the damn
continuum.
thing.
Therefore, some.
Nope. Switch my screen. I'm seeing screen.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. Hold on. You're not sharing though.
I am sharing.
Where?
You got to
there
pull it
you
up.
go. There you go.
Oh wow. All right, you see it, right? What's this say? What does it say?
Oh, it's in Egyptian. It's in French.
What does it say, yo?
I read that shit. Brooklyn Museum.
So for everybody that don't know, I start off the show, right, with the Brooklyn Museum. But everybody want to act like it. Okay, let's go. And what you read this, let's get this straight. And look at the thing. We want to check off all the boxes when we see them. Go ahead.
Located on the African continent, Egypt is nevertheless often perceived as being part of the Near East. While its ties with the various Near Eastern cultures in both ancient and modern times are well established, Egypt's deep African roots and profound religious, artistic, and linguistic connections to other African cultures have often been overlooked. Alternative theories regarding the origins of pharaonic civilization, often guided by racist assumptions, have omitted the African context altogether and instead propose ideas ranging from an invading white race to extraterrestrials. Billy Carson.
All right, go ahead.
Early on, Egypt was a multicultural society.
Stop. Did we just check off a box?
Can we check that off, Thunder?
Can we check it off, Thunder? Yes or no?
What?
Multicultural.
Read it again.
Everybody knows multicultural. We say, is that culture
We wanna
indigenous to
check
Egypt?
off a box.
That's
yo.
what we
Check the
say.
damn-
Okay,
check
go
off
ahead.
the
Go
damn
ahead.
box.
All right. Okay, we check it off.
Can we
Check
check
it
it
off. Keep going.
Go ahead. Check it off.
Early on, Egypt was a multicultural society with significant disparities between various regions of the country. Throughout its existence, pharaonic Egypt traded and exchanged ideas with and incorporated migrants from neighboring African populations, including Nubia, Libya, Punt, and numerous other cultures of the ancient world. Archaeological excavations, along with anthropological and linguistics research, indicate that the Nile Valley was originally settled by nomadic peoples.
There you go.
Nomadic peoples escaping the drying climate of the Green Sahara. The earliest inhabitants of Egypt, Nubia, and the Libyan desert produced similar types of tools, pottery, and religious imagery, pointing to their common African origin. The traditions and language of this Saharan Neolithic population largely shaped the development of ancient Egypt and Nubia into the great civilization we know today. In fact, many traits that were once viewed as essentially Egyptian were first attested in Nubia and are thus rooted there, and in the desert cultures to the south and west of Egypt. The nomadic pastoral way of life adapted in Egypt and other North African cultures was first established by the most ancient Nubian people. Similarly, the shared vocabulary of Afro-Asiatic languages, which includes ancient Egyptian, points to the origin of these languages to the south of Egypt. Ancient Nubian society developed alongside and in close contact with Egypt. The two cultures mutually influenced each other and shared many similar traditions. Until recently, however, many European and white American historians saw Nubia as Egypt's inferior neighbor. Excavations of Nubian sites in the late 20th century revealed thriving and sophisticated culture that developed independently, notwithstanding its close relationship with Egypt. The mighty kingdoms of ancient Nubia in turn established trade network with Iron Age West African cultures. Today, the legacy of ancient Egypt and Nubia is evident in early elements of religion and ritual that persist in many later African cultures. The ancient Egyptians were an African people who first appeared in the Nile Valley by 4500 BC and created a distinctive culture. Egyptologists no longer maintain the false hypothesis that lighter-skinned outsiders created Egyptian culture. 19th and early 20th century historians largely interpreted the archaeological evidence on the African continent through a racist filter that rejected the notion that Africans could create a high civilization. Today, today Egyptologists have data that clearly shows that Egyptian culture was invented by indigenous people in southern Egypt and spread. Stop right there.
Can we check off a box?
Check off a box. What's on that?
Say it again.
It says right there that it was invented by indigenous people. So can we check that box off?
Check that
box. Oh no, my brother. That ain't what he said.
What did he say,
It says today Egyptologists have data that clearly shows the Egyptologists have data that clearly shows that Egyptian culture was invented by indigenous people in southern Egypt and spread toward the Mediterranean about 3000 BC.
Can we check it off the box?
Yes, we agree with that.
No, can we check that off the damn box?
That ain't the box.
That is the box.
Two box.
That ain't the box. Garfield, go back to when Jabari is speaking and listen.
Hold on.
No, relax. Let's just go back to the video and let's hear word for word what Jabari said. Let's get it right.
This is what he wants. He wants.
Let's just get it right.
He wants something to say that it's not black or white, that it's an indigenous Egyptian culture, and that they were multicultural.
Please go back to the video and play Jabari's words.
We just all agreed to it, though. That's what
I'm saying. It don't matter. We agree. We can all be wrong.
No, what you mean? It don't matter. We agree. We can all be wrong.
We can all be wrong.
Bro, we sit here and agreed on the things you want to check off.
Okay, fine. We got you, right?
So now I'm checking off the boxes. Now you just come on, yo.
No, you check one box. I don't agree with this check. So let's
check with indigenous. What?
Let's see what Jabari. Go back to the video, Garfield. Y'all scared?
Thunder does not know, man. He ain't paying attention.
Shar.
He's just doing this on purpose.
Here goes
y'all know he's doing this on purpose, Unc. You know better than that.
Shar. Please go back and
he heard you clearly, and he heard what Jabari asked for. He asked for this shit, and y'all done gave it to him twice, and here come the third one.
Garfield, can you go back to the video?
Can we finish reading first? Let's get the reading out the way. All right.
Check off that box though, yo.
I think he might be checking off. That's fine.
All right. Indigenous people, multicultural is ticked off. What's the next one? Go to the next one, Alon. No, this one don't deal with the black or white. Next one. Go to the next one.
No, there you go, yo. Hold on, where you at?
I'm right here. During prehistory, nomadic peoples traveled through present-day Egypt. The first settlers in Nile Valley brought their language and a deep religious belief in the afterlife. In the period from 4000 to 3000 BC, they were intensely creative, inventing hieroglyphic writing.
It ain't changing. It's changing.
Yeah. Next one.
Yeah, that's changed. Okay, that's not on there.
The next one. You gotta go to the next one.
Yeah, it ain't no more. I think that's the same.
Okay, quit stalling. Let's play the video, and let's hear exactly what he asked for.
So he asked for indigenous. He asked for multicultural and ranging skin color from like the black. Come on, yo. Hey, that's what he asked for. So we didn't show the all sources saying all that. This right source at the Brooklyn Museum
themselves are separate from all other people. They perceive their difference to lie in their distinctive culture rather than in physical characteristics such as skin color.
Mm-hmm. Hey, how you doing, Brother Garfield? Could I ask Unc a question if that's okay? I don't mean to be butting in.
No, Garfield, can you play Jabari's video? What he said specifically, what he's asking for, and let's see if Ankh met the criteria.
How you forget though, bro?
I just wanted to ask Unc a quick question, and I'll go on mute. And is that possible, please?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, beloved.
Unc, are you saying, Unc, is your point? Are you saying that there are no black people on the planet?
No, not saying that. Not saying that.
Well, I want to hear my answer.
I wanted to hear it from Ankh. I wanted to hear it from Ankh.
I'm saying there were no white people on planet Earth until the 1700s. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying it was the white people that made their name up. Then they made up the name black people. Do you want a source for that?
No. I'm on your side. I'm on your side, Unc. I just wanted you to clarify that, and I also wanted to and thank you for clarifying it. And I also wanted to say the other night, I think on Sonetta with Jabari, bro, you killed that. You shut the whole conversation down with the clips you were playing, being very you were, I don't want to say mild, but you were even. You didn't go hard. You put the information out. You did a great job, bro.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
just
wanted to say
hard
that.
to do it though, yo. When everybody acting like they a professor and know everything, and then don't all of a sudden I'm the racist guy and I'm anti-black.
No. They're being racist, huh? They're being racist. They are picking up the white racism and putting it on Egyptians. They're doing that and they don't even know it, which is kind of wild to me. But I'll go on you. Jabari is not acting like he is a professor. My leader is a professor.
My leader, yo,
and you are not, sir.
What is this? What is
How
he
do you know
teaching?
I'm not a
He's a
professor?
professor of
Thunder?
what?
I'm not talking to you, and I don't even know who this is talking. He know who I'm talking to. What you say,
Who
Sean?
is he a professor of? What subject matter
I
is he
don't know
teaching?
who he's a professor of, but I think he is
But he your leader.
I think he is the employee of the city of New York.
What the fuck, bro?
Have you read?
Who employ you?
Hey, Thunder, have you read the reviews by the students?
I want to read what Jabari said.
Video on YouTube right now.
Listen, we're not gonna do that.
Because
Let's not do that.
he is your leader.
Let's not do that.
So what are you doing now?
What I'm asking you to do is just go to God. Let's play what Jabari asked for. Let's do that first.
Did you hear what they said about your leader?
I don't want. We can get to that after we get to what Jabari said first.
Play that video first. Let's play the students first. Then we play.
I don't want to get that.
Don't play that video. I don't know what video it is, but don't play it, bro.
Let's stay on this information right here.
Yeah, let's stay on the information. Come on, let's go. Let's play. Play Jabari video, man.
With that, boy. That's hilarious.
Don't do that. Play Jabari video.
Man, I don't want to hear that neither. I don't care what no students say.
Hey, Ankh, again, man, good job the other day. You represented yourself very well, bro. I
always did, bro.
Yeah, you always do, but
and was
you know,
largely irrelevant to
I get your
ancient
point.
Egyptians. The best way we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties, linking it to other African cultures, to its south and west, and to Mediterranean Near Eastern cultures to its north.
There you go, right there, black and white. That because it's racism. There you go. That's why they wouldn't say they was black or white. That's the answer, Jabari. You should be able to read that and understand when this source says that the modern black or white distinction is a construct of European racism. It's the same thing as saying we're not gonna call them black or white, Jabari. Come on, bro.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Okay,
I'm not sure what's happening here.
Go ahead, Buja.
Listen, now wait a minute. If I could respond briefly,
Go ahead, then Buja, go ahead.
If I can respond briefly, I don't know why you're showing me sources that don't say what we said it was they were going to say.
Wait a minute,
I'm not
Jabari.
sure why we're doing that.
Now, Jabari, whoa, Jabari, ho.
Are you gonna let me finish or no?
No, hold on, bro. We can't do this like this.
That standard you're setting is actually unnecessary, right? Once you actually call them black, you've already. I mean, once you call them African, you've already dispelled the rumor that Africans have no ability to create their own civilizations. They've already agreed that these people are genetically authentic Africans. I'm not sure how they actually put that, but they've already agreed that these indigenous Africans, right? Like there's no need to have to go further and call them black because that's where you may be unintentionally. I'm gonna say unintentionally because I truly believe your what you're trying to do is authentic, but you're unintentionally muddying the waters and associating our paradigm with theirs. Right? We don't share any cultural continuity with ancient Egyptians. There's no need to try to put our current social paradigm on these ancient people. That actually is far more confusing than trying to navigate the nuance of what Unc is saying, right? When you oversimplifying it to calling it black, that's where you actually are doing what the ancient Egyptians would have never done. They make a point to try to distinguish themselves from their neighbors, right? They absolutely let you know that all these African groups are distinguished from each other, right? So when you call them black, you're not associating them with African. You're not allowing them to be African and separate from their other people around them. You're associating them with us. And that's far more confusing than anything Unc says. So when you call them black, now you are representing somebody who is going against
Brother,
what
you're saying
the
the same thing now. Can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
Now you're saying the same thing. Let me say to you that I want you to hear that I have said, this is going to be the 9th time, I believe, that the term black has weaknesses.
And why do you use it?
And I even said I prefer to use the word African. Right?
No, you did not say that at first.
You ain't never said that.
So in the chat, if you're in the chat,
let's move on.
Please hit the 1 because I did say that. I said it at least 8 times.
Y'all not gonna do that Brooklyn magic over here.
I did say it. And so what I'm saying to you is the challenge is, and the people.
I'm not doing that. Y'all let me get away with that. Matter of fact, at this point, I don't even give a damn about the conversation. Hold on, everybody be quiet. So you mean to tell me, bro, you agree that calling them African indigenous African is better than calling them black, but yet you fucking berate me on Sonetta TV, dude, and not say what you just said? That's a bunch of foolery right there, dude. I'm not letting you get away with that, Jabari. We not playing that game over here, yo. I'm not gonna let you ease that in. I'm not gonna let you overtalk me. We not doing that, bro. That's bananas. That's disingenuous and it's out of order. And I rest my damn case. And I'm going back on relax right now. I'm good. Go ahead,
Only one of us is over talking.
So I did it on purpose, bro. Because I can't believe you just said that.
That's fine. That's fine.
You my man, though. Look, you my man. 20 grand. I'm with you.
Fine. But I want to say to you, that what the sources that you showed me are not what we are contending.
No problem.
And the last source that was read actually is extremely problematic. First of all, they are trying to say that the entire issue around describing the ancient Kemetic people, black or white or otherwise, is the problem of African Americans. That's problematic. That's problematic because we did not start this conversation. They did. So right off the bat, you could see that the authors are being disingenuous. Second of all, then we actually see that the authors of that article then say, well, this is what modern Egyptians look like. We can assume that ancient Egyptians look like that as well. That is not a scholarly analysis. That is racist claptrap. And the fact that you read it here and didn't hear that is problematic to me. And then third of all, the issue we were trying to analyze.
You the two, not the
issue
three.
The issue that we're trying to.
Come on, Jabari. Look.
Wait, the thing that you were trying. I'm gonna stop in like 10 seconds. I promise. I'm not trying to
put you on clock. 5.
I promise. Listen. The thing that we were disagreeing on, I said to you that those new scholars that are now arguing the indigenous nature of ancient Kemet then don't make that same argument about it being neither black nor white. And I said, I want to see a source. Y'all said y'all were pulling up sources. The sources you show don't do that.
Play Deborah Heard's video clip.
I have 2 minutes to leave. I am willing, if you would like me to, or if I can, Ankh, humbly, I would come back and have this conversation with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to hold you.
The conversation. It was largely respectful. We don't have to agree on everything, but I do think that there are some things that we do agree on. Maybe you're not hearing me say I agree with you on some of what you're saying, but there's some things that we agree on, and I think that is helpful as well.
I think. Come on. No. Let me say this. I think after you getting up on this platform and recognizing you couldn't just throw anything on the damn wall, then I start hearing the damn agreement. That's some bullshit. What you got up there, Wuja? And we definitely welcome you back for a good
That was nice. That was a good one.
Thank you for
I'm saying,
joining
Jabari,
us.
if we could just lock arms on African, bro, if we can lock arms on African, we can walk together.
African, indigenous African, we can shut up.
Just lock arms on African.
But you know,
We can
listen,
just walk
I don't have
together,
any
bro. We
problem.
can fight together.
I think we can, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but here's the problem. We have to then also define what we mean when we say African.
The Remish. We're talking about the Remish.
There's not one way to be African.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Let me just finish the statement. Because the other problem that we have is then people will say that those modern people, like the article you just read, are the same people of Africa, and they've always been there. And that is not true.
Samantha Kiata says that. Hold on. Hold on. Samantha Kiata says the same thing.
It's 4:45.
Folks, peace. Thank you for having me.
All right, brother, we got you. Appreciate you.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Nah, you gotta let him get away. He gotta go. He said he's gonna be back.
I gotta go.
All right, Jabari, I take your word for it, though, brother. Peace.
Yeah. We can do better. We just proved it. We just
proved it. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Jabari, you lost, bro.
Right.
I had an article for you too.
At some point, you gotta let the two cradle theory go, yo.
No. Go ahead. Hold on, Wuja, and then go ahead and pull up your source. Because I got the source for you. I pulled it up for you. Amir. Go ahead, Wuja.
Okay, yeah. So I know the brother Jabari has to leave. And I wasn't necessarily addressing what he was saying specifically, but I do want to go back to that before I share what I'm sharing on my screen, right? I think people have to be clear on what exactly Jabari was asking for. And I find what he was asking for to be a little bit too narrow, because it sounds like, and I don't know if he left already, but it sounds like he was asking for a source that specifically or explicitly said that, one, the ancient Egyptian civilization and people are an indigenous African society, blah blah blah, and that same person say that they're neither white or black, as if he's looking for that literally to be said by someone, like where we could read a sentence and it's being said that way, as if it couldn't be inferred by the explanation of different things that these scholars are saying. So I think that needs to be kind of teased out, but we can't do that now. So I was just wanted to share in a larger conversation. I wanted to just share conclusion, because I tell people to read the whole book, get it. It's very, very, very good. We did a whole book what do you call it, book club on it. But let me just read a little bit of the conclusions, because at least it'll summarize some things, right? So if y'all can follow me right here, I'm just gonna be as quick as I can. It says, concluding remarks: the question of identity, whether racial in the 19th and early 20th century or ethnic in the latter 20th and 21st century, continues to occupy Egyptologists. Contemporary Egyptology faces the same problems in studying ethnic identity in the past as other historical disciplines, no matter if they are based on text, images, material culture, or their various combinations. Even those who did not or do not deal with these questions classify, for example, the archaeological material such as pottery and use it as evidence of actual foreign presence. It is rarely considered that although foreigners could have been there, the foreign material culture can be used by locals too, without them necessarily aspiring to foreign identity. Section 3 of the book demonstrated the difficulties which go together with such arguments. Ancient Egypt presents us with an excellent case for studying ethnogenesis as defined in Section 3, a concept unfortunately rarely used by Egyptologists. Following S. Jones, ethnic identities are based on shifting, situational, subjective identifications of self and others rooted in daily practices and historical experiences, on subject to transformations and discontinuity. Numerous examples discussed in this element, talking about the book, demonstrate this. Identity in ancient Egypt was not as fixed as primordialists would argue. The old Egyptological idea of a single Egyptian culture with single common ethnic identity, language, and shared values cannot be accounted for in all contexts. A person of foreign descent could become Egyptian no matter his or her background. This has led some authors to argue that foreignness loses its applicability in the setting in which people of foreign origin who lived in Egypt adopted the social and cultural system of their host country. The long history of ancient Egypt and the various examples provided in this element teach us that its essentialist notion of ethnic identity simply does not hold ground. What is meant to be Egyptian or a foreigner changed significantly and numerous times over the last 3 millennia. It was negotiated and defined in contrast not to diverse people of foreign origin who lived in Egypt and spoke Egyptian, for example, but to people who lived outside of Egypt, not speaking the Egyptian language, and even possibly sometimes threatening the land of Egypt. This is why both scientific racism, the scientific racism discussed in section 2, and the third science revolution and its tools such as DNA and isotope analysis discussed in section 4 fail to give an answer to ethnic identity, being that it is socially constructed. We have to differentiate between biological proximity divergence and ethnic identity, as the former is a result of long history of interactions that occur between that person's ancestors and earlier natural and socio-cultural environments. I'm gonna wrap it up. Let me just finish this paragraph, y'all, but because it's long. Although groups with similar cranial types tend to be related more closely to each other than groups that show more divergence, these similarities and differences are not ethnic. Feeling as a member of and identifying with an ethnic group is not something written in bone, blood, or DNA. And I think that's important to emphasize. These analyses are certainly more than useful in studying ethnicity because they provide us with valuable information on origin, descent, biological kinship, and mobility. But as text and iconography teach us, foreignness read through these analyses can mean little because it was not an obstacle to self-identification or outside recognition of membership to a certain ethnic group. Studying cultures which left rich textual and visual record behind, such as ancient Egypt, provides a nice balance to the approaches relying solely on skeletal remains of ancient people, like in the case of prehistory. And it goes on and on and on. But like I said, it's a long conclusion. It's a whole nother page, and I'm not gonna hog it up. But I think that's enough to give people the gist of the problems that people are having approaching this question. It's an issue of what makes a people a people. When we say ancient Egyptians, we're not invoking anything with biology. We're not invoking anything with the modern social construct of race. It's all about ethnicity. And I think people need to really know what makes a group of people a group of people.
Let me share my screen too. Let me share my screen with Joe.
Oh God.
It's Ngozi. I'm sorry. So let Ngozi go. He's back with his
Yeah, he can go. He can go.
Yeah, look. I just want to say this before the short source is put up. Ancient Egyptian is the ethnicity, or Ramesh is what they are. And I do agree with what you said biologically through genetic and DNA and blood, craniometrics. That's something different because they could have been from anywhere. But as an ethnic group that was shaped and formed right there, it belongs to those people there, regardless to where they came from. We see that with African Americans. Some African Americans look strongly sub-Saharan, or what we label as that. I know you guys we don't want to use that, but people that's tropical adapted, and some of us can be highly Creole, like that Louisiana Creole, or even people can look at you, Wuja, and say certain things based off what you look like, but you're still bannered as AA, African American, whatever. So we can have different layers of, different percentages of our so-called tropical sub-Saharan DNA, ranging from 65% to 70%, and some people even 90%. If they 90-something percent, if they, the Gullah people that live in Southern Carolina. Regardless, we're all AA, but that's okay. But I want to say this. I would like to show the source because it's a lot of games that's being played by the other side. and it's this black thing. You know, we want to get past that. We want to talk about the literal people that was lingering in Northern Africa for a very long time, that was responsible for creating these ethnic groups, or what come out of these, or the groups that created these ethnic groups. What were the people in, or what type of people, even though we're all people, was there? So I have a source that he asked for, and I want to read it if I can, if you guys can hear me, right? Be heard or no? Can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me read the source.
Excuse me. Is anybody else having problems? Because everything got quiet.
I thought it was just me. 'Cause my stream got
He went
my
blank
stream got
again.
spazzing out. I can't. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Well, I don't know.
Post a link in the post a link in the private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're chipping in and out.
Is it
I can't share my screen, so it won't.
Well, if you could, if you guys can put up the link that I sent.
Post a link in the private.
And
Post in the private chat. So I'm
again.
trying to share my screen. I can't share my screen.
I got you. Where you at? Where you at?
Hey,
Oh,
if you
all right,
just put
hold
up
on.
the sources that I showed you.
Not that one. Which one you want? You want the source? Well, who want the source?
About the last two I sent you on North Africa, the people in the North Africa. The last two.
All right. I don't know why Miss Tiff ain't share yours.
No, we just had technical difficulties. We were just having some technical.
But no daggone technical, y'all.
The last two, you missed it.
Yeah, it was.
Jabari put a comedic spell on us.
I'm done. That Brooklyn Magic.
You talking about this right here, Jabari? I mean, man.
Yeah, if you can zoom in, because I'm using my phone. If you can zoom in on that, Miss Sister Jew can read it. One of you guys. Here's the source. Pleistocene North Africans linked to Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan African human populations. Now go further up and read the abstract, or you can zoom in, because I'm using my cell phone.
We got
it good, Juju.
North Africa is a key region for understanding human history, but the genetic history of its people is largely unknown. We present genomic data from 15,000-year-old modern humans attributed to the Iberian Mauritian culture from Morocco. We find a genetic affinity with early Holocene Near Easterners, best represented by Levantine Natufians, suggesting a pre-agriculture connection between Africa and the Near East. We do not find evidence for gene flow from Paleolithic Europeans to Pliocene North Africans. The Taforalt individuals derive 1/3 of their ancestry from sub-Saharan Africans.
That's 35% out of the 65. I'm sorry, that's 35% just to add on. Well, go ahead.
You good. Best approximate. You can jump in anytime, Ngozi. Best approximated by a mixture of genetic components preserved in present-day West and East Africans. Thus, we provide direct evidence for genetic interactions between modern humans across Africa and Eurasia in the what is that, Pleistocene? In the Pleistocene.
Yes.
You want to go to the conclusion? Go ahead.
So bottom line, and there's other sources. Bracelon on clines and clusters, they've been mixed for a very long time. It's been before dynastic period. So what they look like would have been what they look like, and it would have fell in line to the populations that you see there now. It's Shamaka Keta. They can look. Some of these people can look. They can have morphological traits similar to people in North Sudan. Some of them can look morphologically like people in Palestine. It's been consistent in their mixture. If you look at the location, the proxy, the area that they're in, especially in that portion of Africa, Egypt is more closer to Israel than it would be to Nigeria and Malish. So what's the problem with the modern population there now being their ancestors? There's a source, and if anybody go against that source and try to deny that, you're going against science. What y'all got to say about that?
No, I'm saying they're going against science. Here's that right here, this individual here. Am I saying it right? The Tophrolite. Am I saying it right? The Tophrolite individual.
I don't know. You sound just as good as me.
Huh?
What you said, Tulsa?
The tall.
Tophrolite.
Hold on. Tophrolite.
Tophrolite. Ain't no I in there. Tophrolite.
Let's see. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's
Ain't no I in there. That's for sure.
Tophrolite. Okay, so here you go. This is the Tophrolite in the yeah. So they talk about that area is known for this 78,000-year-old grave marks African oldest known burial. Okay, just for the record. And they talked about this. That's the individual they was talking about that had. Hold on, let me go back to here. It said it had 1/3 of their ancestry from sub-Saharan Africa. That's right here. All right. I just wanted to show you that those individuals coming from that area right there. I think that's healthy and important for the damn discussion right there. So me and Juju have read this before. So y'all can go back and listen to the daggone download. The download will put you right where you're supposed to be. That's why I'm glad the brother Jabari actually came on. And it helps us clear up conversations where, he finally took a road trip. About time. So Juju, you do remember this article? I was trying to get that up.
Yeah.
And this is what? This is the genetics of African population health and disease.
Right.
Cambridge. All right. So I want you to read Blackness and the Notion of Africa, right? I want to dispel everything that Jabari said. But this is very, very important right here. When we really start to get down to nitty-gritty. See, I was playing with y'all the whole time, right? The real conversation is the Egyptians is there today, right? Are they linked to the ancient population? That's the thing that they totally get wrong. Okay? They get that wrong. They will never bring you a scientific article. They'll never bring you nothing that says those Egyptians are there today and connected to the ancient population more than anybody on planet Earth. Because he said that, but I ain't feel like wrestling with him on that. So go ahead, Juju. Get right here to this is a great point right here on blackness.
Blackness and Notions of Africa, right?
Oh damn. Yeah, hold on. I didn't skip it. I thought you had it pulled up. Hold on. Damn.
Let me stop this for a minute, take it off the screen. Is it me to give an honest opinion, observation that Jabari never showed one source for the whole day?
Of course.
Is that an honest observation? Not trying to pick on Jabari or anything, but for anything that he said, he never showed a source, but he's asking you to provide a source.
Yeah, he brought the 1700 source.
Okay, right.
And I think he showed some other things, a book or something. One guy he kept. Man, listen, man. The Cairo Symposium, right, will finish off, quote unquote. Here you go. It's right here, the Cairo Symposium. All right, this is actually the Cairo Symposium. Yeah. Everything y'all asked for, it was in the Cairo Symposium. This is it. UNESCO. Share the screen. UNESCO. All right, this is UNESCO's document right here. Look, Symposium on the People of Ancient Egypt, and you get all their critiques. And
that's
like
from the African book, right? What is it? Volume what?
Volume 2.
Volume 2. Okay.
Volume 2. This is Professor Lachet noted that the important Paleo-African features in the cultural life of the Egyptians were worthy of study. It say, for example, he mentioned the baboon, which was an attribute of the god of thought, and the frequent appearance of iconography of the panther skins as a ritual garment during the worship of Osiris by Horus. They say, in his opinion, however, the Egyptians civilization was currently stable for 3 millennium, were neither white nor Negro. All right, and that's a repeating theme through that. That's why when you come to this document right here, the Egyptian population at 19th Symposium 74 participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous and was made up of people north or south and were differentiated by their color, right? There you go. That's the people in Egypt. If you move up here, I know this shit by sight, bro. Move all the way up here. Come to this picture right here, and right underneath of it is going to give them the black or white thing and give you the source again. Let me see. Right here. Okay. Right here. All right. Okay. It's a mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was white or black civilization. That's what Jabari was arguing for, which is crazy. Now watch this. They maintain that applying a modern notion of black or white races of ancient Egypt is anachronistic. Anachronistic right here. Chronologically inconsistent in some arrangement.
So you mean to tell me 1975 or 78 when they wrote
74,
this,
74.
the word anachronistic, it was available?
Yeah, they've been trying to tell people. I mean, come on, yo. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egyptian hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between peoples of Lower Egypt. Y'all know where that's at, right? That's in the Delta. Look, northmost region of Egypt, which consistent of the fertile Nile Delta.
You know, Babylon Dunn just said something. He said that Egypt is closer to the Sudan than
Yeah, we're not listening to him, man. We're not going to do that. Upper Egypt, look, is the southern portion of Egypt and composed of the Nile River Valley south of the Delta. Give the 30th parallel. Here you go. And Nubia. See that? See? All right, it's giving you all this. Who in various areas rose to power in ancient Egypt within Egyptian history despite the multiple foreign invasions? Watch this. The demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. And they give it all like that. And they always argue that this is what's happening. And no. So that's all the sources, everything anybody ever wanted. And actually, if you go back and look at the video, presented all of that. Karakuni, they misrepresented her completely. She talks about how even with invasions, the basic population is still there. Might have been population shift, but they still the same indigenous people. So I don't even think people understand what indigenous is. Indigenous doesn't mean pure unmixed.
Yeah, I think even in the article in the book that sister Juju read, it's clear that he talk about it's a racist book and all that stuff. He's so guy just ridiculous. But yeah, there's a book that what's his name? The African American guy I told you about. You need to bring that book out. I'm gonna get the timestamp for you so that you can use it. Because that book is in Clarence Walker and the other guy. You can use those books. By the way, if there's any Hebrew Israelites in the audience, I really do want to beat y'all up today because y'all chasing ghosts. So, you know, this King James black nonsense. Matter of fact, let me take this out of the title because I'm not even going to talk about that. But any Hebrew Israelite in the audience, come on down, man. Come prove, show and prove. All right.
Can I ask a couple questions?
So I got a question, Brother Garfield and Brother Ankh. From reading and I think that was Brother Amir. So are they saying that the people up north were mixing well? I mean, like,
yes, I got this too. Yes, absolutely. It makes sense. If you leave out of Africa, human beings leave out of Africa when? You see, if those who understand the topic and understand evolution and the out of Africa theory, you know, got 2 migrations out of Africa. They probably left in bands of 20 or so. Left out, they stayed for a while. The first migration died out. The next migration, they left out again, they come back in. Right? But they don't come back into empty landscape. They come back and get absorbed into the indigenous population. And since Egypt is located on 3 different continents, Egypt itself is not located on 3 different continents. The area to which you enter Egypt is located on 3 different continents. So people are always migrating. It's called an area of confluence. Right? Understand that. So different populations is always filtering in back. People nobody talks about the Africans that left out and settled in the areas of Greece. We see they molecules there. No one wants to talk about that. So the whole thing's interesting. But yeah, bro, yeah, yes.
If black is
yes.
anachronistic, wouldn't Africa be anachronistic too?
Yeah, but it's a term for geography now. So okay. So all right, if we want to hear the voices of the ancestors, I totally agree and I respect your question, right? But if we want to hear the voices of the ancestors, we can never hear their voice on what a continent was because they just didn't know. So there's no understanding of a continent because they never circumnavigated the continent of Africa, nor did they circumnavigate the globe. So there's no concept of a globe, right? There's no concept of a continent. So as science, we have to be able to identify it. So they left us their name though. They called themselves the Remish, or the people of the Black Land. So we can safely call them that. But the question is, where do they live? They live in the Nile Valley, right? Did they call that self the Nile? Did they call it that? No, they call it the Black Land, right? And in later days, it's the Kim. You got the Deseret and the Kim. You got the desert areas. You got the areas where the black rich soil is. Okay. And as scientists, well, I'm not a scientist, but scientists, it's called geography. So what's the geography? Africa, bro. So those who started in Africa, we call them Africans. Evolution, right? Humanity starts out in Africa. If we don't, I mean, there is no. What would you like us to do?
No, the reason I'm asking because if we use certain terms like Mesopotamia now, we would know it's anachronistic, but we know what we're talking about. So that's why I'm asking.
It's geography, though. That's a total different thing. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has to do with geography.
Yeah,
that's all it has to do with. You're correct about Mesopotamia and Africa, but Africa was used in a different context back in the days. You know, it was Tunisia, a small town called Afri, or certain other areas. But
another question I wanted to ask.
I would say, hold on. Before you do anything, let me just read something for Ankh real quick. I wanted him to clarify it for me real carefully. It says here, so was Egypt black? Most of the people asking this question today are Africans and African American. Most of the people. That's not even racist. Who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves and other members of their own race. It's true, though. It's fact.
True. Yeah.
However, this question assumes two premises that are patently false. This is the part I want to talk about. The first is that there exists or there once existed biologically distinct and pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined.
No, no such thing as that.
Yeah, I think this is what people here in the West think. They think there's this pure Egyptian race that they could connect to. Like they were like robots. You know, here we go. We are Egyptians. We only have sex with Egyptians. And we have sex with more Egyptians. And we create more Egyptians. You know, it's crazy. It is crazy. But I want to show something. This is a surprise for you. If you didn't know I did this. Let me give you a little surprise to put a smile on your face.
That's hilarious, Joe.
Listen to this. Also, propping yourself up to say you come from Egypt. Isn't that a way of you all? Also, propping yourself up to say you come from Egypt. Isn't that a way of you also trying to associate yourself with greatness?
Absolutely, right? You know, I mean, if I go out into the world and try to have some authority to talk about things, I'm going to talk about living in New York City and getting my PhD at NYU. I'm not going to say I grew up on a dirt road in Maine, right? Unless it's time to talk about pine trees, and then I will absolutely bring up that story, right? So yeah, it's associating yourself with different cultures. It's like, you know, my sister-in-law is super into yoga, and as an Indian, like she'll claim some authority over yoga because of that. But the secret is like she's also Muslim. Right. And so yoga is not part of Muslim culture, you know, but she picks and chooses which parts of the culture to activate as it's convenient. Most of us do that to some extent.
Yep. Claiming greatness. Yeah. What's the name made that for me? StreamYard.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what humans do. So we're not sitting here acting like that ain't what humans do. we're not saying that African Americans are weird because they claim to be Hebrews or claim to be Native Americans. That's not what we said. That's not what makes you weird. What makes you weird is after you are in a conversation where there's actual real information on the topic is brought to the forefront, and you claim yourself to be able to read, or you claim yourself to be an educator, and you keep saying it. That's the thing that's weird. The idea of human beings attaching themselves, people do it to NFL teams all the time. Garfield was hollering, screaming till the Knicks got put out. He ain't talked about basketball since.
Let me block Ankh for a second. Let me block him for 5 minutes. Yo, King J, come save me. Sean P, what up? You there?
Please, definitely here.
Man, I ain't getting into that.
Hey, so,
they got no basketball team, so y'all don't know what it is. I ain't got shit. But y'all, let me say this though. Let me say this.
We ain't getting to what, Sean? The black thing. What say you? We ain't heard Sean on the topic. Sean,
would you listen to them over on the other channel?
Oh, you know my position.
Listen, we on here. We want to make sure.
My goodness.
Go ahead.
Nah, man, I ain't giving nobody no legs. Nah, my position on if the Egyptians was black is simple. They are depending on where you are along the Nile, if you're talking phenotypical, depending on where you are on the Nile is going to show its diversity, up and down the Nile. The further north you start geographically, which would be closer to the Mediterranean in that area, the argument trade area, and to the further south you go, you're going to see that phenotypical difference.
The source that we read earlier.
That's where I've been at. I've been right there for years.
Oh, there we good. I thought you thought the black people was in the Meta-Nation.
Nah, hell no. No, I ain't arguing. As far as the word, no, I ain't in that, bro. They stupid. Nah, where's the method? Where's the method to prove that? We need that.
You ain't got no method to prove that.
Right. Let's see. We ain't got to argue with each other. Let's just see your sources, and then we can go from there, because that gives us the ability to go from there, and to truly bring out, you know what I mean, the truth, versus us just sitting here and we just making up stuff like, yo, people tripping.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to get that. Go ahead, King J. I didn't want to cut you off, bro.
No, I'm still here building. But was I mistaken in that UNESCO report? I saw it mention 6 different ethnic groups in Northeast Africa during the Mesolithic period, around 8,000 BC. Was I correct?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that you got different ethnic groups.
I read that this morning. I was arguing.
Yeah, you got different multicultures.
Exactly. So that Nile Delta area. So come to find out. So the name for that Nile Delta is Tameho, right? There we see that Ta again. So land of Tameho is land of Tamaho. But then we have the Tahinu land. Also, that's olive land. All these lands is like west, what the western Nile Delta area, but they all are what we would call Mediterranean type people. But we see that like
whoa.
Meshwesh, Rebu, Meshwesh. These are tribes. I'm giving you the exact tribe. We can go with the Meshwesh tribe, the Rebu tribe, and the kings who we associate with Egyptians. That would be King Osorkin, King Shoshank, first and third.
You're talking about the 21st dynasty.
Exactly. These are all Meshwesh Libyan kings.
Third intermediate period. He on point.
Yeah. So I'm saying, so these are the Nile Delta has always been associated with a lighter, olive colored complexion of people. You know what I'm saying? Southern, as we go south, we see a darker tone. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm agreeing with.
You know what's crazy? You're mentioning tone and all that stuff, right? That the Egyptians is worried about, hey, these brown skinned people coming in. The amount of people that rule Egypt that's not from Egypt, I don't think they even cared about who you were. As long as you rose up.
Exactly.
Them Libyans ruled for 300 years, yo. They ruled for 300 years.
And then we even see a lot of those.
Are you saying they had no concept of a race?
Yes.
Well, I'm
Can I
saying-
show this? Show my screen. Let me show
So
you.
how do you explain the Book of Gates?
But look,
we're gonna explain it. Show my
The
screen.
Book of Gates ain't talking about no damn race.
Well, to the brother that's talking,
It's a funerary text.
But look, to the brother that's
dead. Ain't nobody reading that.
to the
Dead
brother.
people.
To the
Hold
brother.
on.
I see dead people. Hold on, the King J. Fix up your hair.
So here you go, Negroid. Watch this. It say the concept of dividing mankind into three races called Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid, originating Ethiopian, was introduced in the 1780s by members of what was the Gatun School of History and further developed by Western scholars in the context of racist ideology during the age of colonialism. This is what I'm saying. Now watch this though. Look. Mongoloid is an absolute racial grouping of various people indigenous to large parts of Asia, the Americas, and some regions and Europe and Oceania. Look, the Caucasian race is an absolute racial classification of humans based on now disproven theory of biological race. So all these categories right here is wild. Look, Negroid. It says absolute racial grouping of various peoples indigenous to Africa, south of the area, which stretch from the southern Sahara Desert in the west to African Great Lakes and the southeast, right? But it's absolute racial grouping. You know what I'm saying? It's a racialized term. We should not do this.
How you explain Shem, Ham, and Japheth in the Talmud and the Hadith?
They wouldn't have known it. I'm saying they
1,000
wouldn't
years.
have known it.
What in the hell?
Those is written 1,000 years before the
No,
1780s.
come on, yo, you can't do that right now, yo. Does nobody know that? You get it? I said
Yeah,
the
Ham, Sam,
So
and
they didn't have race. They didn't
No, you
have.
gotta calm down. Look, bro. This is a good moment for you, yo. I would like to say we all was where you was. This actually has nothing to do with white people, right? It's right here. Look, description of populations as white in reference to their skin color is occasionally found in Greco-Roman ethnography and other ancient or medieval sources. It say, but these societies did not have any notion of white race. So, okay, obviously the Hebrews are older than the Greco-Roman, right? Obviously. Okay, now watch this.
I can't see where you at. Where you at?
I'm right here. I highlighted in blue.
Oh, I can't see it. I can't see it on screen. Y'all see it? Okay, there you go.
Okay, so look.
By the way, to Kwame, race is different than skin tone. Okay.
Yeah, it is different.
Shem was dark skin, and what's his name was dark skin too.
But Ham is synonymous
hold on
with
for a minute,
Africa,
bro. Look,
just
just
like
stop for a
Shem is
minute.
associated with
Relax.
Mesopotamia.
You gotta relax, yo.
Not necessarily.
No, he just gotta relax.
We get into that shortly.
Look, we can segue into that, but would you not agree that white is reference to their skin color is occasionally found in Greco-Roman ethnograph and other ancient or medieval sources, but these societies did not have any notion of white race or pan-European identities. This is important. The term white race or white people identified by their light skin, amongst other physical characteristics, entered the major European languages. Look, in the later 17th century. 17th century is 1601 to 1699, yo. When the concept unified white achieved greater acceptance in Europe. So it's trying to tell you there was no pan-European thing.
But wouldn't Shem and Japheth represent a pan-Semitic or pan-European?
Why is the biblical narrative being pushed into this conversation?
Yeah, why would he
Because
do
the biblical
that?
narrative is
It ain't got shit to do with it, bro.
Before
not at all.
colonialism, they had a
But
concept
that,
before the 1700s.
But that
All right,
story
pull up
where
the text. Hold on, let's pull
The
up the
Arab
text.
slave trade
wait.
is based on racism.
No, pull up the text, yo.
You gotta pull up the video, man. Golfy versus Ankh, man. We was talking about that same argument, man.
But hold on, let me just say this real
I
quick
don't think.
because
Hold on, King J. What is race? We got to break it down slowly. What is race? What is ethnicity? What is skin tone? All those things you got to look at. Skin tone has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race as far as how we look at it today. And not skin tone. I mean, skin tone back then had nothing to do with race. Had nothing
So
to do with
how do you explain
exactly.
the Arab slave trade, which started with in the 700s CE, or
Arab
the
It
Talmud that
wasn't
was
because of
written?
their skin color, yo. They
It
wasn't
don't.
enslaving people
It
because of
was
their skin
because of
color.
culture. It was because of culture, bro. They designated it in their own words.
So when
They
they
told you
associate
when they
when they
use words
associate
like
Africa with the
Badan and
devil and
Sudan, they
slavery.
made distinctions that dealt with culture. Culturally, for the Arab, the people that were Badani were more culturally similar to them than the people that they related as Sudanic.
So
Darker
then they
skin.
associate dark skin with the devil, or dark skin with
Oh
curses.
my God, bro! Did you hear what I just said?
yeah, from a biblical perspective, from an
He's
Arabic.
indoctrinated.
Oh,
That's why he's talking like
I
that.
forget about the forget about the skin
Indoctrinated.
aspect. What about, I'm talking about the people of the landmass of
Following
Africa? They
doctrine.
associate them and their culture with
With
evil aspect, or the devil, or whatever negative connotation.
I don't know about the devil part, but I know that as far as being slaves, they did say people from these regions were the ones we should enslave. Yes, they did say that.
So that so
Because
they
of the culture, their practices were totally different. I just said it to you that they believed that the people that were similar to them, the Badani, were more similar to them culturally. And those people would be the people closer to the Mediterranean in Northwest Africa that were more of a lighter hue in your terms, which would make that stick to your brain. And then the people that were more Sudanic, more their complexion was different, were different, and they were deemed enslavable outside of the fact because you had people that were in North Africa specifically that were willing to convert to Islam a lot quicker because of the cultural nuances, and then they found out later that West Africans would do the same conversion
It
because there
also
were similarities with charms and other things that were culturally identical. But their initial onset of coming into Africa, that you could call them racist if you want to. I don't have a
Sean,
problem
have
with
the
that.
Arabs enslaved black Muslims?
Absolutely. What do you
So
mean?
if they share the same
They
tradition and the
still doing
same
it
God, and
today.
they still enslave them, you can't say it's just a cultural difference. It's clearly a
It is a
race
cultural
aspect
difference,
to it.
bro.
it
It
was
is
a
a cultural
class
difference. Those
But
black
society.
people
the Arabs have
that
enslaved black Muslims
are
that pray to the
practicing
same God.
Muslims that they're enslaving today.
Yeah, but they pray to the same God, and they got the same tradition. They still enslave them based on their race.
No, man, no, they still don't. Do you not understand that the people in West Africa are are fake Muslims? They are Muslim by day and goddamn in the tree in the bush by night.
I mean that's your perspective.
Bro.
I'm not a
No,
Muslim, so
no,
me
no, no, no,
telling
no.
you
I'm
it's
gonna
a
give
fake
you a great
Muslim is
example, bro.
real.
I'm gonna give you a great
I don't
example
know the
real quick.
theology.
Hold on, let me give you this example. Let me give you the rap culture. The rap culture in Senegal, more specifically, the rap culture in Senegal is still practiced by these people. They didn't get rid of their deities and all these other things. And I can go down the whole west coast of Africa. They didn't. Hell, there was a whole conflict of war between Askias at one period of point of time because they called one of them a fake Muslim and they wanted to out him. So he was dethroned and another one would come out to be. Like we have this in history. So we know for a fact that these things transpire, bro. We were on the front side of this. Yeah, we gonna be Muslim. On the back side of this, we were still in the bush. And they knew that. It was more political than anything. But yeah, if you want to call them racist, I don't give a damn. You call them whatever you want. I don't like the motherfuckers.
You going to sleep or you going live? What you doing?
He wore
You
me
on
out.
mute.
He wore me out with the Bible shit, as if that shit was written in ancient times.
Yo, that shit's crazy. Anybody want to jump on, man, before we get out of here? We've been on for almost 7 hours.
I'm crazy. He said that the races, the shit. He thought it was 3 races. So let me ask you this question, Kwame, since we're on the Bible thing. Yo. How was Noah able to give birth to 3 sons at the same time? Yo? How that happen?
I have no clue. I don't subscribe to no Abrahamic religion or tradition, so I wouldn't know.
But you've seen it
But
though, right?
the
Shem
point
had
I
3.
was trying to make is you can't say that racism
No.
started in
So,
colonialism because we have
but if you don't subscribe
evidence
to the biblical narrative, then you got to at least understand the shit.
I wouldn't understand. I mean, that's not scientific how somebody can have 3 sons of different races, but
Right. It
that's
say Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
yeah. From my understanding of the
Same time.
story, Shem represent the different races of the Mesopotamia, which would be the Semitic people. Ham represent the different races that's a part of Africa, and Japheth represent the different races of Europe. If I understand the Genesis story correctly, the point I was trying to make is that you can't say that these thoughts was thought of in the 1780 when we have the Irish slave trade, when they're basing it on the curse of Ham or
But
even
that
the
story,
biblical narrative. These is race.
but that story comes out of the Atris Hashish anyway, the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's a whole allegory. That's not a literal
That's not the point,
story.
though, King J. That's not the point.
He's trying to make it as if like Ham,
He
Shem,
don't,
and
be- he
Japheth
don't believe. He
populated.
don't believe it. He
No,
just
I
giving
don't.
an
I don't
example.
believe.
Nobody on the
believe
planet
these.
believe in that Bible stuff. Nobody believe that.
No, you're wrong. He do believe it. He believes it's the racists.
That's
What
what
he
I'm saying.
believe it?
Man,
He's
I don't
using it as a point.
understand. I don't
I'm saying that these concepts existed before colonialism. You can't say that the racism started colonialism when
No,
the
hold
people
on,
using
hold
the
on.
Bible.
Let's
Kind
be
of
real.
difficult to explain, but the point is, they thought people who were dark skinned were cursed. They did. It wasn't about the race.
All right, okay, we playing now. Hold on. I'm put up the skin.
Indians, hold up. Ain't Indians dark skinned too?
You have some.
Ain't it Indians that's dark skinned too?
Wait. So Garfield,
wisdom today,
Ham
huh?
does it represent Africa and the dog people at the same time?
Well, Ham represents. I've
share my
talked about
screen.
it. I don't believe Ham means black, and so you already know how I feel about Ham already. I don't believe it means black or anything.
They still racist to the Indian dark skinned people.
Garfield, share my screen real quick.
But let's look at it this way, bro.
Share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
So when Ham represent a pan
Hold
African,
on. Let's look at Ham. Hold on, bro. Relax. Look, you looking at the map, right?
Yep.
You see what it say? See that? Predicted skin color of indigenous people across the globe based on much of ultraviolet light, different areas. Now look at this. Where's your biblical area at? Look. So you would say Ham is in this area, Shem is in this area. So they ranging in the same skin color up in these areas right here, yo.
But they all came from Noah, though, big up. They all came from Noah.
Relax. Hold on, I'm making a point here. So they, at a certain point, the only ones that Japheth would be up here. So Shem and Ham, right? They would have been brown. You get a little bit darker as you get closer to the equator. They didn't go all the way down here anyway. They was up in these areas right here. Show the biblical
They
map.
represent them dark skinned Indians.
Hey, Wujao, what up, Wujao?
But wasn't Ham was cursed with dark skin, correct?
No, that's not what it say. He was cursed because he looked at.
Hey, peace. I'm coming back through. I missed a lot. I stepped away.
Hey, Canaan. So hold on, y'all say cursed be to Canaan. Ham wasn't cursed.
But if you look at the Talmud,
forget the Talmud. Forget the Talmud. You gotta go to the biblical text. I rest my case.
The Talmud is the rabbi, the authorities on the Bible.
No.
Hey, Wujao. I heard Smash was in the chat. Did he challenge y'all or what?
No, that's why I went over to Asar's live and presentation and checking that out. You know, I guess he was on a panel because when I got there,
he ran.
No, I wouldn't say he ran, but he wasn't on the panel while I was there. but he was in the chat. So yeah, and I was just emphasizing a couple of points that I feel that people are missing.
This what I don't get, Garfield. You had the scholars come on your show and share with you that they've been racially biased to now, and now they starting to look at it in another perspective. Why don't we agree on that? And then also,
stop right there though.
Go ahead, brother.
We all agree on that. Even the scholars. We all agree on that, even the scholars.
So now, if we get that, now we're looking at it in our perspective, because they not telling no history correctly after 1650 BCE, not AD. We keep discussing all this AD.
I'm not doing that. It's too late for that. I apologize, Darren. I'm not doing that. You're way ahead of my grade. I can't. Nah, we not ready for that, bro. That's too deep. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that.
Yo, shot him off the panel with the oh man.
Zoo 221, jump on the panel, man. You're getting away with too much pseudoisms in the chat.
Yeah, Zoo.
I didn't even know you were still live. I'm just trying to catch up, see where y'all at now, because the conversation when I left.
We played out the Jabari tape, and Thunder made a run for it, but
yeah, Thunder ran up out of there, yo, because we showed all the sources that said they ranges, skin color, they was a multicultural society, talking about indigenous Africa, all that. The Jabari said we ain't show yesterday. It was crazy.
Jabari so slick. Jabari not trying to show y'all no real sources. He gonna show you that stuff that get y'all anger and that riled up. Oh, yeah, man, white folks did not want y'all to believe that Egyptians were this. They said they were white. He know how to push the buttons, man. That guy is a good. He should be a psychologist, man. That's what he should be.
Yeah, pretty good orator, yo.
What was Greece a multicultural society or Rome?
No, do you understand that, yo? Come on, Kwame. No, hold on, Kwame. I want you to know that the whole Pan-African thing is a modern thing. Meaning, like, when you can start talking about Pan all over Africa. I'm saying, in ancient times, yo, these areas hadn't even been explored, right? People was in these different areas, and they had different African cultures on Africa. Multiple African cultures, yo. We just read the slide. It said it was indigenous multiple cultures. So you can be indigenous to Africa. Nile Valley culture is not West African culture, which is not Central African culture, which is not South African culture. They're different cultures. They're going to have some similarities, right? But just the basis of what it is, they're different cultures within Africa. Thus, you get multiculturals. They're not talking about like America, where you bring African Americans come with aspects of African culture, Europeans come with say Irish culture, and then you have a multiple culture in America. That's not what they talk about when they say.
So when they say multicultural, they're talking about like a Pan-African aspect. They're not talking about people coming from the Mediterranean, people coming from Mesopotamia, and forming the culture.
Correct. They say no outside people form Kemet, but you do got people that migrate in because nobody has stopped walking for y'all. They're gonna always come in and mix, but they didn't bring. You know what I'm saying? Like if you read the documents, right? They'll start talking about the Mediterranean. Like the culture moved towards the Mediterranean, right? And then later on, you get Greece, you get Persia, you get Assyria. You know what I'm saying? You get Rome. I was out of order with that. You get Assyria, you get Persia, you get Greece, you get Rome, you get the Muslims, the Arabs. Later on, you get the Europeans, yo. But it's in this direction. You know what I'm saying? You get it later on down the line. Different people start coming in.
Okay, I wanted to
but that's not a problem. China, in my house, I got a Buddha statue, yo. So if you was to come in my house, you see the Buddha statue. You know what I'm saying? But I'm an African American. I got a Buddha statue in the house, yo. What that mean? That don't mean that the Buddha gave rise to me or if I even believe in Buddha.
So based on what you're saying, we could call Egypt a Pan-African society. If it was a multicultural based on if you're saying like different Africans came from different places that
Not only
or you could
Africans,
see the similarities.
but it's not only Africans.
Are you so the brother that's talking now? Can I ask
Wouldn't
him a
Rome,
question?
if it's not just African, wouldn't Rome and Greece be a multicultural society too?
Let's
Because they
start
have
before.
people
Let's
from
start back.
Persia,
Let's
people
start
from
before then.
Africa.
That's a good question, bro.
Every culture is a mixture of different people. Every culture.
Yeah. There's no
So
homogenous
every
nothing.
culture would be a
Yeah.
multicultural
Every culture is a mixture.
civilization based on that.
Every
Are
culture
you
is a mixture of people.
are you familiar with Neolithic migration from the Levant into the Nile Delta?
Yeah, of course.
So that was what would be that be an example of?
That's not an issue though, at all.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying that shows different
it's
population
migration. It's
groups coming
migration
in.
from Africa into Anatolia. So
Absolutely. That's not an issue. That should never be an issue. You get it? Those people get absorbed into the population.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's not an issue.
we can see back migration from Africa to Anatolia back to Africa. So
that's not an issue. That's the point, though.
That's the whole point.
But the early Egyptologists swear it was an invading race of people who came from somewhere else and formed Egypt. No, all the things that make Egypt, right, is indigenous to Egypt. And yes, you can find some outside things. You can look it up. So that's not the issue. That's what I said. I got a Buddha statue in here. What that mean? That don't mean Buddha started my family, or I'm basing my family on Asian, Chinese, Japanese, whatever principles, or Indian principles. Don't mean that at all.
We see it. We see. So question. This is a question I have. So do we consider the Libyan? We always talking about are the Egyptians black? Everybody black. So are the Libyans black?
I don't use the
Are
word.
they
I don't like that word talking about the population. They're indigenous
color?
Africans.
They're indigenous Africans.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
indigenous Africans.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they proved the point that you don't got to be jet black. The Egyptians proved the point. Go ahead, Wujai. You want to say something?
I don't think it's. Hold on 1 second, brother. Wujai, go ahead, bro.
No, from what you all are saying, I just think that if everybody would have just dropped trying to apply a circle in a square by saying the Egyptians are black or anybody in ancient times is black, I think if we just dropped it, everything would be fixed. That's the solution. Because they're not Libyans. What makes a people is not their skin color. So if you're saying black, it just gets real muddy real quick.
That's a fact. Because
that's just the bottom line.
So another different way to ask a question would be, so cultural wise, we would see like Egyptians with the king wears the tail sometime. We see that side lock as well. Does that side lock originate as like any Libyan custom that we see Egyptian pharaohs wearing or ascribing to?
Well, we know that the Chahinu or Chamehu, which would be people who live in what we now call Libya, did wear the side lock.
Mm-hmm.
Whether the Egyptians got it from them or not, and that's open for discussion.
Mm-hmm. So it's a shared culture.
No, it's not a shared culture, but it that's why I don't know if you tuned into the previous show. I showed a book that really is very good for this conversation, where they talked about, it's called Ethnic Identity in the Land of the Pharaohs by Matic Erosh.
I wasn't able to get to see that. No, I wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent book. I recommend it to everybody. It's from 2020. We did a book review on it, book club book review on it. But it addresses all this stuff that people are talking about right now, including your statement. Because it shows you what makes a people. Just because foreigners can even exist in another territory doesn't mean that one, they can't, or two, that material items from that culture may not be used or borrowed from the host culture and this, that, and the third. So it outlines it very well.
Okay, for sure. I'm gonna check that out.
But the Egyptians that's the key thing, the Egyptians distinguished themselves from both sets of Libyans. So we would be in error to say that they were shared culture or the same culture.
So now that I have you on here, can we make some distinctions when you say Egyptian in the context that what we're talking about right now? Are you talking of referencing just the what I would call the Waset area, the kings of the southern Taseme, the southern, the Sedge area, Middle King, that area, those kings meant to help that area? Because we're separating the Nile Delta from because the Nile Delta will be the land of the Tomahawk, right? That's the Libyan kings, and then we would have no.
Garfield.
Yo.
Just share my screen. Go ahead, y'all. I almost.
Go ahead. I'm
no. Remember, that's the book right there. You have to remember that the Egyptians saw their kingdom as two things united.
Hey, but could you not? So if that word doesn't exist, but what was the word that we would use for that kingdom right back then? So was set was in Sameh, right?
Yeah, it's in Upper Egypt.
Okay, so okay, so it's not Egyptians because Egyptian doesn't transliterate back to Tasameh, does it? Tasameh does it.
No, when I say I make it easy. When I say Egyptians, I'm talking about the people of
Washetians.
No,
okay.
I'm talking about the people of the kingdom of Egypt.
But don't say Egypt. What would it be? The people of kingdom of who? Because that word wasn't their kingdom. What would it be the indigenous term for what you're trying to say? What kingdom?
Okay, the people of Tawi.
Tawi. So that's two lands.
Yes.
So that's the Nile Delta and the southern. So you're not. But that you're not being. Now you're including the Libyans. Because they're the people of the Nile Delta.
No, they're not.
They're not Libyan tribes. So the land of the Nile Delta is not named Tamehu. It's not the M16 papyrus.
No, you're confusing Tamehu from Chemehu or Chehinu. Chemehu is the Libyans. Chehinu are Libyans.
Wait.
Let me finish. Tamehu is
European,
lower
people.
Egypt.
Let me stop.
There's two separate.
It's two tribes.
Words.
It's two tribes. It's so there's the land of Tamehu, Tahamehu, and we see that with it's the M16 glyph. That would be the papyrus. That's the north sign for the north. Tahino are tribes of Temahu, the Temahu tribe. Tahino are tribes of those. So they're all the same. If I'm saying Temahu or Tahino, they're tribes of Tahino.
No.
The
They're
origin.
two different words. I'm trying to get
two
you
different words. I understand the two different words, but they represent two different regions. Tahino would be lower, northern, and Tahino would be on the western, southern side, southwest, correct, of the river.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What was Lower Egypt called?
Lower Egypt would be called,
which is the Delta.
The Delta would be Tamehu.
So there's two separate words, right?
Ta, and then Mehu. Land of Tamehu.
Now, are you saying
that is not is that the correct transliteration? Land of Tamehu for Tamehu?
No, you're saying land of and then Tamehu. No.
What is Mehu?
The word Mehu is their word for north, and it means to submerge, sea level. So it's the northern part of their country, which was submerged. It's at sea level.
So a better transliteration would be the land. Would be the Northland.
Yeah.
Okay. The papyrus. Okay.
So
this land is inhabited by
Egyptians.
Libyans. That word didn't exist. See, don't see. You're saying Egyptians, and they're not Egyptians. They are.
The word Libya didn't exist either.
Okay. Well, so the area the tribes who inhabited that land were Meshwesh.
No, Meshwesh came in.
What the hell?
So
Meshwesh and
what
Rebu. Rebu tribes inhabited the Nile Delta. Meshwesh tribes
Rebu
inhabited it.
Rebu is another word for Libya.
Hmm.
Meshwesh, Rebu,
And
all
and
them came later. Those are different people. What I'm trying to
and the,
get you, I'm asking you a question, and I can't get it out. I'm asking you the question because I'm wondering if you're confusing the word Tamehu, which is different than
Tahino.
the
No.
Chahinu
Tahino.
and the Chamehu.
And so the olive land would be the Tahino, the land of the olive. They're known for olives. They're olives. That land, Tahino. They
So
have
what are we doing here?
they're different. We're getting the clarity on the. I'm letting them know I understand the difference, but I'm just saying that the Nile Delta is not inhabited by this southern. So the southern people colonized the Nile Delta. They just because colonization doesn't mean they inhabited it. They colonized it, but they and went back to Waset. It was the Nile Delta was still full of people of like.
I am more confused listening to you than not listening to you.
Nah, basically all I'm saying is that the Nile Delta was filled with this mixture, this admixture.
Are you saying that the native people colonized the delta? And
I'm saying that the Nile. So listen, and actually, I can actually give you the exact. So the Western nomes. So let's go back before Narmer and his supposed unification, right? No, listen.
Time
Let
out,
me
time out, King J. Time out, bro. Time out,
King
time out.
Jay making up his own
We got
Egyptian history.
Wujawu here for a few more minutes. Anybody else in the chat got a question for Wujawu, our brother Ankh,
Let Wuja deal with that
our
shit.
chef
You gonna
friend?
deal with his,
Nah, man, that's changing the whole. We
nah,
don't
that's too much.
for Norman. That's
That was
way too
crazy.
It
much.
ain't. It's a good. I like to hear him. I like that's
Nah, we
different.
ain't. You sleeping? You ain't paying us no mind.
Yeah, you
No,
wasn't paying that no
I,
attention.
I
I like what
no,
they
I
talking
actually
about.
was. I actually was because I had never heard.
Yeah,
I had never heard
Yeah,
some
we
of
building. I got primary sources, and we just
I like the
talking.
bill.
Nah, I
Yeah,
ain't got time for that. I ain't got
But
time for
hold on, let's say this though. Say they are Libyan tribes or Asiatic tribes. That wouldn't stop it from being Egyptian though. I want to make that
exactly.
point clear. That's what I was thinking in my head. That's what I
Uh-huh.
understand in the literature.
Exactly.
That would
It's
stop
a.
them. And that makes the point that you
Uh-huh.
could be a light-skinned Libyan living in the Delta or a I don't want to say a Hyksos because that's the king, but you could be whatever the hell you was and still abide by the laws of Egypt and like Wuja said. But go ahead, Wuja, you got
Oh,
something on the screen. Go
I
ahead.
thought your conclusion was
Y'all
that the
got a
delta.
slide for everybody, man. You got a slide for me and you
Yeah,
too.
when he
Yeah,
got quiet, he got to looking
that's
for
a
it. When
good
he
map
got
right
quiet.
there. That's a good map. I like that, man.
When he was quiet,
Okay,
he was digging.
so what I want to point out
Bought you some
is
time, boy.
that in the Egyptians' mind, if we want to be stickler on not using the word Egypt, then we can't use Libya. But in the Remech mind, they conceived their kingdom, the ownership that the land that the king owned. That means we can't use the word king either. See, that's why I don't like to get into that silliness. But the land that the king owned was two separate perceived realities. One was a marshy flatland called the Delta, that we call it the Delta now. And then there's a narrow strip that's more cut and has a depression called a valley. So that's why people say the Nile Valley. So the valley part was called Ta Shema'u, and the Delta flatland was called Ta Mehu. And so on the screen, I have the glyphs for Ta Mehu. And so sometimes this Tamehu gets confused with Chemehu, which are Libyans. So, and this is why people say Tamehu means white people, because of the Book of Gates, those four sets of four people and all of that. That's a separate conversation. But the people here in the Delta, in these different nomes, remember there's 42 nomes. There's 20 up here and there's 22 in the south. They were Egyptians. The Libyans over here to the west definitely commingled and came over here into the Delta area and stuff like that, of course. But that's why I'm not calling them Egyptians. They were Libyans, and there's a lot of books about the Libyans, and interactions of Libyans and with the Egyptians. But you can't say that there's two separate people, because Memphis, which is the first Mennefer, is in Lower Egypt. and that was the capital of all of Egypt.
Question, Waju. Was there ever a time where Libyans controlled the west side of the Nile and Egyptians controlled the east side?
You do have Libyans controlling at
The
different
west?
times.
Mhm.
Now they call it the Libyan dynasty, where you get into the later dynastic numbers, the higher dynastic numbers. They'll say the Libyan dynasty, and then there was a separation when the lower kingship, the lower people from the south had to re-establish it up here in the delta.
So before they ruled, they inhabited the land. They didn't just pop out of nowhere. They were living there, right?
When you say they, who you talking about? The Libyans or?
Yeah, the Libyans.
Yeah.
Okay. And they were being colonized, right? So the thing is, what we call intermediate periods is when people are basically rebelling from paying their taxes from the government. Is that a fair assessment? Like these Egyptians, who you're calling Egyptians, are coming through and they're colonizing and they're making the people pay taxes.
No, what I'm saying is
no, that's not right. They're not.
No, I'm saying I'm trying to get what you're saying, because it sounds like you're saying that Egypt. When I called up here in the Delta, these people up here in the Delta, Egyptians, you seem to have a issue with that.
Yeah, because colonization doesn't mean that they'll change their ethnicity. That's like, because we're in America being colonized don't mean that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the indigenous inhabitants didn't change because the Egyptians moved up the Nile River and colonized them. That's all I'm saying. Like they're still that whole population of what you're saying now, Delta, isn't a southern population. Like that's moved.
Not to sidetrack the conversation, would you say the Book of Gates deal with race?
Yeah, you sidetracked it, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, pin that. Who just asked that? Pin that one real quick. I'm trying to establish something here, because there's the point of departure is you don't believe, based on what I'm hearing you say, you don't believe that the people in the Nile Delta were Egyptians.
So the question I had asked in this UNESCO script that we were talking about with Diop and them, they mentioned this 6 different ethnic groups in the Northeast Africa during the Mesolithic period and the Neolithic period. These are the migrations from the Levant, and they're settling into the Nile Delta. They're not leaving. You know what I'm saying? They're staying there. We see the Beni Hassan mural. We see these people, light-skinned people, they're coming down. Look on your map and show us where Beni Hassan is at. Beni Hassan is well into, way down there, right there. Yeah. The Beni Hassan is way down there, and they've made it down that far. Come on to this land, and so this land is what I'm telling you. The land of Tamehu is called this because this land has a very indigenous population full of these people, these olive colored people.
That's where you're wrong. The word doesn't even mean that. And what I'm trying to tell you is that and that's what I thought you were saying. And so now we're back to that point. I'm saying that you're confusing the words. Ta Mehu is not the same word as the words that are used for the Libyans. It's not the same word.
You may have that point with that, but does that negate the whole Mesolithic migration?
No, when you're talking about Mesolithic, are you talking about pre the organizing of the Egyptian state? You're talking about pre that, right?
I'm talking like 8,000 BC, 6,000 BC. I'm talking about like Merimde. We see Merimde right here on the map, right here. Now Delta, Merimde, number 2, the second known.
Okay.
That Merimde culture, can we actually look at that? And you would see that nothing about that is Sadanic or Southern or African. No. If we looked at the Merimde culture, and we can work it all the way down to Padarian, and we can work it all the way down to them Nakata. Those cultures don't get African until about 3,000 to Narmer.
How you do that?
How do I look at the pottery, look at the culture, look at the figurines. You familiar with those figurines, right?
Hold on, where the pottery come from?
The figurines. They have Merimde culture pottery. They have Badarian figurines. They have all that.
Are you saying the culture came from Mesopotamia?
No, I'm saying that if you actually looking at it and then you're comparing it with like the pan A grave and the pottery and the pan, you don't
you're
see
messing up.
they're different. No, they're
Yeah,
different.
It is different. Okay, I'm right. You woke me up. I was
Yeah,
dead.
they different. That's all I'm saying. They're not the
Okay,
same.
what's wrong with that? But that's why we say, hold on for a minute, bro. That's why we say multicultural, though.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. Wujah ain't with that. He don't think that
No,
he.
Wujah is giving. No. You got to work with
Nah,
Wujah on this.
listen, I can speak for myself. I don't know. You clarify for me that you're not talking about ancient Egypt. You're talking about pre-Egypt, and I'm not part of that conversation.
But it's the same geographical location, right?
Yeah, but again, it goes back to if you're talking about human populations and migrations, you gotta understand what makes a people a people. What made an Egyptian an Egyptian? And so it's not dealing with biology or any of that other kind of stuff. So the people could come from wherever and migrate to the Nile River and become sedentary there, but then they become Egyptians. It emerges out of their psyche where they recognize a self collective versus a distinction of being other than, where they become the self and everybody else become the others. And what I'm saying is that when that happened, now we have the kingdom of Egypt, the polity, and they distinguish themselves separate from what you're calling Libyans or the Chehinu and Shemehu. That word ta mehu is something totally different. That's an Egyptian word for their lowlands, which is to us the north. And what I have on the screen right here is just to reinforce what I'm saying is that these are two different words. You got Shemehu, and I'm familiar with this because a lot of people really butchered that. Not saying you are, but people are butchered that, and that's why people say Tamahu for white people, when that was totally false. I mean, that's just had nothing to do with white people or anything like that.
So you're saying Jabari wrong when he used that word as a white people comment.
Oh, definitely. And I've
Smash
done,
agrees with him, though. Smash agrees with him.
I've done many videos on that.
They argue me down.
Nah,
but yeah, I just wanted to throw something in there. You definitely we ain't got time to really go back and forth on this, but this it's a lot. But I got to run and grab some food. But I just wanted to throw that out there. You know what I'm saying? Just as but
okay.
Would y'all you said a point earlier regarding the Book of Gates. Would you say that the Book of Gates is dealing with different races or aspect of dealing with racism? I mean, not racism, but race.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, and but to qualify, I just answered short, quick. But to qualify the answer, elaborate a bit. Ever since humans have been humans, all human beings are deal with race, because race is simply just a category, and every human collection of people saw themselves as one thing and then everybody else as something else. That is race, where you categorize things. So the Egyptians saw themselves as something and then other people as other than. And so in the Book of Gates, they make a distinction between 4 or 3 others outside of themselves. You have the Remech, the Amu, the Nehisiu, and the Chemehu, who we happen to be talking about. And so that is a form of the ordinary natural human behavior, which is to classify people. So in that sense, yeah, they definitely did that. The problem people having and overlaying in the conversation is the modern way, which is the modern social. That's why we say modern social construct. The modern social construct is new. The Egyptians did not have that. They didn't do it that way at all. So that's the difference that people I think are missing.
Can I share my screen so y'all can look at the policy
so they didn't associate the Amu people with negative connotations or things of that nature, which would be like kind of
the Amu, yeah. Garfield.
The Amu, they associated all the others in a negative way at some point in time. Remember, the 9 bows to the ancient Egyptians was a list of 9 people that they felt were enemies of the state, including the people in now today's Sudan that they called the Nahisiu, and many others were part of the 9 bows, the list of 9 bows, which the list itself changed, but they had a consistent enemy list of 9.
Okay. So what when you disagree with me earlier, what did you disagree when I said the book when I made the reference that the Book of Gates did deal with race?
Not in the context of what we deal with race today.
Yeah, it's not dealing with that. Doesn't have that.
Race is a social construct, just happened recently. If you listen to what Ujao said, he said they were considered others. It's not in the same context, racial context that we have today. Totally different.
So when the Amu people be associated with Mesopotamia?
By the way, too, instead of listening to the argue or debate, why don't you listen and take in what Ujao said? Because you didn't have to ask Ankh that if you listen to exactly what Ujao said. That question wasn't even necessary, bro.
I understand exactly what y'all was saying.
But why would you ask?
I'm following what
Why
you're
would
saying.
you then ask Ankh? Like he just said that it's a concept of people being other, but it's not in the sense of telling you how race is set up today. He said that to you. He said that to you.
I totally dismissed that position. He said said
because
that there was funerary.
it's not the same concept like today, bro. How much times we gonna say that over and over?
No, yeah. First, I said it only dealt with it's a funerary text, and it had nothing.
That's
to
what
do
Sean
with race.
said. Yes. So yes, it's a funerary text, and
I said the Book of Gates dealt with race. I never disagreed it was a funerary text. I just said it dealt with race. The concept of race existed way before the 1780.
Says you.
It's not the same concept as what we have today, bro. I mean, I don't know how to spell it out. I don't know. All right, let me ask a question. What was hold on. What was the Europeans considered on that chart? Who were the Europeans?
I would guess the Libyans.
No, see, that's crazy. They African. Libyans is
The North Africans or Africans are white people.
Well, I know the Amu would be the Mesopotamian, the Semitic people.
You should have asked Ujao to pull up the primary, so you could look at it.
Can you break it down?
You got to say please.
Sugar on top. No, hold on real quick for y'all go too far. Look, y'all was just having this conversation, right? And this right here, the 65th millennium BCE, the end of the Green Sahara, increase in aridization, contraction of human groups to the Nile Valley, mobile, unorganized migrations of small groups, knowledge transfer, trade exchange. They was all up in this area. See that green dot? Now the green arrow. Now look at that circle. What this circle represents is these areas are bigger than you think they are, first of all. Okay. But if you see that green arrow and then that red circle around the arrow, right? It's showing you the arrow represents a migration into the delta. The circle, the red circle, right, represents this big circle right here. And inside this big circle right here, this is the different migrations within that area. We acting like people came with a roadmap with street signs. Nope. They went left, they went right, they migrated this way, right? You see some of the red arrow get in there and migrating there. Look at this. That's a migration within a migration. Within that green arrow, it's actually showing migrations. And this is just one this is one area right here. And you see the different colors representing different migrations coming from other areas. The orange do the same thing. The red, look at that, coming from the Red Sea area, right? Look at the purple, okay? Look at the blue. These are all areas of migration into that area. Read it, 6th to 5th millennium BCE, the end of the Green Sahara. We show this on regular basis. It's not as complex as it may seem to be. It actually isn't, but at a certain point in time, man, we got to kind of like, get into the data
see what the data is actually representing, and kind of calm down. And so here's another one right here. Look, this the guy right here, Stephen, look, Copeland, right? Here's some more data points. These red dots actually represent archaeological sediments. And then you see the time, A, B, C, D, E, F. And it's just showing you different migrations, right? Look at the time periods. 8,500 people migrate to the Nile. 8,500, 7,000 people spread back out. 7,000 to 5,000 people, they spreading out. Look, it's all here. Then by the time you get the Pharaonic period, 3,500. So I mean, it's not really hard. Take out time, man, and then humans aren't fixed. They migrate, they mix. So I mean, look, man, that's why Egypt is such a complicated place to understand, bro. But yeah, that's the whole thing.
Can you explain the difference between the race that existed back then and the social construct of race today?
Right here, I think Wuja did a great thing. Is look, here you go. Wuja can explain this better than anybody because he can read the shit right there. That's what's gonna get you. That's Horus, all the way to the left. The ones closer to Horus is the Egyptians, right? And then you got, am I right or wrong? And then
Wuja still here?
Yeah, he here. I'm gonna see if I can go off what Wuja
why don't
said.
you show the Wuja got it up too, but I rather the
You see it, look.
I rather the primary one, man, because these images, I don't know, man.
We looking at the glyphs, yo. What you mean? What's wrong with these
Yeah,
images?
you go to try to find the primary.
What's wrong with these images? You can read the damn glyphs right here.
I said we looking at the glyphs.
Yeah, we're looking at the damn glyphs now.
You can't read it, Unc. So what are you talking about looking at the glyphs?
Hold on.
I'm trying to find a facsimile.
No, hold on now. I see Horus. I see the seated man. Shit, don't get me started. I done sat there and looked at
the mouth. That's
you
the
expert on
yeah,
the seated
I'm not. No, but I'm saying this shit ain't rocket science at the end of the damn day. That's for sure. Yeah, it ain't rocket science. I see that throw stick. Asiatics with the throw stick right there. I see the three dots. Okay, so the three lines in a grouping. I see the seated woman, huh?
Pull that down for a second. Let me get Wujawa up in there.
What?
Hold on.
What you talking about? Shit, I got it. The seated woman, the seated man.
Let me see what he's doing. Let me see what he's doing. Go ahead, Wujawa.
You gonna say the same shit?
Now, Uncle's showing the same picture, but I just have them labeled here for so.
I rather listen to somebody who could translate, and you know what I'm saying.
Hey, hold on. I said, hey, Wuja, was I wrong when I was saying that?
I'm not in it to look at pictures, bro. I'm not in it to look at the pictures. Look beautiful.
Nah, yo, I was pulling out the glyphs. We sat there and learned it. Y'all take that long to at least get that. We didn't look at this for a year and a half, yo.
If you can't make this out,
yeah, you wild. Yeah, you wild now. Yeah, you ain't been paying attention. Go ahead, Woo.
No, just real quick. This is from the tomb of Seti the First, and so we got the three different groupings of people. We got the Remech, you have the Amu, you have the Nahisiu, and you have the Chemehu, and that's represented by four figures for each of them. And so when it comes to race, see, most people hear the word race, and we only are conditioned based on our modern social construct of it. But race by itself, in and of itself, technically, is simply just grouping human beings, whatever. It has no positive or negative thing with it. It's just a way to group things. Even in biology, they have, race, which is we're just trying to classify or group things, to categorize things. But so it's different because the modern social construct of grouping humans is different than how ancient people did. And in the case of Egypt, they group people based on many factors that we don't consider today. For us, it's all about skin color because that was done purposely to justify the ill treatment of a certain group of people with dark skin, to justify the slave trade and the whole nine. But in ancient Egyptians' time, they went according to language, your dress, your weaponry, and your overall behavioral expression coming from your culture. So it was a more cultural thing, ethnic/cultural thing that have anything to do with skin color. Now
What
they had
about
eyes.
landmass?
Say it again.
What about landmass?
Said it. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What about landmass?
Oh, I mean, territory was a part, obviously, because Egypt, the Egyptians claim ownership of a certain geographical territory, and anything outside of that was outside. So yeah, that has something to do with it as well.
Hey, Wujah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
In the hymns of Aten, when Akhenaten was speaking or talking about Aten, and he was expressing the differences with people, not in the sense of race, but what they look like. He talked about the Nubians and the other groups that you speak of.
Yeah.
They seen what they seen, even when they showed the differences. Not saying because we know race don't exist. I mean, and not even in the taxon of biology. No Homo sapien sapien is even a separate subspecies of a race or even a separate race. We're literally the same race. We're not even a different subspecies. So we're not going to go there when it comes to the field of understanding biology. But what I'm saying is the Egyptians seen what they seen and they drew it. They wrote it. Even in the hymn to Aten, he's literally talking about the Nubians and how Aten makes people look a certain way and this and that. So they didn't have the idea of race the way we do today, but they did see differences in what people look like because they drew it. Would you agree?
Yeah, and the hymn we covered that earlier today. I showed the glyphs of the hymn to I-10 and stuff like that. And in that hymn, though, it's not skin color. It's by their language. It actually literally mentions those things. So they saw what they saw, but the criteria of grouping was not based on skin color. The criteria of grouping different people was the territory that they were domiciled in, the language they spoke, their use of weaponry, their mode of food production, and all those other kind of things. It was way more elaborate and complex than skin color that we use today. The skin color thing is a European thing used to justify suppressing and ill-treating people of darker skin.
I agree. I wouldn't say that the Egyptians was persecuting Nubians because they were dark. That's what they want you to believe. But they did see what they seen in the sense of how they looked at people, and what they seen is what they showed on the wall. That's the description. That's what they seen.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm showing now.
They didn't persecute people because they look different. I agree with you.
Y'all just said the same.
I wanted to ask a question. Did they have negative connotations regarding the Asiatics, or did they associate IPAP to the Asiatics?
They had negative connotations with anybody other than themselves. That's what I said. When I mentioned the 9 bowls, they saw a list of 9, pretty consistent list of 9 people who were enemies to the state. So if you're an enemy, then they're gonna look at you in a negative way. So that should be a given, and they did that, and the Egyptians thought themselves to be all that in a bag of chips.
Hey, brother
above
Wujah,
everybody.
can I ask you this? And the term Asiatic, I would like for you to explain it because people don't get it. I just want to know if I'm right. When they say Asiatic, they're talking about just Easterners, and they could be anybody, right? Anybody east of them. They can look any way, correct?
Yeah, and they changed. So as far as they look, but they were talking about Amu. Like if you look into the word Amu, it's really talking about nomadic people, like nomadic people coming from a certain area. They're nomadic. It's dealing with pastoralism and stuff like that.
And they can look
sand dwellers.
They can look any way,
et cetera, et cetera.
They can look any way, right? Like a dark looking Arab, a light looking Arab. It can be any look to them, correct?
Well, they had a standard canon in the way they visually represented them. So now, but obviously we could throw whatever in the mix. But in terms of how they visually represented them, it's pretty much like how you see on the screen. I could show the primary. I had the primary too, but the primary this is the actual picture from the tomb itself. But
so what did they refer to, like the Mitanni and those different Asiatic groups? If you're saying like they only associated Amu with the nomadic or the people that's not really civilized, which would be like I guess the.
Say it again.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, put that picture back before the one before Wujao.
The original one. The original.
Yeah, this one right here. So this one is, where's this one at? Which plate number is this, or which page is this?
This is the Book of Gates. This is the same thing. This is where the redrawing comes from. Like when people redraw it like this, Those is coming from this particular tomb. But because the wall is at a 90 degree, you got a wall and then you have an adjacent wall. It cuts 90 degrees. So people draw them, they split them. So you see how you see Heru here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 figures. So when I go to the actual wall, you see Heru, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 figures, but then it's a wall. It's the edge of the wall. And then it continues down. It continues down the wall. So that's why people separate them like that when they draw them.
You know what's interesting, Wujad? Those look like modern Egyptians. Those people look like the modern people there now, and Luxor and Minion. They look like the people that's over there now. And the Asiatic look like modern day Palestinians.
You talking about the Emerald people?
No, those Egyptians, if you look at them, look like the people that live there now. And those Asiatics look like people in Palestine today. I mean, that's what it looked like to me. You know,
they look like to me.
That's what they look like, yo. That's beautiful.
You stupid, yo. That's the new. That should be the new
conversation.
That's
Egypt right now is rocking that hairstyle.
Come on, they're not rocking a hairstyle, but
they walk around just like that with no shoes on too.
But here's the thing. That's why I recommend that book. I think Ankh showed the book. I'm telling you, that book is really important to this conversation. And I hope everybody get it. It's cheap. It's cheap as all outdoors. You get it on Kindle.
$20.
And it's not my book, so I'm not trying to push something that's mine. But here's the thing. Even if they look alike, right? They're not like, for example, I'm gonna give you an example. If you put a group of 30 African Americans or 50 African Americans in a room, those African Americans will look like Nigerians. Let's just say, look like Nigerians, but those African Americans won't be Nigerians, even though they look like it. And the reason why is because what makes a people is not looks. It's the language, it's the code, it's a whole list of things that what makes a people. That's why Nigerians will be Nigerians. We could look like each other all day long, but they're not them. And so the Egyptians can look like. I just want to finish this. So even if the modern Egyptians look like what we see on the wall, they're not the same because they're not even practicing that they're right. But that's what matters, though.
Is it true you gotta have a pharaoh to be a priest in Egypt? You gotta be a pharaoh. Is it true?
So are the ancient Nigerian? Are the
hold on, chef.
Descended from ancient Nigerians?
Hold on, chef.
That's a good question.
Somebody to be a priest. They gotta be a pharaoh in power.
Now you talking about priests?
No, the priesthood. The priesthood descends. Remember, the king is the highest. You know, he has a role, just like the president of the United States is the highest military official, and he's also the executive top of the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera. So the king, similarly, was the highest priest, and that all other priesthoods kind of descended from that.
You wanted to show something?
Yeah. I want you to read this.
Keep that with you. Don't move from where you at. Let me just get
ancient Egypt
out the way. Let's get him out the way.
Yeah, I'm piling on Jabari again. Ancient Egypt, a multicultural African civilization, because he kept saying we didn't have all this.
Hold on, Godfrey. I just realized why you asked me that. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, y'all. Read this. This from the Boston Museum. Fine Arts.
What, the middle paragraph?
The
ancient Egyptians positioned themselves as a civilization superior to all others. Yep, that's correct. Royal propaganda portrayed Egyptian enemies as caricatures, their features exaggerated to emphasize their otherness. Yep. Nubian enemies, for example, were often depicted with darker skin to distinguish them from Egyptian figures. Yet there's no evidence that the Egyptians based their superiority on physical characteristics such as skin color. Instead, they would have differentiated themselves from other cultures much more on the basis of language, religion, and other customs. See, that paragraph sums up everything I just said.
Whoever wrote that, who wrote that article? I need to contact them now.
This is the Boston Museum.
I know, but usually they say who wrote it. Who wrote it?
The Boston Museum. Right here.
Yeah, send me that, because that summarized what I just said.
But see,
wouldn't that be the modern definition of racist, or racist, and what you're talking about, the social concept? Wouldn't that be like the same
Nah,
definition?
man, you playing. Now you
Hey,
being funny.
hey, Fetty Kalunga, jump on, man. I want you to talk to Ujao, man. Come on, bro. Come on.
What
Hold on,
would,
hold on. Time
what
out.
would be the key differences?
We got to
Time
be
out.
careful
Time
and
out.
not
Time
blur the
out. Time out.
lines.
Fetty Kalunga, jump on. You are Egyptomaniac, man. Jump on, man. You're talking that stuff today on Clubhouse. Come on, man. You got Ujao right here. Let's go, man. Come on. Let's go.
What would be the key differences?
Because race today,
hit the link.
Race today is the biggest criteria. Race today is morphology, phenotype is what we technically call it, but it's based on how you look. And as you clearly read, it wasn't. It was the opposite.
When in the book it gave the Asiatics don't have a phenotype, or the Nubians don't have a phenotype.
Hey, it summed it all up though. Did you peep it? They didn't persecute people based off, but they didn't persecute people based off what they look like. But they did. But they did.
Let's read it again.
And that's a fact.
So
But they didn't
the
persecute
Egyptians
the
didn't
Nubian because
persecute
they
the
look like.
Asiatics.
This for Jabari. Hold on. This
Not based
for
on their skin
Jabari.
color.
Go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. We'll take it
Based
down.
on their culture, right?
Hold up. Let's read it again.
You got to build a file just for Jabari. So every time
I
you
got
want to
him.
find out with
Yeah,
him,
I got him.
you just
So
put
the
everything
Egyptians
together.
didn't colonize. They didn't colonize
Hey,
the
Come on,
Levant.
man. Let him
But
read it, bro.
But wait, let's read it again, because this is really clear. So, and then you can probably see what maybe was missed.
Oh, I'm sorry if that's not you. I'm sorry. Thought it was somebody else.
Okay, it says the ancient Egyptians positioned themselves as a civilization superior to all others. Royal propaganda portrayed Egyptian enemies as caricatures, their features exaggerated to emphasize their otherness. Nubian enemies, for example, were often depicted with darker skin to distinguish themselves from Egyptian figures. Yet, there is no evidence that the Egyptians based their superiority on physical characteristics such as skin color. Instead, they would have differentiated themselves from other cultures much more on the basis of language, religion, and other customs. That is the opposite of the modern social construct of race. That is the exact opposite.
So Wuja, listen, let me ask you a question. Wuja, can I?
So the key difference would be they persecute people based on their culture, versus today which would be they persecute people or a supremacist ideology based on skin color.
No, they're not dealing with skin color.
No, I'm talking about the modern. You're saying the modern race concept deal with more skin color. Their concept of race deal with more of a.
Just check out Reisner and Hegel. If you look into Reisner's ideology and Hegel, the Hegelites, they were strictly on some superior based on your looks. They were saying that dark-skinned people, black people of Africa didn't have a culture. They were not civilized, and they were barely even human based on how you look, because that was justifying the ill treatment of the darker-skinned people on the continent of Africa during the slave trade and stuff.
So they didn't have the same concept.
Hold on. Stop. It's right here. Go ahead, Wuja. Read the last paragraph. Watch.
It says, in the 19th and 20th centuries, American and European Egyptologists who excavated ancient sites in the Nile Valley, including George A. Reisner, the former MFA curator who led the Harvard University Boston Museum of Fine Arts expedition, developed pseudoscientific claims in an attempt to prove that the Egyptians were not purely African. This theory, informed by racist beliefs that indigenous people were incapable of developing such a sophisticated civilization, is now categorically rejected. Museums, including the MFA, once played a role in perpetuating this misconception, bringing to the forefront the art and history of Egypt while obscuring and misinterpreting that of its neighbors. With new discoveries and more open-minded reading of Egyptian sources, we are now better able to understand the intertwined history of the civilizations in the Nile Valley.
So would you agree that modern race is based on,
that's for
based on
Jabari.
the biblical narrative then?
Hold on, that's for Jabari. All these sources from this thing going forward is for Jabari. Clear, simple, and these are the people you continue to call the racists. This is what the museum, Boston Museum of Fine Arts. All right? Simple, yo. They had curators that were saying this stuff. They all admitted, yo. It's all out in the open now. It is what it is. The conversation's really over with, though, yo. We shouldn't be arguing.
So you based on what you're saying that race today is based on a biblical narrative.
No, bro, what are you talking
No,
about?
that's not what nobody's saying.
Oh
Hey,
wow,
hey,
you
hey,
just stuck in
Wuja,
the Bible, yo. Why?
Wuja, the audience or those that's opposed of us or the ops or whatever, it has to be clear because we're keeping up a blurred argument. I'm gonna,
Right.
I'm gonna ask you directly: do you feel that the modern populations that's there now are descendants, not culturally, because everybody got a culture shift. None of us, now you can't even compare the modern Nigerians to the ancient Nigerians. But what I'm saying is, would you say that the modern populations are there biologically and genetically, not culturally, would you say that they are closest or the descendants of those people that's responsible for that civilization? More closer to them than anybody that's
No,
talking
you
right
was
now on the
clear. You was
platform?
clear in goals. He don't add nothing else to it.
No, I like the add on though. He make it super. He cover all the bases.
I'm just saying, like the audience needs to hear that because if we keep going by this, it's blurring
Let him
things
in.
and it keeps up confusion. Not for us on our side, but people that hear it, they can't really get the drift. Like we're not gonna make a Nubian, not all Nubians, some Sudanese, but not all Egyptian. Like people need to hear. Like, do you feel that the modern populations that there now are the descendants and closest to those people than anybody talking on the panel now? That's all I'm asking.
From okay, on the biology side, from the biological data that I've seen so far, and I haven't done a thorough study of it to like do a presentation on this, but from what I've seen so far, the population that's in Egypt today is that range that what do you call it, that genetic range of genes, like percentage wise, is pretty much in alignment with what they're saying about in ancient times. So as you move from the Mediterranean, which is in the north, and as you move down going towards Sudan and even into the North Sudan, biological diversity there, or that range of genetics there as a population, is pretty much in alignment with how it was in ancient times.
Well, the audience
So
heard it.
the further south you go, obviously you're gonna see some more darker skinned people. They're looking a little bit different. Their hair's a little bit different stuff. So right there in Elephantine or Aswan area, what they call Nubia, little Nubia inside of Egypt, and then across the borders into Sudan. And then as you move up, you're gonna see slightly differences. And the same thing in ancient times was going on with the same thing.
So are you saying that
Did he
are you
answer the
saying that
question?
modern
Did you answer that question?
Yes, he answered it. He said yes, pretty much. They
Yeah,
are
I'm
the
saying
same.
there's a lot of overlaps. Now the percentages are not exact, but the ratios are there.
Yeah, man.
So you're saying the
You on
modern
it.
day Sudan, which the population is basically
Garfield, put that screenshot.
majority Arabs, are the same people
No,
from.
a herb don't mean you look
He
a
didn't
certain way.
even
Yo,
come
herb
on,
is a
man.
language. Yo, come on, yo. You all out the game. Let me play this, man. Let me back up Wu John, everybody on this one. Let me back up the intelligent panel with this right here. Here we go. All right, let's play this. This is one of my favorite evolutionary biologists. Here you go.
Make it bigger.
All right. Make it bigger?
Yeah.
All right.
Press the square button. Just press the square button.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Is it bigger now? Is that good?
There you go.
All right, let me mute out.
Assessment of color is completely neutral and free of any judgment. We only affix a value to color through behavior, through acculturation, through exposure to people who have views about color. I like, and this is one of the illustrations from my kids' book, I like to talk about the conditions that existed for much of the time in ancient Egypt as people lived along the extent of the Nile, from areas right on the Mediterranean here with moderate levels of UV to areas here in the tip of the Red Sea, close to the tip of the Red Sea in northern Sudan, with very, very high levels of ultraviolet radiation. So along the upper and the lower Nile, we see this tremendous gradient of UV radiation and this tremendous gradient of skin color among the various peoples and pharaohs of dynastic and pre-dynastic Egypt. People living along the Nile traded with one another regularly. They saw the difference in skin color. They depicted it in art along in sarcophaguses and in other murals along the Nile. But color did not distinguish one group from another in terms of anything but the bare color. There was no value associated with color. For us living in the United States right now, it's almost unfathomable to think that there was a time in human history, and in fact, most of human history, when we affixed no value to skin color. There were no connotations of skin color. But in fact, that is the case. Humans are very, very good at discriminating according to language and dress and, perceived barbarity. But for most of human history, those boundaries were not drawn on the basis of skin color. So here, I like to quote, to look at the Persian Empire.
So I just wanted to, support everybody in what they were saying. So we didn't went to high level sources. We didn't dealt with an evolutionary biologist now. Explain this whole thing. It's just say early concepts of the others were not based on skin color. Nobody can bring you this level of sources nowhere with the experts. The black biologists can't do it. They don't have an evolutionary biologist on their side. Samantha Kayada absolutely vehemently disagrees with them. Vehemently disagrees with them. They can't do it. They can't. So, yeah, top notch right there. She's the one that put together the theory on skin color. Jablonski. All right here. I just showed it right here. This her. We had this about 13, 14, 15 years ago. Here you go. And you can look at it night. Look, before some theories advanced before the 1970s tended to be racist. Here you go. And others were less than convincing. White skin, for example, was reported to be more resistant to cold weather, although groups like the Esuet are both dark and particularly resistant to cold. They say after the 1970s, when researchers were presumably more aware of the controversy, such as studies could kick up, there were very little work at all. It's one of these things everybody knows. And here you go. Jenna Nablowski says, but wants to talk about, and then they go into, well, this is her husband right here, George Chaplin, okay? And they just come together, and here you go. And the Journal of Evolution, the Journal of Human Evolution, she puts together her findings. It says, no longer, Jablowski and her husband, George Chaplin, I think he actually worked for NASA, and he shows you the satellite imagery, a geographic information system specialist, has formulated the first, here you go, look, the first comprehensive theory of skin color. Their findings, published in the recent issue of the Journal of Human Evolution, show a strong, somewhat predictable correlation between skin color and the strength of sunlight across the globe. But they also show a deeper, more surprising process at work. Skin color, they say, is largely a matter of vitamins. And I'll just end it right there, not be long with it, and let some of the other brothers that has been exhibiting fucking clarity for years dive in this show.
So where did the majority of the Arab?
No, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Time out.
What's up with Joe?
Okay, no, I have this up here to show everybody like the layers that are involved when you're talking about identity, because this whole conversation is really under the umbrella of identity. And so as from the top down, you have the this is like a same as taxonomy. biological taxonomy, and I know we did a show many years ago about biological taxonomy, talking about evolution, but it's the same concept. So you have the most inclusive at the top, and then the most distinguished at the bottom. So like for the first column, you have North America or North American, which is a continent level. Then you have country and nationality, which would be the United States of America. And notice how they feed each other. So North America leads into the United States of America. And then on the racial level, you have flat black people called black. This is totally based on appearance. Then you have the ethnic level or ethnicity level. We have African American. So not everybody who's black is an African American, but everybody who's an African American is considered black. It works in one way and not the other way. And then underneath here, under ethnicity, you have clans within the ethnic group. And so I just put gangs because, people claim their state. Like, you got New York, you got the, what do you call it? Brooklyn Magic. You got that gang. You got all these other different.
Hold on, don't leave out the Oakland Shuffle these days. It's called the Oakland Shuffle.
Yeah. But the whole point is within the ethnic group, you start to have sub realities of self and then versus other. That's why gangs fight against gangs, but both gangs will be black. All right. Then you got the biological level of DNA. I left that blank. Same thing with Africa. So as an example, I got African because that's a continental, that's the large all inclusive. Then beneath that, on a country nationality level, you have Kenya, for example. Then racially, they'll be considered black based on appearance. But ethnic wise, I use one ethnicity over there called the Luo people. That's an ethnic group. And then clan wise, among the Luo, you have Ungenya, which is a clan of the Luo ethnic group. And so people got to keep all these things in mind. Now, what modern emphasis is on the racial level. And on the basis of the racial level, which is based on appearance, that's how we operate and move today ever since the 16th century with slave trade and everything like that. In ancient times, they didn't have this level. This level right here was, you might as well wipe it away. They were basing it on, like I said, culture, language. I mean, we just read that paragraph. It summed it up. So I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I just showed this to make people aware of the entire conversation is about identity, but it's multi-layered in this conversation. I think people are ignoring the other parts.
When black be considered a phenotype?
No.
What?
Well, I mean, phenotypically, phenotype is the outward expression of what you see. So
when black be a phenotype? So when black be a phenotype?
No. I'm gonna answer you. Black is not a phenotype. Black is a category for a range of phenotypes. Because not all black people look alike phenotypically.
So black is not a phenotypic description?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Black is not a phenotypic description. It is a group of several phenotypic descriptions put together and called black, because not all black people phenotypically look alike.
But even with the phenotype, right?
Sheffrin,
I'm not even gonna argue that you.
No, I'm saying Sheffrin.
I don't know if we saying the same thing and you just being more wordy.
No, I'm saying I'm gonna use your example.
Oh man, you don't get that? He said it's a group, it's a range.
Damn, man, I gotta pull up a slide for Sheffrin, man.
When I said black is a phenotypic description, he said that and then he added more to it.
No, all I'm saying is that black represents a group of phenotypic.
All right, what's the phenotype of black? Hold on.
No, when you would say somebody has black skin,
no,
that's that is a phenotypic description.
No, okay, no. Hold on, whoa.
Not their facial features and hair texture.
No, let Chef answer it. Hey, Chef, what's the color of black skin?
What is dark skin?
Okay, see, then it ain't the black
Are you-
everybody talking about. See, I
are
got
you-
you with that. I got him.
So
Yeah.
the thing is, like, okay, if we use this, what you got up, for like continent, you can do this with Yoruba or a Dinka, or you can do this with anybody that's classified based off what they look like as black. But the trick is, when it comes to these Egyptians, if we was to take an ancient population and use this in this time to describe them, would they be in the category of the racial classification based off this as black? We could just make it simple so the audience can hear it. Because I get what you're saying, but this can apply when it comes to this thing with black for Yoruba, Dinka, Nuer, Igbos, African Americans, Caribbean blacks. That's obvious what's described as black. But when it comes to the
But
ancient
I'm asking you
population,
though, what color is the black phenotype?
the description of what they use as the black phenotype is dark-skinned people or dark-skinned populations that's labeled, or what they classify geographically as sub-Saharan Africans. It's
But that's
usually
not what it
dark-skinned,
says.
darkly pigmented people.
Nope. See, that's the
No,
point.
no, Unc is trying to want you to describe Negroid.
Oh, well, Negroid, the common trait based off that outdated classification of Negroid, they have what the pronatherism, protulomandibular, rectangular orbits around the eye
Who the
socket.
what?
I mean, the description of the skull type of
Yo,
what they
spell
say,
that,
that's
yo. Spell
outdated.
that.
That's
Spell that, yo.
outdated.
Spell that, yo.
No.
You gotta
Listen.
spell that. We're gonna have a new roof in
Hell,
those.
y'all start
he
playing.
the
It's time
people
to
that
start
do
getting
the
deep.
Garfield. Let me just finish.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Even if I'm wrong, what I'm saying is, even though that classification is outdated, but the typical morphology of what we see in Nigerians, Ghanaians, Dinka, Noor, you find affinities with them, morphologically speaking. I'm just saying, with those populations, even though that's a racial bogus classification that's been used to persecute certain groups of people, we know what's obvious based off what today's term of description is, or labeling is black. We know what it is. You know a Nigerian when you see him. You know the cousins of Nigerians. You know a Jamaican when you see him. You know an African American when you see him. And you can see the affinities that share with them in phenotype.
Y'all
You wouldn't
smart,
agree?
yo. Come on,
So would a
Goldie.
Nilotic
No, hold on for a
or
minute. Hold on, let me
Cushitic
finish.
be considered a sub-Saharan African too?
No. Hey, Goldie. This the point though. Y'all should have been able to bop. You can't. You know why? Because black people range in skin color. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they do.
They already make that argument.
So there is no. So if you say what's the phenotype for,
so then it goes off a lineage. Then Unc.
No.
Then,
I'm trying to make a
No,
point.
hold on.
I'm just
I
trying
got
to
it.
make
But
a
look though.
point.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm with
speaking to
you. So let's
Wuja's
narrow
point
it
though.
down. Let's narrow it down.
No. Did you hear what Wuja said? Come on, yo. Look.
Oh.
Listen to what Wuja said. He said there is no black phenotype. It's a grouping of skin. Did you not say that, Wuja? I want to hear it out your mouth, so I know I got this right.
He did
we
say
all
black is a
agree to that.
phenotypic description.
We agree with that. But we agree with that, But here's the thing. Looking at Wuja, who's a lighter skinned African American man.
So he's not a black American?
Hold on. Looking at my brother who's a brown skinned African American man. Looking at me and looking at everybody that we see, you can see the shared affinity with populations that's bogusly classified as
No, we
Congoids.
talking about skin color, yo.
Yeah, but
Ankh is reddish brown, like an Egyptian. Ankh is reddish.
But I'm saying the morphology that we all have is shared with populations that we descend from in that biosphere. That's just what it is.
No. Y'all running away from it for no reason.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Wuja.
No, all I was
why
going to say.
Chef is confused. That's crazy.
I'm not. Y'all being confused.
I don't want to
Wuja,
confuse
can you put
anybody
that
else.
back up on the screen? Can you put the
Man, y'all missing the forest for the trees with the skin color. Cause that's really not their argument.
No, man, don't jump in there. Let Wuja.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say this, and then I'm done. I was just going to give the example. What I mean when I'm saying what I'm saying is that black is not a single. It's not a 1-for-1 match to a phenotype. It is a group of phenotypes that have been put together and stamped and labeled as black. So, for example, Sheffrin and Garfield both would be considered black racially, but Sheffrin and Garfield phenotypically they look different from each other. So Correct. It depends on how deep and what you're looking at, what you're going for. If it's hair texture, if it's bone structure, cheek, cranial, whatever, the nose, lips, all that other kind of stuff. All that other kind of stuff.
Considered black then, If we look so much different from what you're saying, why would we both be considered black? What is the common denominator here?
The common denominator is the modern social construct of race. Black is was put a label put on everybody other
we
than
both descendants of sub-Saharan Africans. That's the common denominator.
I mean, if you're gonna ask me, at least let me answer. God damn.
Wuja, can I ask you a question? Wuja, the shared affinity,
No, he
with
should get a
Garfield
source for that though.
the shared
Sheffrin
affinity
should get a
with
source.
Garfield.
For
I'm
that.
going to use them as a source.
No, I don't like the common sense scholarship. Hey, here you go right here. You got my screen up, Garfield. It says black is a racialized classification of people, usually a political and skin color based category for specific populations with a mid to dark brown complexion. Not all peoples considered black have dark skin, Mr. Sheffrin. In certain countries, often in socially based systems of racial classifications in the Western world, the term black is used to describe persons who are perceived as dark skinned compared to other populations. In most it is most commonly used for people of sub-Saharan Africa ancestry, indigenous Australian and Malaysians, though it has been applied in many contexts to other groups and is no indicator of any close ancestral relations whatsoever. Indigenous African societies do not use the term black as a racial identity outside of the influence brought by Western cultures. So I'm trying to figure out, I don't see why there's even a problem with the statement that black is a range of skin colors. That's what Wuja said. I don't know why you're confused, bro. Okay, all right.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Unc, at all in what's being said. But this is what I'm saying. It says it in there. It says it in there clearly. It says ancestors of sub-Saharan descent, Melanesians, and those other people. We get that. But what I'm trying to say is this: Wuja, and I'm going to use them as the base source. Garfield took a DNA test. I took a DNA test. You took a DNA test, and Wuja took a DNA test. Wuja is probably 70-something% to 80% sub-Saharan, I think. Garfield is like 80, close to 90% sub-Saharan. They still share strong affinities with populations that were snatched from those coasts of Western Central Africa. And it's
not in the Nile Valley.
No, not in the Nile Valley at all. That's what I'm saying. It's this.
I agree.
From the right. This wasn't for you though. I'm talking about to those who the audience needs to hear. The audience they need to hear there's a distinction between the group that we are from those portions of sub-Saharan or what they label as that, and the shared affinity between Wuja and Garfield at like 70 to 80% of their DNA is very similar. It's just what it is. We come from the same populations.
What about the Nilotic people?
And that's the point.
That's different.
We not like Nilotic people.
We're not Nilotic. We're not
Nilotic people.
That's why I say y'all keep missing the forest for the trees with this skin color thing. It's really them saying that we are ancient Egyptians. It's literally saying that ancient Egyptians went to West Africa. That's what they're saying. But y'all keep attacking the point that it's skin color. It's not skin color. No, it doesn't matter. What they keep what they're eventually going to do is say that ancient Egyptians went to. My bad. I just gotta hurry up.
He right on.
Yeah, you right on.
The thing is that they are trying to say that ancient Egyptians went to West Africa. Y'all don't attack that. Y'all keep attacking them with the skin color thing. They don't really care about the skin color thing. They really care about saying that we are ancient Egyptians. That's what they're trying to get to.
You're right.
So y'all don't talk about West Africa. Y'all talk about West African history. That's why everybody keeps getting stuck on the skin color thing. If y'all talked about West African history, y'all talked about West African archaeology. That's what we're supposed to do.
The Masi warrior clan, they do speak on West African history. The brother Sean and the other brothers.
Oh, he does. Y'all don't have him on.
Yeah, but
he does. I'm subscribed to him.
Masi clan warrior.
But y'all don't have him on though.
He was on. I'm here. How about that?
Hey, to what you just said, I just want to say that I know me personally, I've been saying that since forever, and we actually said it yesterday when Jabari, when we were all together. I actually said exactly that. I said what it all boils down to, really, the reason why they keep pushing this whole Egyptians are black and focus on skin color is because ultimately people are trying to make African Americans, the Egyptians, and Egyptians African Americans.
Who's making that argument?
We ain't say you.
So when we try to distinguish, right? Y'all act like we cannot distinguish over phenotypic characteristics, and you can.
Yeah, you can distinguish.
You can't say that the common look of the North African is the same as the look of the Sub-Saharan African. And when we try to make those distinctions, y'all fight us. What's black?
That's not
And you
true,
can't
yo.
and then it becomes like we not even on the same team no more.
But let me say this. I just want to say this. Here's the thing. Phenotype does not make a people a people. So no, listen, let me just finish what I'm saying. I was getting ready to just say that. You're jumping on my words.
If you feel that way, why do you feel like people need black?
Wow.
No, you gotta let the man finish though, yo.
Yeah, I'm at least let me just finish with my thought. What I'm saying.
Man, come on,
because Sheffrin, what you just said is what I was getting ready to say. What I'm getting ready to say is that, and I said this yesterday, I said there are several different conversations going on that have different pathways to them that are being merged together and put in a blender and mixed all up. And when people talk about it on YouTube channels, they're blending all these different conversations together. So you got one conversation that's talking about a more biological conversation dealing with genetic populations moving from place to place. Then you got a ethnic conversation, who certain people are based on their culture and ethnicity and this, that, and the third. Then you even got another conversation. I even forgot what that third one was, but I mentioned 3 of them yesterday. And so it's being all put together, and that's what's causing the confusion. So even right now, as we're talking right here, there's some mixing of the conversation, because you just said that part is not even talking about whatever, and I agree. But we can't mix the conversations up, or whatever the case is. We can't mix those conversations up. And the solution is to do what John Henry Clark said. Dr. John Henry Clark said, just drop the whole black thing and focus on skin color, because that's a European construct used as a tool for justifying what they've done and continue to do. If we drop it, we can move on to better things. That's what Dr. Clark said, and I'm rocking with him.
So let me ask y'all, who's considered black nowadays? Like we always talk about, well, these people in 1800 was considered black too. And I'm talking about nowadays, when you talk about black people and the modern construct of black, who are considered the black people?
Everybody.
Anybody can be black.
No,
Anybody can be black today. That's how they treat it.
Y'all know that we are considered black people.
Not
now,
us and other people,
in 2024, black people are the people
Bougainville.
Huh?
People in Bougainville,
Sub-Saharan African descent.
Bougainville.
Exactly. Now
he made that up. No, he just made that up.
You said
yeah,
what?
He made
you mean
that
I
up.
made that up?
Yeah, you made that up. People in Bougainville Island is considered black people. Papua New Guinea, right?
Yes.
Y'all done argued me down. Don't say it. You say, yeah, they call themselves black people too.
Who said that though? Who argued you down on that?
You.
Nah, I said they was black.
Okay, share my screen. Hold on. I remember you. Here you go. Hey, can you share my screen, Garfield? Let's get this straight. Go ahead, Garfield.
Hold on.
Share my screen.
I got you.
You mean tell me they ain't brothers with Afro? They ain't black people?
That's exactly what I said.
Thank you. I told you said it, but these dudes from Bougainville.
They not African.
But shit. Really?
you say black African power, Ankh?
Really? I'm just trying to tell you, why y'all playing with me? Don't play with me. I'm gonna bring you the Bougainville dudes, Afros, all that. Look, these ain't black people.
That's
whatever, yo. Whatever, yo. Make it make sense, though. See, you can't make it make sense.
I can't make it make sense.
So they're not. Hold on. So these ain't black people, yo. Hold on. These ain't black people.
African Union.
Are these black people, bro? The hell with the African Union is these black people.
How many times do I gotta say it?
What you saying?
Trying to make it a joke or something?
These black people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. There you go, Chef. See what I'm saying, Chef? See? Dudes from Bougainville Island.
Let me ask you something. Do African Americans own the term black? Are African Americans the only black?
Come on, Z, you smarter than this, yo. You do it
I'm
all the
asking
time for no reason.
Nobody owns the term black, right?
crazy. We the only ones that put the fist up with it though. Everybody else follows.
That's not the answer to the question though,
It
brother.
is. I'm saying we started a
That's
whole
a
movement of
completely
black
different
empowerment,
argument.
yo. The movement stemmed from being in the United States, right? People came over from the Caribbean, adding scholarship, yo. Everybody know about the Black Panther Party, yo. Black Power, Black Liberation, Marcus Garvey, all that shit. That's generally speaking the United States movement,
What does that have to do with the Papua New Guineans
But
looking as though
because they heard us wilding out and they dove in with it too.
Sub-Saharan
They
African
felt oppression too.
ancestry?
Just saying they felt oppression.
If a person did not see them, if a
I'm
person
saying
did
they
not
felt
know who they
oppression
were,
too.
Y'all are missing an important point, boy.
Go ahead, Wujah. What's the important point? Because I didn't argue with Zoo forever. I must be missing an important point. Go ahead, Zoo. I mean, go ahead, Woo.
All right, real quick, and then I'm gonna bid y'all a piece because I'm about to dig in and stuff. So listen, I think I want to make this point, and I think it's being missed. Right, is the original classification of people when this modern social construct emerged out of society in the 16th century, whatever the case is, when it did. Hold on, let me put the thing on so y'all can see what I'm talking about. The black labeling of people was relegated to the bottom class, because remember, this is a class system that was created. They simply use color terms strategically in their favor to connect it to the scientific racism of that day, where they were trying to associate how you look with a social class level. And black was always at the bottom. White was at the top, especially from 1681 to 1689. White was at the top. So white was privileged and black was the stepping stone of everything. So now since the end of slavery and more moving on up to more recent times, in recent times, they are shedding the original connotations of black being at the bottom, and now they've opened the scope of the meaning wider to include pretty much basically anybody of sub-Saharan African descent.
I think,
and then from there, and then from there, now they're extending it, merging the two. That's when you get the Malaysians and whatever else the case is thrown up in the flat black label as well. So I think that's being missed. And so, although now this is what we're going by today, the ancient Egyptians, if the ancient people were alive today, they would never self-identify with any level at the bottom.
That's a subjective opinion.
No,
Yeah,
that's not.
I think he's right though. I think he's right.
That's not. Wait. That's hold up. The brother said that's a subjective opinion. That is definitely not a subjective opinion. I can show you text after text. So I'm not just rambling on. But the Egyptians,
I would have to acquiesce. I have to already, not to cut you off, but y'all. But
listen, what I'm saying is, let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm just going to quickly finish what I'm saying. The ancient Egyptians saw themselves. We just read it. The ancient Egyptians saw themselves as superior, just like any other culture. Every culture on the planet Earth sees themselves as all that in a bag of chips.
Indeed.
So,
and that we mean that
no
culture predominantly dark skin saw blackness as a
culture.
positive.
Yeah, Zoo, that's why
no
keep you up
culture. No culture with self-agency and self destiny would say that they themselves are the bottom class of anything. No culture would ever do that. So what I'm saying is, if the ancient Egyptians were alive today, they would never self-identify with the bottom level, which happens to be black.
But that's
period.
When other black people around the world say that they are black in unison with African Americans, it's not to say that we are the lowest people in the world.
That's not what we talking about, though, Zoo. You keep throwing it in, though, Zoo. Zoo, we not talking about that, though, Zoo. And you know we not talking about that. But you bring it in to make everybody feel good and warm and bubbly.
That
ain't what we talking about if you know it.
Mischaracterize the argument.
That's not what we talking about, though, Zoo. That's why it's not fair. Y'all do it every time to make us form real curly and bubbly boo. We talking about an ancient population right now.
Can I say my
switched in the middle? You having that conversation. You just switched it, Zoo. You went from I disagree with you, and then you went to the American standard construct, and you blended the two together, Zoo.
No, I didn't.
You did.
What I was trying to do was prevent Wu from bringing the modern understanding and value of black into antiquity. That's what I was trying to do. Because for me to acquiesce to that
I was
point
never doing that. I
would
mean,
mean
I don't know where you got that from.
for me to acquiesce to the
listening
points
to
in which
somebody
I
else.
was making would make me have to acquiesce that pre-colonial Africans looked at blackness as something negative, or as a low class.
I have never
and that's
said
not
that.
that's not that's not what
I've actually said the
said.
opposite.
Other Africans in the world also do not
right now.
do not.
This is real messy because you
doing it on
actually
purpose.
must not
No,
have
it's
heard
really
anything
not
I
messy
said.
at all.
No, it
And I-
is because
and I
you
come out there.
completely butchered everything I said just
Snake
now.
seems to understand.
He do it on purpose, yo. He been doing it for a year, 2 years now, on purpose.
I think Jay Snake is trying to say something, and I keep cutting him off. Apologize.
Go ahead. I didn't
but
mean to cut you off.
Go.
Go ahead. I don't want to mess up the.
What I want to say is, as far as the term black, it means something different 2,000 years ago. It means something different in the 1600s, and it means something different today. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it depends on the individual's basis on how high you hold the term black. Some people hold it in the high esteem. Some people think it's negative. Some people think it's a race or a color, and some people think it's a political thing. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what you personally view the term black. Some people think it's the highest thing you can bestow upon somebody. Other people think it's as bad as saying the word nigga, pardon my French. But that's how I see it.
No, that ain't how you see it. That's how the world see it, yo. You ain't make that up. We can back that up with scholarship. You run over here to the judgment hall on the black.
I just said that's how I personally see it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I personally.
But I'm saying that's not your personal opinion, though, bro. You ain't know that, did you? I know you know that's not your personal opinion.
No, dude, you're a lot older than me, bro. So you done been here and done that with this. I'm just saying that's how I see it. And
you did a great job.
Well, let me just say this, and I gotta go.
Time out 1 second. Jay Snake, you want to say something, bro?
That was him. He was talking.
That was him.
Oh, that was him talking?
You cut him off.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah,
that was him talking. But I want to say this because I have this on the screen, and then I'm out. Right? We are actually living in real time where we're actually seeing this transpire, where the word hoe and the word bitch is being flipped from its pejorative negative connotation. Now it's becoming a term of endearment, where women are out here seeking to be called that. You hear it in rap songs and everything, even in day-to-day talk now, where you got women are proud to use these, whereas when I was young, that would have never happened. Just in my lifetime alone, I've seen the switch, at least with these two words, I've seen it switch 180 degrees. So what I'm saying that to say that the modern social construct of race originally had black as a bottom class, and that connotation has not been destroyed. It still lingers, and this is what people don't realize, that it lingers because black is at the bottom class, and so they expanded it. The definition now it means, okay, anybody from sub-Saharan African descent, recent descent, it's even expanded to Malaysians and so on and so forth. This flat blackness, now everybody is proud to be black and stuff. But that's not what it was originally about. Negro, nigger, and all this other stuff is the same word as black, and it was relegated to the bottom class for ill treatment and justification of slavery and all the other stuff that came along with it. So we can't ignore that. And I'm not saying that stretches back in ancient times. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you cannot apply the modern social constructs.
No, but you said
backwards,
Egyptians would have perceived blackness as a lower class.
No, I said no. Listen if listen what I'm saying. No. He
said,
I'm here. It makes sense for him to say that.
Here. No, I'm here.
He said the Egyptians would have never associated themselves with a bottom class like blackness.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna repeat what I said. I said
Egyptians black.
Listen. I said, so it won't be anachronistic. I said, if the ancient Egyptians were alive today, they would not acknowledge themselves as being the bottom class of anything.
It still
Now
would have to
quote
tie
me.
to blackness.
What?
Either way you go, Ujao, it's tying
Hold
itself
on.
to
Hey,
blackness.
Wujo, you know what's funny? We had an Egyptologist come on here and was trying to calm everything down and say, yeah, yo, that's the problem is there's some cross-cultural like
no one who
mix up.
calls themselves black.
And she said the Egyptians, they don't even like the term black, putting them because to them it's negative, right? Said the same thing. That's wild. How the modern Egyptians is saying the same thing.
They
So you ain't even gotta wait for them to come to
didn't
there.
if they used it as
I'm gonna
titles
play the
or
clip.
names or however
I'm
you
gonna play
want
the
to
clip,
interpret it.
yo. She said it's like we bringing our culture to the Egyptians, yo.
She said
you going to Egypt with an American culture, right? And you putting it on them, and they said that's the problem. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because for them, right, black, they was getting black meant enslavement and all that. It don't even mean what it mean to us.
If
That's
I'm
what she was
saying
trying to explain
something
to us, though,
completely
yo.
different, I can't be saying that it's the same as us.
You doing it on purpose, yo.
Listen,
I can say
said
the same, bro.
if the ancient Egyptians were alive today and within their mental psyche, they had the modern social construct of race that as we are living it today, they would never.
As the dominant society is projecting it, or as black people are living it.
I'm being cut off. I'm saying if the ancient Egyptians were alive today, they would not self-identify with anything on the bottom class.
So you saying they would not associate themselves with black Africans, is what you're saying?
I'm saying the racial level, the racial class level of black, even today, which is what Ankh is trying to explain.
Either way, that's your opinion, Wujau.
Listen, everything out your mouth is your opinion. So
you
what?
saying it like it's a fact, though.
No, he's saying it based off of bringing the ideas together, based off of how they felt.
With blackness in 2024.
This is crazy, yo. How he don't get that?
Wait, hold up. Listen, what I'm saying, no, listen, because I don't want you to move the goalposts. What I'm saying is a fact. No culture on the planet Earth would self-identify with anything at the bottom of a society.
That's not.
You are retarded if you think
that's
that.
a whole other point.
But that's what I'm saying.
We're talking about.
You just said it was my opinion, and I'm saying it as if it's a fact.
Black and the title black. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about dominant society projection of black people being the bottom of society. We're talking about what black people see as black.
Your comprehension is my patience is running out at this point.
That's easy. That's an easy thing to say when you can't refuse something. I feel it.
No. It's an easy thing to say when I'm standing opposite of somebody who has listening comprehension problems. So here's the thing. I explicitly said that the black racial label
they would not identify with
originally was made and emerged from society as a social construct. And you have to you can't even have etiquette. Do you need to talk while I'm talking?
I don't. I wait.
Then please do. Can you just mute your mic? So what I'm saying is that black as a racial class was originally done to place people at the bottom of society. Black was at the bottom. So let's put a comma right there. Everybody and their mother knows that black, but they use the term Negro and nigger more so than the term black. But we know Negro is from Latin meaning black, was at the bottom of the society's ladder. And what I'm saying, based on that connotation, no culture would self-identify as that, as being the bottom of anything. So if the ancient Egyptians were alive in the today, they would not agree to self-identify as the bottom of society.
But
so much so that
you're getting twisted.
Say it again.
You're getting it twisted because you're comparing what they would consider black in today's standards with yesterday's standards.
That's what he said, though. He said if.
I said, listen. I'm gonna
I
make
just jumped
this
back
real
in.
clear.
I just jumped back in, so that might be my bad. I went outside for a
Yeah,
second.
it's definitely your bad.
You
Okay,
can't do that.
yeah,
You can't go.
it's definitely your bad. So
let Zoo respond. Let Zoo respond.
wait. No, I'm almost done. All I'm saying is that if they were alive today, they would not agree to be the bottom of society. The ancient Egyptians, just like any other culture on the planet, they saw themselves, the self, the collective self, as all that and a bag of chips. That's what they would do. They would not agree to be the bottom of anything.
All niggas on the planet see themselves as all that in a bag of chips. That makes absolutely no difference. It really does not. I'm sorry. That is a complete straw man, yo. It really is.
I've definitely lost patience because you don't even know what a straw man is if that's how you're using straw man.
Whatever was out. We could talk about the definition. You know exactly what I mean, though. And I think the panel knows what I mean.
Nah, I doubt it.
It doesn't apply to what we're talking about.
If we were to poll the chat, if we were to poll the panel,
person today, no black person today says I'm black because I'm the bottom of society.
I never made that claim.
You said what is coming here today.
Hey, Z, why you do that though? Hey, Z, why don't you take some time and really? Why can I understand what he's saying, yo? Hey, yo, you supposed to be well read enough to know what this man is saying.
Yes.
What the inference is that the Egyptians seen themselves as being superior to other cultures. Their language was superior, their dress was superior, the way of doing things, their religious sacraments were more superior. That's how they identified themselves. They would never identify themselves with a culture that was less superior than them. That's what he's saying. And then he's saying in the modern, hold on, Zoo. He's saying in the modern construct, black has been relegated to half human, filthy, dirty, bottom of the totem pole. So he's saying based off of that criteria of what black was with colonization, the Egyptians would have not referred to themselves as black. Why the hell you doing it on purpose, dog? I swear you is, yo. You cannot be sitting here and not hear what I just heard. The way I just put that is the way to do minutes. But
how you feel.
Purpose, because you're a dedicated blackologist, you want to do that on purpose and keep the conversation going because this the only thing you got is the flim flam, bam bam, and fake like you reading, yo. You kill everybody patience, yo. Damn.
Man, get out of here with that, man. I can see your shit clearly. I see through that, bro. You trying to paint a picture up here and save your man's, dog. That's it.
Listen, I don't.
Hold on. Garfield, stop. Garfield, seriously, bro. Garfield.
No, listen.
Did you understand? What John said, yo?
Time out, guys. Is Zoo? Are you related to Thunder? That's the only solution.
Right.
That's the only solution.
Listen, Thunder.
You funny as hell for that.
Thank you, Zoo. I didn't know that was your cousin, yo. I get it now.
Zoo, I'm on your side, Zoo. Listen, let's do what I'm saying. Sometimes we listen to argue instead of listening to what the person actually said. That's all I'm gonna say. Because what Jawo said, he said it like 3 times. He stopped, then he went back over, then somebody butted in, and he did it again. Everybody knows what he's saying, bro. Everybody knows. It's not even on your side or his side. He's trying to make that point, and you're just saying that point don't make no sense. That's pretty much what you're saying.
What's the point then? What's the point? Let's go over it again.
No. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions, quick questions. So because I'm based on what you last said. So do you agree that a society such as the ancient Egyptian civilization or any civilization for that matter, that they would never self-identify as the bottom class of anything? Do you agree with that?
You're trying to lead. If I may,
now you're gonna tell me what I'm trying to do.
You're trying to lead me into your paradigm. I already disagree.
I'm not
with that
trying.
paradigm.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem with communication.
No,
like
I'm not gonna.
You're trying to play mind reader
just because you want that. That doesn't make sense, bro.
Listen, see, so just flat out refuse to answer my question. Then I can just ignore you.
Flat out refusing to answer.
Hey, you know what? I'm not doing that with Zoo, yo. You see.
But did you just see that?
I don't know. I don't know if he got a personal problem with you or whatever. I don't know what that's all about.
He don't know me. He can't.
But
yo, that's how they communicate over there, yo.
That don't make
just like that, bro.
Yeah,
They communicate off of being
I know he don't have a
glorified
personal
idiots.
problem.
Say anything you say, he gonna disagree with. He already made up his mind. He gonna
But
disagree.
but did y'all just witness that? Like he even asked. Let's go over it again. So I asked the brother a straight question to simplify everything. Now he wants to play crystal ball and tell me what I'm trying to do instead of just answering the question. And when people do that, it is a listening problem. It's a listening and comprehension problem. It's like they're scared that that they're gonna be wrong or something, so they don't want to just participate in the volley of a question and answer volley. They want to try to commentate on why I'm asking the question when they don't know why I'm asking the question. So people got to stop doing that. It happens all the time in this conflict community. That's an example of it. So if he would have answered my question, because I'm trying to find a point of agreement, I know the brother agrees that no civilization on the planet Earth would self-identify as the bottom of anything. All he had to say was, yes, I agree with that. And then we could build from there. See, that's how you properly build and make progress. You don't want to argue just for argument's sake. That's some childish, petty stuff. And that's what I'm tired of about this conflict community. Oh, but y'all, you trying to do this? I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to better people's knowledge and move on with the conversation. There has to be some progress. We're talking about this same stuff for 5 years. I take a two-year leave of absence, come back, and it's the same old garbage. It's crazy to me. It's real crazy. Move on. Do like John Henry Clark. Let it go, man. Let it go. The pseudo-blackologists, let it go. Let it go. Y'all could be black all you want to. Just let it go. Stop trying to project blackness on ancient people. Study the actual culture. Can nobody walk with me about the ancient Egyptian culture itself that's focused on this colorism, this black stuff? That's all they got.
Ujawu, that was Brother Aziz. Zoo is Brother Aziz. He's your student. So I told him to let it go. But he has his position. But I think his position is rooted in the way the word black is used in many different cultural aspects in West Africa.
Is that brother? You talking about? Is that Brother
Yes,
Aziz
it's Brother Aziz Falls. Yes.
Aziz that focused on Wolof and
Yes.
Yeah, and the meta
man,
And that's why Ankh said that he's smarter than that.
Listen, Aziz, man, boy, I'm telling you, I'm definitely disappointed, man. You and I ain't even joking. I'm disappointed, boy. We're gonna have one-on-one. We're gonna have a talk. I'll go live another time and invite you one-on-one because I'm disappointed.
No, yo, that's what I'm saying. Why? Hey, yo,
Straight
the black algae blinds you,
man. That's
you like
blackology done poison a lot of people, boy. And we gotta have a conversation. I didn't know that was Aziz.
Yeah,
the voice sounded similar. I mean, sounded familiar, but nah, Aziz, not you. Tell me you didn't drink the Kool-Aid, Aziz.
He's drunk. He's sloppy drunk. They're arresting him right now. He can't even walk
drink the Kool-Aid.
Throwing up all over his shirt. They lock him up. The police pulled him over.
Y'all playing a late April Fool's
lock
joke
him
on
up.
me. That's not Aziz. I don't believe it.
I can't even turn off the show, man. We got 151 people. Aziz, you on this chat? So
on purpose, yo. The police then pulled the Z over because he was swerving.
Nah, I don't
and
believe
they
it.
damn even you know how they say get out the car and take the test. They was like, no, lock him up.
They pulled him over and say, "You a damn Egyptomaniac. Get out the car. Get out the damn car."
That's not Aziz.
It is,
somebody hijacked his account. Nah,
yeah, I don't know how he do that.
That's
why I was like, yo.
Well, Sean, in all fairness, would you agree? Hold on, Zo. Hey, Sean, would you agree that where's Sean at? Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Would you agree that listening is an art, right? And if listening is an art, I'm not listening to be confrontational. And Zoo, I'm saying the way I don't even care about the argument or the conversation. I'm just saying from the outside looking in, it sounded crazy. But let's give Zoo the chance to clear his name and straighten out Ujao. Go ahead, Zoo. The floor is yours, bro. Everybody mute up. Go ahead, Zoo.
Let Wu Zhao restate his position or whatever.
Zoo, you now you definitely now the conversation's over. What?
How was the conversation over?
He said
No,
it 3.
listen, hold up.
Yo, I'm done.
I can't.
Go start the show, bro. We're gonna change the conversation. Jay
I
Snake.
just can't.
No, keep
You got
him
a
on. No,
question?
don't do.
Listen,
Damn,
I
The
love
great Kazoo.
I
I
can't.
love Zoo though.
I
I
just
love
wow.
the
can't
Great
believe
Kazoo.
I like
You're doing a
Zoo.
lot
that
for
this
a
is
little right now.
Aziz, though. I
Great
can't believe it.
Kazoo.
So
That's a
hold up.
lot
Wait.
for a little, you heard?
So listen, here's the thing. Hold up. So Zoo, Aziz, here's what I'm saying. I'm gonna try to make it into one sentence, and you just all I want, if you can, just tell me if you agree with me or not.
Are you
I'm
about to
hungry.
repeat the same thing?
Right, Unc? I'm hungry.
Are you about to repeat the same thing with y'all?
Same thing as what I said. I said a
As
lot
you
of
said
things
earlier?
though. I said a lot of things though. So
I'm saying, are you about to repeat the same question?
well, I wasn't gonna ask you a question.
Look who the cat dragged in, man.
I was gonna make a statement, and then I want to know if you're on the same page as me with this
Okay,
with
go
this
ahead.
statement.
Go ahead.
Okay, so do you agree that the ancient Egyptians did not ever see themselves as a lower class of people?
Why you couldn't say it was the same question?
Zoo just don't want to agree. He just
You don't
want
want to answer the question,
No,
though,
it's
Zoo?
just funny, man. It's just funny. No, I don't think any people would openly associate themselves with the lowest class of anything. But
So
what
we in
real
agreement.
situation does that happen in? Do you have a precedent where
No,
At some point, we're
I
beating
don't.
a dead horse, fellas. At some
No, I
point, we're
don't.
beating a dead horse. Come on now. Are we
No,
gonna
why
do?
you jump?
No,
Come on,
this is
Jay. You
exercise.
can't jump
Jay,
into
Jay,
that.
this is just exercise.
Jay, in all seriousness, though,
This is exercise.
brother asked for him to say. But before you go any further, I want to let everybody know that the cat dragged in Asar Motep, and I want to say peace and love to you, brother. What's popping?
I just came in to say that the black man is God, and Ancient Kemet was blackety black, and I don't care what y'all Negroes say.
Yo, I heard Smash beat you up today, man. Why you allow that to happen, bro?
Oh, you know that ain't happening.
Nah, that's a
Why
whole
you
other
let Smash
conversation
beat
too.
you up, bro? You are Asari Motep, bro. You come from the ancestors, man. You from the Great Pyramid. Come on, man.
damn,
The Great Pyramid of Philly,
talking
man.
about the ancestors.
The Great Pyramid of Philly, man. Come on, man. You can't let
Already.
Smash. He from Oakland, man. You can't let he don't know nothing about the pyramids, man. Come on, man.
So Aziz, I was saying that to answer your question, to me, no, there is no precedent set where a group of people that would self-identify as low. So you and I are in agreement with that, and I wanted to establish that because now that we have established that, I wanted to say to you that's all I was saying. If the ancient Egyptians were alive today, I was saying the same exact thing. If they were alive today, they wouldn't do it because they never did it in the past, and no culture does that. That's it.
That's it.
Yep.
All right. When black Africans say that they're black, it's not to say that they're the lowest class of society and just relegated to that. We can show sources where black Africans today are saying that it's in unison with other people of African descent in their pride of being black, right? Despite what the dominant society wants to define blackness and black people as, right? And furthermore, do you agree with the notion that I am because we are?
You asking me?
Yeah.
So yes, the answer is yes, and I understand what you're saying because people on the continent of Africa, they don't normally even refer to themselves as black, but when they do, they're doing it in the sense of belonging or supporting the African American and having that oneness and saying, hey, we're with y'all type of thing, which is what
Yes,
you're
but I
saying.
would be remiss if I didn't add that it is not solely because of African Americans or the diaspora, but also reflects their own local path and journey as well.
Well, that we can do that case by case because I know plenty of Africans from the continent and who still live on the continent that don't use it that way. Like they use it exactly like how I just expressed it. Like they don't normally use that.
Asking.
You said like how?
Yeah.
They don't even refer to themselves as black in the day-to-day context of where they live at and stuff. It's only when they leave the continent or leave their homes or whatever that even comes up and comes into their mind. Now, while they're home in Africa, if they ever should use it, they're using it as to be inclusive in the quote unquote black camaraderie and struggle.
I would agree with the case by case comment because that may apply to people who live in the interior, right? But for people who live on coastal regions and in places where there is a lot of interaction and zones of confluence, there are people of many different ethnicities, shades. If we want to throw the word race in there, that too.
Okay,
right?
so okay, go ahead. No, I'm saying let me just say
so
real quick.
different
We have
areas
2
have
points
different.
of agreement. I just want to keep score. We got 2 points of agreement. On the first statement I made, you agreed to, and now right now we're in agreement. I said case by case. You said, hey, I agree with that because and what you're saying now. So I'm just trying to monitor the conversation, let everybody know that we're in agreement because this whole disagreement, hoo-ha, and cutting people off is I'm proving that it's really a waste of time.
I mean,
But continue.
I wasn't the only one cutting you off, Joe, and I did say I'm gonna mute my mic and let you speak. You know what I'm saying?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't accusing you of being the only one or nothing. None of that. I'm just saying overall. I was just saying overall, like what we're doing right now is progress. Like we're actually acknowledging the points of agreement, or at least that's what I'm doing. I'm acknowledging the points of agreement so the conversation can proceed forward.
And I do agree with that point. I do agree with that point of case by case. But I would say that for definitely millennia in Africa, Africans have been exposed to lighter skin. I mean, dark skinned Africans, black Africans have been exposed to lighter skin up to, if we want to say, white looking North Africans, and people who are coming in. That's the whole idea of certain back migrations and stuff like that. So
okay, I'll wait till you finish. My bad.
I'm just saying that to say that certain areas have different ideas of what we may call color consciousness or something like that, or something in that nature. So I would say case by case. But if we're talking about people who are coming from West and Central Africa, and especially today, because earlier I did say that blackness would have to be defined somewhat as someone of perceived perceived African ancestry, right? Or having been impacted by the transatlantic slave trade. So I think.
Wait, hold up, Paul, stop. Those 2 things is exactly what I said earlier as well. So that's another point of agreement.
I've been saying this for a long time.
No, I'm talking about in today's conversation. I said the same thing. So that's 3 points of agreement. That like your statement just now is what I even said in this conversation as well.
Well, in that case, I would ask you: do you think that racism can be applied to statues and objects that are perceivably black, whether they are or not?
Hold up. Can racism be applied to statues?
Can anti-blackness be applied to statues and pictures, whether they're alive or not, or whether they themselves identify as black? Essentially, can anti-blackness be projected into antiquity?
Nah, I don't understand the question.
Hey, 1 second, guys. Ngozi, can you jump on for a second? I got a question for you.
But no, that last question, I don't get.
I was just trying to highlight the fact that just like the Andaman Islanders, who may or may not be of direct African ancestry, even though the Egyptians do have the one component of being of partial sub-Saharan African ancestry, majority, right?
How you get that? Through genetics?
Genetics, culture.
What genetics research you have that says that?
I mean, it wouldn't say sub-Saharan African, but if we look at the geography, and that's why I said not just genetics.
But no. You said that they have 1%. Did I hear right?
No, I didn't say 1%.
What did you say?
I didn't say nothing about no percentage. No 1%.
I could have swore I just heard you say 1% Egyptian.
You can run it to I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. Continue, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If they are of partial sub-Saharan African descent, and they are perceivably what we would term black, does that not make them black in certain contexts for you?
But who is sub-Saharan African? How do we measure who is sub-Saharan African or not?
Are you serious, Garfield?
No. Listen to the question. How would you measure?
Bite of Benin, brother.
No. How do you measure if somebody sub-Saharan African or not?
Come on, Garfield.
No. I'm asking the Egyptians. He said the Egyptians are
sub-Saharan. So I always say sub-Saharan historically is inaccurate.
Hold on. Time out, Zoo. Shepard, how do you measure if the Egyptians are sub-Saharan African? I'm curious.
He's given a geographic. You can separate sub-Saharan Africans from North Africans, and
I know that, but how do you measure if somebody from North Africa is a percentage that they're sub-Saharan African? What is he said? Not genetics.
Oh, I said perceptible.
Oh, perceptible. Okay, my bad.
So that's why I said the Andaman Islanders example. So for people, it doesn't have to be real for most people. But if they see something, if they see something and to them it's black, they're going to act onto that as if it's black. And that's why I brought up projecting racism.
You see why this black stuff is so confusing, and I hate talking about
it.
But
it's fucked up. But I mean, it's the reality though.
Hold on a second. It's like a revolving door trying to argue with a Hebrew Israelite that Abraham existed or not, or some prophecy.
Garfield.
But Amir, I call you on for this. Before you go any further.
What up?
Agriculture. If agriculture come in according to science, right? They're saying that agriculture, some of it was brought into Kemet by other cultures. Is that true?
No and yes, because Africans already had a form of agriculture. They found base agriculture or proto-agriculture in eastern Libya 10,000 years ago. But you also find, according to recent studies, there's a population, you can type it up, Iberian or Neolithic farmers that crossed through Iberia hit North Africa 7,000 years ago and brought their method of farming. But we know that agriculture developed in multiple spots, not a single spot.
Right.
Libya,
I have the map.
So in Libya, they had a method of farming already. Pastoralism also existed in multiple hot spots. You have the Tauruses or the bull exchange between pre-Paleolithic Libertine groups and ancient North African groups near the Dakhla Oasis, who was already going through swap exchange with trade. So, but when it comes to agriculture, it developed in multiple spots. And we know that in eastern Libya, it was found 10,000 years ago. So if we also know about the people that came back in, the Neolithic farmers who was connected to those Anatolian populations who crossed through southern Europe and then hit there.
One second. Anthony Osborne, I bet you won't come on the panel and say that.
Say what?
I bet you it's talking about how we silly. Egyptians said that their ancestors came from the interior of Africa. Okay. I can't believe these dudes are trying to have a debate.
Garfield, the problem with this black thing, though, Egypt was not a homogenous population. They didn't have one look. So to say that it gets real tricky. The only thing you can say for those people that the Egyptian is the Egyptian. And it's just like that today. Far as saying if they black and they white, they range in skin color. So if some of those people in Luxor came to North America today, somebody may say, oh, that's a black man. But if a person that looks like a Palestinian who comes from the Delta, or even some portions of Upper Egypt, a Saadi, they call them Saadis, and a Felahim. Felahim means peasant. But if some of those people came here, you would mistake them as a Middle Eastern person. So if it's not a homogenous population and they don't have a single look, why would someone play the black game in a zone like that, a zone of confluence like that? It's weird.
I would say that blackness is not just phenotype; it's also culture. And a lot of people don't. But let me just say something though. When people argue that Egypt was black, they're not necessarily saying that every single person in the Egyptian geography
That's what they say. That's exactly what they say.
That's what they saying, bro.
Nah,
That ain't
That's
what
what
you
they.
saying. That's what they saying, bro.
That's exactly what they mean, bro.
You saying that? Let me unfriend them.
That's what the argument. That's what the argument is about, bro. Why y'all acting crazy now?
Nobody said every single individual in there looked like Wesley Snipes, Seal.
I honestly don't think nobody that looked like Wesley Snipes or Seal. That wasn't a common look, unless you had a wondering neurotic nigga that drifted up there. But that wasn't a common look.
I know that's your extreme perspective, but
that's just real.
Nah,
They had hella dudes that look like Wesley Snipes.
They got who?
Hella people that look like Wesley Snipes.
Where?
Etc.
Where?
In Egypt.
Betty Shabazz is an African American with some integration of Northwestern European DNA in her. So I'm
what?
gonna use her as a good proxy.
So was Askia Muhammad probably.
I would say Nubians, bro, like the Nubians. You know,
Northern Sudanese, not Upper Sudanese, but Northern Sudanese. You can get that. Habasha, yeah, you can get that. Habasha people are 50% basal. 50% Natufian like signals.
Go ahead,
just like the Somalis.
Teach them.
Yeah, but when they get pulled over and when Nestle company tries to prey on their country, they're not worrying about that percentage. They thinking about these as niggas.
Well, Europeans distinguish Somalis and Horners from other people in morphology. Sometimes I'm just saying.
Not outside of niggerdom.
But bro, you got people that come from Uganda that look like Wesley Snipes. You got people that come from just cut me off though. Okay, go ahead.
Can I respond to you after you finish?
All right. No, I mean you didn't wait, so go ahead.
I was gonna say it makes sense that people from Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, who are people in Kenya are mainly Nilo-Saharan speakers, and you have Bantu people that back migrated there. You got Kikuyus, you got Luaus, you got Kalunjans. Of course, all those people be classified as black, and they can look like Wesley Snipes. But we're talking about Egyptians, Libyans, Tunisians, Moroccans, Somalians. Even though Somalians are dark skinned,
you're all over the place. Of course, there's not going to be too many Moroccans that look like Wesley Snipes, bro. But there's going to be some Somalians. You're still cutting me off, though, bro. Go ahead and talk. You like to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do, because I got to finish my point. What I'm talking about is it's a common look. So what I'm trying to say is that the question is the common look that you see, even the Somalian, right? Somalians are dark. They can be highly dark skinned, but they don't have the mutation on chromosome 15 like other people that do have that SLC24A5 mutation, but they're morphologically distinct from people, and they're still 40% Natufian-like or pre-Neolithic-like, and it back migrated a long time ago. So what I'm saying is that you're not going to find a Somalian in morphology, maybe in skin tone, who looks like Wesley Snipes. They have a look that's consistent amongst them, unless you're talking about a Bantu Somali, and we know how ethnical Somalis, regardless to the Kabyle or clans, treated Bantu Somalis. You get what I'm saying?
Like, your opinion, you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure, though. That's your opinion, though, bro. You don't know that.
I'm very rich in the Somali community, brother. If you knew what was going on.
Yes, Somali community over here, though.
Somalia isn't ancient Egypt, though, either.
No, but I'm saying a lot.
You're all over the place.
No, I'm not. A lot of people.
You're very.
A lot of people like
very intelligent, and you're a lot of people like about, but you're all over the place, right?
A lot of people like to use them as a proxy, and I'm trying to give you everybody the people that's classified.
That's why I said you can only take an analogy so far.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, King. The people, if you agree with the language family or whatever, I'm not here to argue that. That's another conversation. People that's Afro-Asiatic speakers, right, including even the Chadic or Hausa speakers in Chad, they have a continuity with one another. All of them. So what I'm trying to say is there's a distinction from populations that we come from. There's a distinction from those, and I'm even going to give you a few Nilotic people that was there because they were there. But when you start talking about the foundation of Egypt, the populations of the people in that made them up, they've been mixing with people from the Levant for a very long time, even before dynastic periods.
Long as they were sub-Saharan Africans.
But brother, so were they there or weren't they? Which one?
Original Homo sapiens developed.
Yeah, so that's what they started off about.
Were the people there or weren't they there at the time you're talking about? Were they there or were they not?
Well, who there?
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, the Wesley, bro. Come on now, let's not play dumb, bro. Let's not play dumb. Ain't nobody up here dumb. Ain't nobody up here dumb.
No, I'm telling you no. I'm telling you no. That's my
man. There was all types of Wesley Snipes through Egypt, man. You gotta stop.
You're tripping.
But what about the ones
right now is not correct.
Nobody's excluding other
your opinion right now is incorrect, bro.
Let me see how biased y'all is. If you want to include Wesley Snipes, what about the ones who look like modern day Zawi Hawass? Was they
That's
there?
what I just said. Nobody excluded that nigga.
So what's the argument?
Your argument is you're trying to be right all the time and you're not, bro.
What's the argument? What's the argument? If
You
Zawi
started off by
Hawass,
saying ain't no Wesleys in there, but then you flipped and said, "Oh, it was." I give you a couple
but
nine
but
lives.
Your personal
I give
argument
you a
is that
couple
you're
niggas
right
on
all
the
the
north
time
side.
and you're
I ain't
not.
gonna tell on nobody in Somalia.
But most Dinka like people or Nilo Sahara speakers don't look like Wesley Snipes. They might share the same skin, but they don't look like him. You seen a Dinka on the nerve before? They don't look like him. If you want to include him, Wesley Snipes got a short face. He's got a rectangular orbit around his eye socket. He looks like a typical Benin nigga or a nigga from Togo.
But
He
this
don't
is
look
why
like a
we
damn
said we
Dinka or
can't
no.
take
And he's
analogies too
short.
serious.
And he's short. And he's short.
Everybody in West Africa don't look like Wesley.
Yo, everybody talking at the same time.
It's all good, bro.
Hey, time out.
All's well ends well. It's all good. All's well ends well. It's all good.
Long as y'all include Zawi Hawass in ancient
Hey,
times, I'm cool.
time out. God killer, what's up?
I got something for
I mean, they
him.
was trading with the Levant since when?
I got something for him. We want to do y'all like this for all y'all that's playing, yo. Right? For those who play and those who don't play, right? We got this for y'all here. We gonna do.
And Ngozi, the lady that did the 2017 study, she did another test, right? When she checked more areas, right? But it's not published officially. Am I correct?
No, it's gonna be. No, you sent it to me, Garfield. Read it again.
I
share the screen.
Post it. Pull it up.
Yeah, they did more samples. Remember, but it's gonna be in 2026.
Oh, okay. She's gonna put it out. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be serious. It's gonna get it. I think it's going.
2025.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that. I think
that
that's gonna be pivotal. It's gonna be
But you know
it's gonna
what?
be 2026.
Some snippets is out, and when they come out, it's gonna really embarrass these people because the snippets is out in a certain area, Upper Egypt, and certain snippets is out, and it ain't looking good. And I
If you
cannot
was
wait,
hard,
yo.
you could embarrass us right now.
Nah, man. We're gonna play the clip. Come on, man. Stop.
Yo, if I'm going to fight some niggas, I'm bringing Zoo with me, yo.
Yeah, Zoo crazy. That's why I keep saying, come on, Zoo. Zoo know better, man.
Yeah, I pull up some
Zoo, you
shit
know
like
better,
that.
Zoo. Zoo, let me tell you something, though, Zoo, real quick. Zoo, you should stop trying to make indigenous African cultures make black mean the same thing that we mean, yo. That's
And
something.
that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm
Okay,
doing.
all right,
If
we'll
I'm
get into
giving
that
off
later.
that
No
perspective,
problem.
I apologize. That's really not
yeah,
what I'm
that's how it was coming off to me.
I'm telling y'all, somebody hacked Zoo Aziz's account. That's not Aziz.
No, but I have a fundamental disagreement that Africans in pre-colonial Africa didn't use the word black as a self-descriptor.
Why would you have to do it? Hey, let me play this dope. Here we go.
But that's my own position.
We can have a good conversation.
All right, here we go. I'm playing a clip.
States in the United States. It's trying to control women and children. It's trying to control other men. It's also trying to control history. It's creating a founding fathers in the United States mythology that never existed, but is perfected and idealized. And I think that patriarchy in African-American Black communities can also be misused such that you can look at African history and say, well, we did Egypt. Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not Black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define Black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define Black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were Black. Not maybe all of them according to our definition, but certainly most of them. And if you go to modern day Egypt today and you go to a place like Luxor down in the south, you'll be like, these people are Black in our definition, our American definition of what Black is, Jamaican definition of what Black is. Yes, they are. But when you then use these patriarchal concepts of all or nothing, they're all ours and not yours, then you get into these fights about who owns land, who owns culture, who owns the past. And those fights can be very bitter and very problematic. And we don't need to be having them because we're all everything. My own genetic test.
Okay, and we'll follow up with this one. So we heard how she used the term, right? Now, watch John Henry Clark make the clarity on the term to use. American Standards, one drop rule. Let's see what he has to say. We follow up with this. Let's see. Let's have a conversation on this. Let's see.
These people with these kind of traits belong.
Get muted out.
The 15th century, and they began to say,
Y'all couldn't hear that?
Nah, start it over and it's low.
Once you muted, it's gonna mute, bro.
No, it ain't supposed to.
Yeah, well, it did. Well, it did.
It didn't. Zoom did it.
Unmute it.
All right.
Would stay where you at. All right. I got somebody who had a question for you.
I'll put the net to rule on you.
Here you go. Let me make it.
Anthony, hold on 1 second, beloved. Hold on 1 second.
I'll make it louder. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure we get this louder.
My man chose Eve. He chose.
Hey, Ankh, if you go to the original video, I gave the 2 timestamps for the 2 spots. Oh, okay.
I got it right here. Watch. Look.
After this, I'm gonna play Stokely since Black ain't scientific.
Now, according to the laws, it said that these
now you know it sounds low. It sounds like it's in your background.
Here.
Ankh, I don't hear it's
muted.
It's muted, but and plus it sounds like it's in your background when it was playing. It sounds like it's like
Well, you're not on your laptop, so you can do this.
Nah, I've been had it. I just played. Y'all heard the white lady.
Oh, nah, we need the other version of this video, bro. The audio is low.
This is low. Hold on. See if this is low.
Said that these people with these kind of traits belong here because modern racism had
That's better.
development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself. Now, according to the laws that's still on the statute book of the United States and some other parts of the world, 1 drop of us makes you a whole. Now, this ridiculous law and stipulation and measurement has given Black people a lot of white people, according to that law. Now, it has given us Beethoven, who was called a dark Moor. Now, he was probably one of the many olive-complected Europeans that you see in the millions throughout Europe. But in the States, in the United States, they say that if you have 1 drop of blood of a Black person, you're a whole Black person. Now, by this stupid law, we have a whole lot of white people. There's a whole lot of people that think they're white that belong to us. We might claim all of South America because the Spaniards were mulattoes when they got there, having been mixed with the Moors for nearly 800 years, and they were even before the Moorish conquest. Mediterranean Europe was highly mixed with Africans. Nobody thought anything of it because there were a mixture of power and influence and trade, and they got along fairly well together for hundreds of years before they turned on each other. And I don't say it did the Europeans any harm because the handsomest people in Europe are the olive-complected people who mix with the Africans.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
So I just wanted to stop right there. So Kara Cooney, right here, she talked about the 1 drop rule and how the United States classified it, right? John Henry Clark tell you how stupid the rule was. You know what I'm saying? So what say y'all? That's clear right there. I thought it was wild and stupid. I got called to Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, and how dare you, because she said they was Black in the United States based off of the South in the 40s. 1 drop rule. I remember all this. Now that John Henry Clark spoke to it, what say y'all? I'm just trying to say, who really Uncle Ruckus?
Anthony Osborne, you up, bro? Unmute your mic. Let's go. Wujao, you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Anthony Osborne, unmute your mic. You got brother Ankh here, you got Ngozi.
Yeah, I know all those guys. I've heard all these guys. These guys, they know me.
I'm tired of them too, man.
Okay, no, hold on, but listen me out, bro. Hear me out.
Hey, look at the camera. You all right? You all right, bro? Look at the camera. You good?
Yeah, no, I've heard him.
You looking out the window?
Before. Bro, would you let me talk, bro?
Why are you looking out the window?
No, bro. Would you let me talk?
You look at the ceiling.
Okay.
Really? I'm not talking to a person who's going to talk
Okay.
and run his mouth. Look at the ceiling while he's supposed to be talking to me. I'm not doing it. I'm done.
Okay, look. I've talked to this dude, Ankh. I've talked to OC. I've talked to these dudes for years. I've heard them for years. Okay. I was once on TRS before on the Tyrone Thompson show. Heard the same old stuff. Okay. You know, so this is my point. The ancient Egyptians were black.
Anthony, slow
period.
down. Slow down.
Okay. All right. So, we can sit around here and try to dissect the word black and what it meant, etc. But the bottom line is, the ancient Egyptians were black. That's number one. Number two, if you talk to any Nigerian or Tanzanian, you ask them,
the who? The who? You said the who?
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Okay. All right. Okay.
Come on. Nah, man, you gotta give him his 5, man.
But yeah, I know, because this is the foolish shit I'm talking about. This is the foolish shit I'm talking about.
I'm on your side, bro.
Okay. I mean, I spoke to okay. Right.
What you trying to go ahead? I'm playing. We have fun. You know, we black people over here. Yeah, we black about we crack jokes. You can't come for me and start.
Okay, whatever, bro. You know my through a tar. Okay, am I through? I'm on this show and blast you guys with this conversation. He would laugh at this conversation. Go, damn, they actually still having this conversation. Okay, so my point is this, Ankh. My point is this. But the bottom line is, when you speak to,
I'm sorry, yo,
brother and sister. Hold on, bro. Let me finish talking, bro.
I apologize.
You're ignorant, Mom. Hey, Ankh. You're ignorant, bro. You're just an ignorant brother, bro. You're ignorant, bro. You're ignorant, bro, because you won't let me finish talking. And I think that's unscholarly on your behalf, whether you disagree or not. But I think it's ignorant, brother, and childish that you would even act like this. It's childish, bro.
Right. You got me.
No, bro. It's
got me,
I got you, all that stuff, bro. It's not about that. My point is, again, like I said before, if you in fact talk to any brother from the continent or sister, you ask them about their ancestors, all of them will say they come from the Nile. All of them say that. So we come from the Nile.
I'm not gonna let you study your way through that comment, though.
No.
You get away with the rest of them, but nobody on Africa is all saying they come from Nile Valley. I refuse to in the name of the stuff.
Let me tell you what. See, this is the problem with you, Ankh. You have a problem with your blackness, brother. That's your problem.
I got a problem with blackness.
Yeah, yes, you do.
But you got a problem with stuttering. So how you gonna fix it?
With blackness?
How you gonna fix it?
Hold on a second. You especially, Ankh, you come on here, you talk about Dr. Ben and Diop and them. You was in your diapers when them brothers doing lectures and going overseas, bro. You was in your goddamn diapers, bro.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 57.
We the same age. We both in diapers. So what you saying? But I was talking and you was stuttering. You've been stuttering for 57 years, bro.
Scholar, Ankh.
Hey, can I get the mic for a second? Can I get the mic for a second?
All right, time out, Anthony. Time out.
Can I get the mic? Can I get the mic?
Hold on. Anthony, are you finished, brother?
No, because he insulted me, and I came in peace, but he kept trying to insult me.
I did not.
Okay,
so you insulted my.
So his little non-scholarly ass, he ain't read my one book.
Get it, bro. I'm with you, bro.
He do have a book though.
Okay, so it don't. He's not a scholar. He's laughable. Some of you dudes are laughable, bro.
You look at the camera while you talking to me and stuttering at me. Look at the camera, goddamn.
Hold on a second. You sit around here. You talk about Diop. Some of you can't refute Diop. You can't get on the level, and never will be on his level. Never.
Hey, well, Jawa refuted.
Well, you definitely stuttering on the level.
Ain't nobody refute Diop.
Heard a lot of people stutter, and you're definitely on the level.
Right. Okay.
Why you talking wild to me?
Yeah, the guy.
You're definitely on the level for stuttering, bro.
Oh, you're ignorant. And I wouldn't waste my time.
I'm not
I don't know how you don't remember, man.
And
Garfield, use
I
the
wouldn't
Team
waste my
Osiris
time with
and
your
Nate when
book,
we
bro.
refuted
I wouldn't
Earl
even buy
Thompson.
your
Yo,
book.
the video's still up there, bro.
I
The video's
wouldn't
still
sell
up
you
there.
my book.
I wouldn't want to read something with that nonsense
I'm gonna put a
putting out
stick
there.
on it.
All
Anthony,
that
hold on.
nonsense you putting out there.
Anthony,
All that nonsense you putting out there. Work when you a scholar. You ain't no goddamn scholar.
Never
Live
said I was Stuttering Stanley.
yeah, I'm stuttering.
Stuttering Stanley. I never said I was a scholar. Stuttering Stanley.
If I'm a stutter, you a nigga.
Chill
You
out,
a
chill out.
nigga. That's what you are,
Man,
Unc.
he's
You a
57 years
nigga.
old acting like this.
Oh,
If I get
man,
57,
bro,
I
Man,
don't
you
want to
are
act like this.
stuttering.
If I make it
Stanley.
57, I don't want to act like you, bro.
SS.
Fuck that.
Yo, Engels, what you got to say? You want to say something on Team Osiris? What you
No,
saying?
I
said Team
I had asked for the mic.
Team
I had
Osiris.
asked
Team
for the mic
Osiris.
next.
He
Team Osiris
started.
been refuted.
No.
Team Osiris
He
been
started. No, hold on.
we've been
He started.
refuted. Stop the joke.
Refuted what?
The video's still up there,
Shut up.
Garfield. I can send it
Hold
to
on,
you.
hold on. Team Osiris did
The
what?
video's still
Put
up
him
there.
back on
The
that
video,
Stanley.
the
All right.
video,
Stuttering
we already
Stanley. All
defeated.
right. Got a name for him.
We already debunked.
Hey,
Joke
Gozy. Gozy,
did
what's the
what?
57
scientific
years
reason
ago.
for stuttering?
You did
I
what?
You didn't debunk
Something,
anything.
that's all, folks. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Right. Yeah. Lay it for you want, bro. But you can't consider it.
Hey, can I
You
can I
can't
get the
consider
mic?
it.
That was
Can I
not a
get the mic?
debunking
Everybody,
video,
time
bro.
out,
That wasn't
Can I
even
get the mic?
debunking.
Can I get the mic?
Hey, Anthony,
Can
I
I get the mic?
apologize. This is on God. I apologize.
That's all, folks.
Yeah. Y'all think this shit's funny?
No,
I
can
don't
I
think
get the
it's
mic?
funny at all.
Can I get the mic, please?
Yo,
I
everybody
don't think
stop.
it's funny at all.
Garfield, can I get the mic? Can I get the mic, please?
Man,
I
get
don't
that
think it's funny at all.
Wuda far more serious than me.
Okay. I don't think it's funny at all. I
It
think
is.
you're
Yo, you
ignorant.
came on here blasting me,
I think
dog.
you're ignorant. I didn't come on a show and blast you do it all. No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I
man,
ain't
slow
supposed to
down. If you slow down, yo, you don't stutter, yo.
You bogus as hell for that, huh? You bogus, bro.
What you mean I'm bogus, yo? My father used to stutter, yo. What you mean, yo? Didn't he stop?
Unc is bogus. That's why I got no respect for him. I got none.
Yo, did you have respect before you came on here?
Hold on. And guess what?
Did you have any respect for me before you came on here, Mr.
He
Stanley?
proved it tonight. He proved it
Mr.
tonight.
Stanley,
He
did you
said,
have any respect
that's
for
a
me
cat
before
that
you
you can't
came on here,
respect.
bro?
All right,
That's a cat you can't respect.
Hold on. I'm just saying. Did he have any respect for me before he came on here?
No, I didn't. I didn't disrespect
Thank you. You didn't. So I just shot you first.
Y'all me off now, man. Both of y'all pissing me off. Come on, man. We gotta get Wujawu and make this point, and it's called a night, man. Come on. Hey, Anthony, look at the screen, right? I got Wujawu slide.
Hey, no, bro. Hey, no, bro. I'm gonna hang up, bro. But nice talking to you, bro.
No.
I'm gonna hang up, bro. I can't do these guys, man. I can't do with these dudes, man. I can't do with these guys, man.
Don't leave.
Anthony,
I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
Don't leave.
Anthony, look at the screen. Man. Yo, you and Ngozzi's the worst, yo.
See, that was crazy.
Y'all going to hell. Y'all going to ancestors hell.
I asked for the mic before the brother left, and I couldn't get the mic.
Go ahead.
I have a valid.
Let's explain what you're gonna say real quick.
No, but where is he
Brother,
at?
I want you to know I was on your side the whole time.
I was on your side.
The abyss.
I need him to come back. Where did the brother go?
Ankh and Ngozzi is the Ngozzi. He came on the channel before on Team Osiris.
No. He did. I was bringing up how we debunked some layers of what people thought about Joe 6 years ago. When you was with us.
Y'all ain't debunked nothing, bro.
That's what you say,
Hey,
Zuzu.
wait. I'm saying, did the brother come back? What was his name? Anthony.
Anthony, he's in the chat. He's in the chat. Hey,
no, Anthony, come back on the
Anthony,
panel.
come back on the panel, man. I apologize, bro. I apologize.
Yo, I lost my mind, yo.
Yeah, man. I apologize for the bad behavior.
Yeah,
I don't see him in the chat unless I don't recognize his name. But I had a question for him. That's what I'm saying. I wanted the mic.
So you really want to ask him a question to get an answer? Really?
Yeah. I have a question and then I have a statement, and I need him to be here for it.
On a serious note, no, not a joke. That could have taken a while for him to respond, though.
Yo, Garfield, can I swoop down?
No, I'm saying where is the brother at? Where's the brother at?
Gotta get this brother back on. Come on, my brother. Yo,
what's his name inside the chat? What's his screen name?
Anthony Berman or something like that. Anthony Erman.
Yeah, I think he left altogether. I don't even see him in the chat.
Anthony, come back, bro. I apologize, man. Don't pay them dudes no mind, man.
Man, you sick them on me, man. I seen that golf. You knew he was gonna come like that, yo. You funny, yo.
Hey Garfield, you know how to sing, don't you? You got to make that song. Crown over
No,
Egypt.
I'm not singing. I
Crown
don't
over
think
Egypt.
y'all ain't no good, y'all. Y'all ain't no good, y'all.
Yo, I'm saying I just shot him first though.
Yo,
Yo,
you know when somebody bad and they call you a nigga, it's a rap.
I just want to say I had nothing to do with that.
I had nothing to do with it either.
Hey Z, I ain't gonna let a dude come on here, yo. You know what I'm saying, and do me like that. Send a link to him. I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm gonna stop.
You
Stop.
said
He got
equal
Amply coming
opportunity.
back on. Send a link, Garfield. I ain't gonna get him. That was funny. He
Yeah,
made my day,
if
yo.
he
Man, that's
comes
what's
back, all
down,
right.
yo.
I don't have anything. If he comes back, then I had something to say. Other than that, then I'm gonna mute back out.
He coming. He said drop the link.
Oh, that's him right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have two things. I have a question for him, and I have a statement.
You sure you want to ask the question, bro?
Yeah. Because he made a statement, and I want to see. I'm gonna tell y'all, if y'all don't know me by now, I use as a foundation. I try to find what I can agree with somebody on. Then I work from there. And so my question is I'm trying to figure out what he's coming from. Just like I slowed the conversation down with Aziz just now.
He can't
And
believe
I
he
don't
turned him that quick. That was crazy.
I ain't turned nothing. Stop that.
No, I'm saying, but see now if me and Aziz have a conversation in the
Eddie
future,
trying to
I
paint a picture out here. I'm gonna start calling you Picasso.
Who's that?
I said you turned him. Well, he didn't pipe it down, yo. He was roaring like a tiger, yo, like a month ago. You didn't calm him down with two questions.
No, I just like to work because see, I like to have future
we
conversation.
We can have a dialogue. Every dialogue don't have to be confrontational and boisterous and all that.
I agree.
Right, and I like to pick up where progress was made. But I don't see the brother. I don't think the brother's coming back.
Hey, Zeus. So the ancient Egyptians were sub-Saharan Africans. They were.
That's not what I said. I said they have sub-Saharan African ancestry.
I agree.
To a large extent, just like African
I don't
American.
know about to a large extent. I don't know about that part.
How not?
But Zoo, the modern population is 15 to 20% sub-Saharan on the Nilotic side. Have you seen that? You know that, right?
That's semantics at the end of the day, bro.
No, but you can't pick and choose though, bro. If it's in them, it's in them.
No, you can't pick and choose.
Everybody, time out. The brother is back. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, let me mute out.
Everybody mute up, please, especially in Goldie and Can y'all mute up, please? Thank you very much.
We got him.
Anthony, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing until they're muted. Okay, Zoo, mute up too, bro. I'm gonna mute up too. Ujao, the floor is yours, my brother. Anthony, before you say a word, I apologize on behalf of the conscious community.
Bro, it's okay, bro.
No, I'm apologizing from
the heart. Bro, it's okay, bro. It's all right.
All right, but listen. Ujao is talking to you now. I'm gonna put this stuff on the.
Okay, go ahead.
He's talking to you one-on-one. Okay. All right. Here you go.
Hey, okay, peace, brother. It's my first time meeting you, so I want to say peace to you. I have a question for you, and then I have a statement to make. Right. So I want to make the statement first, which coincides with what I'm showing on my screen. So I'm not sure if can you see what I'm sharing on my screen?
Okay, I can see it.
Okay. So now this is from an interview that took place with Sheikh Anta Diop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I use all the time, so that people can get an idea of Diop's sentiments when it came to scholarly research. So I'm just going to quickly read it and see what you feel about that. So he says, this is Diop talking. He says, I would like to see above all a greater number of researchers, Afro-Americans, young Americans, and even whites. Why not? Because it's the young who are the least prejudiced. As a consequence, they are the most capable of making triumph ideas which frighten the older generation. Also, I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams capable of doing in-depth studies for sure, and that's what's important. It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means to verify what I say, a means of verifying what I say. We must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs, of seeing the unfinished side of our work, and of committing ourselves to completing it. You understand? Okay. Therefore, and then he goes on, therefore, we should then have a work which could honestly stand criticism, because what we've done would have been placed on a scientific plane. Now, the point of me reading that is, and I'm not accusing you of this, but the point of me reading that is because people feel that anybody that does research, the same research as Diop did or whatever, is trying to challenge or put Diop down, when in fact Diop himself has encouraged it to take place by saying that it bothers him for people to just take him on his word, read his book and then that's it.
Right.
So I don't want to confuse the people who actually do that, who try to just put Diop down and don't even never read his stuff, versus people who are actually, put some work in and may have found mistakes that Diop has made. So that was my statement to you, to kind of separate that. But now my question to you though is, a little while ago you said that the ancient Egyptians are black. So my question is, what makes you say that they're black?
Well, what makes me say that they're black is the fact that they come from the south up. Okay, and when I'm saying, I'm going from what I know. Okay, they come from the south up. Okay, all peoples from that now. Okay, first of all, there's not a such thing as a white African. Okay, so we can hang that conversation up. Okay, that's a white supremacist, I think, talking point. There's no such thing as a white African. All people that was in that now valley at that particular time, if you're going by 5,000 BC, 6,000 BC, 10,000 BC, that they were all black, all of them. There was no white person there at all. Period. Now, some of you might say that's pseudo, but it can't be pseudo if in fact there were no white folks in that particular area at that time. None of them. There were no Europeans in that area at that time. So so as far as when I'm looking at that now valley, and the ancient Egyptians said themselves that their ancestors came out the interiors. This is why it's important that we study the people called the 12. King Pepi I, Pharaoh Pepi I, he made sure that he venerated the 12 people because he saw them as the gods. He saw them as their ancestors. And these were black people. If a Twa came back to the earth today and talked to us, he would say, "Look at me. What do I look like? I'm black." He wouldn't say anything else. He wouldn't say anything else. He wouldn't say he's European. He wouldn't say he's olive. He wouldn't say none of that stuff. So I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians themselves made it clear. They said our ancestors came out of the interior. This is why the Twa was so venerated, because the King Pepi I saw them as an ancestor. Okay, and that's what I'm taking. Hello?
Right.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think somebody breaking up. I don't know if you breaking up or somebody else.
No, I'm not breaking up.
Trying to speak.
I said the
were
12
you?
was their entertainment, like Kevin Hart. They liked this, like they entertain them. They didn't think that they were their ancestors.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
They danced.
That's
That's what they did. It was
You gotta
funny.
let him respond, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought he was talking to me, so
Okay,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Ujawa, you up, bro?
Oh no, that was somebody else that was speaking. I was wondering if Anthony, if you were finished. Was that you were finished?
No, yeah, I'm finished, bro. You can go ahead.
Okay. No. I appreciate it. You answered it. I all I wanted to know was your reasoning behind why you consider the ancient Egyptians black, and you gave it to me. So I appreciate that.
You can go, bro. And let me say this about Mr. Joe. I met his grandson. I went to school with his grandson. Okay, and his grandson is totally the opposite of him. Okay, he's totally opposite of what his grandfather was. But I'm saying this, that Diop, he did a lot of work. Some of the works of Diop, we never even heard most of his stuff. We only got the stuff that they printed from French to English. That's all we have. Okay.
You understand what you read on the screen, though?
So no, I'm not saying nothing about what I'm seeing on the screen.
Do you agree with that, though?
Yes, I do agree with that. Yes.
So is it a possibility you got something wrong?
Let me ask you a question. What scholarly person would not agree with that? That's crazy. That's nonsense.
So then, if you agree with that, and then you call me all kind of names.
No, I didn't call you names, but you came on starting with me, bro.
Yeah,
You
man,
started that with me.
you did. You called me
No,
anti-black and all that. But
no, I
anyway,
didn't. I said, Unc, I came on. At first, I was going to say, I'm giving you some props because I've been hearing you guys for years. That's what I was going to say. But you start da. And I said, okay. So
I didn't dot you off the top.
okay. So that took the conversation.
I dot you about
Okay. That took the
3
conversation,
minutes to the
bro.
conversation.
So
okay, I'm gonna take. I ain't want to dot you. Let's get to it. No, you probably didn't say nothing slick, but it was funny. My fault. I was having fun. Y'all hope you can have fun. I'm pretty sure you done had people.
no, I can't have fun. Look, our people have been lied to. Our people have been told different things. Our people that have scholars in front of them that have said things that was probably incorrect. So I'm saying it's time for.
Let's stay right here for a minute. Seriously. So if you said what scholarly person, and neither one of us are scholars, right?
Right.
I was never made that contention. Never said I even put forth a scholarly work. I do have an article published in Engineering Journal, speaking to STEM. I do have that. Okay, but right here, I think there's some points that we can agree on with Diop's, like the African origin of civilization. That particular work made into the Met, and I think me and you can agree on him pushing for us understanding the African origin of Egyptian civilization. I think we can agree on that. What we cannot agree on, and I know it, is that the Egyptians was a homogenous civilization of damn Negroes. Okay, that's the part he got wrong. Okay, he used the outdated terminology, and there's been no evidence based off the skulls and the whole 9 yards of it just being one particular type of African that started Egyptian civilization. These are the things that got struck down, and these are the things that the scientific data could not support. But other parts of his work was, and the experts I've been talking to, they big up his work that got accepted and trash his work that didn't. They put it in the ash can of trash. So I'm saying, what's wrong with that? If we're about being honest and forthcoming to our people, then we got to be honest, man. Like,
okay,
that's all I'm saying, bro.
right, and this the thing too. And that's the case, then why don't you and Garfield bring on his protege? Still follow the banger. Won't you bring him on? And
they talk about him too.
Okay, hold on. Won't you bring him on?
We're gonna play the interviews for you.
Hold on. I'm saying if you feel this way about Diop, okay, in that case, then you should bring on someone who was close to him, very close to him. And Theophile Bank was very close to him. So that's somebody hopefully you could that you can bring on because he's an expert. And no European Egyptologists don't want to meet him, don't want to talk to a Theophile Banger, especially when it comes to, and especially when it comes to the language.
They already.
Okay?
That's why they went to the Museum of Black Civilizations in 2023 and had a symposium.
Okay, so I'm saying, I would like to see Harfield bring on Theophile and speak to him and ask him some questions about dope, about not necessarily Dr. Ben, but Joe.
Oh, I thought you said dope.
Okay. Okay. Oh boy. But anyway.
Come on, people make fun of me all the time. Yo, niggas say I can't read. Niggas say I'm a dope fan. I don't take that shit to heart. It's all fun. Come on, we black people. Yo, we gotta have fun sometime. Laugh through the pain. Come on, yo, with that.
So that's what I'm saying, man. Look, my contemporaries, I'm a traditionalist. I still go by Mr.
You don't believe in Mr. John Henry Clark? You think John Henry Clark a fool?
No, I don't think he's a fool.
Did you hear what he said, though?
Hold on, let me finish. I don't think Mr. Clark's a fool. I think he was a historian, but he has his place. Okay?
What's his place?
Was he a Theophile? Theophile? No. Was he a Diop? No.
No, he didn't have to be. He was the Clark.
Well, hold on. But instead, it was Dr. Clark that made sure that his books got printed in English so we could have the books that we do have.
Yeah, we agree to that.
And I tell you, somebody else you all can bring on and talk about Diop and ancient Kemet, etc. Or you can bring on the Dr. Charles Finch. He was close to Diop. He was close to Diop.
Anthony,
You tripping,
Anthony, don't put me in the loop with Ankh and them, yo. I love Diop. I'm a Diop fan. I love Diop.
Me too. Me too, y'all. I would say
don't loop me in with these crazy guys, Anthony.
Don't trust nobody, Anthony. Don't trust
it's
nobody.
crazy, Anthony.
But my point is though, man,
Anthony.
bring on Mr. Finch or Charles Finch, man. He knew Diop personally. That's the one that you can talk.
Honestly,
share my screen. Share my screen, Garfield.
Anthony, I'm gonna be honest with you. Charles Finch is an Egyptomaniac. He is.
Okay.
Dr. Ben said it. Dr. Ben said it. Go ahead, share my screen, Garfield. Yeah, Dr. Ben actually said that. He was like, "You tripping? They got the organ in each other." Come on, share my screen, Garfield. So why wouldn't I? Why? Look, this one I've been trying to bring to the community. I thought I was like pushing the same thing Diop was pushing. Look, Siliconese, he was a historian and an anthropologist, yo.
Right.
And a physicist. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
My whole program is based off of people at least getting basic understanding of anthropology, right? And physics. We talk about those subjects. We talk a little politics. All this is in the broad spectrum of scientific literacy. So I always felt like that Diop's had the best program, right? Because he pushed what y'all would call white people science. Y'all said it's white people science. Right?
Who said that?
There's a person
Who
who
said
gave
that?
practice so long.
There's no such thing as white people science.
I know.
There's
Hold on
white
for a minute,
people
though.
bias.
Anthropology is the study of aspects of humans within past and present societies. So that's what I thought I was giving y'all. And for that, I was Uncle Ruckus. But you look at the expert. Hold on, Diop's. This dude actually went to school. This dude actually challenged academia within academia. This dude was at a scientific conference called the Cairo Symposium. He actually did that. So when I push for young brothers to go to school, you know what I'm saying, and study anthropology to go dig up our history, I'm a laughing stock of the community. But yet we see Diop's did it. When I say that the Nile Valley Africans was African, right? Diop said that the Nile Valley Africans was indigenous African. I get laughed and joked and flim flam bim bam. Yeah, because I refuse to use the term black, right? Which is an anachronistic term to apply to these people. I'm the nut out the group. So I'm saying that's why I joked you. That's why I'm like, knock it off, because y'all be joking me. Somebody playing around here, dog. Who is really following what Diop is saying, bro?
And this the thing too,
but we don't
the fact is that
for not
when you
using
say
black, but we get castigated for using black though. That's I think
right.
You don't.
Right. Well, and this is my point. My point is that
funny, man.
The word black came into play because of what? White evangelist took the blackness out of Kemet.
No,
that's why the word black.
No, that's not how it came into being. It came into, go ahead, brother.
Brother, that's just my opinion. Now,
what's your
that's my
opinion?
But I believe that the term black came into play because they took the blackness out of Kemet. They made Kemet like it was Mediterranean, like it was white and all this stuff like that.
We agree. Hold on, wait. Can we agree they did that?
Huh?
We can all agree they did that, correct?
Yeah.
How long you been listening to the show? It's been on for 9 hours. How long you been listening?
No, I called in. I happened to go through my deck and I saw y'all speaking, and I came in and I saw the term that you guys having a problem with the term black, and I said, "Wow, these brothers still having the same conversation with the term black."
No, we didn't actually have a problem with the term black, though.
Yeah, because I'm starting to hear a lot of different things about the word black. Was it in the glyphs? They said in the glyphs. Was it not in the glyphs? Brother, there's another brother that came on the other night, and he disputed that. He said that the Egyptians and their hieroglyphs did state who they were. So that's somebody you can have on. He heard your show about that term, so he came back and his brother responded to y'all. And I think his brother's name is Kaldaka.
Who?
Kaldaka. I'm probably saying his name wrong as hell, but Yes,
Don't
he
get him beat up,
responded to
yo. Don't
y'all.
get that man beat up, yo.
No, but he responded to y'all because he did the research and he has the academic degrees to back it up. So he came on. He said, "What are these brothers talking about?" So he came on and responded.
Came on where and responded. Go get him.
YouTube, Ankh.
Go get him.
Okay, but
Put him in
that's
the
what I'm trying to say.
crosshairs.
Yeah. So
Do you
that's
trust him
all.
with Dr. Clark? Do you mess with Dr. Clark? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, I do.
Are
And
you
some things I
sure?
do. Yes,
On
some things
certain
I do.
things.
Yeah,
Certain things.
yeah,
I'm gonna play this clip. You ain't
yeah.
gonna agree with him on this.
But the man you should be playing is Dr. Ben. That's the man you should be playing because he is a Egyptologist by profession. That's what he
He's
is.
not an
If
Egyptologist,
black
yo.
Yes,
is
he
a
is an
scientist, you
Egyptologist.
be playing
He's not.
Stokely.
Because I looked him up.
He's
He's an
not.
Egyptologist.
He's not an
I looked it up.
Egyptologist. He's not, yo.
I looked it up.
Here,
He's
here
an
you go.
Egyptologist. That's
Let
what
me,
it says.
let me. You can't look it up and see that nowhere. Hold on. Here you go.
Okay, you tell me
How do
about
you
it.
distinguish
Okay.
between
You tell me
the
about it.
word Negro and black?
I don't distinguish. I distinguish between the word. Way I have the word Negro is by dismissing it. I dismiss it because there's no such thing as a Negro, because there's no Negro people and no Negro land. This is an adjective that somebody made a noun out of and slapped on a people against their will. And I dismiss the word Negro. The word black can relate to a whole lot of people and it can become confusing. You see, people must relate to land, history, and culture. And this is what limits the word black. Because if you say black, then what is the black land? I'm going to show you what I'm talking. If you say English, an image comes before your eyes, good or bad. The changing of the guards, Buckingham Palace, Stoutheart, the Bengal Lancers, If you say French, good cooking, great lovers, Napoleon, all that. All immediately you got an image. But you say Negro, what comes before you? No images, really. A condition. And a people is not a condition. A people must have a name that relates them to land, history, and culture. And so therefore, the name of a people, if it's going to be authentic, cannot be black. That can refer to how the people look. The name of the people have to relate to the land of origin. Now, no one is having any difficulty saying Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. That black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the African. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about with black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called black, from which we emulate, or black land, or black area, or black borough, then I'm afraid that the word black is rather limited.
Like to thank you very.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you very much, the great Dr. John Henry Clark. Yeah, yo, spoken like a true champion, yo.
Right, and like I was saying before.
So, what do you think about what he just said?
I mean,
is he wrong? Hold on, is he wrong? Has he lost his mind? Is he Uncle Ruckus? Is he Uncle Tom?
No.
Is he ignorant?
I mean, Dr. Clark is Mr. Clark. But I'm saying.
So hold on. So I've said no different than, hold on. I've said no different than that in conversations. You've heard me call the Egyptians indigenous Africans. And I told you the reasons why the one drop rule was bananas. I did all these things, but yet I'm the Uncle Ruckus. So either I'm Uncle Ruckus, John Henry Clark, Uncle Ruckus, or somebody playing with it, yo. So I'm gonna ask you now, bro. You ain't heard me say nothing else different than that.
I ain't added no sauce to that. I ain't did nothing. You heard me say pseudoscientific. The one I did all that, bro. Said that, yo. I said everything this man has said, yo. I'm standing on his damn shoulders, yo. Tell me why I'm a wild guy besides my jokes about stuttering. I get that. That makes me wild. I'm not mad about that. Explain that to me, bro.
Well,
help me out.
I never said you was wrong in that point. My point is, I say, hold on, let me finish my point. I gotta answer you, brother. So my point is that in answering you, and for me, I continue to use the word black because white Egyptologists made Kemet not black. That's my point. So I use it. Okay. So if you talk to Dr. Clark, if I was to ask Dr. Clark today, did the Europeans make Kemet non-black? He would say yes. They tried to do that. Yes.
Yes, they did that. We agree.
Hold on, and then I would say to Dr. Clark, is it okay if I say they're black? He would say, in reference, you can say they're black. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. I ain't said you can't say that.
So I'm saying, so my point is getting back to Dr. Ben, because he is the source.
I want to get back to Dr. Ben now, yo.
I'm saying,
no. I don't like jumping around. No, you're getting in trouble. Don't make me jump around.
No,
Can we stay right here in a good conversation?
Bro. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Don't worry about Dr. Ben.
Okay, no, but I'm trying to make a point to you, bro. Okay, the only thing I'm saying to you, because Dr. Ben was an expert on ancient Kemet.
Okay.
Dr. Clark, hold on, bro. He wasn't an expert like Dr. Ben. He wasn't.
Okay, listen what I want to say, bro. Back to John Henry Clark.
Okay.
I ain't never said what y'all can't do. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. I'm saying when I teach my people, I want to hear the voice. I want my people to hear the voices of the indigenous people. I don't want to hear them mimic colonialism that they never experienced. That would be wild and anachronistic and out of order for me to place words in their damn mouth, bro. To put my definitions and my concepts and my pain, you know what I'm saying, in their minds, in their words, and then act like I'm translating, and that's what they're saying. I think it's egregious. I think it'd be out of order, and I think it'd be pseudoscientific, bro.
Okay, right.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this again, bro. You can call them what the hell you want to call them, but my conversation is one, they never called themselves that.
There is another exception to the
and two, they wasn't that until white people called them that. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's
okay. Now, hold on. Okay, now, so I'm saying to you, well,
I'm gonna let Wu Jai grab the mic.
Let me clear something up. Well, first of all,
hold on. Time out. Ujawa gotta go. So before you go, Ujawa, what's up?
Okay, real quick. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on the panel. It was an all-day marathon. I came, left, all that good stuff. Hope everybody being safe. Last thing I have on my screen was just to kind of reiterate what was said earlier about the Black ID on the continent. That and I think most people will agree with this statement. Maybe if somebody disagrees, we could talk later. But basically, the whole Black ID as an identity, it became more prevalent in the 50s when over here in the United States side, the fight was for civil rights, and then on the continent, the fight was for independence from colonialism and et cetera, et cetera. So that kind of forged the two sides to kind of come together for this sameness. And that's when you get a lot of the Black identity come from on the continental side. So I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of people on the continent have told me this exact same thing. And this quote is coming from somebody who lives and born and raised on the continent and aware and, all into the politics from the, Pan-African movement, the whole thing, as far as on the continent side. So we just got to keep all this stuff in mind. All right. So with that, I'm going to say peace. I think that some progress was made. I wrote down some points. I agree with people. I wrote down people's names that I first met. Nice to meet everybody for the first time. So peace to y'all. All right.
Peace with y'all.
Hey Garfield.
Yo.
Why don't you? Hey, I was gonna say, why don't you pull up the Badarian culture and go to bioanthropology and look at the citations that it say, and it describes what was there in pre-dynastic times.
So which one?
I have all of that though. You talking from the old work or the brand new work?
The new and old, they got all the good citations on there. But if you could type up the Badarian culture and then go to the part that says bioanthropology and look at what it says in there, the numbers that was used in 1971 with the skulls, Bryce L. Long, I'm sorry, Bryce, that talked about
You saying
the
in the
clusters and
Wikipedia
clines.
article, or a different article?
Yeah, you can go to the wiki article. It'll lead you to the art. It can go to the wiki, and then it'll lead you to the citations anyway, the articles anyway, with the sources.
I
But type
got it
up
right here.
Hey, Garfield, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Badarian culture.
I got it here, Garfield.
Okay, I'm gonna say this, bro, and I think I'm gonna hang up the phone. But my point is this: I use the term that term African. I use that lightly at times because I've had people from the continent who were not African that was trying to tell me that they were African. I met a guy. He was European. He said, "Well, I'm African too." I said, "No, you're not. You're from Europe."
I got the article.
Okay,
Garfield.
and he looked at me. He said, "No." I said, sir, I said, you can lie to some people, but you can't lie to me. You're from Europe, okay?" I told an Arab guy that from Egypt. He said, "I'm Egyptian." I said, "No, you're Arab Egyptian. There's nothing wrong with
Hey,
being
that's
Arab
wrong. That's
Egyptian."
wrong, bro. You shouldn't
No,
have said that.
hold on. Listen, what I'm
That's
saying.
wrong.
I said, you're Arab Egyptian. That's what you are. When I said that, he kind of looked at me. I said, "You're Arab Egyptian, bro. You're not indigenous to Kemet at all."
But what if he called you a African European or a Nigerian European? How would you feel about that?
What?
A Nigerian European. You're
Well,
African American, but you got Northwestern European in you, and you're married Sub-Saharan African. How would you feel if he called you that? That's
okay.
disrespectful, bro.
No,
You put it up on
probably
the
tell
screen,
him. No, I would probably say to him, brother. I probably said, yes, I probably have some European in me, but I'm
That's
not
an
claiming
insult.
indigenous. Hold on, bro. So I'm not claiming to be indigenous to America. I'm not. Okay.
But if you went back to Nigeria and they told you because you got that Northwestern European, British, or Irish in you, how would you feel if they told you something like that and told you that you wasn't a
I would feel
Nigerian or a
nothing, bro,
Ghanaian?
because no, I would feel anything because I would say, well, damn, but they do right because I do got some of that in me. Okay, but instead, but listen, what I'm getting at with them, with the Arab guy from Egypt, and when I told him he was an Arab Egyptian, later he came back and he shook my hand. He said, "Yeah, I get what you're saying." And I asked myself, "Let me ask you something: are those folks, are those indigenous Egyptians, are they still around?" He said, "Sure." He said, "Yeah, they still around." He said that they're very poor, but they're still around. So it's nothing wrong with that. People need to know what they are and be proud of what they are. And like I was saying, and me and a different brother had a conversation about this 2 weeks ago, and we were saying this pushback from the Arabs in Egypt about the Egyptians not being who they are. He said that's something recent because he said, "Dr. Ben, all those dudes been going over there for years and doing tours, and I'm sure that they heard us say that the Egyptians were black." He said, "Now, why all of a sudden there's a pushback?" He said, and from his opinion was because Europeans are telling them to say that. That's why
Man, okay, and Europeans ain't telling you to say that they black?
No.
What you mean? No. Hold on, bro. We done heard you talk a minute. I want to let you know. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I want to let you know that you was not black until white people told you was black. Simple as that, yo. There would be no need to call yourself black surrounded by people that look like me and you, bro. That don't even make no damn sense. You would have to have another encouragement to the gene pool that was totally looking different than you was to come in and say, "Man, look at you."
They didn't all look the same though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on, yo, before y'all go. Are you saying that to designate a people of particular color, that you would have been foreign to that land to be like, man, y'all black?
Yeah, you just had to be foreign to look at them and say this is totally different from where the fuck you came from.
No, hold on. So people take me asking you that question incorrectly when in fact we know that
The way that they point their finger and designate something to a people is the same way they did that with land.
Right.
Yep. It's racism, yo. It's high level racism. They
Right.
could have just asked the people. They communicate. You know how the outside culture can come in and they sit down and negotiate and communicate and learn each other language. Yo, what's your name? Right. The Sud, the black. Get out of here, yo. That ain't our name, man. It's not our name. It's not our totem. That's not our clan. That's not our religion. That's none of that, yo. And I'm saying I just rebuke the idea that we're pushing wild ass colonial religious ideas and pseudoscientific racial ideas on the indigenous people, yo, that had their own voice. And if it's true, and I'm not sure, I don't know if it's true. If it's true that learning our history will make us a better people going forward, then damn, don't we need to know the real history, not the history that the colonizers wanted us to know? And I thought that was your fight, bro. I thought your fight was to give the indigenous people a damn voice. I know that's what anthropology is today. It wasn't back then, but today it's all about giving the indigenous people their own voice because they best fit to tell a damn story, not an African American and not a daggone wild colonial powers.
Hold on, guys. Everybody stop. Anthony, do you think that African Americans are related to ancient Egyptians?
Do I think that we're direct descendants from them? No.
What do you think? Do you think we're connected to them, though?
What I think historically, if you go back, I mean, as far as you can, there might be some of us that might have that, but
Hold on, some of us who African Americans.
Some of us might have it. Some.
Right. Say no more. Say no more. I'm good.
Okay, no, hold on now.
No.
Okay, but hold on, but we can't do that though. We can't ask a question.
That's on the screen, yo.
Right? No, we can't ask a question. My point is, like I said before, talking to brothers and sisters.
Hey, go to that bioanthropology.
Cameroon.
Hey, bro, why we on the interstate with this question, bro? We should be on the street. Why we on the interstate? You going a long way, bro. You going a long way, bro. Stay on the street, man.
Hold on, time out. Zul, are you there, brother? Do you have writings in you have writings in West Africa that's mentioned in it? That's what you said in the chat?
We have writings that's related, forms that are related.
Do we have mentioned that we have hieratic, Nomadic, hieroglyphs? Do we have that in West Africa?
I can show people that argue that. Yeah.
The majority of 94
all right, go ahead.
showed Europoid,
Well,
features.
we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Amir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
You're in Ngozi. We can't hear you. We can't hear you in Ngozi.
Go ahead.
You was talking, but we couldn't hear you.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that, brother. Here we go. Right here. It says in 1971, Eugene Skolho came to the conclusion that the distribution of the Bedarian skulls extend from the Europoid and Negroid range. Of the total 117 skulls, the majority of 94 skulls show the mixed Europoid and Negroid features. The share both components was nearly the same and overweight to the Europoid side. He noted that the Negroid component among the Bedarians anthropologically well-based, and even though they shared that a pure Negroid and a small at 6.8%, being half of the Europoid forms at 12.9%, the high majority of mixed form at 80.3% suggests a lasting dispersion of Negroid genes and populations, additionally to the sum of the Bedarian cranium hair, and preserved that the first series that they were curly. It's curly in 6 cases, wavy in 33 cases, straight in 10 cases, and they were black in 16 samples, and brown and dark in 11 brown, 12 light brown, and 1 in gray in 11 cases. So there you go right there.
Okay, so
talk about
diverse,
and then right here,
okay, so
graphical app. Hold on, and go right here. It says the if you come right this section, it say older than modern scholarship have characterized the Bedarians as an indigenous Northeast African population. What are we talking about? It said rooted in the localized context. Frank Yoko, it say considered the Bedarians as exhibiting a mixed North African and Sub-Saharan African physical traits.
Okay.
Right? And referred to the older analysis of the skeletal remains, which showed a tropical African elements in the population of the earliest Bedarian culture. It say recent archaeological evidence has suggested that the Tazians, the Badarians, and the Nile Valley sites were peripheral networks. See, peripheral networks of earlier Northeast African cultures that featured the movement of Badarian, Saharian, Nubian, Neolithic populations. I mean, come on, yo.
Now, let me ask you a question.
No, bro, you fought all against this.
You said Badarian or Badarian? Is that begin with a B?
Badarian, bro. That Badarian. That's pre-dynastic before Nakata, man. They
Right
was
here,
already
look.
mixing. They was
See
already
this?
mixing.
Okay, okay, I get that. I'm trying to make sure I'm hearing the word right. Okay.
Upper
The
Egypt.
reason why I say
It's
that,
in Upper Egypt, bro.
right? No, but the reason why I say that when you said Badarian, I talked to a sister who was claiming to be Badarian from the Sudan.
Okay,
She was from the
man,
Sudan, and I asked her what was she. She said I'm Badarian. I said okay. I've never really heard that.
What does that mean?
Huh?
Boy, this boy full of anecdotal arguments today, boy. He came in here loaded with anecdotal.
No. But I'm saying that she told me when she was. I was like, she said she was Badarian. I'm like, okay. I thought you were just straight Sudanese. She said, no, I'm Badarian. I said, okay.
Yeah, you said
I
But
went to
the bottom line is this, though, brother Anthony. They were mixed for a very long time. Doesn't make them less African than any other African. As you can see, they had mixed. When they're looking at the skulls, they had mixed proportions, mainly intermediate that you see over there now, and they still can look anyway. Some people can look like Northern Sudanese. Some people can look like people in the Levant that looks closer to people in Palestine, but they're all Egyptian. So it doesn't matter.
Well, now, okay. Well,
all right, share
when
the
I spoke
screen.
rest,
Share the screen. We're gonna do the Kudanian culture.
well, and
Brother
brother,
Fetty and the Pseudo Killer
when I
Army. He
spoke to
wants
that
somebody. He
sister,
wants you to break this down, Gozy, right here. We got the Kudanian culture. You see it right here, right?
Yes, 13,000 years ago. The ancient
All right,
cultures,
go ahead.
yes. The archaeological evidence suggests that they originated in Nubia approximately 15,000 years ago. They were estimated to have persisted in approximately 4,000 years and characterized into the hunting and whale unique approach to the food gathering, incorporated.
I never heard of them before in my life.
okay. So I'm saying, but
You talking over him reading? No
Systematically.
way.
I'm sorry. I
Did you
thought it
hear
was.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go
No, it
ahead.
wasn't. Into the Qadam people. Then it says sites from the period of the second cataract of the Nile, Tushka, is situated in 250 kilometers in Aswan. It says the archaeological terms of the Qadam culture is generally clustered with the Mesolithic stage and confirms the Nubian and Upper Nile Valley prior to 9000 BC, at the time of relatively high water, and leaves the characterized diverse and industry of the represented to the increasing degrees of specialization and locally differentiated regionally and grouping. Large numbers of the grinding stones and blades have been found in glossy front films, and the silica of them, which is possibly in the result of cutting in the stems and surfaces. There is evidence from the conflict between the groups suggesting that the invasion of the intertribal wars, the fact that 40% of the individuals buried in Jebel Sahaba cemetery near the Sudan and the Nile River show fatal wounds, and the projectiles and weapons and spears and arrows. It says it remains to the food cemetery suggested that the ritual burials were practiced. So that Jebel Sahaba near Sudan or Upper Egypt, it talks about two distinct populations in Jebel Sahaba. That's 13,000 years ago. So
Oh, okay, right. So, but they said they came out of
No, man.
Nubia, right?
Listen.
They came out of Nubia, right?
No, you gotta be quiet, man. And first of all, the Nubians is a mixed population anyway.
A mixed with what though? What are they mixed with?
Hey, don't do that, Antonio. We'll go
So
to
in
the Nubians.
Jebel Sahaba, the Quenya scrolls, when you look at them, they're very close to sub-Saharan Africans. The Jebel Sahaba population, when you looked at the limbs that they had, they were close to sub-Saharans. You can look up the Jebel Sahaba 13,000 years ago. Look at the anthropology and look at how they're described. But they were at war with another group of people. So if you're going back 13,000 years ago, all the way to the Halfling culture, the Wadi Kenyan, whatever that word is, it starts with a K, Kenyanian, to the Halfling, you start to see the population start to drift and mix with other groups that was in the north. So if you look up the old article that we talked about years ago, brother, the 13,000-year-old, what they labeled as a race war, but it really wasn't that. They was talking about one distinct group that looks like, they call it Ethio-European Libertine, but that's really Ethio-Somali. That Shamaka Keita talked about. And the other group had typical standard of what we label as sub-Saharan, primarily like pre-Nilotic features, or what they labeled as populations in West Africa.
He's
That's
talking
exactly what
exactly.
it says.
You're talking exactly about what I talked about earlier with about the Mesolithic time period. But see, so let's stay right here and go see because this shows that this is contemporaries at the same time, the southern end, because now this is the southern part you're dealing with. We were talking about the northern delta part earlier, and I was trying to make the point that the Nile Delta during the same time still has those same elements that came from this migration from the Levant. You know,
Yeah, but you tried to make it sound
Nah,
like
bro, you was making a whole
what?
nother argument, bro.
No, same point. Same point.
And you were trying to be religious, bro. You were trying to be religious
Never,
with it, trying to say there was a whole
never.
bunch of multitude of something else, bro.
Nah.
Shit.
bro. Yeah, you was kind of you. Come on. Yo. Anyway, this is genetics with the Nubians, yo. All right. So
Yeah, so
y'all could
this
be.
word, that word, so people sometimes don't know what to call them because I see y'all saying Nubians. That's a 4th AD word. So a more indigenous, a more
King J,
yeah.
don't do that, bro.
Yeah, yo.
I'm just shedding some light. I'm just shedding some light.
Nah. Listen what he's saying. Yeah. Let me hear this. Let me hear what he gonna call.
I'm just.
Tell us what you gonna call him, bro. I'm interested.
I know it.
I'm interested. What you gonna call the people of the Nine Bones?
Sean, listen, man. I'm here for the information, bro. Sean, Ankh, read the genetics, bro. I need to see what the genetics is. I ain't
I'm
worried
gonna
about
come right here, Harvard, and analyze various populations of Sudan and observe close autosomal affinities between the Nubians and Sudanese Arab samples. The authors conclude that the Nubians can be seen as a group of substantial genetic material related to the Nilotics that later received much gene flow from Eurasian and East Africans. Y'all don't want to hear this, yo. Go's
And
been
that's the
saying this
truth.
shit for the last 12,
You
13
care about
years,
that?
yo. Not you, but other people, yo. Like you motherfuckers get afraid to get some molecules from Eastern Eurasia some damn way. Like you gonna fall apart and melt.
Some of the motherfuckers
But
probably
yet we run around. Look, we run around as African Americans with 20, 30, 40% molecules functions just fine. It ain't tripping. Yeah, but I bet you if that heart was connected to some of them genes, yo.
How many molecules we get? How many molecules we get?
Yeah, these molecules, yo, but I'm just saying them molecules.
You know, Sean is a Jew. Sean is an Israelite. He got the J mark.
Anyway, I just wanted to put that in there.
No. Put that back up. Put that back up. There's something at the bottom you missed, man. Come on,
Okay,
yo.
right,
What are you doing, man? Ankh, you off your game today, bro.
Hey, where
you at? Where you at? Right here? Right
let me ask you a question, Garfield.
Brother
Hold
Anthony.
on,
Hold on, Anthony. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom what it's talking about.
Where?
Right here.
Keep going.
Preliminary results. Genetic composition between the two communities with 70% of individuals from the island cemetery demonstrated African-based haplogroups L2, L1, L5. Okay, compared to only 36% mainlanders who instead show an increased prevalence of European and Near Eastern haplogroups K1H. All right, scroll down some more. Let me see what else they got. All right. Okay. Oh, that's the mtDNA though. Let's go to the Y-DNA.
Let's go to Y.
It's gonna be scary now. It's gonna be scary. Oh man, J1 40%. You see, I know Sean was a Nubian. I knew you was a Nubian.
No, bro. I ain't want to say nothing. I ain't want to walk y'all into that J market, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Look at R1B at 10%. Look at R1B at 10%. Always creeping in with that R1B, man. But look at the percentages though. This shit is crazy.
No, it makes sense though. That's what
who is these pure black people in Nubia?
You don't find no such thing, bro. It's not.
Who are these people?
No such thing, yo. Yeah, it don't even make sense. Like all this makes sense, bro. So I mean,
you're my people, bro. Chill out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. You know.
Now you ain't as loud as you was. You calming down a little bit, yo. Appreciate because you came here roaring, yo. You was anti-me for real, yo. I'm like, wow.
Oh, bro. Well, I mean, I'm.
Wow.
Hey, look, but
scroll down some more, please. Let me see the rest of this Y-DNA stuff.
Okay. The Christian era.
Yeah, go down some more. Yeah, you could pass this and let me see what they say. Okay.
Notable Nubians.
But why they don't have a lot of E1B1A?
They got the
No, they don't.
right here.
No, they don't.
The M they changed. The
none of that is E1B1.
M78.
None of that. Nope. That is E1B1A.
Didn't it change over? The E1B1A change over to this one?
EM78 is the root. Isn't that the root for EM215? Ngozi? Where Ngozi at?
Hey, chilling.
He dropped off.
Here, right here. We got it.
He just ran into some Natufians. He be back.
He ran into the Natufians. That's funny as hell, yo. All right, here you go. You talking about the East African E1B1B?
Huh? Is EM78? I think is the ancestor or the progenitor.
Here you go. Origin.
Origin. I know it's E1B1B, but the other one, EM78,
got the EP2 in it.
R2D2.
Descendants, define the mutations.
Here you go. See, I love Ngozi, man. Why Ngozi phone working so good today? Something's wrong, man. Why is it working so good today, bro?
So
see that purple?
What happened?
See that purple? See the high affinity right here?
EM78 is what? What's that again?
Oh, EM78. That come out of E1B1B. That comes out of EV68. It mutated into EM78 up there in Upper Egypt or North Sudan. So E1B1B is the base of it, though, which is EM35. That developed in East Africa 40,000 years ago, 47 to 40,000 years ago.
So I was saying, E1. See, look right there. Hold on. Scroll back down. This is the Nubians, the Y markers from the studies, right?
Yeah, they're mainly E1B1B. Whether it's EM78 or EM215, that's E1B1B.
The J1, and they got a what is that? What the F marker is? What the F is that?
That's FM89. That came back in a long time ago. FM89 is Eurasian.
Eurasian. And the E1B.
Very interesting.
They probably look like
that's
them by then, huh?
Them dudes been looking like that.
Yo, that's not, y'all don't even understand. Yo, if y'all listen to the Egyptologists, right? Hold on. And I don't know why they ever wanted to use Kara, yo. Kara just killed them, yo. Kara actually talks about how the population didn't shift like y'all. Let me see.
You get people who, having been occupied.
She talks about the National Geographic studies and all that stuff.
She talks about they were Jamaican.
All right, can y'all hear it? Look, listen to this. Watch this. This character. Look, watch this.
Coffee looking like Inspector Gadget.
Here, look. The hat he got on. There you go.
Has been effed up.
Like the Cuban eye.
And so the understanding of how race should work in an Egypt where power is very much assigned to color, and not always, but often is, then you get people who, having been occupied since the Bronze Age collapse by one empire after another, and has only been under native rule since 1950, right?
Sadat.
Before that. So 1950 was their revolution. Sadat is going to be after that, but native rule for 80 years is not, or 70 years is not going to create the confidence in identity. And let me add to this, that if you talk to Egyptians today, there is an understanding that they're indigenous African, having been occupied by West Asians, such that even their language was erased. Okay. Egyptian language was erased by Arab occupation of elites who came in. 10% of the population is replaced, come in and take control of goods, services, labor, commodities, all kinds of things, and they control it. So much so that if Egyptians wanted to have a place in medieval Egyptian society as a player, they had to speak Arabic and drop Egyptian. And that happened so fast. And so think of that wound on a society that knows they're African, that they belong to this great people that built the first monumental stone structures on the planet, that created colossal obelisks and statuary, that they were a part of all of this, and yet they're occupied by people that tell them, one, no, you can't speak your indigenous African language anymore, and two, your indigenous African creations are all of the devil. They're not of the Allah that we have brought here. They're not of the correct God, and their religion was replaced as well. Christianity had done a number on them before, right? So there's that other occupation in a way. But you're dealing with an Egyptian population that is also traumatized. And so what I see as the white chick from Texas coming in who loves Egypt and is like studying this in no man's land with my 5% Coptic, right?
Coptic. Hey, you legit though. You legit. You got that stamp. We ain't got it.
It's true. It's true. That's true. You got the West African and all of this, but Jamaican is often East African. But whatever, you can tell us your genetic code if you want later. But what I see is two peoples coming together with extraordinary trauma on both sides. And if they could meet in a non-patriarchal way, they would be able to have this discussion and find connection rather than not. But we're talking about an Egypt right now that is ruled by an authoritarian regime. That authoritarian regime is very West Asian and white-facing. Where is its money coming from? Follow the money. And if you travel to Egypt today, you're going to see billboards with white, happy Egyptian people, as white as you can possibly imagine, in their villas, at their coffees, you know, doing all their things. And this is the Egypt that is coming in direct conflict with a resurgent Black American population that's like, no, we have to talk about this in a different way. So it's a hot mess. And
yes, it is.
And go onto social media, and I don't think I've ever seen a conversation that creates more anger and fear and shaming and outright racist memes like this one. What race for the ancient Egyptians? Nothing makes people hotter on both sides than this one. Nothing.
Yeah.
Trust me, we have lost friends and continue to lose friends.
Yeah.
Continue to lose friends.
And it's all about, it's just crazy. I don't even want to go here, but it's just
I
crazy.
mean, patriarchy is the water in which we swim. That's why I wrote this book, and I actually use those words, that patriarchy is the water in which we swim.
I'll get that. We're going to get that.
And it's very hard for us to see what a world could be like in a sustainable, non-growth, don't kill your neighbor to make more money, compete kind of way. This is the way we've been programmed. We're brainwashed. And we need to find a different way to talk about these things. But it's very hard when people are trying to manufacture power within the patriarchal system. This is what we do.
So here's a good point, a question I want to ask you. So I understand it to be an anachronism when you say that the ancient Egyptians called themselves black. Now, I know being an Egyptologist, I know you're familiar with the metallurgy, the hieroglyphics. And so I'm saying straightforward. Do the Egyptians call themselves black people, and is Kemet doesn't mean the land of the black people? Basically.
All right, y'all can go watch the rest of the video if y'all want to get that. Y'all know where to find that.
Cool. Hey, it's time for me to get out of here, man. It's 10.5 hours.
We did 10 on them. We did 10.
Can I comment on what Karakuni just said a little bit?
We heard it. Why you got to comment on it? Go ahead.
That's what y'all on.
Nah, I ain't on that.
She did not deny the modern population like a lot of people
Who
doing.
said anything about that? Y'all paranoid.
I mean, no, it's not that, bro. But Zoo, earlier you was acting like they wasn't that. You acting like the people.
I never acted like that, bro.
They teach everybody black, so
nah, that's nothing that I talk about, bro.
Well, Zoo, if that's not what you're talking about, and to this day you on the side of us, then that's just what it is. Because
I don't know.
you agree with our argument.
Real quick with the I gotta watch you, Ngozi.
Look at these questions. Look at these comments. Garfield, those Arabs are not indigenous. So where did the Nubians go? Where did they go? Where they went? Down the block? Where they went? Where did the Nubians go? Where did the Egyptians and the Nubians go? Where did they go? They ran into Central Africa?
Hey,
to an extent, yeah. But who argues that the entire Egypt just biblically migrated somewhere? Is there a citation for that?
Well, show me how they migrated.
Garfield, you know what's crazy? Hey, Garfield,
Karen said they ain't went nowhere.
If you look,
can I share my screen though?
Hold on, before you share your screen, I want to say this. So Garfield finna go. It's gonna take me 2 seconds or 3. Garfield, modern Egyptians have more African paternal lineages than Northern Sudanese. They're mainly EM7. EB12.
No,
you can look it up right now.
No, bro. No.
Than Northern Sudanese.
Hey, stop for 1 minute. Did you hear what Ngozi just said?
I heard what he said, but I disagree with that. I think
what did he say? Tell me what he said.
But listen to what I'm saying.
said.
Let me
No,
make this point.
because I
Hey,
didn't even
Garfield, let me make this point, bro.
Anthony.
I think
No,
sometimes.
answer the question, Anthony.
Hold on.
No, Anthony.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right, bro.
Slow down, my brother. Slow down. I asked a simple question. Did you hear what Ngozi said? Can you tell me what he said?
I heard what he said, bro. And
What
he
did
said that he said those Arab Egyptians over there have more.
Why they Arab Egyptians? Why they not Egyptians?
Because they're not Egyptians to me, bro. They're Arabs.
Okay.
They're Arabs, bro.
How do you base that?
They're Arabs.
Well,
Purely.
how
Ain't nothing. Hold on. Listen.
all of them, hold on. They are all Arabs. 10% are Arabs. 30%.
Listen to what I'm saying.
This conclusion.
There's some Arabs over there that might have some mixture in them. Hold on.
You're giving me Egyptomania vibes, bro, because you don't have no evidence that they left, though. So where did
No. But I got
Egyptians
evidence that Arabs came there. That's what I do have. Okay, I got evidence that Arabs did come into Egypt.
Let me back you up, my brother Anthony. Let me show you three.
Hold on. So Karakuti, Karakuti Khan, whoever her name is, she in fact is lying about something. She's lying.
Hold on. What evidence do you have to show?
He's doing what Jabari did. He's doing what Jabari did. That's what Jabari
No,
did.
I'm not doing what Jabari did. I'm saying that
let me pull everybody down.
I might have to jump out the car.
Listen to me carefully. This is what I hate about this community. We disregard scholars like it's nothing. You just said straight up that she's lying. You you've never been to Egypt and do no Egyptological studies, nothing. But you are going to disregard this woman because she just happens to be outside your quote unquote culture. So all of a sudden she's the liar, not Diop, not John Henry Clark. They're not even saying Dr. Ben. We might have a heart attack. Say Dr. Ben's a liar, but this woman, you better respect scholars, bro. On here,
and that's what I'm saying. I don't respect no scholar, black or white, if they're lying to us.
All right.
I mean,
I want to make a point real quick before we could get out of here.
Hey, Zoo, is she lying, Zoo? Is that lady lying, Zoo?
Man, I just said, like, don't put me in the car with that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Garfield, this is my point.
I rock with Karen Cooney for real.
Hey, no, this is my point. If in fact,
we gotta understand that these scholars are human beings. They don't know everything.
Right, exactly.
And they're not
exactly. So what is it that you know that we don't know?
And everything, bro.
Including Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Diop, all of them.
Yeah. So
how is it about her? Anthony, how is it that you know more than her?
Hey, no, I didn't say I knew more than her. I never said that.
You said she's a liar, though.
Yeah, I'm saying she's lying because she's been disingenuous. To label the Arabs as Egyptians, she is not telling the truth. She's not.
Hey, Ankh, you ain't no good. I'm gonna kick you out for that. I'm gonna kick you out.
And she's not.
Hey, no. Hold on, Garfield. Hold on. I know y'all hear me. I don't want to turn my mic up. Just listen real quick. But Garfield, listen. When you say that this lady is lying about something, you had just made a claim, and you have to prove that claim. You can't assert that she's lying. So where is it in the conversation that we just heard that she lied? This is for you and Jabari. That she lied, and what evidence do you have that can support and prove that she lied? Because I'm tired of people doing this with scholarship. That's why I said y'all acting like abos. Y'all come on here, y'all start making up stuff, bro. Like, for real, come on. What's she lying, bro? What's she lying?
Okay.
Where's the lie? No. Where's the lie? Go get the source. I don't want you talking in fourth person. I don't want you talking in fourth person. I want the primary source.
Would you let me talk? Okay, now, when she said the point that she looks at the Arabs as Egyptians, that to me is a bold-faced lie.
She did.
So what evidence do you have? What genetic record do you have that you can put in front of me and say that these people are not Egyptians? Because there's Egyptians there, bro, and then there's Arabs there, and then there's admixture of Egyptians and Arabs.
Okay, you talking over me. That's all you doing. You just talking over me.
You ain't showing proof. You just talking.
You just shut up. That's why.
No, I want your proof.
I'll give you my proof. I'm saying to
No,
you,
I don't want your conversation.
no.
He
I'm
said,
telling
shut
you,
up.
just in layman's terms, bro.
He
What
said,
she said was incorrect. Modern Egyptians have no relationships to indigenous Kemites, none at all.
What
What's
the
the
fuck?
source?
you said your
Where
ancestors.
is your evidence?
What you
I'm
mean by evidence?
asking.
Do you have a primary source?
You started
Come on, bro.
you
Come on, bro.
started
What's the evidence? You some more evidence.
Your
Come on, bro.
methodology is flawed by your
No, it's not.
bias.
It's not
That's why I
flawed.
don't be listening to
No,
you. I can
it's not
prove it.
flawed. It's not flawed.
Okay. You want me to
How is
prove
it
it to
flawed?
you? You want me to prove
How
it
is
to
it
you?
flawed? Hold on a second.
Want me to prove it to you?
Hold on a second.
All right. I'm gonna prove it to you in. I'm gonna prove it to you in 10 seconds. What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have
I
to
want to
prove
hear
that she
y'all
lied?
conversation. Go, I want to hear y'all conversation. Go ahead.
Okay.
Anthony, go ahead, Sean. I want to hear this. Go ahead, man. Come on, y'all.
Okay, you do not own a source or have access to a source that you can demonstrate to prove that this lady is lying to us. You are simply acting off of emotion.
No,
I've
I'm
been
not.
there, Anthony. Yes, you are. Okay, so where's your source?
I'm not. No. You're asking me for a source, and I'm telling you, I'll have to go back, get some books.
I've been asking you the entire time. I phrased it.
So I'm saying this. This is my source. It's very simple, bro. None of the indigenous Kemites of ancient Kemet did not speak Arabic up until around what?
I don't care about when they spoke Arabic, bro. They don't even give a damn about that. We know that they colonized Egypt, bro. We know they colonized Egypt, bro. We ain't tripping on that.
Hold on a second. Let me say this. And then don't tell me, damn it, to give you a source.
You ain't got one. You don't got one.
I gave you my source.
That's what we do around here, bro.
You don't got one. You're doing exactly what I said. You don't have one.
I'm asking you, are the Arab Egyptians today, are they indigenous?
You don't have a source.
I'm asking you.
You can't ask me a question. You never provided an answer to the question that I asked you.
No, I'm asking you, know it all. Are the Arab Egyptians
I know
indigenous?
more than your motherfucking ass. I know not to make that argument in this conversation and not have no evidence.
I'm getting out of here, yo.
No,
y'all ain't going nowhere, man. Y'all.
No, your methodology flawed, bro, by your bias. You gotta come out of that.
Ngozi, what's up, Ngozi? You got anything else you want to add, man? And Zul, share your screen, bro. Cause that's a waste of conversation. Anthony is just mad.
I'm right here. No,
nigga. I agreed on the later shit, bro.
Sean, hold on one second. Anthony, I'm telling you this as a man to a man. You're too emotionally invested.
No, I'm not emotional, bro. He asked me a question.
You're about to cry over it, bro. Come on, bro. Bro, I love you, bro. Listen to me. Anthony, listen to me.
I think you're a nice person, bro.
Anthony, listen to me.
You're not hearing me out.
Anthony,
you're not hearing me out. Go ahead. You're not hearing me out.
I'm saying, bro, some of us are too emotional. It's like a Hebrew Israelite. You're not even listening, bro. You're not even listening.
I'm listening.
You're not even listening, bro. I'm talking and you're interrupting right away. I'm saying to you that sometimes when you're too emotionally attached to something, it's not good to discuss it at all because you're gonna hear information that hurts. The fact of the matter is, bro. Hold on, beloved. You could call on any scholar in the world. You can't prove that all the Egyptians came out of Egypt. You can't move this mass migration of 6 million people, 3 million people. When did it happen?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. Hold on. And then we mock the Israelites for teaching that 2 million people came out of Egypt. But we want to say all the Egyptians are scattered and left because somebody invaded the country. Come on, bro. This is their house.
So listen to what I'm saying, bro. Look.
We're too emotional, bro.
Okay,
Anthony.
Oh, come on, bro. You beat me down with conversation.
Listen for 30 seconds.
You beat me down with conversation, but you don't want me.
All right. Listen, family. Sean is right. You don't have any sources. And all you're doing is saying, don't this do this? Don't this, and all of that is from emotions, bro, because of the whole blackness. That's all you standing on, bro. That doesn't make it true because it's black folks. But that's how a lie keeps going in our community. That's why they don't like Ankh, because he's about scientific literacy. All this stuff you're saying has no evidence, just emotions. Look at Zoo 221 now. He about to show some source. I'm about to beat his ass up right now. Watch it. Pause. About to beat his ass up right now. Live on my show. Look at this. Look at this, Anthony. Look at this right here. Look at it. Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy. Go ahead, Zoo. Show your source. I'm gonna laugh at him right now. Let's go.
My screen.
We could see clearly.
Brother won't let me talk, bro.
All right. So.
Oh, that's the lady from Harvard.
Right. So I'm addressing what Karakuni said about the cops.
I don't care about that, man. We talking about the Medjugorje in West Africa, man. I'm excited. You're gonna show some Medjugorje in West Africa.
I'm about to. Hold on.
All right.
What I said, hold on. What I said is they are related forms, and I can show people who are accredited scholars talking about it, so that we can't make the argument that if black people talk about it, all of a sudden they just Egyptomaniacs. Somewhere we're gonna have to make some discernment. Furthermore, this lady talks about Copts.
I don't trust her. She white. I don't trust her.
That sounds like a personal problem.
I don't trust her. Where Anthony at? I don't trust her.
I like Karakuni. So
no, you stupid for that.
But anyway, this lady talks about early Coptic control of trade routes in West Africa. And this is how she explains some of the similarities that you see between areas like Nigeria and ancient Egypt. Now, she does talk about the Middle Ages, but she does say that the Copts held control over the trade prior to the Arabs, and that she shows some intermixing and all these kinds of things. But I just want to respond to something specific, and I think that it's important with what Karakuni said, that these discussions can get really nasty, right? And we get to othering people, but I think, like she said, if we really sit down and take it slow, it's an opportunity to get more understanding about one another and about African history in general. And I'll just play what the lady has to say.
Do I need to what you call it?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Press it. You can press play.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna say, just for the sake of Medu Necher, right? This ram head is itself a hieroglyph in certain sense.
You made that up. You made that up.
It is. That's a whole hieroglyph. You can find it in the Medu Necher.
What it says
that represents Amun.
What it says.
It's not a sentence. It's not a sentence, but I'm saying it's a.
Where's the ram? Where's the ram head at? I don't see it. Where's it at?
I'm gonna let her talk about it.
Go ahead. Press play. The volume down. See, that's the Mossad. That's the Yahweh telling us not to play that joint, bro.
Aziz, you got to share your screen with audio from the main. You got to unshare, reshare, bro.
You ain't got to share that. Just show the other stuff. I got that video in my house, man. Don't worry about it. You ain't got to show that. You can take it down. You ain't got to show that. I got that because I had to. She did a whole thing on Christianity early in West Africa, man.
Right.
She's pretty nice. She's nice with it.
Yeah. So my point would be that we've had African scholars who've discussed some of these things before, right? And they might not be perfect, but more and more we're seeing mainstream scholars try to make sense of history doing things like this. And she talks about how some of the Nigerian things you see here could be related to late Egyptian form. But yeah.
Okay. I don't think nobody gonna agree with her, but I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, it depends who agrees and who sees her scholarship.
It is the same video that I got. It is the same video.
So,
video. Yeah, I seen this.
So what she be saying? What's she saying?
She talking about like trade and how certain Coptic Christians and all that stuff and how they came into the community. It's she said They're pushing a tradition more of the Coptic church because of the trade routes, like what Zudas talked about. So that they were in the area. So she's trying to say like certain things they found there that shows that Christianity was there. I've never said this in public before because I'm not trying to give none of them niggas no ammunition.
I already know. That's why I was like, hold on, let me just.
So I'm just saying it is what it is. But it's a good argument, and she was pretty good. I'm gonna send it
That's
to
the Coptic though, right?
Yeah.
But it's pre-Coptic. She's using Coptic as a term. Even when she says Christianity, she says she's using that as a term to call whatever it was that they were doing at that time. Because
where West Africa?
Yeah, West Africa.
Like, no, what time period though? What time period?
Before the Arabs, and she mentions pharaonic connections.
Oh no, I'm getting out of that. She don't make no good argument on that golf field. Come on, yo.
Nah, she it's a good presentation. I'm not saying I believe it.
What's her name? She's
up there, bro. She's up there. You can't even.
I'm gonna send it to you right now. I'm gonna text it to your phone. Hold on, let me find it right now. Hold on.
Nah, yo, that's the fuck out of here. That shit don't even make no sense. That's just.
You mean it don't make no sense? It's stupid.
Don't make no sense.
You sound like the Pseudos now.
No, yo, it don't. Yo, West Africa don't need Egypt to have a civilization.
I'm about to share my screen again and just play her credentials.
It don't make no sense, yo.
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Her name is Susan Preston, right?
Yeah, Susan Bleer Preston.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it here right now. I got her whole video.
I'm gonna call her.
I already knew you had it.
Call up.
Yeah, I got it right here. I'm gonna text it to your phone right now. Let's watch it. It's I mean, I'm always home to new stuff, man. I ain't gotta agree 100%. Yes, you know how to decipher pseudo, so I just had it in my back pocket.
It's a lot more where that came from.
I had it in my back pocket. I told him I'm gonna beat up any information. Nah, but what she did, she brought some good conversation. It's a good conversation, you know. And plus, I studied all the trade routes. I studied the Silk Road. I studied all the trans-Saharan trade routes, all these different things. So that came in kind of handy because she talked about trade routes. So
right, yeah, man. She brought up some very good points.
She got a hold on there. Let me tell you the Afrique's hypothesis. Let me see if it's in this right here. I could share it on the screen. Christian African Medieval Africa 300 to 1600 CE symposium at Harvard University. It was in November 2017. She made a presentation about African Christianity. 2-day symposium. She talked about Henry Louis Gates was there. Yeah, that's the connection that Vince Bantu is making too. So
the time period.
The problem with trying to tie that to any kind of Hebraic thing is that she even makes I don't even want to get into it for real, but
yeah.
She do what?
Was there a Coptic center medieval West Africa? Evidence and further questions. That's what it was. Yeah, she made Center for African Studies, Harvard University. This was in 2018. She made a presentation.
Yeah, that's official.
Do she got a paper on it, yo? I don't want to
check right now. Hold on.
Published, just like y'all 2025 article. That was 2024.
Mind your business, because that's already we got a lot of information on that. That's gonna make a lot of.
She's accessible. She's accessible too.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. You know what? I should have been emailed her. I'm stupid. I'm the stupid one.
Yeah, playing. But she died. Hurry up, get on.
Oh, you stupid, yo.
I'm telling you, yo. Come on, yo.
I'm paying you no mind right now.
So now all of a sudden, y'all gonna listen to white people about Africa. Let me stop, bro. She's teaching African American Studies, yo. Department of African American Studies.
She hard with it.
I'm not gonna let y'all use this, yo.
Hold on, listen to this. There's also the curious case of the Gobert Kingdom in Hausaland, which allegedly had an Isawa Christian minority before Islam became dominant. The faith presumably reached the regions of Air Massif and Azawad Basin through trans-Saharan and trans-Sahelian routes from the Fezzan, Egypt, and Makura. Tuareg in modern Niger have quite a lot of traditional jewelry that are variations or reminiscent of a cross. Hausa in modern Niger and Nigeria also have what's called
you're right, Z.
that often decorates their Sudan or Sahelian architecture. And by the way, what I just read, I don't have no source for it. No source.
Yeah, she's stacked up, yo.
Smart.
You ain't
She's
gonna just get
smart with it.
around her.
She's smart with it too. She's not
Yeah,
gonna
you ain't
put
gonna run
everything
around
out
her, shorty. I hope I gotta listen to it now. You ain't gonna just run through her talking crazy.
You gonna fuck? You gonna like with it? You gonna like it, huh?
Yeah, I gotta see what she's saying, yo. You ain't gonna run through her talking crazy. I like to really. This might be the checkmate piece right here. I don't know. She might. Let's see.
It's like step the.
Yo, you're not gonna show the midget in West Africa, bro? Come on, man. We gonna beat him up. We gonna beat him up, We gonna beat him up. He gotta get beat up, man.
I know y'all was thirsty, but
come on, man. Let's go, bro. Come on, man. Beat that midget in West Africa, yo. Before
that shit
that's
funny,
gonna let
yo.
me sleep well tonight.
Yeah, y'all want me out. I definitely ran out of energy. We were 10 hours, yo. I just want to show some
I'm
love.
gonna look up her scholarly articles right now. See if I can find
Yeah,
any.
she do got some stuff. She got some stuff on like Benin and Nigeria.
She got a lot of awards, yo. Her works, look, she got Beauty and the Beast, Study of Contrast.
I'm trying to get
the video for like 5 minutes. I was like, damn.
Yeah, yo.
I'm trying to get Kim Hall, bro. If I get her, man, I don't even need to do no more interview. Black woman,
African Voodoo art, Royal Arts of Africa, the history of art. Yeah, she's steeped in Africa, yo.
Voodoo, yeah, I see it. And
Royal Arts of Art.
Yeah. Oh, you need to read this article, man, for when Sean come to you about the stupid ass Dogon stuff. You see that article, the third one? Don't say the name. Don't say the name.
All right, let me see.
That article right there. Yeah, get that.
Third one?
Yeah, the third one.
Y'all suppressing the knowledge, man. Put it in the back.
Sean is a Dogonite. Sean is a Dogonite. So
Yeah,
you gotta watch him. You gotta watch him.
Bang Dogonite.
Damn Dogonite.
Can't let a blind say my man like that.
Whether the Dogon knew about this or that. I'm like,
this
this
funny as hell, yo.
You ain't never heard of Serious G, nigga.
Y'all niggas is crazy out here.
On purpose, yo.
On purpose. They say no better than that. On purpose.
Taking notes. I'm taking notes.
Whatever, bro. Whatever, yo.
African
I had a whole file on the Dogon. I don't know where it went though. I had a whole file on it.
They came down from Sirius B and got it.
Yeah, that's right. They like
guarantee
information. You can't have this information, sir. This is
Boogieing
not
all through the universe.
Yeah, she's serious, yo. I don't know, dude. I gotta watch this. I gotta be quiet about her, yo.
Why over that though? What's
See
it?
what she got, yo. Maybe she can help us a little bit. I want to see how she put it, yo. What you thought about the lecture, dude?
The lecture is on point, but I think that she's very advanced in her field, and she knows she just can't come out there any kind of way.
Okay.
So, whereas somebody like me would want her to have, and she hasn't published big time in this direction.
Okay.
But if I would have rather that she acknowledges some of the prior more what people would call African centered scholarship that talks about this too, and maybe she does. I can't say that she don't, but in case she doesn't, I think that would only be fair. You know what I'm saying? And there's some other, because that's going through the Benue River, but there are others that are talking about what's happening in the Sahara with the Garamantes and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
She did an article on the Dahomey too. Oh man.
Yeah, you gotta get on.
I gotta get her. I gotta hit her up tonight. She's on research.gate. Hold on, let me take this phone call right here.
All right, I'm out of here, Garfield. I'm gonna get over here with my people shut my door right now. All right, Zoo. Hey, obey. Obey. Unmute yourself. We got the Martin Luther King jail picture. He just jumped off. Zoo touched him off.
Oh man.
Hey, Rem been quiet all day. We had 10 hours, man. I don't get off this motherfucker. Yo, I went to a basketball game, coach. Y'all still live. Shoot.
Don't say y'all because you've been here most of the time.
I wouldn't play the whole game, yo.
Soon as Wu come back, we back to the 10-hour streams.
Yeah, I know. Everybody getting in. Wu brought back out the 10-hour slave. I mean, damn. I'm getting off this joint.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, finish this off, yo.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
I'm about to eat some ass.
So hold on, the zoo ain't gonna show the midget in West Africa, man.
Hey,
Damn, yo. Hey,
I'm out,
don't let him off
Garfield.
hook.
I'm out.
When you go in your chat, tell him he got to show that. We want to see that. We want to see that Medjanetta in West Africa. We got to see that, bro.
That's his argument.
Yeah, man.
We got to see that, my brother. We got to see that.
Well, I'm gonna head out though. Peace to y'all, and next time, good show.
You gonna show for next time? We gotta pay. We gotta send you a cash app or something.
Oh, you was serious. I thought you was get out.
All right, next time. Dennis asking for. All right. Peace and love. Hey, Obi, you want to say something before we go? Because you came on a couple of times. I'm sorry, bro. I ain't pick you up earlier. Obi.
Oh yeah. I
bro.
got on late, man. So I was just trying to. I thought y'all were about to conversate about it. I missed a whole bunch, so I guess I caught the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this show up too. I ain't gonna take it down. I'm gonna keep it up. Keep it up.
Okay,
I'm gonna keep it
for
up.
sure. Yeah, I'm trying to get up to speed, man.
Yo, Anthony made my day, man. And Ankh is banned for 5 minutes, man. He's banned for 5 minutes for his behavior, man. I tell you, him and Ngozi, he's the worst. Yo, they the worst.
I heard you keep saying that name. She was on the show, Ngozi. I heard you keep saying that. You referenced that name before.
Saying who? Ngozi?
No, I heard you reference that name before, Ngozi. Was that person on the show today?
Yeah, he was on. He did with genetics. Yeah, he was on today. He was on all day today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll catch the replay.
All right. Shout out to Anthony for coming on, man. We appreciate you, bro. All right. All right. Peace and love, family. We out of here, man. Any other questions? I know Fontaine came on. He didn't even get to talk, man. We did so much happened today, man. It was crazy. But it's all good, though. It's all good. All right. Peace and love, family.